The story unfolds in Shinyue County, at Young Manor. Night falls over the manor's serene gardens. A man with silver hair and a contemplative expression examines a small, intricately wrapped object. Meanwhile, inside, another man anxiously awaits news, his gaze fixed on a swaddled infant. The silver-haired man enters, his face etched with concern. He announces, "It'll be hard for the baby to live past 20 years old. That's the constitution he has." The baby, despite the grim prognosis, lets out a cheerful gurgle. Young Damien, the patriarch of the Young Manor, questioned whether his newborn son's life-threatening condition was divine retribution for his mother's death. The silver-haired man scoffed at the suggestion. The man in blue robes expressed disbelief at the grim prophecy given by the silver-haired man to the grieving father. Further questioning the physician's claim that his own child would die young. Young Damien cradled his infant son, his face etched with worry. The silver-haired man examined the infant, noting the extreme opening of his Baihui acupoint, a condition similar to the 9 severed meridians. Young Damien's infant son was the subject of intense scrutiny. The infant, seemingly healthy despite an underlying condition, was being examined by the silver-haired man, who pointed out the Baihui acupoint on the infant's head, explaining that it was associated with what Taoists called deity ascension. Young Damien and the man in blue robes listened intently, the latter expressing skepticism about the concept of deity ascension. He questioned whether it was merely a fanciful notion. While the silver-haired man clarified that deity ascension referred to the use of the Baihui acupoint by powerful martial arts masters, a dangerous practice. The silver-haired man continued, explaining that this so-called deity ascension is actually a fatal event, occurring when someone becomes overwhelmed by the energy of nature, ultimately leading to their demise because they cannot withstand it. The silver-haired physician delivered a grim prognosis, his words trailing off as he looked at the infant. Young Damien, the infant's father, stood silently, his gaze fixed on his son's cradle. The physician's assessment confirmed his worst fears. This was a heavenly punishment, he concluded. The man in blue robes, witnessing the scene, voiced his disbelief, questioning Damien's paternal capabilities. Damien, consumed by grief and guilt, dismissed the physician's offer of payment, his heart heavy with the weight of his son's fate. The silver-haired man, flanked by 2 onlookers, stood before a darkened building. His expression was grave. A narration box revealed a hypothetical scenario: if the infant had been raised in different circumstances, he could have achieved great power. However, his birth into his current situation sealed his fate. The silver-haired man solemnly declared the infant's grim prognosis: a short life, ending young in the countryside. The silver-haired man, his face etched with sorrow, adjusted his hat. He reflected on the infant's potential, lost to circumstance. The scene transitioned to a vast, starlit night sky. Decades later, the narrative shifts to Young Manor. The sprawling estate of Young Manor is depicted, showcasing its traditional architecture and serene atmosphere, a testament to the clan's enduring legacy. The scene transitions to a family dinner within the manor. Young Damien, the head of the clan, reflects on his life's dedication to reviving the family's fortunes, hoping to inherit the ultimate technique of the Zhongnan sect if the clan achieves widespread fame, but grapples with the difficult decision of potentially closing down the family business. An elderly man, overcome with emotion, reflects on his son's achievement. "I'm really glad that at least my son followed in the footsteps of my deceased father and managed to join the Zhongnan sect," he says, his voice thick with pride. His words are met with congratulations from his family. His son smiles, clearly pleased with his accomplishment. "Brother, congratulations," and "Congrats, brother," his siblings chime in, their voices filled with joy. "To think you'd become a disciple of the Zhongnan sect, it's truly incredible," one adds, their amazement palpable. The family celebrates, raising their glasses in a toast to the young man's success. The atmosphere is warm and convivial. The celebratory mood continues, with the family members sharing stories and laughter. The father's pride is evident in his expression. A young woman quietly observes the festivities, then speaks to her father. "Father, Yianshan isn't here yet." The father responds calmly, I told him to stay at the training ground. During a joyous family celebration, a family member remarked that Yinshin's absence was preferable, his presence would bring ill omens. A sentiment echoed by another, who added that Yinshin would indeed bring ill omens. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Yinshin continued his intense training regimen. His movements blurring as he channeled his energy. A surge of power emanating from him. Yinshin's training culminated in a powerful display of energy, showcasing his mastery. Yinshin's training culminated in a powerful display of energy, a surge of blue light erupted from him. As he channeled his power, his form becoming almost ethereal. The intensity of the energy coalescing into a breathtaking spectacle. And then, with a final burst, he stood victorious, the energy dissipating into swirling particles. A satisfied expression crossed Yinshin's face as he surveyed the aftermath of his training exercise. Elsewhere, another individual clenched their fists, a subtle hint of determination in their eyes. Yinshin, his muscles energized by his movement art, felt his body reach its peak strength. He wondered if this newfound power would also grant him a longer lifespan. The thought of the movement art lingered in his mind. As his brother approached, questioning his creation of a new martial art, Yinshin clarified that he hadn't created it from scratch, but rather redeveloped their clan's exclusive martial art. His brother, after hearing the explanation, simply responded with a thoughtful Yinshin's face was etched with a thoughtful expression. He spoke to his brother, don't take this the wrong way. His brother responded, yes, brother. Yinshin continued, it'd be better if you didn't tell anyone about this. His brother's eyes widened in surprise, pardon? Yinshin's brother exclaimed, what? You want me to learn the martial arts you made? Yinshin's brother, his face contorted in anger, confronted him. Do you think you're the clan founder or something? Yinshin, taken aback by his brother's outburst, could only stare in stunned silence. His shoulders slumping as he turned away. A clan founder, someone who creates martial arts, a founder of a martial group. Yinshin sat alone, lost in thought. He reflected on his brother's words. I've never thought of myself as anyone like that. I never thought much about creating martial arts. Yinshin, lost in thought, envisioned a future where he could live a healthy life alongside his family. He saw himself surrounded by loved ones, a peaceful scene contrasting sharply with his current anxieties. A vision that fueled his determination. He urged his companions, let's go quickly. Elsewhere, two individuals observed a group departing, one of them questioning their destination. The other explained that it was the day the martial arts masters of the Zhongnan sect were scheduled to visit. The Zhongnan sect, one of the 9 great sects in the world, was introduced. Known for its strength, it was considered one of the strongest groups in Shaanxi alongside the Manhwa sect. A place described as where the deities of swords reside. Yinshin's thoughts drifted to a personal matter, he harbored a desire for a face-to-face meeting. A meeting born from a deep-seated question, did his birth cause his mother's death? The answer, delivered by a messenger, was a decree from the patriarch himself. Yinshin, upon hearing the news, was stunned. He questioned the order's origin. His father's involvement in this matter. The messenger, overcome with remorse, apologized to Yinshin before departing. Yinshin, still grappling with his father's decree, considered observing the arriving martial artists from a distance. He mused that he might learn something from such skilled masters. Wondering if they were members of the Sky Sword Dragon clan, or perhaps elders from another sect. He reflected that a visit from such renowned figures would be an immense honor for his clan. A group of martial artists, led by a distinguished-looking elder, approached the clan's gates. Their arrival was announced with the exclamation, "They're here!" It was revealed that the Zhongnan sect's martial masters had arrived. The Zhongnan sect's arrival was announced by the repeated cry of Jibak, echoing through the clan grounds. As a woman with striking pink hair, part of the delegation, gracefully descended the steps. Her long, flowing hair catching the light as she moved. Her pointed ears were subtly visible. Yinshin and the other onlookers reacted with surprise. One man's jaw dropped in shock. The woman's appearance was unexpected. A thought bubble above Yinshin's head read, "A noble race." A striking woman, with pointed ears and long blonde hair, stood before Yinshin's clan. She wore a flowing, peach-colored robe over a teal undergarment, her attire hinting at an otherworldly elegance. A proclamation echoed through the air, "A noble race is here." Yinshin's brother, witnessing this, muttered to himself, "A noble race. They're known in books to be a mysterious race that can live forever. Humans think of them as deities." The woman's back was turned, her blonde hair tied back with a red ribbon, revealing the delicate curve of her neck. Meanwhile, Yinshin's brother and the other onlookers observed the Zhongnan sect masters, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension as they watched the radiant energy emanating from the woman. The energy around her was described as the core energy condensed in one's body being exuded naturally. The Zhongnan sect arrived at Yinshin's clan, their presence immediately causing a stir amongst the assembled members. With a striking woman at their head, her otherworldly aura captivating all who witnessed her. Yinshin's brother, amused by the spectacle, whispered to his sibling, "A noble race elder of the Zhongnan sect?" Patriarch Young Daenyang, extending a warm welcome, stated, "I'm utterly honored that you would visit our humble clan." In response, Yeo Ilshin, an elder of the Zhongnan sect, expressed gratitude, "I'm grateful for such a welcome and hospitality." Two of Yinshin's clan members, overcome with awe, profusely apologized for not recognizing the esteemed guests before them. Yeo Ilshin, an elder of the Zhongnan sect, humbly requested they raise their heads, assuring them she wasn't there to boast of her status. Yinshin, feeling a surge of guilt for the oversight, apologized for the discourtesy and for keeping the esteemed guests waiting outside. Yinshin's brother chuckled, amused by the situation, while Yinshin's father prepared to personally escort the Zhongnan sect masters inside. Yinshin's brother pondered Yeo Ilshin's noble lineage and her remarkable longevity as an elder of the Zhongnan sect. The Zhongnan sect masters, led by Yeo Ilshin, proceeded into the clan's compound, their presence commanding respect and attention. Yeo Ilshin, her blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, calmly walked into the compound, followed by a group of Zhongnan sect masters. They appeared somewhat awestruck by the surroundings. A sect master gestured towards the interior, inviting them in with the words, "This way, please." Yeo Ilshin's expression remained unchanged, her gaze steady and observant. Meanwhile, Yinshin, his face partially obscured, seemed lost in thought, a subtle expression of guilt flitting across his features. A slight sigh escaped his lips as he subtly touched his hand to his mouth, a gesture of self-reproach. Yinshin's brother observed the Zhongnan sect masters and Yeo Ilshin as they entered the clan compound. A Zhongnan sect master spoke, identifying a child as his third son. The other sect masters looked on with varying expressions of curiosity and amusement. Yeo Ilshin, calmly observing the scene, commented on the child's bright eyes and intelligent appearance. Yinshin then apologized, admitting that his third son was not well-mannered. He further elaborated, stating that the child was a bit of a troublemaker within the family. Yeo Ilshin reflected on his experience, stating, "I've gained a new perspective after seeing the energies of the Zhongnan sect's martial masters." He continued his internal monologue, "I had nowhere else to climb after training in the young clan's movement arts, and was wondering about what I should train in." Yeo Ilshin examined a sword, his expression thoughtful. He then picked up the sword and carefully inspected it. He held the sword before him, a glint of determination in his eyes. He seemed to be considering his next course of action. Finally, he concluded, "I guess it'd be good to try training with swords." Three figures, cloaked and solemn, observed the scene of quiet elegance from a doorway. A woman with elfin ears sat calmly at a table, sipping tea. One of the cloaked figures commented on the unexpected quality of the location. Another agreed, noting the abundance of earth energy in the surrounding landscape, visible in a sweeping vista of rolling hills and a meandering river. And the woman, her expression thoughtful, observed that the abundance of earth energy would inevitably attract the attention of the tyrant sword tribe, necessitating a plan of counterattack. However, she cautioned that such a plan would come at a cost, potentially resulting in the sacrifice of their clan. Two of the cloaked figures, one holding a sword, exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly unfazed by the potential sacrifice. Yeo Ilshin, a woman with elfin ears, sipped her tea, a thoughtful expression on her face. She murmured, "It'd be great if that happens, though." The scene shifted to a teapot and teacups on a low table. The words 13 skies appeared in a thought bubble above. A dramatic shift in tone and setting revealed a group of figures from the Tyrant Sword tribe, their swords glowing menacingly. A caption read, "Within the Tyrant Sword tribe, they're the most problematic bunch." Back at the tea table, Yeo Ilshin addressed her attendants. "Don't let your guard down and keep your sword aura sharp." One attendant replied, "Yes, ma'am." Yeo Ilshin continued to drink her tea. However, a troubled expression crossed her face as she reflected, "But I keep recalling that child from just now." Yeo Ilshin, holding a cup, reflected on a recent encounter. She thought to herself, he clearly stood out among the rest. A strange child, indeed. Night fell upon a secluded building. Inside, a figure sat in meditation, a blue aura emanating from their body, the energy intensifying as they focused their concentration. A bright light pulsed above their head, a sign of profound spiritual power. Yianshan sat in meditation, three glowing orbs hovering above him, a serene expression on his face. Despite his inner turmoil, he reflected on his year of intense physical training, neglecting meditation, and noted the increased energy coursing through his head. This surge of energy, however, was a double-edged sword. He realized that at this rate, he would lose consciousness within 5 years. The gravity of this realization caused Yianshan's eyes to widen in alarm, his face reflecting his growing fear. He contemplated the dire consequences of such an outcome. Yianshan stared blankly ahead, the horrifying realization dawning on him, "That means I have less than 5 years to live?" His hands trembled as he processed the implications of the impending energy surge. A wave of fear washing over him as he desperately tried to grasp the reality of his situation. Overcome with terror, he whispered, "I'm scared." He walked through the night, the creaking of the wooden structures echoing his inner turmoil. A weight of despair settling upon him as he contemplated his fate. Even his mastery of the young clan's movement arts couldn't stop the inevitable. Yianshan's eyes widened in terror, his pupils constricting as he sensed an overwhelming surge of energy. A feeling of dread washing over him as he whispered, "What's happening? I feel an ominous energy coming from that side." He turned, his gaze fixed on the Zhongnan sect, a dark, ominous energy emanating from its direction. As he approached, a growing sense of unease settled upon him. The closer he got, the stronger the metallic tang of blood became, confirming his suspicions. His expression hardened, his eyes narrowed in grim determination as he prepared himself for whatever horrors awaited him. Yianshan approached the Zhongnan sect, noting the unsettling silence. He sensed a powerful, ominous energy emanating from within. A surge of energy erupted, confirming his suspicions. And he recognized the telltale signs of a powerful trap formation. He braced himself. Landing lightly, he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes widening in horror at the sight before him. The courtyard was littered with the corpses of Zhongnan sect disciples, a grim testament to the violence that had unfolded. Yianshan arrived at the Zhongnan sect to find a scene of carnage. Bodies lay scattered, blood staining the ground. A horrifying tableau of violence that left him speechless. His eyes widened in shock as he took in the extent of the massacre. A silent scream trapped in his throat. He couldn't comprehend the scale of the devastation. Yianshan, his face grim, surveyed the scene. He noted the bodies of the Zhongnan sect masters, their lifeless eyes staring blankly upwards. A chilling testament to the brutal efficiency of the attackers. He wondered if a trap formation had been used. The sight of a young sect member, eyes wide with terror, his face contorted in a silent scream, further fueled his horror. Yianshan, still reeling from the massacre at the Zhongnan sect, discovered a horrifying truth: the perpetrators were all members of the Young clan. He knelt beside a surviving sect member, his mind racing as he wondered about the attacker's overwhelming martial prowess. And then noticed another survivor, barely clinging to life. A group of young clan members appeared, their leader sneering at the surviving Zhongnan sect member, condemning his foolishness for not remaining hidden, and swiftly ending his life. Yianshan, his expression hardened with a grim determination, stared intensely at the scene before him. A young clan member, his face obscured by shadow, casually explained his actions to Yianshan, claiming he was merely following orders and should not be held responsible for the massacre at the Zhongnan sect. The dying breaths of a Zhongnan sect survivor echoed in the air, as Yianshan's gaze fell upon the lifeless hand of the victim, fueling his burning rage and resolve to uncover the truth behind the brutal attack. A swift, brutal strike from the young clan member sent Yianshan reeling, the impact echoing the ferocity of the massacre he had just witnessed. Yianshan, consumed by rage, lunged forward, his attack a blur of motion as he aimed a devastating blow at the young clan member, the impact echoing through the air as he connected with a powerful strike, sending the attacker reeling back in agony, his face contorted in pain. The scene shifted to Yianshan, his breath ragged, his eyes filled with a burning intensity. He muttered, "How dare they?" The final panel showed a wide shot of the Zhongnan sect grounds, littered with the bodies of the massacred sect masters. A lone survivor lay wounded, watched over by Yianshan, his grief and fury palpable. The aftermath of the Zhongnan sect massacre was brutal. A young clan member, his face contorted in a grimace of pain, clutched at his bleeding arm, his body trembling as he collapsed to the ground. Nearby, another young clan member stood over a fallen foe, his sword dripping with blood. Meanwhile, Yianshan, his expression grim, stood amidst the carnage. His eyes, filled with sorrow and rage, reflected the devastation around him. He held a weapon, its energy faintly glowing, a symbol of his growing power and his burning desire for vengeance. Two young clan members confronted him, their faces etched with suspicion and hostility. "You, who are you?" one of them demanded, his voice laced with menace. Yianshan responded calmly, his voice a low growl, "The third son of this clan." A close-up revealed a young man's face, his expression unreadable. The text above him declared, "The third offspring of this household." The young man's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, his eyes blazing with a cold intensity. A scene of carnage unfolded before him. Numerous bodies of the Zhongnan sect masters lay scattered across the stone courtyard, blood staining the ground. A single surviving young clan member, wounded and gasping for breath, lay prostrate before him. A young clan member, his face contorted in rage, loomed over Yianshan. He hissed, "You." The words "you bastard" echoing in the air as his fury intensified. The clan member's face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred, as he lunged forward, unleashing a furious attack. Yianshan, however, met the assault with a burst of energy, his counterattack a blur of motion as he deflected the blow and retaliated with a swift, powerful kick. The force of the strike sent the clan member reeling, leaving him vulnerable and defeated. A question mark floated above the fallen man, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. The final moments of a Zhongnan sect master played out in a horrifying tableau, his eyes wide with terror as a fatal blow landed, leaving him bleeding profusely. Yianshan, calm yet seething with barely controlled rage, moved with lethal precision. His blade, a blur of motion, carved a path through his opponents. The swift counterattack leaving one young clan member defeated and the others reeling in shock and fear. The air crackled with residual energy from his strikes. Another young clan member lunged, eyes blazing with fury, but Yianshan met his attack with a devastating display of skill. His blade flashing, powered by the scripture of origin ability, leaving his opponent incapacitated and gasping for breath. The battle was far from over. Yianshan, calm yet burning with righteous fury, unleashed a flurry of attacks. His movements were a blur, each strike imbued with the raw power of his scripture of origin ability. He effortlessly deflected incoming blows, countering with devastating precision. The young clan members, caught off guard by his speed and skill, found themselves overwhelmed. their attacks falling short as Yinshin's blade danced through the air. One by one, they fell. Each defeat a testament to Yinshin's superior mastery. The scene was a whirlwind of motion, a testament to his power, leaving a trail of fallen young clan members in his wake. His rage, though controlled, was palpable. Yinshin, calm yet burning with a righteous fury, moved with impossible speed. His body blurred as he unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike a testament to his mastery of the scripture of origin. The air crackled with energy as his blade danced, leaving a trail of defeated young clan members in its wake. One by one, they fell before his overwhelming power, their surprised cries cut short by the swift precision of his blows. A final, decisive strike pierced through the heart of one attacker, leaving him gasping for breath, his lifeblood staining the ground. Yinshin's face, though still composed, betrayed a simmering rage. The battle was over, but the lingering tension hung heavy in the air. Yinshin moved with lethal precision, his scripture of origin ability a whirlwind of motion. Each strike a deadly blow that sent young clan members sprawling. Blood splattered across the stone as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. The air itself seemed to crackle with the power of his technique. He moved like a phantom, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. One final, decisive strike brought down the last of the young clan members, leaving them defeated and scattered on the steps. Yinshin stood amidst the carnage, breathing heavily, a single word escaping his lips, "Hugh." He sheathed his sword, his thoughts turning inward. This was my first time training the delightful sword, but I get how it works now. Yinshin, calm but weary, stood amidst the fallen young clan members. He sheathed his sword, a faint smile playing on his lips, his gaze sweeping across the scene. The courtyard was littered with bodies, the air thick with the scent of blood and defeat. A surviving young clan member, his face etched with fear and disbelief, muttered that it was nothing more than a matter of their guard being down. Another elder scoffed, attributing the defeat to the younger member's foolishness. Yinshin, however, remained unmoved, his expression betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. He turned and walked away, leaving the scene of carnage behind. Even from a distance, the elder observed Yinshin's skill, surprised by his proficiency with the sword at such a young age. He questioned whether Yinshin had trained his entire life. Yinshin stood over the fallen bodies of the young clan members, his expression calm but weary. He felt the weight of victory, but also the exhaustion of the battle. A grim reminder of the violence he had just endured. A voice, seemingly from the shadows, spoke, "No, those guys are on the ground here." The speaker's words confirmed Yinshin's suspicions. There were more enemies present than he initially thought. He saw several figures emerge, their faces grim and determined. Yinshin's eyes widened in realization. The on-screen text revealed his thoughts: the Tyrant Sword Tribe? And the Blood Flame Cult too? He recognized these groups as two of the 13 most ruthless and powerful organizations in Murim. The text continued, "The 13 skies are said to be the most cruel and powerful in all of Murim. You're telling me that the Blood Flame Cult and the Tyrant Sword Tribe, which are both part of the 13 skies, are here?" Yinshin, now facing a far greater threat than he anticipated, questioned their motives. What kind of business would two organizations of the 13 skies have here? The response was curt: "It's none of your business." Yinshin stood over the fallen bodies of the young clan, his sword still dripping with blood. A chilling calm settling over him despite the carnage. A member of the Tyrant Sword Tribe approached, cautiously questioning him. The tribesman's query was simple: "Seeing as you're answering my questions rather than attacking me, do you know about me?" Yinshin's expression remained unchanged as he considered the question. Another tribesman, impatient, interjected, "What?" Yinshin then revealed a startling piece of information, stating, "I'm asking if you know that my family is a part of the Desolate Fortress, the best branch sect in." He trailed off, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Yinshin unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of ice and energy that shattered the ground and sent the young clan members flying, the force of the blow leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sheer power of his strike was undeniable. One of the young clan members, severely wounded, crashed to the ground, his body bearing the brunt of Yianshin's might. A nearby observer from the Tyrant Sword Tribe noted, "That man's the Zhanghan sex." Another member of the young clan met a similar fate, succumbing to Yianshin's overwhelming power. Yianshin, victorious, stood over his fallen foes, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. Yianshin moved with lethal precision, his attacks a blur of motion. He dispatched the remaining young clan members with swift, brutal efficiency. Each strike a testament to his mastery of the Zhanghan sex techniques. The final opponent, a woman wielding a long sword, fell before his power. Her surprised gasp echoing in the aftermath of his decisive blow. The Tyrant Sword Tribe watched from a distance, their eyes narrowed in observation. The woman's final thought, before succumbing to her injuries, was a whispered recognition, "Elder Yeo Ilshin." The Tyrant Sword Tribe members exchanged glances, their silent communication conveying a shared understanding of Yianshin's true identity and affiliation with the Zhanghan sect. A grim realization settling upon them as they witnessed the aftermath of his devastating display of power. Yianshin, the newly revealed Elder Yeo Ilshin of the Zhanghan sect, knelt on the ground, his sword embedded in the earth. A pained expression crossed his face as he gasped, "Q." The Tyrant Sword Tribe observed from a distance, their internal thoughts echoing the scene's gravity. She's known as the deity of the sword, so for her to be in such disarray. Who is the enemy then? The remnants of the young clan, defeated and scattered, watched from the shadows of the ravaged landscape, their numbers significantly reduced after Yianshin's decisive victory. Yianshin, despite his apparent exhaustion, gripped his sword, his eyes hardening with determination. A renewed sense of purpose filled him as he prepared to face whatever challenge lay ahead. The aftermath of the battle lay scattered before Yianshin, the bodies of the young clan littered the ground, a testament to his overwhelming victory. His breath ragged, his movements slow, the weight of his exertion evident in every tremor. He sheathed his sword, the silence broken only by the wind. From the shadows, a member of the Tyrant Sword Tribe watched, their eyes wide with disbelief and a growing sense of unease. "Who is it?" they wondered, their voice barely a whisper. Yianshin, exhausted but victorious, stood amidst the carnage, his gaze distant and weary. The revelation of his true identity as Elder Yeo Ilshin had been a heavy burden, yet he stood resolute. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a symbol of his power and the price he had paid. The weight of his actions settled upon him, a heavy cloak of responsibility. His face, partially obscured by shadow, betrayed a hint of grim determination. The battle was won, but the war was far from over. The Tyrant Sword Tribe observed Yianshin from a distance. His aura was unsettling, one member remarked, "He's exuding such ominous energy." A close-up on a tribe member's face showed intense fear and apprehension. Yianshin, still visibly exhausted from his recent battle, felt a sudden wave of dizziness. He muttered to himself, "My head feels light just from the eye contact." Another member of the Tyrant Sword Tribe urgently called out to their leader. The tribe leader, kneeling on the ground, seemed to sense something amiss. He noticed a small, seemingly insignificant stone on the ground. The tribe members repeatedly called out to their leader, "Tribe leader! Tribe leader!" Yianshin, the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader, was depicted, his mere presence radiating an aura of unease and power. The text box clarified his status, a harbinger of disasters in Jianghu. Another text box posed a question: why is a man considered equal to a patriarch of one of the 9 great sects in a place like this? A member of the Tyrant Sword Tribe, wielding a bloodied sword, stood over a fallen comrade. The scene underscored the tribe's apprehension and the gravity of Yianshin's presence. Yianshin, standing before the apprehensive Tyrant Sword Tribe, declared, "Then let me test myself." He began to unleash his power, a surge of energy emanating from him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, as a powerful force propelled him forward. The members of the Tyrant Sword Tribe watched in stunned silence as Yianshin's power manifested. He drew his sword, a brilliant flash of light accompanying the action. Yianshin, still reeling from his uncontrolled power surge, drew his sword. He moved with a newfound precision. A swift, deadly strike that found its mark, slicing through his opponent with terrifying ease. Blood sprayed across the scene. A young woman, her face etched with worry and fear, watched the unfolding violence. Yianshin's expression remained impassive, his eyes betraying nothing of his inner turmoil. The Tyrant Sword Tribe members, initially awestruck by Yianshin's power, now reacted with a mixture of fear and apprehension as he moved to engage the remaining members of the tribe. The battle continued. Blood splattered across the scene as Yianshin's blade found its mark, swiftly ending the life of a Tyrant Sword Tribe member. The dying warrior's final question echoing in the air, "Can you kill me even if I do this?" Yianshin stood, his expression unreadable, a powerful aura emanating from him as he gripped his sword. The remaining members of the Tyrant Sword Tribe watched, fear etched on their faces, as he prepared to strike again. The leader of the Tyrant Sword Tribe bellowed, "Enough!" Yianshin, however, remained impassive, his gaze unwavering as he assessed the situation. The scene opens with a close-up on a speech bubble containing the words, "Your spirit," in a stylized font. The camera pulls back to reveal Yianshin standing before several members of the Tyrant Sword Tribe, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. Yianshin, calm and composed, declares that his spirit surpasses the combined strength of all those before him. The Tyrant Sword Tribe members react with shock and alarm to Yianshin's assertion. The young woman, observing from a distance, watches with a mixture of fear and fascination. One of the Tyrant Sword Tribe members, his face a mask of apprehension, wonders aloud who Yianshin was praising. Yianshin, his expression calm and controlled, declared, "I'll let you live." A member of the Tyrant Sword Tribe, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioned, "You mean you can't kill me?" Yianshin, drawing his sword, moved to confront the remaining members of the tribe. The air crackled with tension. He then revealed his lineage, stating, "Because I'm the only grandson of the former Divine Sword Squad leader of the Desolate Fortress." The weight of his words hung heavy in the air as he sheathed his bloodied blade. Yianshin stood before the young woman, his expression unreadable, as she gasped in surprise. Her eyes widening as she recognized him. "That child is the former Divine Sword Squad leader's grandson?" "The Divine Sword Squad, which is the best in the Desolate Fortress," she thought, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding washing over her. The young woman's gaze lingered on Yianshin's face, her thoughts racing. She recalled the rumors surrounding the Desolate Fortress, a place created by the Imperial family to prevent conspiracies by Murim forces. "It's definitely not a good idea to get involved with them," she mused, observing the defeated Tyrant Sword Tribe members scattered around the desolate landscape. The scene was a stark reminder of the power dynamics at play. Yianshin's lips curled into a slight smile. "But that is not the reason I'm letting you live," he stated, his voice low and dangerous, hinting at a deeper, more complex motivation behind his actions. He stood tall and imposing, his sword at his side, a silent assertion of his power and authority over the surviving members of the Tyrant Sword Tribe. The young woman watched, her fear giving way to a growing sense of unease. Yianshin, his identity revealed, stood amidst the defeated Tyrant Sword Tribe. He addressed them, his voice carrying an air of authority. Commenting on their temperament and spirit, acknowledging their strength as martial artists. But hinting at a different path had he not been connected to the Desolate Fortress. Implying he would have taken them as disciples. His words carried a subtle threat, a reminder of his power and lineage. A young woman observed the scene, her expression a mixture of fear and apprehension. The defeated members of the Tyrant Sword Tribe looked on, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty. Yianshin sheathed his sword, the weight of his unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Yianshin's powerful strike shattered the ground, the force of his blow sending tremors through the earth. Leaving the Tyrant Sword Tribe members scattered and defeated. He addressed them, his voice carrying a chilling authority, "One day. Leave this place." His declaration resonated with unspoken power. He then added, with a cold finality, "I do not permit any other sects or clans to step foot on this land." The young woman watched, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and apprehension as she observed the aftermath of Yianshin's display of power. Yianshin stood amidst the fallen members of the Tyrant Sword Tribe, his imposing figure silhouetted against the backdrop of a grand building. His presence commanded respect, even fear, as he surveyed his domain. He turned his back, leaving the defeated tribe to contemplate their fate, his departure marked by a single, sharp sound. Yianshan, his expression unreadable, issued a challenge. "I will always be open to having a duel with you." He continued, his voice low and menacing, "Come find me when you are ready to get revenge." The camera focuses on Yianshan's lips, a slight smirk playing on them as he finishes his statement. The scene shifts to the aftermath of the battle. Several members of the tyrant's sword tribe lay dead or wounded in the courtyard. While the remaining survivors, fear etched on their faces, watch Yianshan depart. The young woman observes from a distance, her expression a mixture of apprehension and intrigue. The young woman watches Yianshan's retreating figure, her thoughts unreadable, as the scene fades to black. Yianshan stood amidst the aftermath of his victory, his dark hair framing a face that remained calm and controlled despite the carnage around him. A stark contrast to the defeated tyrant sword tribe, their numbers decimated, their spirits broken. The young woman watched from a distance, her unease growing with each passing moment. A young man, his face partially obscured, coughed, a sound heavy with exertion. His eyes reflecting a weariness that belied his calm exterior. The scene shifted to reveal the aftermath of a brutal battle. A man lay dead, blood staining his fine clothes. He appeared to be a leader of some kind. Surrounded by the corpses of his followers, Yianshan, his expression unchanged, stood over them, his voice calm as he announced, "Father, I'm Yianshan." Yianshan stood over his fallen father, his hands stained crimson. A single word escaped his lips, a silent question hanging in the air. Why, he wondered, his gaze fixed on the lifeless eyes staring up at him. His father's final, incredulous question echoed in his mind, "How did you become so strong?" Yianshan's expression softened slightly as he explained, "This is the Young Clan movement arts which I created and mastered." His father's eyes widened in disbelief, barely registering the words before his life faded away. "You created it," his father's final thought was a testament to his son's unexpected power. The weight of his revelation settled upon Yianshan. "You created a martial art," the unspoken question hung heavy in the air. He nodded, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Yes. I made it using the clan's cultivation technique, though," he admitted, a quiet acceptance in his tone. The father's face contorted in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What did you just say?" His anger flared, "How dare you mess with the clan's exclusive martial arts? Are you out of your mind?" He continued, his voice rising, "Do you think you're the clan founder or something?" Yianshan looked down, his expression pained. A single word escaped his lips, "Yes." The father, eyes wide with shock, gasped, "I see, the Young Clan movement art." He coughed, blood welling up in his mouth. His final words were a whisper, "It's the sacred art created by the Young Clan." Yianshan's father lay dead on the floor, his body still and lifeless. His eyes wide open, reflecting the tragedy that had befallen him. Tears streamed down Yianshan's face as he processed the devastating truth. He thought, "I was so ignorant and foolish." The weight of his actions pressed heavily upon him. The revelation of his role in creating the Young Clan's sacred art, a creation that ultimately led to his father's death, was a crushing blow. His father's dying words echoed in his mind, "You have the qualities of a founder," a bittersweet testament to Yianshan's talent and the tragic consequences of his actions. Yianshan stared blankly ahead, grappling with the profound guilt and sorrow that consumed him. The father's eyes fluttered, his breath shallow and ragged. His face contorted in a silent scream of agony. As the weight of his son's revelation crushed him, Yianshan knelt beside his father's lifeless body, his own hands stained crimson. Uttering a choked sob, "Father." Yianshan stood over his father's lifeless body, his face etched with grief. The chief steward, cradling a young child, approached. Addressing the young man formally, "Chief Steward." Yianshan's concern evident as he asked anxiously, "How's Haya?" The chief steward responded, his voice heavy with sorrow, "She's safe. She's simply been sleeping after her acupoint got blocked." He explained further, "It seems her acupoint was blocked to knock her out, and then she was hidden so the killers wouldn't find her." Yianshan's face remained impassive, his sorrow too profound for outward expression. The chief steward addressed Yinshin, his voice heavy with grief but laced with a sliver of relief. "Brother," he began, "raise Haya in the Zhongnan sect. She has exceptional affinity with the 5 elements, so they'll take her in." The steward gestured towards the unconscious Haya, cradled in the arms of a servant. Yinshin, devastated by his father's death, looked on with a mixture of sorrow and gratitude. He knelt beside his father's body, his face etched with grief. Yinshin's gaze shifted from his father's lifeless form to the chief steward, a question hanging unspoken in the air. "What about you?" he finally managed to ask, his voice barely a whisper. The chief steward simply stated, "I'll look after myself." His tone was resolute, betraying little of the turmoil he must have felt. He turned away, leaving Yinshin alone with his grief and the weight of his new responsibilities. "A final word from the servant, sir." Yinshin, his gaze downcast, stood amidst a group of onlookers, his back to a woman in a flowing blue robe who was departing. He appeared lost in thought, still grappling with his father's recent death. The woman, with her striking blonde hair and pointed ears, paused in the doorway, her expression unreadable. She was clearly someone of importance. A concerned voice asked, "Elder, are you leaving now?" She simply replied, "Yes." The chief steward, along with other sect members, prepared to depart. The chief steward's thoughts were focused on the urgency of the situation. "Now that the tyrant sword tribe leader has gotten involved, I must report this fact to the Zhongnan sect without delay." Another voice inquired, "What about you? Are you going to the desolate fortress where your mother's family is?" Yinshin's face was etched with sorrow, his eyes downcast. He was consumed by grief, but a flicker of determination remained in his gaze, focused on securing his sister's future. "I don't have anywhere else where I can go and grow stronger at," he thought, his voice barely a whisper. Haya, her blonde hair a stark contrast to his dark locks, stood beside him, her expression unreadable. The elder's offer echoed in the air, "How about coming back with me to Zhongnan Mountain?" It was a lifeline, a chance for Haya's safety and a path to a better future. Yinshin considered the proposal, his mind racing. Haya's quiet demeanor suggested she was receptive to the idea. "I would strongly recommend that," he finally said, his voice firm. A silent understanding passed between the siblings. The weight of their circumstances, the gravity of the elder's offer, hung heavy in the air. To receive such an offer from an elder of a great sect. "I'm truly honored," Yinshin thought, a glimmer of hope piercing the darkness of his grief. The elder, his expression serious, informed Yinshin of his intention to recommend him as a disciple to the sect leader. Yinshin's eyes widened in surprise, his gaze intense as he processed the unexpected proposal. A moment of stunned silence followed, before Yinshin's voice, barely a whisper, expressed his disbelief. "A disciple of the sect leader?" The elder nodded, confirming that such an opportunity was indeed within Yinshin's reach. A close-up on the elder's face emphasized the weight of her words, the implication of a significant opportunity. Yinshin, his expression unreadable, contemplated the elder's offer, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. The text on the panel revealed a significant advantage to becoming a direct disciple of the Zhongnan sect leader: access to the absolute sacred art. Further emphasis was placed on the sect leader's status as one of the world's top 10 swordsmen, highlighting the prestige and unparalleled martial arts expertise available to his disciple. However, Yinshin, despite the immense opportunity, expressed his gratitude for the elder's kindness but declined the offer. Yinshin sat in contemplation, his hands clasped together, weighing the implications of the elder's offer and his own decision. The elder, though slightly disappointed, reassured Yinshin, stating that he understood and there were no hard feelings. The elder's expression softened, conveying understanding and acceptance of Yinshin's decision. The elder, her expression gentle yet firm, addressed Yinshin. She explained that her interest stemmed solely from his exceptional talent, a sentiment she believed the sect leader shared, and offered a sincere apology for any inconvenience caused. She reassured him that the doors of the Zhongnan sect would always remain open to him. Yinshin, his gaze lowered, sat in quiet contemplation, his hands clasped together. He was weighing his options, his mind racing. After a moment of reflection, Yinshin finally spoke, posing a question to the elder. He inquired about the method of obtaining the fruit of the world tree. The elder, though surprised by the unexpected question, listened intently. Yinshin's expression was serious, his focus unwavering as he sought knowledge about the legendary fruit. Yinshin, her expression a mixture of curiosity and determination, pondered aloud, "The fruit of the world tree? Could you be?" A caption box revealed crucial information. The fruit of the world tree is protected by the desolate fortress leader, whom the emperor has acknowledged as the king and a peer. A majestic world tree stood tall, its immense trunk partially obscured by mist, hinting at the power and mystery it held. Another caption box described the fruit's legendary properties. It's said to give eternal life and youth to those who eat it. It's a treasure of the heavens. Yinshin's internal monologue revealed her ambition. Wouldn't I gain more life in my short lifespan if I eat that? The elder responded, explaining, I haven't even lived half my own lifespan, so I have no authority over the world tree. Yinshin, driven by her desire for extended life, explained to her companion that the only way to obtain the world tree's fruit was to find the desolate fortress leader, the only one capable of distributing it. A task her companion deemed difficult, given the fruit's sacred nature, even for noble races. Undeterred, Yinshin's companion resolved to become the Divine Sword Squad leader to achieve great feats. Yinshin expressed her support, promising to cheer him on from afar. She then resolved to take her leave to report back to her sect. Departing with her sword. Two elders, their faces etched with concern, discussed the aftermath of a recent event. A neutral spirit fist will help with cleaning up this place, one of them stated, his words carrying a sense of grim determination. Meanwhile, Yinshin, her resolve firm, departed through a large gate, her red robes billowing slightly in the breeze. She was heading back to her sect. Her steps purposeful and swift. The elder watched her go, a mixture of worry and hope in his eyes. Yinshin, upon her return to her sect, expressed her gratitude to the elders for their assistance, stating, Sirs, I'd like to thank you again for your help. The elders responded, No need for that. It's your clan, and we could say that we played a part in this tragedy. One elder's expression turned serious, his gaze intense as he observed Yinshin. Later, Yinshin walked away with a young man and child, the young man stating, An apology won't cut it for everything that has happened to you in our clan. Yinshin, her expression a mixture of gratitude and apprehension, listened as the elder spoke. When we meet again, he continued, I'll try to be an older brother to you. I'll do my best. I hope that you'll survive too. The elder's words were followed by a pragmatic assessment of Yinshin's potential. While you'll be learning the Zhongnan sect's martial arts at a slightly later age, he stated, you are not exceptional. At least, that's what I see. Despite the elder's assessment, a young girl, Haya, was embraced by another figure. The elder's voice cut through the air, you must train like your life depends on it. Haya responded softly, I'll remember that. Someone asked the chief steward, where are you going? The chief steward replied, explaining that there are branches of the Young clan in various places within Nanyang. Since the bloodline of the Young clan is alive, he will look after the remaining clan assets. He continued, stating that he is heading to the desolate fortress and hopes to meet again from time to time. Yinshin, observing the chief steward's departure, thought to herself that since the chief steward knows martial arts, he'll be of help. The chief steward responded to Yinshin with a respectful, Yes, Master Yinshin. Finally, the chief steward offered a parting wish, I hope you live a comfortable life. Please take care of yourself. A blank panel followed the title card, indicating a scene transition. The chief steward's departure was depicted, his feet, clad in black shoes and white socks, were shown walking away. A group of individuals, presumably young clan members, followed him, carrying packs on their backs. Yinshin, observing from a distance, pondered the chief steward's departing words, he hopes that I'll live a comfortable life? The chief steward, surrounded by his retinue, continued his journey, his expression serene and resolute. Yinshin pondered a question, had any of the Young clan descendants ever relayed a specific message to him after their adoption by the previous patriarch? He stood before a large group of Young clan descendants, their faces obscured, bowing deeply before him. his own expression unreadable as he subtly adjusted the grip on the sword at his hip. The chief steward's laughter echoed through the hall as Yinshin, pensive and observant, watched the young clan descendants perform their homage. A subtle thud marking the end of their ritual offering. Later, Yinshin stood on a balcony, gazing out at the sprawling city below. A vast, imposing fortress dominating the skyline. I'm finally here, he thought, a quiet sense of arrival settling over him. The desolate fortress is truly incredible, he mused, taking in the scale of the structure. He recalled the words of the chief steward, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he remembered the stories of those who once sought fortune within those walls. People from all over Central Plains would gather here with big dreams because of them, the steward had said. Two men sat at a table in a restaurant, discussing the local tavern owner's recent success and the unusual clientele it attracted. The influx of martial artists taking entrance exams had created a chaotic atmosphere, with many of them perpetually intoxicated. Yinshin, listening intently, showed surprise upon hearing about the entrance exam at the desolate fortress. He questioned its existence. He then pondered whether others were also participating in the entrance exam. Outside the Heian Wenchang establishment, Yinshin encountered another individual also heading to the entrance exam. The man, seemingly surprised, looked up at Yinshin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yinshin and the unnamed man sat across from each other at a table. The unnamed man inquired, "What about you?" The unnamed man continued, explaining, "Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I was just fascinated to see a challenger younger than me." With a wink and a thumbs-up gesture, Yinshin confidently announced, "I'm young Yinshin of Xinyue County." The unnamed man, observing Yinshin, commented, "You came from somewhere nearby. Your journey here must have been easy." Yinshin recounted his recent journey, explaining that he had to fight green forest bandits and swim against the pirates of the pirate fortress. He emphasized the viciousness of the pirates' water martial arts. A testament to the challenges he had overcome. He sat across from an unnamed man, seemingly unfazed by his harrowing tale. The unnamed man observed Yinshin's calm demeanor, noting that he couldn't even see his sword during the fight against the pirates, implying the speed and skill involved. The scene shifted to show Yinshin resting under a tree, his journey seemingly concluded. He reflected on his journey, stating that it was indeed pretty easy for him. Back at the inn, Yinshin and the unnamed man continued their conversation, their interaction suggesting a developing rapport. Yinshin, brimming with self-assurance, casually inquired about the existence of any entrance trials, prompting the unnamed man to express surprise at the mere suggestion of a test. Yinshin's companion reacted with a look of disbelief. Before revealing that the entrance trial was known as the Desolate Fortress Trial, he explained that the Desolate Fortress was unlike typical martial arts groups, requiring proficiency in both martial arts and literature, similar to the requirements for government officials. Yinshin observed a large crowd gathered in the town square, a scene that prompted a question about the reason for such a large gathering. An unnamed man nearby explained that the many martial artists present were drawn by the opportunities and teachings offered at the Desolate Fortress. He further elaborated that countless individuals had dedicated themselves to mastering various martial arts in preparation for a trial. The man's words revealed the Desolate Fortress to be the world's strongest martial group and a place that stirred the hearts of martial artists everywhere. A final statement clarified that those seeking to conquer the world with a single weapon would find their path within the Desolate Fortress. A panoramic view showcased the Desolate Fortress, where numerous martial artists, representing various sects and clans from across the world, had gathered. The imperial family's strategic move to control the elixirs and advanced martial arts within was imminent. Meanwhile, an unnamed man scoffed at the notion that established sects were superior to those formed by commoners. He asserted that such groups, if truly stronger, could easily establish their own empire. He continued, explaining that the Desolate Fortress trial was exceptionally difficult, with few succeeding on their first attempt. Those who did were typically rising stars from prominent martial arts clans, destined for greatness. The unnamed man then proposed a challenge to Yinshin, to take the trial together the following day. Yinshin calmly sipped tea, his expression serene. An unnamed man, his face etched with concern, watched Yinshin and expressed his relief that Yinshin seemed unfazed by the challenge. The unnamed man reassured Yinshin, stating that while the desolate fortress trial might be confusing initially, he would guide him. Yinshin expressed his contentment at the prospect of joining the trial, provided he passed the initial test. Yinshin, accompanied by 3 other individuals, walked along a stone path. They approached a large gate, the imposing structure of the desolate fortress looming before them. "Let's go," one of them stated, indicating their readiness to proceed. Yinshin's expression hardened, his gaze resolute as he prepared to face the trial ahead. The words "This is the desolate fortress" appeared, confirming their arrival at the trial's location. Yinshin received a wooden token. Upon inspection, he learned it indicated his age, 13. He confirmed this information to his companions, who reacted with a mix of surprise and concern. Yinshin's expression remained stoic, betraying little emotion despite the revelation, while a nearby onlooker observed the group with a stern gaze. Yinshin and his companions stood before a group of examiners, the scene tense with anticipation. As the examiners explained the first stage of the trials, a plaque acceptance test. The candidates would pass if the supervisor accepted their plaque, but fail if he sent them away. One examiner, his expression serious, detailed the rules, explaining that the second exam would be a tournament. A companion of Yinshin's, curious, questioned if there was a third exam, leaving the other companion to ponder the implications. Yinshin's companions discussed the upcoming trials. One of them exclaimed that the first trial was an interview with the desolate fortress's lord, causing another to question if they would be meeting the lord himself. The first companion confirmed that they would indeed be meeting the lord. A caption box explained that many martial artists travel to Yangyang for the opportunity to speak with the lord. Another caption box revealed that a conversation with such a master is considered an incredible opportunity for profound understanding. A scene depicting 2 figures, one seemingly elderly and the other younger, engaged in a serious conversation, further emphasizing the significance of this interaction. Yinshin listened intently, his expression serious and contemplative. An official presented Yinshin and his companions with a small, rectangular token, announcing that the first trial would test their swift swordsmanship. The instructions were clear: demonstrate their fastest sword technique with a single swing. While the official watched and judged, one of Yinshin's companions eagerly volunteered, stepping forward to begin the trial. Yinshin's superior instructed him that the first trial only required a demonstration of a swift sword technique. Meanwhile, one of Yinshin's companions, overcome with nerves, volunteered to go first. The trial began. Yinshin's companion stood before a panel of judges, readying himself, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Yinshin watched intently, his expression unreadable as he observed his companion's posture and preparation. The judges watched as the young man performed his technique. One of them commented that the young man possessed a well-polished spirit and was strong. Yinshin, observing from a distance, made a silent assessment: he's even stronger than some of the vagrants I encountered on the way here. The unnamed companion, however, was visibly nervous, his breath catching in his throat as he braced himself for the trial ahead. With a grunt, he drew his sword, initiating a swift, powerful strike, the blade moving in a blur of motion as he executed a precise technique. The culmination of his training culminating in a decisive blow. Yinshin and the onlookers watched, their expressions a mixture of surprise and impressed assessment. Goodness, that man feels a bit different, one of them remarked. Yinshin watched as his companion completed the trial, his earlier nervousness replaced by a display of unexpected strength. The young man's wide eyes reflecting his own surprise at his success. He gulped, clearly still shaken by the experience. One of the judges observed the young man's performance with a thoughtful expression, a subtle escaping his lips. Impressed, the judge declared, "It's not bad. Give me your plaque." The young man gasped, overwhelmed with relief and joy. He gratefully accepted the judge's words, expressing his thanks. The judge then announced, "Can the next examinee step forward?" Yinshin, now visibly relaxed, offered a word of encouragement to his companion, "Good luck." His companion responded with a cheerful "ha." Yinshin, his brow furrowed in concentration, watched his companion from a distance. The unnamed companion, having just completed a trial, walked confidently towards a group of onlookers, his red robe flowing behind him, drawing murmurs of surprise and impressed comments from the crowd. "So he really was an examinee," one observer remarked, while another added, "That young swordsman has guts." Others speculated about his origins, wondering if he hailed from another province where he could hone his skills before facing such a challenge. Well, if he's from another province, where else would he be able to show sword techniques in front of a martial artist of the desolate fortress? Even receiving one piece of advice is incredibly precious. Yinshin's companion, having received his plaque, walked away, his back to the onlookers. The scene opened with a close-up of a pair of simple black shoes, the word "tack" appearing in a speech bubble above them. Then shifted to show Yinshin and his companion standing facing each other, a low wooden fence separating them. The sky was clear and bright. Yinshin's gaze was downcast, a thoughtful expression on his face. His companion mirrored his pensive mood, his head slightly bowed. Yinshin's expression changed, his eyes sharpening as the word "begin" appeared above him, indicating the start of a new trial. Yinshin, ready for the trial, drew her sword with a practiced flourish. A ripple of energy emanating from the blade as it sliced through the air. Her unnamed companion watched intently. The onlookers gasped as Yinshin's skill was clearly beyond their expectations, their expressions shifting from initial skepticism to stunned awe. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd as Yinshin's power was revealed, leaving them speechless. Yinshin, having completed the initial phase of the trial, sheathing her sword, her gaze hardened with determination. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers as Yinshin's unnamed companion gasped, "When did the sword appear?" The scene shifted to Yinshin, who stood calmly, sheathed sword in hand, a look of quiet confidence on her face. A voice boomed, "The future of Desolate Fortress is right here." Yinshin's grip tightened on the hilt of her sword, her expression remained unchanged, but a subtle shift in her posture hinted at her readiness. The onlookers, a mix of awe and apprehension etched on their faces, watched with bated breath as Yinshin's skill was openly acknowledged. An official approached, his voice firm, "Hand over your plaque." Yinshin, his expression calm and resolute, carefully examined the small, wooden plaque in his hands. A close-up on his eye revealed a hint of underlying tension, despite his outward composure. He then surrendered the plaque, a silent acknowledgement of his successful completion of the trial. His unnamed companion, watching from a distance, murmured "Okay." He sheathed his sword, his movements precise and controlled. A voice boomed, "Now, next up," signaling the start of the next trial. The scene shifted to reveal a new contestant stepping forward, ready to face the challenge, while a crowd of onlookers observed with anticipation. Yinshin, calm and composed, walked away from the trial grounds, the plaque of completion in hand. A curious onlooker approached, questioning if he was from a notable family. Yinshin's response was curt, his lineage was irrelevant, only skill mattered in the desolate fortress. He explained that he had heard that only martial arts prowess, talent, and effort determined success within the fortress. The onlooker, surprised by Yinshin's determination, questioned his intentions to proceed with the trial. Yinshin's gaze hardened, his resolve unwavering as he considered the reasons behind everyone's participation in the trials. Yinshin, his face etched with determination, stated, "Not just me, but you as well." His companion, taken aback by the statement, could only utter a surprised gasp. Before quietly agreeing, "Yes, you're right." Yinshin, sheathing his sword, formally announced, "I thank you. Now, I'll be on my way." Yinshin turned to leave, his expression resolute as he walked away from the crowd. Yinshin's unnamed companion expressed a hopeful wish, "I hope that kind and talkative Wenchang passes the second exam, too." Yinshin, having completed the first trial, sat in quiet contemplation, his sword resting beside him. The scene depicted a serene, almost meditative atmosphere. His eyes closed, he seemed to be reviewing the details of the upcoming challenge. A thought crossed his mind: the second exam is a tournament where you compete against others with your martial arts. He then picked up his sword, preparing for the upcoming weeks of training before the second exam. His resolve hardened. Considering the upcoming exam, the correct choice is to train my skills. Yinshin, his body glistening with sweat, practiced a series of rapid sword strikes. His movements a blur as he honed his skills. He resolved to master the young clan's movement art and rapid sword arts, as well as the scripture of origin ability and amplified chi movement technique. 3 weeks later, Yinshin, along with several other examinees, arrived at the tournament grounds. An official instructed the assembled participants to wait until their names were called. Yinshin and her unnamed companion arrived at the tournament grounds, finding themselves amidst a sizable gathering of martial artists. Many competitors were present, their attire and bearing suggesting varying levels of skill and experience. Among them, one individual stood out, a man in a white martial arts uniform, his posture radiating an unusual strength and confidence. Observing him, Yinshin's unnamed companion expressed their surprise, noting that the white uniform typically signified an elementary level of martial arts skill. However, the man's palpable energy suggested otherwise. Another martial artist, overhearing their conversation, commented on the man's unexpectedly high energy levels, questioning how such strength could be concealed beneath the seemingly simple uniform. A third martial artist, seemingly confident and experienced, offered a dismissive explanation: even just wearing white means your future is promisingly guaranteed. A young man, brimming with excitement, greeted Yinshin, exclaiming, "Young Lord Young." He commented on Yinshin's growth, noting that he had gotten even taller, and complimented his improved appearance. Yinshin simply replied that he had accomplished something. The young man's expression shifted to one of wide-eyed apprehension. An older man, possibly a mentor or official, addressed Yinshin and his companion, emphasizing that winning wasn't the primary goal of the tournament, but rather, that even participating in a match would attract the attention of the desolate fortress masters who were observing the competition. A tense scene unfolded, depicting an older man, seemingly a master swordsman, calmly standing amidst a flurry of swordplay. Two figures, their faces obscured, attacked him with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Yinshin and his companion discussed the tournament. The companion, slightly apprehensive, voiced his concern: "Does that mean you can win a match and still fail?" The older man confirmed, explaining that the judging standards were higher this year, prompting Yinshin's companion to ask why. The older man revealed that the prestigious white Qilin from Namgang was participating in the desolate fortress trial. The news of the white Qilin's participation caused a stir. Yinshin's companion questioned, "The white Qilin from Namgang?" The final panel showed the white Qilin, a formidable figure wielding a long sword, his presence radiating power and confidence. The narration begins with a recounting of Yinshin's impressive feats. Before the age of 15, he single-handedly wiped out a notorious band of bandits. And later, he even beheaded the master swordsman of the unorthodox faction, the infamous Shrouded Assassin. Rumors circulated that, at only 18 years old, he had triumphed over all competitors in the 8 Great Families Dragon and Phoenix tournament. The older man and Yinshin's companion discussed Yinshin's remarkable skills and questioned why such a talented warrior from the prestigious Namgang family would seek to join the desolate fortress. Yinshin, his expression unreadable, listened intently. The older man revealed the truth: Yinshin, being the child of a concubine, is ineligible to become the family patriarch. The older man addressed the assembled group, explaining that the position of captain of the desolate fortress lord's forces was equivalent in standing to a patriarch of one of the 8 great families, and that Yinshin, in his current position, held even greater power. He then elaborated on the significance of the desolate fortress, its strategic location in the center of the Jianghu, in the Central Plains. Yinshin's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A summons arrived, calling for young Yinshin of Nai County to come out. Yinshin, accompanied by his companion, approached the group of waiting men. Yinshin's unnamed companion registered surprise at something unseen, his eyes wide. As the focus shifted to Yinshin's stoic expression, his gaze unreadable. A moment later, the older man's voice echoed, explaining that they were in the desolate fortress. Yianshan's companion's surprise deepened, his mouth agape, as the older man's words sunk in, confirming their location. Yianshan, his back to the viewer, walked purposefully toward a group of men, his resolve evident. An older man, his face etched with worry, observed the scene before him. He was surrounded by 4 other men, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. One of them, his hair streaked with gray, drew his sword, the glint of steel catching the light. Yianshan, his gaze sharp and unwavering, watched from a distance, his companion beside him looking equally serious. The older man, seemingly in charge, gave a curt nod. "Begin," he commanded, initiating the impending confrontation. The gray-haired man lunged forward, sword flashing, initiating the fight. A tense silence followed. Yianshan watched, a question mark forming above his head as he heard the gray-haired man's maniacal laughter. The gray-haired man, his face contorted in a cruel grin, declared that not even knowing one's final destination was mere despair, and that Yianshan must be the moth struggling around. The gray-haired man, brandishing his sword, asked, "Who am I, you ask?" He lunged forward, his attack swift and brutal. But Yianshan, anticipating the move, deftly dodged the blow, the gray-haired man's attack ending with a spray of blood as he missed his target. Yianshan countered with a swift kick, sending the gray-haired man sprawling. Yianshan's counterattack sent the gray-haired man sprawling, his body impacting the floor with a heavy thud, leaving him stunned and defeated. Yianshan stood over him, her expression grim but resolute. Yianshan stood silently, his expression unreadable. A thoughtful pause before the weight of recent events settled upon him. The gray-haired man, defeated and bleeding profusely from a grievous wound, lay sprawled on the ground, his ragged breathing a testament to his utter defeat. His eyes, wide with terror, reflected the full extent of his failure. 2 attendants rushed to his side, their faces etched with concern as they tended to his wounds. Yianshan stood before the gray-haired man, who was bound and surrounded by his men. The gray-haired man offered a slight, almost imperceptible smile. A silent question hung in the air as Yianshan's opponent asked if he could begin. Yianshan's expression remained unchanged as he prepared for the inevitable. A quiet contemplation washed over Yianshan's face as he considered the weight of his victory. Yianshan, his expression unreadable, stood alone, the aftermath of his victory settling around him. The scene shifted to a courtyard where Yianshan faced 3 other figures, the tension palpable. He had just defeated the gray-haired man, and now the others watched, assessing the situation. The gray-haired man's defeat was complete, his allies murmured amongst themselves, their words expressing concern and uncertainty about the future. One of the onlookers voiced his thoughts, wondering aloud who would claim the defeated man as their own. The implication was clear, a power struggle was brewing. Amongst a group of onlookers, a hushed whisper circulated, "He seems stronger than us." Another onlooker, more perceptive, responded, "I wouldn't expect any less from a Namgung." Yianshan's identity was confirmed with a gasp, "Namgung? Then that guy must be the White Qilin, Namgung Washin." The onlookers' anticipation grew as they speculated about witnessing Washin's legendary boundless heaven technique. Observing Yianshan, a young man reflected on his appearance, noting that he seemed about 5 years older and that his skill level appeared attainable. He assessed his own martial prowess, acknowledging his superior fitness due to his family's training, but recognizing Yianshan's overall superiority in other areas. Yianshan, standing before another individual, revealed his true identity, "I am Namgung Washin of the Namgung clan." He then elaborated on his martial arts training, stating that he had primarily focused on the boundless heaven technique and the infinite steps. Yianshan, his identity now revealed as Namgung Washin, confidently displayed his mastery of the sword, explaining to the onlookers that he was the one who trained the young clan in their unique movement art. A moment of thoughtful consideration passed over his face as he contemplated the situation. An onlooker questioned why he wasn't using his sword, prompting a further display of his skills. Yianshan stood, his posture radiating confidence, his sword at his side. He then drew his sword, revealing its intricate details and craftsmanship. Yi Yinshin, in a confident stance, stood poised, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He was ready to reveal himself. A subtle smile playing on his lips as he prepared to demonstrate his mastery. A confident glint in his eyes, he was ready to showcase the full extent of his abilities. The onlookers watched with bated breath. As he began to move with the grace and precision of the young clan's unique movement art. His sword flashed, a blur of motion. A testament to his rigorous training and innate talent. His movements were fluid and powerful. And with a final flourish, he revealed the true essence of the technique he had been honing. The main essence of the technique I'd been practicing recently is, he thought, a hint of pride in his voice. Yi Yinshin, his identity now revealed, moved with the practiced grace of the young clan's unique movement art. He drew his sword. His movements a blur as he launched a swift, unexpected attack. An unexpected main attack in the midst of an unpredictable rhythm, the narration stated. The onlookers watched, captivated by the display of skill and power. Yi Yinshin's expression was one of controlled intensity, his eyes sharp and focused as he continued his demonstration. An unnamed onlooker watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Yi Yinshin stood confidently before a group of onlookers, his expression calm and assured. A hush fell over the crowd as an official announced the start of the demonstration. With a blur of motion, Yi Yinshin moved, his body a whirlwind of controlled power. His sword a silver streak, flashing through the air as he flawlessly executed the young clan's intricate swordsmanship. The onlookers watched, captivated by his skill and precision. Yi Yinshin, confident and precise, launched a swift attack, his blade a blur of motion. The force of his strike leaving a visible trail of energy. His opponent barely managed to deflect the blow, the impact shattering a piece of his weapon. The onlookers gasped, murmuring in disbelief as Yi Yinshin's superior skill was undeniable. Confusion etched on their faces as they witnessed the unexpected outcome of the clash. A stunned silence followed, broken only by the whispers of "what was that?" as the onlookers struggled to comprehend what they had just seen. News of Yi Yinshin's victory spread amongst the onlookers. One commented, "Namgung Washin won." Another, awestruck, exclaimed, "The white Qilin, what a terrifyingly delightful sword." Two onlookers, faces etched with disbelief and sweat, stared in stunned silence. As the reality of Yi Yinshin's overwhelming power sunk in. Yi Yinshin sheathed his sword, his expression unreadable. His opponent, defeated, simply stated, "I lost." A moment later, Yi Yinshin's own expression shifted slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. News of Yi Yinshin's victory spread among the onlookers, eliciting gasps of disbelief and exclamations of "What? What do you mean? He lost?" One onlooker, impressed by Yi Yinshin's skill, commented on his terrifyingly delightful swordsmanship, referring to him as young Yi Yinshin. Another observer noted Yi Yinshin's youth, estimating him to be at least 5 years younger than his opponent, and questioned whether he had yet mastered the use of true energy in his techniques. The revelation of Yi Yinshin's hidden strength as a powerful martial artist from Hunan was met with shock and awe. One individual expressed fear about Yi Yinshin's potential for future growth, stating, "I'm scared of what he'll become." A group of onlookers approached Yi Yinshin, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and awe. One of them asking, "Did you say your name is young Yi Yinshin?" Another man pointed Yi Yinshin towards a northern garden, instructing him to wait there. Later, a man with gray hair approached Yi Yinshin, expressing his desire for another duel. Yi Yinshin responded that he would look forward to it. Yi Yinshin's eyes, narrowed in intense focus, reflected a quiet determination. The scene shifted to an empty courtyard, the silence broken only by the distant sounds of the city. As Yi Yinshin walked towards a large gate, his steps measured and deliberate. He approached the gate, his presence commanding attention. 3 onlookers, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, watched him from a distance. One of them, a man in a straw hat, silently questioned Yi Yinshin's identity and intentions. Unnamed onlookers expressed surprise, questioning how someone so young could have advanced so far in the tournament. One of them mused that they expected Namgang Washin to progress further than Yi Yinshin. Yi Yinshin reflected on his duel, explaining that he knew he had no chance if the fight dragged on, so he used the most extreme form of his delightful sword technique from the start. However, despite the power of his technique, Namgon Washin's sword, imbued with true energy, proved too strong, shattering Yi Yinshin's blade. Yi Yinshin acknowledged his mistake in rashly employing the delightful sword technique. The clash of steel echoed through the arena. Yi Yinshin, his face a mask of quiet acceptance, sheathed his broken sword. He had lost the duel. "I lost," he admitted, the words carrying a weight of unspoken strategy and regret. An onlooker mused, "I guess that is the nobleness of a renowned family." Another spectator questioned, "Can he not use true energy with his techniques yet?" The scene shifted to a panoramic view of the Young clan's lands, a narrator's voice explaining, "The Young clan is a third-rate branch clan in Xingyue County." Yi Yinshin, his face etched with defeat, reflected on the duel. "However, I know it now," he thought, a newfound understanding dawning in his eyes. He examined the broken pieces of his sword, the remnants of his failed technique. The weight of his error settled upon him. His gaze shifted, recalling his opponent's superior skill. "I realized how it should be used the moment I witnessed it," he mused, the memory of the fight replaying in his mind. A sudden flash of insight illuminated his understanding. "I get it now," he exclaimed, a breakthrough finally achieved. He realized the true nature of his technique. "It isn't just as simple as putting my energy into the sword," he thought, correcting his previous misconception. A surge of energy coursed through him. "I can use the true energy as a medium to become one with the sword," he declared, a new mastery dawning within him. Yi Yinshin, his hand still cradling his sword, felt a surge of energy. A brilliant, azure light pulsed from the blade. The air around him shimmered with an ethereal glow. The onlookers watched, their faces etched with a mixture of surprise and awe. A ripple of energy spread across the stone pavement, causing the onlookers to gasp. One of them muttered, "What is this?" Another onlooker, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Sword resonation?" The energy intensified, swirling around Yi Yinshin as he stood, seemingly lost in thought. He had found it, the missing piece to his swordsmanship. A newfound understanding illuminated his face as he sheathed his sword, a serene calm replacing the previous turmoil. The onlookers remained silent, their attention captivated by the subtle shift in Yi Yinshin's demeanor. Yi Yinshin's eyes widened, a look of disbelief washing over him as he muttered, "Impossible." An onlooker gasped, whispering, "But he's so young." As Yi Yinshin's sword glowed with an ethereal blue light. The energy surrounding him intensified, swirling in concentric circles as he stood poised, his sword held low. The blue energy pulsed, radiating outward in waves, a breathtaking display of power. Yi Yinshin's internal monologue echoed, "This sensation, as if the sword and my body are united." He gripped his sword tighter, a newfound understanding dawning on him. This must be. Yi Yinshin, his body now alight with ethereal energy, stood poised, his sword humming with power. A profound connection, a resonance, had been forged between him and his blade. The culmination of his arduous training, a testament to his unwavering spirit. The onlookers gasped, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief as they witnessed this extraordinary display of mastery. The title card for Bodysword Unification appeared, signifying a significant development in Yi Yinshin's abilities. As he gripped his sword, a surge of energy coursing through him, a radiant glow emanating from the blade. A testament to his newly achieved sword resonance. He declared that the sword techniques he would now employ would be unlike any seen before. Yi Yinshin's eyes fluttered open, a faint glow emanating from within. A subtle light dancing across his features as he slowly regained consciousness. His gaze softened, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he recalled his recent breakthrough. A voice echoed in his mind, "Congratulations on your enlightenment." He smiled, a newfound confidence radiating from him. He now held his sword with a newfound grace, ready to explore the depths of his enhanced abilities. Another figure appeared, seemingly observing Yi Yinshin's newfound mastery with a calm and approving expression. Yi Yinshin's eyes, now sharp and clear, reflected his newfound enlightenment. He was calm, confident, and ready to wield his sword with newfound mastery. His gaze fell upon his sword, a familiar weight in his hand, now imbued with a deeper understanding. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watched from a distance, their faces a mixture of awe and respect. One of them wondered aloud, was he protecting me? For fear that someone might get in the way of my enlightenment? Yianshin, seemingly aware of their presence, stood calmly with his sword, his expression unreadable. Another figure approached, clad in red. The figure spoke, I wasn't aware that you were protecting me. Thank you. Yianshin remained silent, his expression giving nothing away, as he sheathed his sword. The weight of his newly acquired power was palpable. An onlooker, their face partially obscured, gazed with a questioning expression, a single question mark thought bubble above their head. As a voice announced, congratulations on passing the desolate fortress trial, Sir Namgong. Namgong Washin, his dark hair partially visible, sheathed his sword, a subtle smile playing on his lips. A hearty laugh echoed through the courtyard as he stood amidst a group of onlookers, his presence commanding attention. A young man, timidly raising his hand, announced, I'm here too. He cleared his throat nervously. Namgong Washin, his expression unreadable, simply smiled. Following Yianshin's display of skill, an onlooker offered congratulations. Then casually mentioned that Yianshin had acquired a nickname. Yianshin, initially surprised, asked for clarification. Prompting an explanation about the cultural significance of nicknames for martial artists who demonstrate exceptional prowess. Nicknames are a mark of great honor, unless earned through atrocious deeds. A flashback sequence depicted various martial artists engaged in intense combat, showcasing their skills and the intensity of their battles. The flashback concluded, highlighting the competitive spirit and the high stakes of martial arts within this world. Yianshin overheard a conversation mentioning renowned martial artists such as the Cliff Swordsman, Neutral Spirit Fist, and White Qilin. And then another onlooker confirmed that he had also heard about it. Yianshin, somewhat surprised, simply stated that he had only taken the trial. The onlookers then revealed his new nickname, Lightning Genius. Yianshin's expression shifted to one of contemplation as he processed the implications of his new moniker. A flashback showed Yianshin during the trial, surrounded by a powerful surge of blue energy. The text on the panel read, The Talent of Light. If even the martial artists of the desolate fortress call you that. Yianshin stood pensively, his expression contemplative as he considered the implications of his new moniker. A slight smile touched his lips as he reflected on the events that led to this. Nearby, onlookers discussed Yianshin's exceptional skills, questioning if the title Talent of Lightning was truly deserved, or simply hyperbole for someone merely swift with a sword. Yianshin, overhearing their conversation, subtly countered their doubts. He pointedly remarked that if he was merely a little fast, then those who struggled to keep up with him must be far less skilled. The final panel displayed the title, Lightning Genius Young Yianshin. Three figures, their faces angled upwards, looked towards something unseen above them. A hazy, indistinct image that filled the panel, obscuring any details. A wide shot depicted a large, imposing pagoda, nestled within a sprawling town, with a mountain range visible in the background. The scene suggested a significant location, possibly a place of power or importance. Yianshin, a living piece of history and one of the strongest martial masters, perhaps even the strongest, is observed by onlookers. The onlookers whisper amongst themselves about Yianshin's upcoming meeting with the desolate fortress leader. Yianshin approaches the desolate fortress. He walks up the steps to the entrance, observed by several guards. A short time later, Yianshin stands before the desolate fortress leader, who is revealed to be a stern-looking man with a sword at his side. The desolate fortress leader eyes Yianshin with a mixture of suspicion and appraisal. Yianshin's arrival at the desolate fortress caused a stir among the onlookers. One, in particular, appeared quite anxious. The desolate fortress leader's entourage quickly assembled before him, their presence a silent testament to the gravity of Yianshin's visit. An onlooker observed that the leader was appraising the assembled individuals without speaking, prompting another to comment on the swiftness of the gathering. The leader then issued a curt command, "Next, young Yianshin." Yianshin approached, his expression unreadable. Yi Yinshin, flanked by two onlookers, stood with a serious expression. He was clearly awaiting instructions. A thought bubble above Yi Yinshin's head revealed his internal monologue. They told me to keep going until the top. He continued his ascent. Yi Yinshin climbed a set of stairs, his footsteps echoing in the quiet building, until he reached a large, ornate door. He paused before the imposing entrance, his expression unreadable. Yi Yinshin, having followed the instructions, arrived at the entrance to the desolate fortress leader's chamber. The heavy doors stood slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of the opulent interior. He cautiously proceeded further into the fortress, navigating the unusual overgrown pathways within the leader's quarters, his footsteps barely disturbing the quiet atmosphere. Yi Yinshin paused, a look of slight apprehension crossing his face as he sensed something was amiss. Yi Yinshin entered the desolate fortress leader's chamber, his apprehension palpable. Immediately noticing the leader, a figure of immense power, reclining on a throne seemingly carved from the very roots of ancient trees. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, their words confirming the leader's identity as the strongest in the world. Yi Yinshin, despite his apprehension, introduced himself, stating his name clearly. The leader stirred slightly, a barely perceptible movement that hinted at awareness. Yi Yinshin's expression shifted to one of concern as he observed the leader's unusual stillness. The desolate fortress leader, her expression unreadable, stared intently at Yi Yinshin, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, their gazes fixed on the pair. Yi Yinshin, his brow furrowed in concern, received a startling revelation: "You are of that child's bloodline." The statement hung in the air, prompting a wave of internal questions within Yi Yinshin. Bloodline? Do you mean? Does she know my mother's family? The desolate fortress leader's eyes narrowed slightly as she observed Yi Yinshin's reaction, finally stating, "It seems you already know what I mean. You are pretty bold." Yi Yinshin's face, partially obscured, showed a hint of lingering surprise. A close-up on a woman's intense, observant green eye revealed her keen interest in the situation. The woman, addressing Yi Yinshin, commented that he was about to join the Elder Council and that he was known for his stubbornness. Her expression remained thoughtful as she observed him. She then pointed out a wound he had sustained. Yi Yinshin, his expression unchanged, stood in quiet contemplation. Yi Yinshin, the young man soon to join the Elder Council, dismissed his injuries as trivial family matters. He stood before the woman, his posture stiff and his expression carefully controlled. But the woman, perceptive and insightful, countered that his injuries were far from trivial, merely masked by his disciplined physique, pointing out his youth and the burdens he already carried. She noted that he had likely only lived for 15 years. A subtle observation that hinted at the weight of his responsibilities and the toll they were taking on him. While acknowledging that it was inappropriate for an outsider to comment on such deeply personal family matters. However, she insisted that the matter required resolution within the family itself. Yi Yinshin, slightly defensive but acknowledging the validity of the woman's earlier concerns, offered a quiet apology. He then clarified that her immense strength was a separate issue from her interference in his family matters. The woman, her expression unreadable, listened intently. She then commented on his unwillingness to bow down to anyone, suggesting it was because he had a specific purpose for being there. Yi Yinshin, his expression unreadable, stood before the woman. He remained silent, his posture stiff. His thoughts, however, were far from calm. He wondered if she knew why he was there, suspecting she might have discovered his open Baihui acupoint. The woman, with an air of knowing amusement, observed him intently. Yi Yinshin, deciding on a course of action, resolved to ask her directly. His question, born of desperation and a sliver of hope, hung heavy in the air: could he, someone like him, survive by consuming the fruit of the world tree? The woman's response was measured, acknowledging the partial truth in his inquiry. Yi Yinshin, his face etched with anxiety, and the woman exchanged a lingering gaze. A silent exchange heavy with unspoken questions and implications. The woman's expression remained inscrutable. The scene shifted to Yianshan standing alone in a grand hall, the weight of his quest palpable. His inner thoughts, a mixture of hope and trepidation, were revealed in a thought bubble. Yes, it's possible for you to get what you want. The woman, her back turned, stood before him, her posture suggesting a measured response to his earlier inquiry. Yianshan's hope flared, a silent question forming in his mind. I knew it, can I get it? The woman's subtle smile hinted at a positive answer. Yianshan let out a small sigh, a mixture of relief and uncertainty evident in his posture. He murmured to himself, that's good enough for me. Thank you. His gaze fell upon the sword in his hands, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He then questioned aloud, am I a martial artist of the desolate fortress now? The unnamed woman responded simply, yes. You may leave now. The announcement came as a stark white text box against a dark background, next Divine Sword Squad leader. Yianshan, the newly appointed leader, walked down a long corridor, his red robes flowing behind him. He carried his sword at his side, his expression unreadable. His gaze was intense, focused inward. He questioned the validity of his appointment. The unnamed woman who had confirmed his appointment was shown in a close-up, her expression calm and composed. Yianshan continued his walk, his steps firm and deliberate. The text box above him read, the next Divine Sword Squad leader. He reflected on the situation, his thoughts forming a question, or if she really sees potential in me. Yianshan, newly appointed leader of the Divine Sword Squad, stood pensively, his black shoes a stark contrast to the ornate floor. He pondered his new role, a question forming in his mind, or maybe. She's implying that becoming the Divine Sword Squad leader will allow him to obtain the fruit of the world tree? The weight of his new position, and the potential implications, settled upon Yianshan's shoulders as he stood in quiet contemplation. Yianshan, along with 3 other individuals, walked in procession. Their expressions were serious, reflecting the gravity of the occasion. As they approached an elder, whose face held a mixture of curiosity and assessment. The elder's gaze lingered on Yianshan, silently noting his demeanor. The group continued their measured pace. The elder, observing the 4 who had passed the trials, silently questioned the outcome. For passed, huh? An elder, his expression unreadable, observed Yianshan and 3 other successful trial participants. He uttered a single word, One of the newly successful initiates, emboldened by his achievement, questioned the elder's purpose. He asked, do you know what kind of work the desolate fortress does? The initiate continued, speculating, to stop Murim's martial masters from overthrowing the imperial family? The elder, though seemingly amused by the question, corrected the initiate. While you're correct, he began. He explained, that's not what we mainly do. It's just one of the major things we do. There's something else that we do. The elder revealed the desolate fortress's broader mission. We prevent or suppress a certain size of conflict from happening in the Jianghu. A chaotic battle raged across the plains, a rider on a white horse cut through the fray. As the unnamed elder spoke to Yianshan and the 3 others, explaining the potential consequences of conflict in Murim, he recounted a past bloodbath, triggered by rumors of the heavenly demon's grave. Explaining that while some conflicts are limited to those seeking martial arts manuals or elixirs, others are far more devastating and indiscriminate. The elder painted a grim picture of the Empire's potential destruction should such a conflict erupt again. The final panel showed a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the landscape near a glowing structure, illustrating the elder's dire warning. The elder began his explanation by mentioning the disaster at the Heavenly Demon's grave, an event that occurred 17 years prior. Emphasizing that the unorthodox sects and demonic factions were not the only threats to Murim's stability. He warned that all orthodox groups, including the 9 great sects and 8 great clans, could become problematic if a large conflict were to erupt. Yianshan and 3 others listened intently as the elder continued, explaining that widespread unrest and unpaid taxes would destabilize the empire. And that this is why the imperial family provides substantial resources to maintain order in Murim. The elder's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. That's what all of you will be doing here at the desolate fortress. He stood before a grand gate, his orange robes a stark contrast to the muted tones of the surrounding architecture. The elder continued his explanation of the desolate fortress's purpose, detailing its role in maintaining order within Murim. His words painted a picture of a place where the lives of ordinary citizens were paramount. A place dedicated to suppressing any martial artists who threatened that peace. The elder's stern gaze emphasized the gravity of his words. We must sever the heads of any martial artists that disrupt the lives of normal people. The weight of this statement settled upon Yianshan and the others, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the elder's declaration. The elder's words left no room for misinterpretation. The desolate fortress was a place of harsh justice. The elder cleared his throat, a slight cough preceding his next announcement, explaining that this was to be their temporary lodging, and that they would later be reassigned to more permanent quarters within the desolate fortress. Offering a final, somewhat strained, farewell, the elder wished them well. Dust motes danced in the soft light of a lamp within a sparsely furnished room. Yianshan sat on a low bed, lost in thought. He murmured to himself, "Has it been a week?" He continued his quiet reflection, a hint of melancholy in his expression. "I'm getting assigned later than I expected." A voice called from outside the room, "Yianshan, may I enter?" Yianshan, startled, looked towards the door as it creaked open. An unnamed individual entered Yianshan's room and inquired, "What's the matter?" He then explained that Yianshan's assignment had been decided. He was to join the Radiant Demon Squad, a combat squad. A revelation that left Yianshan pensive and slightly concerned. The unnamed individual, sensing Yianshan's apprehension, asked, "Did you hear the rumors?" Yianshan responded with a question, "What rumors?" The unnamed individual revealed that 17 combat squad captains under the Divine Sword Squad fought amongst themselves to recruit new warriors. A blurred image depicts a rapid, violent clash of swords. The details are too indistinct to provide a clear narrative. Yianshan's question hangs in the air, aren't the combat squad captains the martial masters that represent the desolate fortress? His companion confirms, "Are you saying they sparred with each other?" The companion laughs, "That's right." The reason for the sparring is revealed, in order to recruit the White Qilin and the Lightning Genius. The implication of intense competition and potential conflict among the squad captains is left hanging. The next day dawns at the arena of the Radiant Demon Squad. Yianshan observed a sparring match between two Radiant Demon Squad captains in a large open training hall. The hall was filled with other squad members, watching intently as the two skilled warriors exchanged blows with impressive speed and precision. Nearby, another squad member, smiling slyly, watched Yianshan's reaction. The scene shifted to a group of Radiant Demon Squad members relaxing at a table. Their casual demeanor contrasted sharply with the intensity of the earlier sparring match. One of them commented on the cuteness of the sparring captains, highlighting the contrast between their fierce fighting style and their perceived appearance. Their relaxed conversation further emphasized the casual atmosphere among the squad members outside of training. The scene then showed Ma Jin, the Radiant Demon Squad captain, standing with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. Two younger squad members stood before him, seemingly awaiting instructions. Rumors circulated among the Radiant Demon Squad about Yianshan, suggesting he was the strongest among the 17 squad captains. A claim that seemed to solidify for two squad members upon seeing him in person. One of them, addressing Yianshan directly, acknowledged him as the Lightning Genius. The other squad member's expression reflected a mixture of awe and apprehension. Yianshan, however, remained impassive, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a smirk played on the lips of a scarred man, suggesting a hidden amusement at the unfolding scene. An older man, addressing Yianshan, observed, "I see you have a backbone. People like you don't die easily." Yianshan stood calmly amongst two other squad members, their backs to the viewer, swords sheathed at their sides. The scene shifted to text explaining that the combat squads under the desolate fortress Divine Sword Squad were among the most elite in the Central Plains. Yianshan and another recruit would learn martial arts in the Radiant Demon Squad and execute missions. The older man continued, pointing to a large group of uniformed soldiers. They are all your seniors. The camera panned to reveal a large group of soldiers, all kneeling in a show of respect. A squad member, excited, exclaimed, "Captain Ma, I have a question." A young man, his face alight with curiosity, respectfully asked a superior, "Thank you for allowing me to ask a question." He continued, his voice filled with wonder, "Does learning martial arts in the Radiant Demon Squad mean that everyone shares their martial arts?" The superior, a man etched with the marks of countless battles, responded with a grave expression, "Really? Those you learned by yourself belong to you." He elaborated, his voice firm and unwavering, "Only the martial arts of the Radiant Demon Squad will be taught here." The young man's eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, "I'll be learning the famous Radiant Demon arts." His fellow squad members murmured their agreement, while their superior added, "You need to work hard at learning them if you want to survive." Another squad member, observing the scene, quietly commented, "The Radiant Demon arts. I've heard of that before too." A superior officer, his expression serious and composed, is shown. The text box above him states that the Radiant Demon Squad is one of the most famous among the 17 squads. The panel depicts a dynamic scene of Radiant Demon Squad members engaged in intense combat, their movements swift and precise. The text box below explains that their victory against the Plum Blossom Swordsmen of Manhwa sect, without any casualties, further solidified the desolate fortress's reputation as the world's strongest. This victory, the text box explains, fueled rumors about the desolate fortress's unmatched strength. The panel shows a group of Radiant Demon Squad members, including a female member with reddish-brown hair, poised for battle. They are surrounded by opponents. A final text box clarifies that, despite the desolate fortress's affiliation with the imperial family, attacks against its martial artists do not constitute treason. A superior officer addressed Yianshin and two other squad members, his words carrying a weight of experience and authority. "That is why you must learn whatever you can hear and continuously become stronger." Yianshin, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension, listened intently. The weight of his superior's words settled upon him. The officer's scarred face, a testament to past battles, reflected a grim understanding of the path ahead. Elsewhere, a different conversation unfolded. An elder warned, "There are many eccentrics in the Jianghu. Numerous have lost their minds due to learning demonic arts." The image showing a scene of chaos and violence, highlighting the dangers inherent in such practices. A masked figure, possibly a radiant demon, stood over a fallen foe. The elder continued, "Or are exceptionally skilled in mobility arts and could mess with government officials." A figure, fleeing from unseen pursuers, leaped across a chasm, escaping into the high mountains and deep valleys. Meanwhile, a superior officer explained to Yianshin that the lack of respect shown to them stemmed from their role as fighters of martial artists, not government officials. He emphasized the harsh reality: without continuous improvement, death awaited. Yianshin, his expression grim, listened intently. The superior officer's stern gaze followed Yianshin, conveying his concern and expectations. A superior officer recounted a tale of a swordsman who was severely injured by the strongest swordsman in the Namgong while on a mission, adding that only someone who had witnessed such an event could truly describe its intensity. Yianshin, listening intently, sat on the ground, his expression solemn. His superior officer's words sparked a thought in Yianshin's mind: the king-style sword arts. Yianshin reflected on the terrifying encounter, a grim expression settling on his face. The memory of the incident left a lasting impression on him. The narration begins with a description of the king-style sword arts, a supremely powerful martial art known to be one of the strongest styles of swordsmanship in the world, learned only by the main descendants of the Namgong clan. A fact noted by several onlookers, who also remarked that the Namgong are known for producing the strongest swordsmen in China. One of the onlookers, a young man in a blue hat, expresses his astonishment that someone could survive a fight against such a skilled master. The superior officer, having heard enough, declares it is time to begin training, starting with the story of the lightning genius. Yianshin and the other students listen attentively as their superior officer prepares to share another tale. The superior officer complimented Yianshin, stating that he had heard his swift sword arts were exceptional, and suggested that they take a look. Yi Yinshin, with a serious expression, nodded in response and proceeded to draw his sword, preparing to demonstrate his skills. As he drew his sword, a faint blue energy emanated from the blade, a clear indication of his exceptional mastery over the king-style sword arts. Yi Yinshin stood among his peers, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he prepared to demonstrate his skills. His superior officer observed intently, a mixture of anticipation and assessment in his gaze. Meanwhile, two other figures watched from a distance, their expressions a blend of concern and skepticism. Yi Yinshin drew his sword, a burst of energy surrounding the blade as he moved with practiced grace. The king-style sword arts flowed from him effortlessly, his movements a blur of controlled power, leaving trails of shimmering energy in their wake. A close-up on the intricately designed hilt of another sword, suggesting a second swordsman is about to enter the scene. Yi Yinshin's eyes, sharp and intense, narrowed as he prepared himself. He stood with his back to the superior officer and two other figures, his sword resting on his shoulder. The air crackled with anticipation. Chung Myung, a man born and raised in Xiangyang, introduced himself, his voice carrying a hint of challenge. Yi Yinshin, from Xinyue, responded with a confident declaration of his identity, his grip tightening on his sword. The superior officer simply acknowledged their introductions with a curt, "I see." The scene ended with a sense of quiet tension. Chung Myung, a smirk playing on his lips, tilted his head slightly as he looked at Yi Yinshin. He mused, such a place exists too, huh? Chung Myung, the protagonist, demonstrated a sword technique, generating noticeable wind currents. A superior officer and several other figures observed from the sidelines, as an onlooker commented that even a 10-year-old could feel the wind produced by the trisword technique. Chung Myung stood poised, his expression unreadable, as the demonstration concluded. Chung Myung, a young man with blonde hair and a blue bandana, smirked, stating that one could learn how to wield a sword. Yi Yinshin, his dark-haired counterpart, questioned if it was merely wind. The superior officer observed that Yi Yinshin's skill at such a young age was quite impressive. Chung Myung, however, commented that he had yet to see true talent. Chung Myung then displayed his own swordsmanship, a confident gleam in his eyes. Yi Yinshin, in turn, showed his own sword, acknowledging Chung Myung's talent with blades. Chung Myung, with a slight smirk, simply stated, "Okay then." He unsheathed his sword, a faint blue energy emanating from the blade, the energy intensifying as he gripped the hilt. Observing the display, a superior officer and his subordinates gasped, "Sword resonance?" Yi Yinshin, witnessing Chung Myung's skill, wore a look of dawning realization. Chung Myung stood poised, his sword glowing with the resonant energy. Chung Myung, his back to the viewer, stood poised, a faint blue energy swirling around him. The energy coalesced into a focused point beneath his feet. Yi Yinshin, his face contorted in a mixture of awe and disbelief, watched Chung Myung's display of skill. Chung Myung, a smirk playing on his lips, met Yi Yinshin's gaze. "Ha," he seemed to say silently, his expression conveying both confidence and amusement. The word focus appeared in a thought bubble above Chung Myung's head, emphasizing his intense concentration. Yi Yinshin, his expression hardening, drew his sword, preparing for a counterattack. His eyes narrowed, focused on Chung Myung, ready to engage. Yi Yinshin, preparing for a counterattack, focused intently, his breath hitching as he sensed his opponent's presence. His energy detection allowing him to perceive Chung Myung's breathing pattern. The words "I can feel my opponent's breathing with my energy detection" appeared as on-screen text. Yi Yinshin's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he prepared to strike. A close-up on Yi Yinshin's determined gaze revealed his unwavering focus, as he anticipated Chung Myung's next move. The ground beneath him cracked as he prepared to unleash his attack. Chung Myung, swift and precise, launched a sudden attack, his blade flashing with speed. Chung Myung launched a swift attack, his blade a blur of motion, the bright blue energy of his strike arcing through the air. Yi Yinshin, anticipating the attack, met Chung Myung's blow with a counter-strike of his own, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. The force of the collision sent Yi Yinshin reeling back, a pained cough escaping his lips. Chung Myung pressed his advantage, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Chung Myung's attack was so swift, Yi Yinshin questioned when exactly his opponent drew his sword. The speed of Chung Myung's movements blurring as he pressed his advantage. Yi Yinshin's foot impacting the ground with enough force to crack the stone. A surge of energy propelling him into a counterattack. Chung Myung acknowledged Yi Yinshin's skill, recognizing him as a martial master who had survived against the strongest swordsman in Namdong. Yi Yinshin, propelled by his counterattack, moved with surprising speed and power. Chung Myung considered his options, muttering to himself, "If I take that into consideration, this is a more effective approach than I initially anticipated." He launched a swift, powerful kick aimed at Yi Yinshin's exposed flank. Yi Yinshin, however, anticipated the attack. Chung Myung's internal monologue continued, "More feasible than I thought." The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the air, but Yi Yinshin remained unyielding. Chung Myung's attack was deflected, and Yi Yinshin countered with a swift strike of his own. Yi Yinshin's blade flashed, narrowly missing Chung Myung as he dodged with practiced ease. Yi Yinshin's counterattack shattered the stone beneath Chung Myung's feet, forcing him into a defensive posture as she pressed her advantage. Her blade a blur as she unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow aimed with deadly precision. Chung Myung barely managed to deflect the onslaught, his eyes widening in surprise as he found himself on the defensive, his usual calm demeanor replaced with a look of focused intensity. Yi Yinshin, his expression grim and determined, stood poised, his body tensed, ready to counter Chung Myung's next move. Chung Myung, eyes wide with surprise, stumbled back, his attack having been completely thwarted. Yi Yinshin seized the opportunity, launching a swift counterattack that sent Chung Myung reeling, the speed of his movements blurring as he pressed his advantage. Chung Myung, caught off guard, found himself unable to defend against the relentless assault. A sudden burst of speed from Yi Yinshin left Chung Myung momentarily stunned, as he disappeared from sight. He disappeared. Chung Myung thought, his eyes darting around in disbelief. Yi Yinshin, offensive and dominant, unleashed a powerful counterattack against Chung Myung, sending Chung Myung reeling backward with the force of the blow. Chung Myung, now on the defensive, struggled to maintain his footing, his eyes wide with surprise. A grim determination etched on his face as he braced himself for the next assault. Yi Yinshin pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of speed and precision. A blinding flash of light erupted as Yi Yinshin's attack connected, sending Chung Myung sprawling to the ground. Yi Yinshin's counterattack caught Chung Myung completely off guard, a powerful blow sending Chung Myung reeling backward, the force of the impact visibly shaking him. As he stumbled, his body momentarily defenseless. Yi Yinshin seized the opportunity, pressing his advantage, finishing the exchange with a decisive blow that sent Chung Myung crashing to the ground. Yi Yinshin's counterattack began with a blur of motion, a swift, precise strike that caught Chung Myung completely off guard, sending him sprawling to the ground. Dust settled, revealing Yi Yinshin standing over his defeated opponent. Chung Myung lay defeated, his sword discarded nearby. The onlookers watched in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Whispers rippled through the crowd as they processed the unexpected outcome of the duel. Among them, expressions of concern and alarm were evident. The implications of Yi Yinshin's victory were far-reaching and potentially dangerous. Yi Yinshin stood, his breathing ragged but his eyes blazing with triumph. He sheathed his sword, the faint glow of its blade still visible, a stark contrast to Chung Myung's slumped posture. The defeated swordsman's face was a mask of humiliation. As he stared at the ground, his own weapon discarded nearby, a single, barely audible gasp escaped his lips. A nearby observer, a young man with striking silver hair, offered a quiet observation, as expected of a noble race. The silver-haired man, seemingly unfazed by the intensity of the duel just witnessed, sheathed his own sword with practiced ease, the faint blue glow of his blade fading as he turned away, leaving Yi Yinshin and the defeated Chung Myung alone in the aftermath of their contest. Yi Yinshin, his face set in grim determination, declared that he would unleash the limit-releasing technique on his sword. A translator's note appeared, clarifying a previous translation inaccuracy. He then drew his sword, the movement swift and precise, as a group of onlookers watched with expressions of shock and awe. The silver-haired observer, his eyes narrowed in curiosity, questioned the reason behind their exaggerated reactions. His gaze fixed on Yianshan, a hint of anticipation in his expression. Yianshan stood poised, his sword gleaming, ready for whatever might come next. Yianshan, his expression unreadable, turned to the silver-haired observer and asked, "So, what do you think?" The silver-haired observer, caught off guard, simply replied, "What?" Yianshan, sensing the observer's uncertainty, pressed further. He stated, "I know you went easy on me. Please be honest with me." The silver-haired observer, clearly flustered, stammered, "Oh, He then abruptly changed the subject, asking, how old did you say you are?" Yianshan, seemingly unfazed by the sudden shift in conversation, calmly responded, "I'm 15 years old." "Is that important?" Yianshan, calmly observing, voiced his concern, "Our enemies won't go easy on us just because of our age. Aren't our skills the most important thing right now?" The silver-haired observer, visibly flustered, muttered, 15 years old. The silver-haired observer continued, defensively, "Besides, I already have a short life to begin with. There's no meaning in talking about age." Whispers rippled through the onlookers as they watched the exchange between Yianshan and the silver-haired observer. "He's so skilled at the age of 15? That's abnormal." "No, it'd be more accurate to say that he's a mistake by the heavens." One of the onlookers, impressed, commented, "I've been to the Dragon Phoenix Summit a few times, but I've never seen anything like that." "Can I doubt you even if you've learned that you've become like that?" Yianshan, calm and analytical, considered the silver-haired observer's claim of honing his instinct honing arts from birth. The observer continued, boasting that he was once the most talented person in his city. However, Yianshan's skeptical expression suggested a different interpretation of the observer's words. He scoffed internally, muttering, "Most talented, my ass." Yianshan's eyes narrowed, his skepticism intensifying. As he witnessed the reactions of the onlookers, one of whom looked utterly shocked. The silver-haired observer, his expression hardening, remained impassive. The silver-haired observer, a smirk playing on his lips, held his sword aloft. He let out a short, derisive laugh, "Ha!" Meanwhile, Yianshan, observing from a distance, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Two men in traditional East Asian clothing sat on steps, one looking concerned, the other laughing derisively. Their laughter echoed, a stark contrast to the serious expression of the man beside them. A hand, seemingly emanating a blue flame, appeared, suggesting the presence of magical energy. Yianshan coughed violently, clutching a glowing object in his hand. The silver-haired observer watched him with a detached expression, a single word escaping his lips, The silver-haired observer commented on Yianshan's resilience, noting that he was still standing rather than sprawled on the ground. He then instructed Yianshan to return and solidify what he had learned. Yianshan, clearly exhausted, responded with a weak, "Yes, sir." The silver-haired observer looked away, leaving Yianshan to his contemplation. Alone, Yianshan sat, his expression contemplative as a faint glow emanated from his hands. The silver-haired observer, his expression unreadable, stood before Yianshan. Yianshan, his gaze unwavering, met the observer's. The observer stated, "You're done too. Have you understood the crux of the steps?" He continued, explaining, "It's to think and act in a seamless manner." Yianshan, deep in thought, processed the instruction. The observer concluded, "That's right. There's always a way for you to move regardless of the situation." The silver-haired observer explained, "The true crux of the radiant demon arts is to move seamlessly without disrupting the path of your attacks." He continued, instructing Yianshan to understand the deeper meaning of the path of attacks. Yianshan, along with two other onlookers, pondered this concept. One of them questioned, "The deeper meaning of the path of attacks?" The silver-haired observer responded, "It'd be better and faster to show it to you." The silver-haired observer stood before a line of students, preparing to demonstrate. He gestured towards a stone lantern, instructing them, "Look carefully." Yianshin and another man, both clad in white robes, stood before a backdrop of traditional Asian architecture. Their expressions were serious, contemplative. As the silver-haired observer demonstrated a technique of radiant demon arts, a surge of energy emanated from his hand. A bright, ethereal blue light pulsed outwards, radiating power. The energy expanding to engulf several other figures in white robes, who reacted with a mix of awe and apprehension. The demonstration concluded. The silver-haired observer's face was partially obscured, but a grim determination was visible in his profile. Yianshin gasped, his breath catching in his throat. As the silver-haired observer's demonstration of radiant demon arts continued, the air crackled with energy. A palpable tension hanging heavy in the air as the observer performed a complex hand seal. Yianshin's eyes widened, his expression shifting from awe to intense focus. He was captivated by the display of power. The silver-haired observer, seemingly unfazed by the intensity of his own technique, relaxed completely. His eyes, however, held a sharp glint, suggesting a keen awareness of Yianshin's reaction. He subtly assessed the young man's capacity to learn. The silver-haired observer's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint reflecting in their depths. As he prepared to unleash a devastating display of radiant demon arts, a surge of energy crackled around him, the air itself seeming to vibrate with anticipation. Yianshin watched, his breath catching in his throat. As the observer's power manifested in a blinding flash of light and raw energy, a powerful blow was delivered, shattering a nearby stone structure with the force of the impact. The raw power of the radiant demon arts was undeniable. The silver-haired observer channeled his radiant demon arts, shattering a large stone block with a focused burst of energy. The fragments scattering across the courtyard as onlookers watched in stunned silence. Dust settling to reveal the extent of the destruction. Yianshin stared, awestruck by the display of power. Several onlookers whispered amongst themselves, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. The silver-haired observer stood amidst the rubble, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He surveyed the scene, seemingly pleased with his demonstration. He then stated, "That's what the path of attack is, the strongest attack at the perfect timing." The silver-haired observer, pleased with his demonstration, explained, "If you follow a perfect path of attack, then the most powerful attack will be unleashed." He continued, addressing Yianshin and another unseen individual, "Although I've shown it to the both of you, I'm not asking you to do this immediately, because this isn't something you can master after just seeing once. This is something you'll have to learn throughout your entire life." Yianshin, still awestruck, questioned, "Is that so? It is something I have to learn throughout my entire life? I feel like I can do it right now, though." Yianshin, now resolute, stood confidently beside the silver-haired observer, as other figures in similar attire looked on. A group of onlookers watched Yianshin with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, whispering amongst themselves. One of them voiced their doubt, "Is he going to try doing it?" The scene shifted to Yianshin standing amidst the ruins of a stone structure. A caption appeared, "The essence of core energy is the great nature." Yianshin inhaled deeply, a visible puff of air escaping his lips. He pondered the path ahead. A caption appeared, reflecting his internal monologue, "Just following its lead would be sufficient, wouldn't it?" Yianshin, his mind focused, whispered, "I'll slowly relax." He inhaled deeply, attempting to center himself. A faint hum resonated from within him as he began to draw upon the core energy, a vital step in mastering the radiant demon arts. His body began to glow with an ethereal light, the energy coursing through his veins. The energy coalesced, forming a radiant symbol above him. A surge of power pulsed outwards, radiating from the glowing symbol, a testament to his growing mastery of the radiant demon arts. Yianshin stood poised, a calm intensity in his eyes as he channeled his core energy. A brilliant blue energy pulsed around him, forming a glowing frame around his sword. A tangible manifestation of his growing mastery over the radiant demon arts. He focused, his expression tightening with concentration, readying himself for the next step in his training. With a deep breath, he gripped his sword tighter and brought the blade down with a powerful, controlled swing. The impact echoed through the training grounds, shattering a stone pillar with ease. The force of the blow sent tremors through the ground, a testament to his burgeoning power. The crack spread across the stone, a visual representation of the raw energy he now commanded. Yinshin, calm and focused, channeled his radiant demon arts. He brought his weapon down, a surge of energy erupting around him as he unleashed a devastating blow, the force of the strike shattering the stone pillar into countless fragments. The remnants of the pillar crumbled around him as he moved on, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. A close-up on Yinshin's face revealed a subtle, self-satisfied smirk. His inner thoughts echoed, "I've understood the deeper meaning of the path of attacks." The aftermath of Yinshin's training was evident. A shattered stone pillar lay in ruins, testament to his newfound mastery. As he stood calmly, inspecting his weapon, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He had learned all the radiant demon arts, but acknowledged the need for further training to effectively utilize his enhanced abilities in actual combat. Yinshin's expression shifted to one of quiet determination. As he surveyed the onlookers, a mix of awe and apprehension evident on their faces. A stern-looking man with arms crossed stood out among them, and a question mark appeared, hinting at the uncertainty surrounding Yinshin's future and the implications of his newfound power. Yinshin, reflecting on his recent demonstration of the radiant demon arts, admitted to himself, "Oh, I showed an unsightly side of myself since it's my first time trying this." He continued his self-assessment, acknowledging, "I still need to experience many more real fights before I can use it properly." He further realized the limitations of his current training, stating, "If I want to use the radiant demon arts in an instant where life and death is on the line, normal practice like this won't work." Yinshin, having completed his practice, turned to face his instructors. A collective murmur of "what?" arose from the assembled group. With a calm demeanor, Yinshin expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your teachings." One of the instructors, his face etched with a mixture of surprise and concern, stared intently at Yinshin. A scarred master, his expression grim, sat with his arms crossed, contemplating the next steps in his student's training. He mused aloud, "I have to think about how I should teach you from now on." The master's words hung in the air, a clear indication of his dissatisfaction with the current training regimen. Yinshin, his student, stood silently, his back to the viewer, seemingly contemplating his master's words. A thoughtful expression on his face as he considered the implications of his master's assessment. A close-up revealed the seriousness of his expression, hinting at his determination to improve. The next day dawned, the sun rising over a sprawling cityscape, signaling a new phase in Yinshin's training. News of a conflict between the Desolate Fortress's senior martial artists and the Heavenly Squad spread among the students. One student relayed the information to another, who reacted with surprise, and then inquired about the details of the incident. The first student explained that fighting outside of designated training grounds was a punishable offense for members of the Desolate Fortress, prompting the second student to ask why the fight occurred. The first student revealed that a Heavenly Squad member had initiated the altercation at a restaurant. A depiction of the ensuing brawl between the Heavenly Squad and the Desolate Fortress's senior martial artists illustrated the chaotic nature of the conflict. Yinshin overheard a conversation amongst his peers. One student recounted a statement, paraphrasing it as, "Your talent wouldn't blossom within the Radiant Demon Squad," prompting Yinshin to question if the recent conflict between the Heavenly Squad and the Desolate Fortress's seniors stemmed from such a remark. Another student, more cynical, interjected, stating that Yinshin didn't understand the true nature of Murim. He elaborated that seemingly insignificant matters could escalate into major conflicts, where reputations and honor were at stake. The scene shifted to show a dramatic depiction of a fight, highlighting the brutal reality of Murim and the high value placed on winning a duel. The final student, observing the aftermath, mused that perhaps this harsh reality was, in its own way, better. One student mused aloud, "To think the seniors of the Desolate Fortress are getting angry over a newbie. I wouldn't know what to do if that was me." Another student offered an explanation. Aren't they just angry because someone insulted the Radiant Demon Squad? Yianshin's eyes widened slightly as he reflected on the implications of this information. This could be an opportunity. Yianshin contemplated his goals. If I want to get the fruit of the world tree, which all the noble races of this world worship, I need to accomplish something. I'll definitely need help from others in the process of doing so. He considered his strategy. While the best way to gain the trust of a martial artist is to owe each other our life, it is not a bad idea to make a good impression. Yianshin, his back to the other student, stood still, a thoughtful expression on his face. The other student, seated nearby, tilted his head in confusion. After some consideration, the seated student declared that Yianshin's assessment of the situation was correct. The student, now looking troubled, realized that the conflict between the Heavenly Squad and the Desolate Fortress's seniors was due to Yianshin. Yianshin, having heard this, resolved to take action. He would personally visit the seniors. The other student watched Yianshin, a question mark forming in his mind. Yianshin, drawing his sword, prepared to confront the seniors. The other student looked on, apprehensive. Fellow student 1 voiced his approval of Yianshin's actions, stating that he knew Yianshin to be a chivalrous person who understood the code of martial artists. Meanwhile, Yianshin, sword drawn, approached the group of senior students. A fellow student questioned whether Yianshin's actions could truly be considered chivalrous. Yianshin stood before the assembled seniors, his determined expression unwavering. The seniors looked on, a mixture of surprise and apprehension evident on their faces. The scene ended with a close-up on Yianshin's face, his gaze fixed on the seniors, conveying a sense of quiet intensity. 2 senior students, lounging about, commented on the presence of the new students, stating that there were no lessons scheduled for the day, yet they had still come to train. Another senior student observed them, noting their diligence. Yianshin, one of the new students, stood apart, seemingly contemplating something. A senior student questioned the new students' intense training, suggesting it was unnecessary given their current status. Yianshin firmly disagreed, asserting that their dedication was precisely because of their current status, viewing it as a desirable attitude. The scene shifted to show a group of senior students observing Yianshin and his fellow new students. A senior instructor approached Yianshin and his fellow students, his expression a mixture of concern and assessment. He inquired, "Did you run into any problems while training?" Yianshin, displaying unexpected confidence, declared his desire for a sparring match. The instructor, intrigued, responded, "Is that so? Choose anyone from those there and they'll spar with you." However, Yianshin's request was not for a random opponent. He specified that he wished to spar against the Heavenly Squad, a group known for their exceptional skill. This bold declaration caused a stir among the observing senior students and instructors. Their expressions shifted from surprise to a mixture of skepticism and anticipation. The scene shifted to show the Heavenly Squad, their faces a mixture of confusion and slight annoyance at Yianshin's unexpected challenge. One of them drew his sword, clearly ready for a fight. A senior student, seemingly unfazed, addressed Yianshin, stating that he was aware of the events of the previous day and that there was no need for undue concern. Yianshin, however, remained resolute, countering that he wasn't worked up, but rather wished to witness the Heavenly Squad's swordsmanship firsthand, having admired it for a considerable time. The senior student's expression shifted slightly as he observed Yianshin's unwavering determination and the Heavenly Squad members standing behind him. Yianshin's intense gaze conveyed his ambition and confidence. The senior student remarked that it was too late for Yianshin to speak in such a manner, noting his agitation. Despite this, the senior student admitted that it wasn't entirely bad to see Yianshin's eagerness to prove himself against his seniors. Yianshin, brimming with confidence, addressed his superior officer. "Captain, please allow me to do that." His request was met with thoughtful silence from the captain and a murmur of curiosity from the onlookers. Yianshin's inner thoughts were clear: this sparring match would serve a greater purpose. He saw it as a chance to gain valuable combat experience against formidable opponents. "I would be killing 3 birds with 1 stone," he mused. The captain, however, voiced his concerns. He pointed out that Yi Yinshin lacked both the martial arts training and the battle experience of the Heavenly Squad, adding that even though it was a sparring match, the Heavenly Squad would likely not hold back. While it might be a spar, there's no reason for them to go easy on you, he warned. Undeterred, Yi Yinshin's resolve hardened. That's exactly what I'm hoping for, he declared, a fierce glint in his eyes. Yi Yinshin, brimming with confidence, made a bold gesture, silently challenging the Heavenly Squad, their expressions shifting from initial surprise to stunned disbelief as they processed the implications of his challenge. A senior student, observing the scene, offered a comment, noting that Yi Yinshin's spirit was befitting of a martial artist from the desolate fortress. He expressed his anticipation for Yi Yinshin's future growth, even suggesting the possibility of him becoming the next captain of the Radiant Demon Squad if he survived the upcoming spar. The Heavenly Squad, initially shocked, now showed a mixture of apprehension and excitement, ready to face the young challenger. The senior student, a thoughtful expression on his face, seemed to weigh the risks and rewards of this impending spar. A senior student relayed Yi Yinshin's challenge to the Heavenly Squad. Yi Yinshin, clenching his fist, prepared himself for the upcoming spar. Yi Yinshin's challenge to the Heavenly Squad was relayed to them by a senior student. The senior student, observing the Heavenly Squad's reaction, noted their implicit acceptance of the challenge. A murmur ran through the Heavenly Squad. One member remarked on the unusual nature of a white-robed student challenging those in blue robes. Members of the Heavenly Squad speculated about the duration of Yi Yinshin's upcoming spar, questioning how many bouts he might endure, estimating that even if he lasted the longest possible, it would be around 10 bouts. The prospect of a newly joined white-robed fighter lasting 10 bouts against a blue-robed member of the Heavenly Squad was considered highly improbable by at least one observer, who expressed skepticism. Meanwhile, Yi Yinshin, calm and composed, prepared himself for the challenge, drawing his sword. As Captain Han Schulmich of the Heavenly Squad observed him with a stern gaze. Captain Han Schulmich, a man etched with the history of countless battles, his face a roadmap of scars, observed Yi Yinshin with a critical eye. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, took in every detail of Yi Yinshin's stance, assessing his readiness for the upcoming spar. Meanwhile, another member of the Heavenly Squad, his face partially obscured by shadow, voiced his concerns about the length of the spar. He suggested that if Yi Yinshin could withstand 10 bouts, he would be rewarded with one of the Heavenly Squad's potent elixirs. However, another squad member immediately countered, questioning whether such a reward was excessive for a single spar. A member of the Heavenly Squad taunted Yi Yinshin, questioning his courage and hinting at the possibility of defeat. Yi Yinshin, unfazed, retorted that the desolate fortress's elixirs were not to be used frivolously. Another squad member countered that the honor of both the Radiant Demon Squad and the Heavenly Squad was at stake, making the spar anything but frivolous. Captain Han Schulmich observed the exchange with a stoic expression. Two members of the Heavenly Squad, seated and observing, exchanged a brief, approving glance. One of them uttered the single word, "good." One of the observers explained that as leaders, they should trust their own people. A crack echoed as Yi Yinshin subtly shifted his weight, a barely perceptible movement. A smirk playing on his lips as he listened to the Heavenly Squad's taunts. His boots tapping lightly against the polished floor, a silent counterpoint to the tension in the air. A member of the Heavenly Squad, clad in white robes, formally addressed Yi Yinshin. "Your name is young Yi Yinshin?" Yi Yinshin, unfazed, calmly confirmed, "Yi Yinshin from the Radiant Demon Squad." His expression unchanging as he prepared for the impending spar. A caption box appeared, explaining that a blue robe warrior is a high rank, achieved only after many years of training, and depicting Yi Yinshin, a man with a serious expression, dressed in a blue robe and holding a sword. Further text clarified that becoming a blue robe warrior takes more than 10 years, and that these warriors are among the most skilled martial artists in the land. Yi Yinshin, his face partially visible, stated that he had trained in the heavenly sword arts for 20 years. Adding that while swords are said to have no eyes, the swords of masters do. Finally, he declared that despite this, he would show no mercy in the upcoming duel, warning his opponent to keep that in mind. Yi Yinshin, his expression unwavering, stood before the older man. The man, seemingly unimpressed, held a small, metallic object in his hand. He then drew his sword, the movement precise and practiced. The blade ignited with a brilliant, ethereal blue energy. A surge of power enveloped him as he stood ready to fight. The energy from his sword rippled outwards, leaving a trail of frost in its wake. The Heavenly Squad members watched, captivated by the display of raw power. Captain Han Schulmich and another officer observed Yinshin from a distance, their expressions serious. As Yinshin stood poised, his gaze sharp and determined. Yinshin's inner thoughts focused, he resolved to discard unnecessary distractions. Preparing to meet his opponent on his own terms. He gripped his energy-imbued sword, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Ready to counter any attack with his own unique martial arts style. He offered his opponent the first move. Yinshin, confident and prepared, channeled his inner strength, his eyes blazing with determination. He glared at his opponent, a fierce challenge in his eyes. "Come at me," he declared, his voice ringing with defiance. Readying himself to unleash his limit-releasing technique. The clash of steel echoed through the air as Yinshin engaged his opponent in a whirlwind of swordplay. A flurry of blows exchanged in a desperate dance of life and death. Yinshin, engaged in intense combat, moved with impossible speed, his limit-releasing technique surging through him. His blade a blur as he deflected his opponent's attack. And countered with a swift, precise strike. The force of his blow sending his opponent reeling back in shock. "He's fast," exclaimed a nearby observer. Yinshin's attack continued relentlessly, his movements a whirlwind of controlled power. Yinshin, his face a mask of fierce concentration, unleashed his limit-releasing technique. A surge of energy radiating from him as he moved with impossible speed. His blade a blur as it sliced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The attack so swift that his opponent could only react in stunned disbelief as he was overwhelmed. The Heavenly Squad members watched, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. One muttered, "That's the speed possessed by a white robe?" Captain Han Schulmich observed Yinshin, a look of grim assessment on his scarred face. His breath caught in his throat at the young man's breathtaking skill. Even at his age, such mastery was astonishing. However, the captain knew that Yinshin's victory wasn't guaranteed. To win, he had to seize this opportunity. Yinshin, sensing the pressure, focused intently, his eyes narrowed. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion. His sword a silver streak against his opponent, a whirlwind of precise strikes that left his foe reeling. Yinshin's opponent lunged forward, sword flashing, but Yinshin was faster. He effortlessly sidestepped the attack, his own blade a blur as he countered. The clash of steel echoed as Yinshin's precise strike found its mark, leaving his opponent reeling. Yinshin, mid-combat, internally reflects, "I have gotten stronger than before I entered this place." His thoughts continue, "I now have my physical body trained with the young clan's movement art and the principles of martial arts." He adds, "muscles it uses." The scene shifts to show Yinshin engaged in a fierce duel, his movements a blur of speed and precision as he expertly wields his sword against an opponent. He effortlessly deflects his opponent's attacks, his superior speed and skill evident in every motion. The opponent is clearly outmatched. Yinshin's swift footwork allows him to maintain a decisive advantage, leaving his opponent vulnerable. On-screen text explains that when taking a step forward and turning with core energy, rotational force is created. Yinshin, demonstrating this principle, generates a powerful vortex of energy. The swirling force amplifies the power of his strike. His blade, imbued with this rotational energy, cuts through his opponent's defenses with ease. The Heavenly Squad members watch in awe as Yinshin's enhanced strike sends his opponent reeling. Captain Han Schulmich observes the fight with a keen eye, noting the impressive speed and skill displayed by Yinshin. Yinshin, his face contorted in exertion, brought his sword down in a powerful arc, the tip aimed at his opponent's head. A blur of motion followed as he unleashed a rapid series of strikes, each imbued with a newly mastered rotational core energy. "I have learned another move," he thought, a grim satisfaction etched on his features as he continued his assault. The speed of his attacks was overwhelming, leaving his opponent no chance to react or defend. The final blow landed with a resounding impact, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. A triumphant smirk played on Yianshan's lips as he stood victorious, the dust settling around him. Yianshan's blade, imbued with rotational core energy, spun through the air. A blur of motion as he countered his opponent's attack. The impact sent a shockwave rippling outwards, leaving his opponent momentarily stunned. Yianshan, victorious and confident, stood poised with his sword, a slight smirk playing on his lips. His opponent, defeated and gasping for breath, could only stare in awe. A clear indication of Yianshan's mastery over his newly developed rotational core energy technique. A satisfied "phew" escaped his lips. The scene shifted to show Yianshan sheathing his sword, Captain Han Schulmich observing him with a look of impressed contemplation. The Heavenly Squad members, witnessing the display of power, reacted with expressions of astonishment and admiration. Among the onlookers, a mix of awe and apprehension was evident as they watched Yianshan, his skill now undeniable. The Heavenly Squad erupted in cheers, the announcement echoing through the training grounds, "The White Robe won." Yianshan, the victor, stood calmly, his expression unreadable, as he sheathed his sword. He appeared thoughtful, a subtle hint of weariness in his posture. The weight of the victory seemed to settle upon him. As he carefully examined his weapon, a faint tremor in his hand betraying his inner turmoil. Captain Han Schulmich approached Yianshan, his gaze sharp and assessing. He placed a hand on Yianshan's shoulder. A silent acknowledgement of the young warrior's skill. Yianshan, however, downplayed his success, muttering, "I only won because I had overwhelming momentum," as he was taken by surprise. "I got lucky." Yianshan's opponent reflected on the match, stating that if they were to fight again, the outcome would undoubtedly be different. Meanwhile, Captain Han Schulmich expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to witness such a high level of swordsmanship. Yianshan, still slightly breathless from the exertion, sheathed his sword. Captain Han Schulmich and Yianshan walked away from the arena, leaving behind the fallen sword. Yianshan picked up his sword, the weight of it a reminder of the hard-fought victory. Captain Han Schulmich, impressed by Yianshan's swordsmanship, remarked on the surprising trajectory and rotational force of his strikes, further praising the young swordsman's martial prowess, which far exceeded his years. A crowd of onlookers recognized Yianshan as the lightning genius, young Yianshan. They marveled at his skill, noting his exceptional martial prowess despite his youth. While another onlooker expressed envy at the Radiant Demon Squad's recent discovery of a treasure. Two members of the Radiant Demon Squad exchanged knowing glances, a subtle acknowledgement of the implications of Yianshan's exceptional talent. Yianshan, eyes closed, stood lost in thought, replaying his recent swordsmanship display. A subtle smile playing on his lips as he recalled the praise he received. He silently named his newly developed technique, energy accumulation discharge. Captain Han Schulmich approached Yianshan, a small, ornate box in his hand. His expression a mixture of respect and anticipation as he prepared to present the gift. The captain offered the box to Yianshan, a gesture of recognition for his exceptional skill. Yianshan, upon receiving a small, ornate box from Captain Han Schulmich, tilted his head in curiosity. Captain Han Schulmich smirked, a knowing glint in his eyes. Revealing the contents of the box, a gleaming golden orb, an elixir of the Heavenly Squad. Captain Han Schulmich declared that the elixir was now Yianshan's. Yianshan, clad in blue, walked along a rooftop, his sword sheathed at his side. A city sprawling beneath him. He maintained a calm demeanor, though his mind was preoccupied. Meanwhile, Captain Han Schulmich stood in a grand building, his expression serious. Two guards stood watch nearby. Captain Han Schulmich, Yianshan, and another individual sat on the steps of a grand building. Han Schulmich muttered, "Damn, he's such a monster." The other individual, Beck Maririo, was identified as the Zen Sword Demon. Yianshan countered, "Even so, he's hardworking, humble, and polite." She continued, emphasizing his exceptional skills, "He's also good at seeing through martial arts. That's definitely talent we've never seen before." Yianshin and Beck Maririo exchanged glances, contemplating his unique abilities. Yianshin mused, "When I use a technique while sparring." Yianshin, observing Beck Maririo from a distance, mused that the young man possessed an uncanny ability to adapt martial arts principles to different stances, further noting the exceptional precision with which he executed his techniques. Yianshin's assessment of Beck Maririo's skill was evident in his focused expression as he watched the young man's movements. Meanwhile, another individual, seemingly apprehensive, voiced their concern about Beck Maririo's exceptional talent, expressing a reluctance to showcase their own advanced martial arts skills in his presence. Their apprehension stemmed from a recognition of Beck Maririo's innate talent for reinterpreting martial arts. The scene concluded with a close-up on Yianshin, his expression hinting at a thoughtful consideration of Beck Maririo's potential. Yianshin and Captain Han Schulmich discussed Beck Maririo's exceptional martial arts skills. Yianshin noted that it seemed as if Beck Maririo had been practicing for a long time, while Captain Han Schulmich expressed his apprehension, referring to Beck Maririo as a real monster. Beck Maririo sat calmly, seemingly unfazed by their assessment. Captain Han Schulmich approached Beck Maririo, expressing concern about the elixir's absorption rate, explaining that individuals typically absorb around 60 to 70%, but it could be less depending on the situation. Captain Han Schulmich warned Beck Maririo against reckless actions if the absorption rate was lower than expected. Captain Han Schulmich warned Beck Maririo about the dangers of absorbing the elixir, stating that it could damage his energy core or blood vessels if he was too hasty. He then instructed Beck Maririo on the proper method, to allow the elixir to flow into his core energy and circulate that energy endlessly until it had completely melted. Captain Han Schulmich offered to help if Beck Maririo's energy circulation became unstable, advising him to adapt accordingly. Beck Maririo, calmly, responded with an "all right." Beck Maririo placed the golden elixir in his mouth and swallowed it. A surge of energy coursed through him, as Beck Maririo felt the energy increasing as the elixir entered his body. A golden light enveloped Beck Maririo as he ingested the elixir. A surge of energy coursing through his veins? His eyes fluttered closed as he absorbed its potent effects. Meanwhile, Yianshin watched with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The empty elixir box lay discarded on the ground. Captain Han Schulmich observed Beck Maririo's transformation with a watchful eye, ready to intervene if necessary. Beck Maririo sat cross-legged, a golden aura emanating from him as he absorbed the elixir's power. Yianshin watched with a mixture of concern and curiosity, her gaze fixed on Beck Maririo's transformation. Meanwhile, Captain Han Schulmich remained alert, ready to intervene if needed. He observed the scene from a distance, his expression serious. From afar, another individual observed the events unfolding at the palace. "Looks like they've started," she muttered to herself, her expression unreadable. A brilliant golden light erupted, radiating outward in swirling patterns, the energy intensifying as it pulsed with raw power. Beck Maririo sat at its center, bathed in the ethereal glow, his body absorbing the elixir's potent energy. Yianshin watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension, his eyes fixated on the spectacle unfolding before him. While Captain Han Schulmich remained vigilant, his gaze sharp and alert, prepared for any unforeseen eventuality. The unidentified woman continued to observe from a distance, her expression unreadable, hinting at a possible antagonistic intent. Captain Han Schulmich observed Beck Maririo, noting the unusual ease with which he absorbed the elixir's energy. "I heard he's absorbing an elixir for the first time, yet his circulation of energy is extremely natural," he mused. Concluding, "There's absolutely no need for me to help." Yianshin watched Beck Maririo intently, his apprehension evident in his expression. A wave of energy pulsed outwards from Beck Maririo, causing sparks to fly from the nearby bookshelves. Captain Han Schulmich and Yianshin watched from a distance as the energy subsided. Beck Maririo's eyes glowed with an inner fire, embers flickering within their depths, the intensity of the light growing as the elixir's power surged through him. A visible aura of energy now crackling around his form as he sat in a meditative pose, absorbing the potent elixir. Captain Han Schulmich observed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. you've completely absorbed the elixir. Yinshin, watching from a distance, felt a surge of apprehension. The newly obtained core energy seemed exceptionally potent. Captain Han Schulmach's expression turned serious. He admitted to himself, I didn't expect him to successfully absorb the whole elixir. Captain Han Schulmach observed Beck Maririo, commenting on his feat. Not only that, he did it without any help. Yinshin, empowered by the absorbed elixir, reflected on his enhanced senses. Now that I have more energy, I can detect presences that I didn't detect previously. My seniors are surrounding this place. Yinshin continued his internal monologue, questioning the presence of his seniors. Were they protecting me because I would become completely vulnerable while absorbing the elixir? He then concluded, confirming his suspicions, I was getting protected while I absorbed the elixir. Captain Han Schulmach stood with his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yinshin, still processing the events, questioned himself, why is everyone being so nice to me? Captain Han Schulmach's gaze sharpened, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The Radiant Demon Squad stood together, their leader explaining, we aren't taking special care of you. This is done for everyone in the Radiant Demon Squad. A narration explaining the camaraderie and shared experiences within the squad, emphasizing the natural development of mutual care and support after facing life-threatening situations together in the Jianghu. The Radiant Demon Squad stood together, their leader explaining that Yinshin's strength directly benefits the entire group. A statement that left Yinshin thoughtful and slightly perplexed. Yinshin's face was a mask of contemplation as he processed the squad's words. The scene shifting to an evening landscape, the sky darkening. Later, Yinshin sat alone in a room, lost in thought. His mind still grappling with the implications of the squad's unusual display of unity and support. Yinshin, her expression unreadable, felt a surge of newfound energy. I have more energy now, she thought, what I had before can't even compare to this. This increase in power fueled a desire to test her limits. I want to check out just how much stronger my martial arts have become. Yinshin, her back to the viewer, walked towards a large, imposing building. The kanji 4 Zen was visible on her back. An unidentified woman, dressed in blue, watched Yinshin approach. She pointed at Yinshin, a questioning look on her face. The woman's question hung in the air, unspoken but clear, Zen sword demon? A sigh escaped the woman's lips, a mixture of apprehension and perhaps recognition. An unidentified woman approached Yinshin, questioning if she had come to train because she could no longer bear the burden of her responsibilities. Yinshin confirmed, stating that she had indeed come to train. The woman then revealed that she had also realized something after witnessing Yinshin's fight. Yinshin, intrigued, prompted the woman to elaborate. The woman seemed hesitant, unsure how to explain what she had observed. The woman, after a moment of contemplation, simply stated that it was just a small movement. Yinshin, still curious, pressed for more information. Despite Yinshin's training plans, the woman suggested a sparring match instead. Yinshin considered the proposition. Yinshin ultimately agreed, acknowledging that while she could train alone anytime, this was a rare opportunity to spar with someone who uses the Zen Sword Demon's palm strike techniques. Yinshin, intrigued by the challenge, sat quietly, his hands clasped together, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, the unidentified woman, who introduced herself as Mirio, spoke confidently, her tone suggesting a deep understanding of Yinshin's capabilities. She proposed a sparring match. Yinshin, after a moment of consideration, responded with a subtle smile, indicating his acceptance of the challenge. The two made their way to a spacious courtyard, preparing for their imminent sparring match. Yinshin drew his sword, his eyes focused and determined, ready to make the first move. Mirio, however, gestured with a playful smirk, indicating that she would allow Yinshin to initiate the combat. Mirio, confident in her abilities, stood poised and ready, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Anticipating Yinshin's first move in their sparring match, she subtly adjusted her stance, her eyes keenly observing Yinshin's every movement. Yinshin, equally confident, tensed his muscles, a fierce glint in his eyes. Preparing to unleash a swift attack. He focused his energy, ready to test his skills against Mirio's. With a burst of speed, Yinshin launched a powerful kick, aiming for Mirio's side. Mirio reacted instantly, deftly evading the blow. Yinshin and Mirio faced each other, their eyes locked in a silent challenge. Yinshin launched a powerful kick, aiming for Mirio's chest. But Mirio, with a swift movement, dodged the attack. Mirio's counterattack was swift and precise, a dark purple energy pulsed from her hand as she struck. The impact sent Yinshin reeling back. A wave of dark purple energy exploded from the point of impact, leaving Yinshin momentarily stunned. Yinshin, his face contorted in a grimace, launched a surprise attack during their sparring match. But Mirio anticipated the move, effortlessly dodging the blow, sending Yinshin sprawling across the floor with a powerful dark energy blast. Mirio's eyes narrowed, a predatory gleam in her gaze as she prepared for the next move. A surge of dark energy gathered in her fist, ready to unleash another devastating attack. The dark energy coalesced into a focused blast, aimed directly at Yinshin's incapacitated form. Mirio unleashed a wave of dark energy, the raw power surging forth in a torrent of destructive might. Yinshin, caught completely off guard by the sudden attack, was sent sprawling, the dark energy blast impacting with brutal force, leaving Yinshin coughing and reeling from the impact, defeated and incapacitated. Mirio stood over her fallen opponent, a look of quiet confidence on her face. Yinshin, defeated and on the ground, looked up at Mirio. A thought bubble above her head contained only ellipses. Mirio stood over her, dark energy still crackling around her hands. The remnants of Yinshin's attack dissipated into purple dust. Mirio's expression was one of cold triumph. She stated, "You're scary." Mirio questioned Yinshin, "Did you train to use the 1-inch strike?" Yinshin, still recovering from the attack, looked up at Mirio with a grim expression. She answered, "Yes. A swordsman that has learned the radiant demon arts can't only use swords. The 1-inch strike is very useful in close combat." Mirio's attack connected, a burst of energy erupting from Yinshin's chest as she was struck. Mirio's sword flashed, a swift strike aimed at Yinshin's core. She explained that to effectively use the 1-inch strike, one must first break through the opponent's enhanced protective energy. Yinshin, though defeated, revealed a key detail about her technique. By using core energy in a burst discharge to increase tension, the 1-inch strike becomes significantly more efficient. A faint purple energy emanated from Yinshin's hands as she explained her technique. Later, Yinshin, despite being new to the group, respectfully asked Mirio a question. She shared that she has been highly sensitive to energy detection since childhood. Mirio, her expression unreadable, observed Yinshin's defeated yet insightful posture. The way Yinshin had channeled her core energy during their fight had clearly impressed her. A silent exchange passed between them, each lost in thought, before Mirio finally voiced her astonishment. She questioned Yinshin's ability to perceive the movement of her core energy, a skill that indicated a level of mastery beyond what Mirio had initially anticipated. Yinshin questioned Mirio, asking if she had been able to see the movement of her core energy. Mirio responded that she hadn't, and pressed Yinshin to explain how she knew about the movement of her core energy. Yinshin explained that she couldn't see the core energy within Mirio's body, but she could see the flow of the burst discharge and the waves of core energy generated on the outside. Mirio, still pondering Yinshin's defeat, considered the implications of her opponent's unique ability. Even the most powerful martial masters, those of purple robe rank, may not possess such refined energy detection skills. A fact highlighted by the image of a purple robe martial master, a title signifying the highest rank within the Desolate Fortress's hierarchy. The image depicted a group of these elite warriors, their presence emphasizing the rarity and power associated with their rank. Despite her initial skepticism, Mirio acknowledged the possibility of Yinshin's claims, stating that she would listen to any further advice Yinshin might offer. Mirio observed Yinshin thoughtfully, a slight frown creasing her brow. She mused aloud, "Seems to be more suited for puncturing technique rather than the 1-inch strike." Yinshin, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and curiosity, raised a hand, fingers splayed slightly, as if sensing something. Mirio continued her assessment, while it may seem more suited for 1-inch strike. She explained, pointing out the nuances of Yinshin's energy discharge. Perhaps because of the way you discharge your energy, it would be way more powerful if you were to use it with the puncturing technique. A surge of purple energy erupted from Yinshin as she attempted to apply Mirio's advice, the force overwhelming her, leaving her momentarily incapacitated. Mirio and Yinshin exchanged a look. The lesson, though difficult, had clearly been learned. Yinshin, bristling with a mix of frustration and defiance, retorted, "Do you think I'm some kind of idiot that can't use something as simple as the puncturing technique?" She continued, her gaze unwavering, "Do you think that's the reason I didn't use it?" A close-up on Yinshin's face revealed her intense concentration and subtle frustration. Mirio and Yinshin stood facing each other in a courtyard, the tension between them palpable. Mirio, his expression softening, offered a conciliatory statement, "My apologies. It seems I've said something unnecessary to upset you." Yinshin, her anger subsiding, replied softly, "No. I'm sorry, and thank you." Mirio, her expression one of understanding and apology, bowed slightly to Yinshin. Yinshin, now calmer and accepting of the apology, watched Mirio walk away. A thoughtful expression on her face as she considered Mirio's words. A subordinate reported to Yinshin, "Captain, the lightning genius has figured out my martial arts." Yinshin, still troubled by Mirio's earlier apology, dismissed the subordinate's report with a sharp retort, "What crazy bullshit are you spouting? Why would I tell him something that important?" Her suspicion lingered, however. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The subordinate's words echoed in her mind. How did he figure it out then? Yinshin's superior questioned her, "Did it seem as if he had figured out that you tweaked the lost martial arts, the heavenly demon sacred arts?" Yinshin admitted, "It did seem like that." Her superior concluded, "That kid's special. It would be hard to find anyone else like him within the Jianghu." Yinshin's superior, a man of discerning eyes and considerable experience, reflected on the exceptional individuals who occasionally emerge in the world, remarking that these individuals are often considered among the strongest martial artists, ranking alongside the noble and iron races. Yinshin, her expression thoughtful and serious, listened intently. Then posed a question to her superior, "Is that kid really that special?" Her superior confirmed, stating that the youth in question was undoubtedly the future of the desolate fortress. He added that while he couldn't speak for those unfamiliar with the youth's abilities, his potential was undeniable. Yinshin's superior offered advice, emphasizing that it shouldn't be dismissed as trivial, prompting Yinshin to question the suggestion to discuss the heavenly demon sacred arts with him. Yinshin's superior acknowledged the limitations of solo learning and the lack of time to assist her, advising her that seeking help from this individual was the best course of action. The superior explained that this individual possessed the qualities of a martial arts founder, capable of adapting any martial art to suit one's body. Yinshin's fingers delicately traced the twin blades at her side, a subtle tremor betraying her apprehension. Her superior's words echoing in her mind, a martial arts founder. The weight of the task ahead settled heavily upon her. Yinshin's eyes widened, a mixture of doubt and determination etched on her face. Her superior's casual dismissal of her concerns only fueled her resolve. Yinshin's superior, seemingly unconcerned, calmly explained the mission, to observe a legendary martial arts expert, the lightning genius, and assess his true capabilities. He emphasized the importance of observing how the genius handles life or death situations, a subtle challenge in his tone. The superior concluded, his gaze unwavering, "And see if he's really that special." Yinshin, though apprehensive, nodded, accepting the mission. The scene opens with a close-up of a hand wielding a glowing blue energy blade. The text above reads, 5 years. Within those 5 years, a young man with dark hair is shown, also wielding the same energy blade. The text explains, within 5 years, he's the one that'll become the next Radiant Demon Squad captain. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion as blue energy trails behind him. Yinshin, astride her white horse, urged the animal onward, her gaze fixed ahead with determination. Her expression betraying a mixture of focus and anticipation. She was on a mission to personally assess the lightning genius. A voice, seemingly from within her mind, instructed her to judge for herself whether this martial artist was worthy of becoming her superior. The group of riders, including Yinshin, continued their journey. Arriving at the Jinping County stage station, they dismounted, their mission about to begin. Yinshin's journey to Jinping County concluded with a quiet arrival. A soft thud announced her descent from her horse. After 10 days of travel, her companions dismounted as well, their faces etched with the weariness of the long ride. The group paused, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and anticipation. Yinshin's gaze remained fixed on a distant point, her thoughts focused on the purpose of their journey. News had reached them of a village plagued by the blood flame cult. Recently, those bringing offerings to the cult had settled there, routinely slaughtering livestock and destroying crops. The village's location was pinpointed, Jinping County, in southern Shanxi. Yinshin and her companions sat at a large table in a dimly lit room, listening intently to a man in a dark robe. He explained the situation. That normally, the Shanxi branch could handle such matters, but a recent incident involving the theft of the Manhwa sex elixir had escalated the situation. One of Yinshin's companions expressed surprise at the news of the stolen elixir. The man continued, explaining that the stolen elixir was comparable to the Shaolin Temple's Great Revitalization Pill, and that the situation had escalated to involve the whole of Shanxi, prompting a request for assistance from the Desolate Fortress branch. The man then directly ordered Yinshin and her companions to deal with the situation. Yinshin and her companions, their faces etched with determination, prepared for their mission. They were tasked with investigating the theft of a powerful elixir. A revelation arrived in the form of a chilling image. The Blood Flame Cult, a notorious group known for their ruthlessness, was implicated in the theft. Yinshin, her expression hardening, pondered the implications. The delay in their arrival was met with immediate criticism. "We requested for help so long ago, yet you're only here now," one official questioned, his tone sharp with impatience. Yinshin remained silent, her gaze unwavering. The officials, dressed in rich robes, expressed their displeasure at the delay. Despite the criticism, Yinshin's resolve remained firm. A question mark hung in the air, reflecting her uncertainty about the path ahead. Yinshin and her companions arrived at the desolate fortress, the scene set against a stark, desolate landscape, where they were immediately met by a group of impatient officials. An air of suspicion hung heavy in the air. One official, particularly stout, scrutinized Yinshin's group with a critical eye. His expression conveyed deep skepticism. The lead official questioned their ability to handle the situation, pointedly asking if they could even defeat the culprit with their small number. His words hung in the air, underscoring the doubts surrounding Yinshin's team's competence. Yinshin, unfazed by their skepticism, calmly retorted, expressing her frustration with the official's ignorance of true martial prowess. Yinshin, calmly but firmly, presented a sword to the officials, a subtle display of her team's capabilities. One official scoffed, voicing his disbelief in the desolate fortress's significance. Another official, outraged by the previous comment, reacted with indignation, questioning the audacity of such disrespect. While Yinshin's companion, seemingly unfazed, suggested they end the discussion and depart. The dismissive official's disbelief turned to shock as Yinshin's companion swiftly and silently incapacitated him with a precise strike, leaving him speechless and the remaining officials stunned by the unexpected display of skill. A desolate fortress official, his face contorted in disbelief, stared up at Yinshin and her companions. As one of them delivered a curt declaration, "We don't take orders from you." Yinshin's companion, their expression unreadable, remained calm and watchful. Swiftly and silently, the unnamed companion incapacitated the disrespectful official with a precise strike, leaving him groaning on the ground as the other officials watched in stunned silence. Later, as Yinshin and her companion walked away, a question was posed. "Yinshin, you learned how to block acupoints too?" An official from the desolate fortress, contemplating his approach, mused that simply addressing Yianshan by name lacked the proper respect. Therefore, he declared, I shall call you Warrior Young. Yianshan, unfazed by the grandiose title, responded with a calm, do as you please, desolate fortress sacred warrior. The official, seemingly pleased with his own formality, smirked. Meanwhile, Yianshan's companions subtly prepared for action. One of Yianshan's companions explained that the Murim and the government do not interfere with each other, and the government will not invade each other. However, when it comes to the government, martial artists get more freedom than others because the imperial family allows it. Meaning they are free to deal with those who underestimate them. Yianshan's companion stated that the desolate fortress is that kind of group. The companion cautioned Yianshan and her other companions to not overdo it, despite their recent success, but praised their actions nonetheless. Two desolate fortress officials, humbled by Yianshan's display, bowed deeply before her, awaiting further instruction. Yianshan simply responded with an acknowledgement. Yianshan and her companions traveled through the night, their movements silent and purposeful. When one of the companions noticed a village in the distance and questioned its state, revealing a scene of chaos, villagers were being attacked by a group of bandits, one of whom held a baby hostage. The bandit leader, a cruel and boisterous man, laughed cruelly as he taunted his victims. The scene shifted to show the bandit leader holding the baby aloft, his laughter echoing across the ravaged village. The bandit leader silenced his own laughter, his expression hardening as he glared at the approaching group. The bandit leader, a cruel and arrogant man, held a crying baby hostage, its wails echoing through the night. Yianshan, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling upon his features. Recognizing the bandit leader as a notorious blood-flame cultist, the cultist's grotesque features and bared fangs spoke volumes of his depravity. With a burst of speed, Yianshan launched himself towards the scene of the crime, his companions following close behind, ready to assist in the rescue. Yianshan, his expression grim, drew his sword, the polished steel gleaming in the dim light, a low growl escaping his lips as he prepared for action. The sound was barely audible above the wind rustling through the trees. He moved with a speed that blurred his form, a whirlwind of motion as he launched himself forward. Yianshan lunged forward, his movements a blur as he closed the distance to the bandit leader. A companion gasped, "He's fast." Another companion recognized the technique, muttering, "That's the noble race's mobility art." Yianshan's speed increased as he unleashed the grass flutter technique. Yianshan's companions watched in surprise as he moved with incredible speed, one of them trailing behind, clearly struggling to keep up. Yianshan's face was a mask of grim determination, his eyes narrowed in focus. He muttered "damn it" under his breath as he pushed himself harder, his companions trailing behind, surprised by his sudden burst of speed. The exertion was evident, he admitted to himself that his lack of training in mobility arts was a significant disadvantage. But he pressed on, his movements a blur as he closed the distance to the bandit leader. The bandit leader, still holding the baby hostage, was completely oblivious to Yianshan's rapid approach, until Yianshan's swift strike shattered the bandit's weapon, leaving him vulnerable. Yianshan's blade sliced through the bandit leader's weapon, severing it with a swift, precise movement. The bandit leader recoiled in surprise. His companions cried out in alarm, "Hey! Are you all right?" The bandit leader coughed, clutching his broken sword. His face contorted in a mixture of pain and disbelief. Meanwhile, the villagers shouted at the bandit leader, "Asshole, hand the child over, and stay with us," but he only responded with a cruel laugh and the words, "Shut up." The bandit leader, a man of imposing stature with fiery red hair, grinned cruelly, his eyes gleaming with malice as he clutched his sword. Yianshan, his blonde hair catching the light, launched a swift attack, his blade a blur as he met the bandit leader's onslaught. A clash of steel echoing through the air. The bandit leader grunted, "Ugh," as Yianshan's superior skill forced him back. A blinding flash of light erupted as Yianshan's sword connected with the bandit leader's weapon, disarming him. Yianshin's swift movements left a trail of shattered wood and dust as he pursued the bandit leader. The bandit leader, enraged, turned to face him, his bloodied sword raised high. His eyes wide with a mixture of fury and disbelief as Yianshin's superior skill became apparent. Yianshin, having disarmed the bandit leader, sheathed his sword, a look of wary triumph on his face. He looked around at his companions and the relieved villagers. "Phew," he breathed, adjusting the baby in his arms. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, their anxiety giving way to cautious hope. The threat was neutralized, but the uncertainty of the future remained. On Yianshin's blue clothing, a symbol was visible: desolate fortress? The bandit leader, his face contorted in a mask of fury, hissed, "That robe too." He lunged forward, sword flashing, aiming a blow at Yianshin. But she moved with surprising speed, dodging the attack with practiced ease. The bandit leader's attack falling short. A sneer twisted his lips as he spat, "Tch." With a roar, the bandit leader unleashed a powerful, desperate attack. A whirlwind of steel aimed at ending the fight. He cried out, "Ha!" Yianshin, clutching a baby, stood defiantly amidst the chaos of the recent battle. The bandit leader, enraged, roared his defiance, his eyes burning with fury. With a burst of speed, Yianshin launched a swift attack, sending the bandit leader flying with a powerful strike that created a shockwave. The remaining bandits scattered in fear, leaving only the defeated leader behind. Yianshin stared at the symbol on the bandit leader's clothing, a look of dawning realization on his face. Yianshin, still slightly breathless from the battle, stared up at the night sky, a single thought echoing in his mind: what the hell? His companions, a man carrying a baby and a woman with a stern expression, watched him with a mixture of relief and concern. They had witnessed his victory, but the lingering unease in the air was palpable. The woman, her gaze fixed on the symbol Yianshin had discovered, muttered to herself, "Those blood-flame cultists are the worst." Her expression hardened, a grim determination settling on her features as she considered the implications of the symbol. Meanwhile, two of the defeated bandits, still slightly injured, limped away from the scene, their breaths ragged and heavy. They disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind the villagers, who watched the aftermath with a mixture of relief and apprehension. A tranquil night scene unfolds, showcasing a village nestled beneath a dark mountain range, the stars twinkling faintly in the night sky. Three figures, Yianshin and her two companions, stand amidst the aftermath of a battle. One companion, a young man, addresses Yianshin, commenting on her martial arts skills. "One Chang, your overall martial arts skills are alright for a white robe. But notes a deficiency, but your stamina is lacking. You need to train to improve your stamina more from now on." Yianshin, though slightly breathless from the recent fight, nods in agreement, "Yes." The conversation shifts to Yianshin's future training, with the other companion expressing concern and anticipation for her continued growth. As for Yianshin, the companion muses. Yianshin's male companion observed her intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. Commenting on her surprisingly well-trained basic skills, noting that her physical abilities alone surpassed those of anyone in the Radiant Demon Squad. He had noticed this when he saw how she moved without using any techniques. The female companion listened quietly, a thoughtful expression on her face as she processed the assessment. Yianshin's male companion continued, reassuring her that she didn't need to be disappointed about not knowing any mobility arts. Yianshin's male companion chuckled, his expression light and encouraging. Yianshin, her male companion, and a female companion stood near a tree. Yianshin leaned against the trunk, appearing slightly dejected. When her male companion offered a proposition, "Do you want to learn mobility arts from me?" The focus shifted to Yianshin's attire, highlighting the details of her blue martial arts uniform. The male companion's expression turned thoughtful as he observed Yianshin. The group stood together, the male companion's question hanging in the air: "Learn mobility arts?" Yianshin's male companion continued, explaining, "While I did say I can teach you mobility arts, I can't teach you the martial arts of my household. I guess you could say that this is the way those from noble races move." The male companion explained that the mobility art he was offering was exceptionally difficult, stating that even those who understood the theory would typically fail to execute it. However, he believed Yinshin might be capable of mastering it. Yinshin, upon hearing that she could learn the movements of those from noble races, expressed excitement and surprise. The male companion cautioned Yinshin against excessive optimism, reminding her that none of the Radiant Demon Squad had succeeded in learning this mobility art, despite the instructor's previous attempts to teach it to willing members. The female companion observed, adding that while it was called a mobility art, it was exceptionally challenging. Yinshin, along with her male and female companions, watched intently as the male companion demonstrated a unique mobility art. His movements seemed effortless, a subtle energy emanating from the tips of his feet as he moved with surprising speed and agility. He explained that this art required complete control of one's core energy, making it impossible to rely on any physical aid. The female companion, impressed, noted the lack of sudden movements in his core energy, highlighting the refined nature of the technique. She wondered aloud about the energy at the tips of his feet, while the male companion simply stated, "This is just how we walk and run." With a powerful burst of speed, the male companion demonstrated a swift movement, leaving a trail of golden energy in his wake. He gracefully landed several feet away, demonstrating the power and precision of his mobility art. Yinshin, the unnamed male companion, and the unnamed female companion watched in amazement as the male companion demonstrated his mobility art. He moved with incredible speed and precision, his footfalls barely disturbing the ground as he executed a series of breathtaking leaps and bounds, leaving trails of shimmering energy in his wake. The male companion's face was set in concentration, his movements fluid and powerful. The demonstration concluded with a final, powerful thud as he landed gracefully. Yinshin and the female companion exchanged impressed glances. The male companion, however, seemed troubled. He looked up, a worried expression on his face, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a hidden concern. He muttered to himself, "I couldn't sense his presence." Yinshin watched, her expression a mixture of amazement and apprehension. As the male companion continued his demonstration, his movements fluid and precise, defying gravity with an almost supernatural grace. He called it the sacred methods of the noble races. However, a subtle unease clouded his features as he explained that the energy sustaining his movements wasn't core energy, but something similar that was supporting his body. He gracefully landed, his feet barely disturbing the ground, and turned to face Yinshin and her female companion, his eyes filled with a deep concern. He seemed to sense an unseen presence. The female companion, equally impressed and concerned, watched as he seemed to fall like a leaf, his body momentarily losing its ethereal lightness. The male companion, his expression thoughtful, turned to Yinshin and asked, "Do you get it?" The image focuses on the male companion's clothing, highlighting a symbol on his robe. The female companion explained her thoughts, stating, "I'm thinking about what I can do to use core energy to create wind, since I don't have authority like the noble races." Yinshin, upon hearing this, reacted with surprise, exclaiming, "What?" The female companion continued, expressing her amazement at Yinshin's perception. "You were able to tell that it's the energy of nature just by watching it once?" She then questioned his motives, asking, "Wasn't that why you showed it to me?" Yinshin, his gaze thoughtful, traced the characters embroidered on his sleeve. The symbol, a testament to his lineage and training, seemed to hold a deeper meaning now. As he listened to the discussion among his companions, the unnamed male companion had just demonstrated a mobility art, and the female companion offered her insightful analysis. Yinshin pondered, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had a few ideas of his own forming. The male companion explained the intricacies of the mobility art, revealing that it involved dividing core energy and using it strategically. The female companion listened intently, her sharp gaze suggesting a deep understanding of the technique's implications. She seemed confident in her assessment. The group, having concluded their discussion, decided to find lodging for the night. They set off towards a nearby building, their steps purposeful and determined. The scene opened on a tranquil, moonlit courtyard, showcasing a traditional East Asian-style house. Yinshin's eyes were closed, his expression thoughtful as he contemplated the demonstration of mobility art he had just witnessed. A practitioner of the mobility art, harnessing the energy of nature, propelled himself through the air with breathtaking speed and grace. The words, "the energy of nature," appeared on the panel. The image shifted to reveal a powerful, blonde-haired figure looming over the practitioner, his intense gaze fixed on the display of skill. A close-up showed a hand emanating a soft, ethereal glow, suggesting the manipulation of energy. Finally, Yi Yinshin's eyes snapped open, his own eyes now glowing with a similar ethereal light, reflecting a newfound understanding and power. Yi Yinshin, relaxed and seemingly at peace, reclined in a hammock strung between the branches of a large tree. A thoughtful expression on his face as he pondered something. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same compound, a figure, presumably Yi Yinshin's companion, approached a set of doors and opened them, revealing a courtyard beyond. The companion then walked through the courtyard, seemingly searching for someone. Their gaze fell upon Yi Yinshin, still resting in his hammock. They called out to him, "Yi Yinshin, Yi Yinshin." A faint blue glow emanated from the ground, surrounding Yi Yinshin's feet. As his companion, eyes wide with shock and concern, stared down at him. Uttering an exclamation of disbelief, "Shit!" 3 sparrows foraged on the ground. As Yi Yinshin's male companion sighed, watching him practice swordsmanship nearby. Yi Yinshin's movements were fluid and precise. The companion reflected on Yi Yinshin's rapid progress, marveling that he had mastered a complex mobility art in only a month. Remarking on his exceptional talent, even surpassing the captain's own focus on mobility arts. The companion's words highlighted Yi Yinshin's remarkable skill and rapid advancement in his training. Yi Yinshin's expression was one of quiet confidence, her gaze unwavering. Her male companion, impressed by her recent progress, voiced his concerns about the upcoming mission. He questioned the wisdom of sending her alone, highlighting the potential dangers. Yi Yinshin's companion continued, expressing doubt about sending Yi Yinshin alone on such a dangerous mission. She dismissed his concerns, pointing out that the previous group had been overly cautious, staying put for a month out of fear. Yi Yinshin confidently asserted that this was merely a reconnaissance mission, and her skills were more than sufficient to handle it alone. The scene shifted to a distant mountain range, where Yi Yinshin was shown embarking on her solo mission. Yi Yinshin moved with surprising speed through the dense forest, his movements a blur against the backdrop of towering trees. Each step a powerful thrust that propelled him forward with effortless grace. His dark hair flowing behind him as he navigated the undergrowth with practiced ease. He gripped his sword, a confident glint in his eyes. He thought, "I definitely feel lighter." The proportion of speed and amount of effort put in can't even be compared to what it was previously. A small smile played on his lips. A satisfied grin spread across his face as he continued his journey. Muttering to himself, "This is awesome." Yi Yinshin's enhanced speed blurred his movements as he traversed the forest path. A whirlwind of motion leaving only a trail of disturbed leaves in his wake. He arrived at a secluded hut nestled within a rocky ravine. Yi Yinshin's expression was one of quiet satisfaction. He had found their hideout. "I've finally discovered their hideout," he thought, a grim determination hardening his gaze. Yi Yinshin, confident in his recent success, walked away from the enemy hideout, murmuring to himself, "I just need to go back and inform the rest now." He continued his trek through the forest, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Upon reaching a small dwelling, Yi Yinshin found a burly man cradling a young child. A scene that caused him to pause, a question mark forming on his face. The man's expression shifted, revealing a sinister grin as he moved to harm the child. Yi Yinshin's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he witnessed the unfolding horror. The burly man sat on a rock, cradling a young child. He appeared menacing, despite the child's presence. His expression shifting to one of intense anger. His eyes narrowed, and his jaw clenched. Yi Yinshin, horrified, watched from a distance as the man suddenly threw the child to the ground. His face contorted in rage. The child cried out. Yi Yinshin's attire is shown. He wears a simple, light-colored robe with dark accents, and carries a sword. Yi Yinshin's face is shown in close-up. His expression is one of grim determination. The burly man's face is shown. He is sneering, his expression cruel and malicious. He draws his sword, preparing for confrontation. The burly man, sword drawn, confronts Yianshan, asking, "Are you alone?" The burly man laughs cruelly, mocking Yianshan's attire, saying, "You fool. You came here alone despite being only a white robe?" The burly man, his face contorted in a rictus of rage and disbelief, glared at Yianshan. "Blame your own bad luck." A swift, precise strike from Yianshan's sword sliced through the air, the blade arcing in a deadly trajectory, connecting with its target with brutal efficiency. Yianshan stood over the fallen burly man, her breath ragged but her eyes sharp and unwavering. The fight was over. Yianshan stood over the fallen burly man, his sword still dripping with blood. Around him lay the bodies of several others, victims of the brutal fight. A young boy lay nearby, eyes wide with terror, his face streaked with tears and blood. The scene was one of carnage and despair. Yianshan's expression was grim, his gaze fixed on the ground. He seemed lost in thought, the weight of his actions heavy upon him. The aftermath of the battle a stark contrast to the ferocity he had just displayed. Several bodies lay scattered, a testament to the violence that had transpired. Yianshan stood amidst the fallen bodies of his adversaries, his blade still gleaming. He surveyed the scene, his expression grim. "None of these guys can be allowed to continue living," he declared, his voice devoid of emotion. A young boy watched from a distance, eyes wide with terror. Yianshan, noticing the child, addressed him, "Child, wait for a little while. I'll bury you after all this is over." Yianshan's face was a mask of cold determination. As he sheathed his sword, the faint blue energy still crackling around the blade. A stark contrast to the carnage surrounding him. He began to walk away, leaving the boy alone amidst the dead. A dilapidated wooden structure, seemingly abandoned, is shown, glowing blue lines trace its form, suggesting an underlying technological framework. Yianshan's eyes blaze with icy blue energy, his gaze intense and unwavering. The title card proclaims Radiant Demon Art Swift Sword Style. He moves with impossible speed, his sword a blur of motion, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The impact of his attack is shown, a flash of light and energy erupting from the point of contact. Yianshan, having finished his attack, descends gracefully, leaving a trail of blue energy as he moves. Yianshan's Radiant Demon Art Swift Sword Style continued its relentless assault, sending shockwaves through the air as he moved with impossible speed. Leaving his opponents, two burly men, utterly bewildered and screaming in terror as they were thrown violently through the air. One of the men crashed into a wall, the impact causing a large crack to spread across the stone. While the other was sent flying, his body a blur of motion as he tumbled helplessly. The young boy, watching from afar, could only stare in wide-eyed fear at the overwhelming power displayed by Yianshan. Yianshan, with a cold and resolute expression, moved with terrifying speed, his Radiant Demon Art Swift Sword Style a blur of motion. The blade of his sword flashing as it pierced through the defenses of one of his opponents, leaving the burly man sprawled on the ground, bleeding profusely. The other man, witnessing his comrade's swift demise, was paralyzed by fear. Yianshan, having effortlessly dispatched his foes, addressed the fallen man with a chilling question, "Blood Flame Cult, you guys believe that the weak are prey to the strong, don't you?" He then delivered a final, contemptuous blow, his words echoing the brutal reality of the situation. "How does it feel being killed by someone stronger than you?" The final blow landed, leaving the defeated man lifeless on the ground, his life extinguished as quickly as it had been challenged. A young boy watched from a distance, his eyes wide with terror. Yianshan stood amidst the wreckage, his expression cold and resolute. Sweat beaded on his brow, a testament to the recent battle. The cavern before him yawned open, a dark maw hinting at something far larger than the two blood flame cultists he had just dispatched. A closer look revealed the extent of the destruction, the ground scarred and broken by a powerful force. A young boy, hidden amongst the rubble, watched Yianshan from a distance, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. A surge of energy emanated from deep within the cave, a palpable force that sent a shiver down Yianshan's spine. He mused, a lot more energy is coming from inside of the cave. This discovery prompted a chilling realization, Does this mean that this isn't just the hideout of a few Blood Flame cultists, but a branch of the Blood Flame cult? The sheer scale of the operation sent a wave of unease through him. Yianshan, his resolve unwavering, began to walk towards the cave's entrance, his silhouette a stark contrast against the desolate landscape. Yianshan, his expression grim, narrowed his eyes, a silent storm brewing within him. As a group of burly men emerged from a dark cave, their leader shouting, "You dare recklessly attack this place?" The men, spurred on by their leader's fury, roared in unison, "Kill him!" Two of the men lunged at Yianshan, swords flashing, their leader screaming, "Time to pay for the blood you spilled." Yianshan's eyes hardened further as he observed the scene, a cold realization dawning on him, that bastard is here too. A burly member of the Blood Flame cult threatened Yianshan, vowing to make him pay with his blood. Yianshan responded swiftly, his movements a blur as he unleashed a powerful kick, sending the cult member sprawling. He then engaged the remaining cultists in a whirlwind of motion, his blade a streak of blue energy as he effortlessly deflected and countered their attacks. The clash of steel echoing through the air as he moved with deadly precision, finally overpowering his opponents with a flurry of strikes. The cultists fell, defeated. Yianshan faced a trio of Blood Flame cultists, their malevolent expressions etched in the dim light. Their attacks a flurry of steel and dark energy. With a burst of speed, Yianshan deflected their blows, countering with precise strikes that sent the cultists sprawling. Blood splattered across the ground as they fell, leaving Yianshan standing amidst the carnage, his white robes stained crimson. He turned and walked away, leaving the fallen cultists behind. Yianshan descended into a deep chasm, the darkness swallowing him whole. From the chasm's depths, a voice echoed, "To think a white robe of the desolate fortress would dare to cause a ruckus." Yianshan, his expression grim, stood amidst the aftermath of battle. His eyes, narrowed in thought, betrayed a lingering unease. The chasm before him pulsed with a dark, ominous energy, a power that felt alien to the Blood Flame cultists he had just vanquished. That dreary energy doesn't belong to these guys, he mused, a knot of suspicion tightening in his gut. The bodies of the fallen Blood Flame cultists lay scattered around him, a testament to his skill and strength. He sheathed his sword, his gaze still fixed on the abyss. Having dispatched the last of the Blood Flame cultists, Yianshan turned his attention to the mysterious chasm, a sense of foreboding settling over him. A chilling premonition washed over him as he began his descent into the unknown depths. Yianshan, his face etched with grim determination, stood amidst the aftermath of his battle against the Blood Flame cultists. He silently assessed his opponent, a powerful cultivator whose strength far surpassed any he had encountered before. "He's on a completely different level compared to those I have fought so far," Yianshan thought, a chill running down his spine. A monstrous figure emerged from the chasm, its presence radiating an aura of immense power. The creature's appearance was unsettling, its features distorted and menacing. The creature's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, its gaze fixed on Yianshan. Its expression was one of pure malice. Overhearing a hushed conversation amongst the fallen cultists, Yianshan learned something crucial. He heard that when a part of one's body returned to its original state, it signified the cultivator had reached a level of mastery where they could refine their core energy. Yianshan, sword drawn, stood ready to face the formidable foe that awaited him in the depths of the chasm. The air crackled with anticipation as he prepared for battle. Yianshan, his breath ragged, stared at the fallen Blood Flame cultists. He had defeated them, but a chilling realization washed over him. The man before him was far more powerful than any he had faced before. The cultivator's weapon, a blood-stained blade, was a testament to his deadly skill. A bystander whispered that these were the Blood Master swordsmen of the Blood Flame cult, elite warriors known for their ruthlessness. The cultivator, his eyes burning with a malevolent red glow, revealed himself as the branch leader, the strongest person in this place. His words, "My blood," echoed the chilling power he possessed. Yianshan, despite the fear that gnawed at him, met the branch leader's gaze with steely determination. The battle was far from over. The Blood Flame cult's branch leaders were revealed. To ordinary people, they are practically death gods, their subordinates almost as powerful. Few martial masters possess the skill to defeat them, the narration explained, highlighting the immense threat they posed. Yianshan, facing the branch leader, engaged in a fierce duel. The branch leader's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and barely concealed fear flickering across his features. As Yianshan's gaze hardened, a steely determination settling over his face. He was ready. A surge of energy enveloped Yianshan's hand as he gripped his sword, the blade glowing with an ethereal, icy blue light. He prepared to strike. "I'll go all out before he even gets close," Yianshan silently vowed, a grim smile playing on his lips. A flashback of a past battle briefly illuminating his resolve. He remembered a past victory, won only by overwhelming his opponent before they could react. Yianshan, poised for battle, unleashed a wave of energy from his weapon. The branch leader, witnessing the attack, felt a surge of fear and surprise. The branch leader sneered, stating that the name Desolate Fortress had made Yianshan arrogant. Yianshan, gritting his teeth, prepared to unleash a limit-releasing technique. Yianshan unleashed a blinding, powerful attack, a limit-releasing technique that sent a shockwave of energy rippling outwards. The branch leader, caught completely off guard, could only watch in stunned disbelief as the force of the blow sent him sprawling. The sheer power of the attack left the branch leader momentarily incapacitated, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and surprise. Having delivered the blow, Yianshan stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim but resolute. He moved with a swiftness that belied his apparent calm, his foot striking the ground with a burst of energy. A final, decisive strike that ended the branch leader's resistance. Yianshan, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashed a limit-releasing attack. The raw power of his technique sending him hurtling through the air. A torrent of energy erupting as he collided with the branch leader and his underlings. The branch leader, caught completely off guard, was sent flying backwards, his body impacting the ground with a heavy thud as Yianshan's attack continued its relentless assault. Despite the overwhelming force, the branch leader managed a defiant grin, muttering, "Not bad." Yianshan, his face contorted in exertion, unleashed a furious, limit-releasing attack. A wave of blue energy erupted from his blade, the sheer power of the blow leaving a trail of shimmering light across the battlefield. The branch leader, witnessing the attack's might, could only utter, "Not bad?" The aftermath of the clash was devastating. The branch leader lay defeated, his body marred by grievous wounds, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. His life force ebbed away as Yianshan stood over him, victorious but clearly exhausted. Yianshan gritted his teeth, the strain of his limit-releasing technique evident in his strained expression. His body trembled with the aftereffects of the immense power he had just wielded. A grinding sound echoing as the immense energy slowly receded. The branch leader's eyes, though filled with defeat, held a flicker of grudging respect. Finally, Yianshan declared, "I'm no longer the old me." Yianshan unleashed a devastating, limit-releasing attack, the raw power surging from their body. A wave of energy engulfing the branch leader, the impact sending tremors through the very ground. The branch leader, despite his considerable strength, was overwhelmed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he felt the full force of Yianshan's attack. Uttering a final, enraged cry, "Little bastard," before collapsing. Yianshan, exhausted but resolute, stood defiantly before the monstrous branch leader, her face a mask of grim determination as she braced for the final blow. The branch leader lunged, his attack a blur of motion. But Yianshan met his assault with a swift counter, her blade flashing, the clash of steel echoing through the air as she deflected his attack. With a final, desperate surge of power, she unleashed a limit-releasing attack, a devastating blow that sent the branch leader sprawling. Yianshan, his body screaming in protest, launched a final, desperate attack. He moved with a blur of motion, a limit-releasing technique that channeled every ounce of his remaining strength. The force of the blow sending the branch leader reeling backward and collapsing onto the ground, fatally wounded. The branch leader's lifeblood spilled onto the earth, staining the soil crimson. The branch leader, his eyes wide with disbelief and agony, let out a guttural cry of pain. "Gore! Ugh!" His grip on his weapon loosened, the sword falling from his grasp as his life ebbed away. Yianshan, victorious but utterly spent, watched him die. Yianshan, victorious but severely wounded, bore the marks of his battle against the branch leader. Blood trickled down his face, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. The branch leader, defeated and fatally wounded, lay dying. His final words were a bitter admission of defeat. "I lost to a mere white robe." His eyes, filled with disbelief and resentment, reflected the unexpected turn of events. Death's grip tightened its hold. Yianshan, despite his own injuries, stood firm, his expression grim but resolute. The fight had taken its toll, but he had emerged triumphant. With a final, decisive thrust, Yianshan ended the branch leader's suffering. The blade pierced the branch leader's heart, ending his reign of terror. The battle was over. The aftermath of the battle was stark. Blood stained the wooden floorboards where the branch leader had fallen. Yianshan stood over his fallen opponent, his own clothes torn and stained with sweat and blood. The weight of victory heavy on his shoulders. His breathing was ragged. He panted, exhaustion evident in every strained breath. Sweat trickled down his neck, a testament to the brutal intensity of the fight. Around him lay the bodies of the branch leader's defeated subordinates, a grim reminder of the battle's cost. Yianshan's eyes, though weary, held a spark of grim determination. He sheathed his sword, the weight of the recent battle heavy on his shoulders. His gaze lingering on the weapon before he turned away. He walked away from the scene of carnage, the ground littered with the bodies of the branch leader and his defeated subordinates. A grim testament to the ferocity of the battle just concluded. One of the fallen men, eyes wide with terror, lay partially visible, a stark reminder of the violence. Yianshan, exhausted but resolute, offered a final, somber wish to her fallen foes: "I hope all of you go to paradise." The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, a stark contrast to the recent battle's grimness. Darkness fell upon the branch's headquarters, its illuminated windows now casting long shadows in the night. Two figures emerged from the shadows, their faces etched with shock and concern. One, a young man, stared wide-eyed; the other, a woman, her expression hardened with worry. Another figure appeared, a young man with striking white hair and pointed ears, his gaze intense and unwavering. Yianshan, carrying a young boy on her back, walked away from the scene, her face grim but determined. The weight of the battle, and the burden of the child, were evident in her posture. Yianshan, exhausted but resolute, carried a young child away from the scene of a battle, blood staining her clothes. Her back to the onlookers, a sword strapped to her back. The onlookers, a young man and woman, watched with a mixture of shock and concern. Another young man, his hair white, observed Yianshan from a distance, his expression intense and unwavering. Yianshan approached a group of people, asking for help with the child. One of them, a young man, responded, noting that the child was not dead. A woman with brown hair asked Yianshan if she was all right, noting that she had fought. Yianshan, showing only minor concern for her own injuries, simply stated that she was fine and that the blood on her wasn't hers. She explained that she had discovered and dealt with a blood flame cult branch. A young woman, her face etched with worry, expressed relief. "Good, I'm glad you're safe." She let out a relieved sigh. "Phew." Her expression shifted to one of confusion as she tilted her head slightly, questioning something with a raised eyebrow. The scene shifted to a group of individuals seated around a table. The conversation turned to the recent events, specifically mentioning a blood flame cult branch. Yianshan, the young woman who had previously expressed relief, explained that she had encountered a cultist causing trouble in Jinping County, along with a particularly strong demonic cultist with red and black hair. The group deduced that the red and black-haired cultist was a blood master swordsman, confirming that Yianshan had indeed found their branch. Yianshan, still reeling from her encounter, voiced her disbelief. "I can't believe there is a blood flame cult branch that has planted its roots and is feeding off the people here." The young man with white hair, his expression grim, placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, drawing the weapon and standing ready. His resolve was clear. He declared, "No matter what the mission is, the blood flame cult is a target of the desolate fortress that needs to be destroyed. We will now raid their branch. The young man's sharp gaze reflected his unwavering determination to eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, the unidentified woman approached Yinshin, offering words of comfort. Yinshin, you have accomplished a great feat, have some rest now. A young man declared his intention to join Chung Myung in eliminating the Blood Flame cult branch. However, another individual countered that government troops were sufficient and that the priority should be aiding the victims. The young man, seemingly unconvinced, insisted on the necessity of their intervention, while a woman quietly observed, emphasizing the urgent need for assistance to those affected by the cult's actions. The discussion continued, with the young man's resolve unwavering. As Yinshin's feat of defeating the Blood Flame cult, including their master swordsman, was brought up, prompting further discussion. Yinshin, her face partially obscured, declared, "Yes, I killed them all." The young man with white hair and the unidentified woman stood before her, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. The white-haired young man spoke, questioning her feat. He asked, "You destroyed a Blood Flame cult branch by yourself?" Yinshin, acknowledging the help she received, replied, "The mobility art you taught me really helped a lot." The white-haired young man and the unidentified woman exchanged concerned glances, their expressions reflecting their disbelief and worry. The unidentified woman voiced her concern, stating, "The Blood Master swordsmen have strange regeneration abilities." Finally, the unidentified woman turned to Yinshin, her concern evident in her tone as she asked, "Wasn't it dangerous?" Yinshin, seemingly unfazed, simply replied, "Pardon?" A narration box revealed a crucial detail about the Blood Flame cultists. Some had been pushed to the brink of death, only to die from backstab wounds because their opponents were unaware of their regenerative abilities. The panel depicted a brutal scene. A cultivator, his chest pierced by a dagger, collapses as his attacker stands over him, eyes glowing menacingly. The following panel showed a close-up of the white-haired young man's face, his expression one of dawning realization as he processed this new information about the cult's regenerative capabilities. Yinshin, having defeated the cult, is shown holding a clump of crimson hair, likely belonging to one of the slain cultists. She presents the hair to the white-haired young man and others present, who react with a mixture of shock and concern. A final panel shows a close-up of a monstrous face, its eyes wide with a look of surprise and perhaps fear, as it seems to react to the revelation of the cultist's regenerative abilities. Yinshin, the white-haired young man, and an unidentified woman stood together, their gazes fixed on the aftermath of the battle. The young man and the woman appeared concerned, while Yinshin's expression was one of relief and exhaustion. The man with dark hair observed the body of a slain cultist, his brow furrowed in thought. He murmured to himself about the dangerous regenerative abilities of the Blood Flame cult. The white-haired young man's eyes widened slightly as he listened to the conversation, a mixture of concern and intrigue evident on his face. The white-haired young man confirmed the existence of the Blood Flame cultist's regenerative abilities, but noted that the battle was already over. The scene shifted to a desolate fortress, a towering structure silhouetted against the night sky. This was the location of the recent conflict. A multi-storied building, its windows glowing faintly in the darkness, hinting at the scale of the recent battle within. Inside a well-lit room, a man with dark hair listened intently as a young woman with brown hair and a young man with white hair reported on their mission. The man, seemingly a superior officer, observed them carefully, his expression thoughtful as he processed their account of Yinshin's actions and the surprising regenerative abilities of the Blood Flame cultists. This might actually be better, he mused, acknowledging the unexpected positive outcome of the situation. The young woman, her gaze fixed on the white-haired man, added, "We were able to see what the white robes on the mission are really capable of." Her tone implied a newfound respect for Yinshin's strength and skill. A dark-haired man, his expression thoughtful and serious, pondered the events that had transpired. He was clearly considering the implications of what he had witnessed, questioning the account given by the others. How was the lightning genius like when faced with a life-and-death situation, he mused, skeptical of the narrative presented. A young woman with dark hair, her face etched with doubt, echoed his skepticism. I doubt that was what really happened," she murmured, unconvinced by the official story. Meanwhile, a young man with white hair, his brow furrowed in thought, considered the implications of a life and death situation in relation to the recent events. The dark-haired man continued his line of questioning, stating, "Yes, if a blood master swordsman was there, then it means their forces were at least on a branch level. Isn't that very dangerous to a white robe?" His words highlighted the gravity of the situation. He then directly addressed the young woman, stating, "The two of you didn't go ahead and destroy the branch because you both wanted to protect the white robes, did you?" His words implied a deeper, unspoken understanding of their actions. News of Yi Yinshin's accomplishments spread. A report detailed her solo reconnaissance mission, culminating in the annihilation of an entire blood flame cult branch by herself. The implications of this feat sunk in for the dark-haired man, his expression one of disbelief and dawning concern. He confirmed the report's claim: Yi Yinshin had single-handedly eliminated all members of the cult, including their master swordsman. The weight of this revelation pressed heavily upon him, his gaze intensified, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the young man with white hair observed the scene from afar, his thoughts preoccupied with the implications of the blood flame cultist's regenerative abilities. Two men, dressed in the attire of officials, relaxed in a room. One commented on the atmosphere, noting that it felt unusually festive. And the other agreed, adding that the celebration was likely in honor of Yi Yinshin's return. The dark-haired man, lost in thought, pondered the reason for the celebratory mood. Before another man revealed that the festivities were indeed in honor of Yi Yinshin, the former Divine Sword Squad captain. The dark-haired man's expression shifted to one of thoughtful contemplation as he processed this information. Two men, engaged in serious conversation, discussed the upcoming Elder Council leader election. One of them had recently returned with a young boy who was rumored to be exceptionally talented, and an adopted son of the renowned Ma clan. The young man, upon hearing this, revealed that the Ma clan was his mother's clan, and that even after his mother gave birth to him, they never once reached out to him. Such a story is something you'd hear in the villages. It's as if they cut off all ties with their daughter who married into a household that would make them seem like they were of a lower class. Yi Yinshin, standing before his superior, inquired, "Captain, did you call for me?" The captain, a man with dark hair and a stern expression, sat observing Yi Yinshin. Yi Yinshin's back was to the viewer, his posture suggesting attentiveness to the captain's unspoken assessment. The unidentified man, dark hair, observed Yi Yinshin with a stern gaze, his expression conveying both assessment and a hint of awe. Internally, the unidentified man, dark hair, marveled at Yi Yinshin's power. He noted that his energy was noticeably different. His energy was different, indeed. Yi Yinshin, seemingly unfazed by the intense scrutiny, calmly drew his sword. The unidentified man, dark hair, reflected on Yi Yinshin's recent feat, the annihilation of an entire blood flame cult branch, concluding it was no mere stroke of luck. A question mark floated above Yi Yinshin's head as he stood before the unidentified man, dark hair, awaiting further instructions. The unidentified man, dark hair, informed Yi Yinshin that the fortress master had summoned them both for a meeting. Yi Yinshin's eyes narrowed, a question forming in his mind: the desolate fortress master? A young woman with vibrant green hair and piercing green eyes stared intently ahead, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, two men in formal attire conversed. One, with dark hair, appeared thoughtful, the other, with his back turned, remained silent. The dark-haired man posed a question: have there been instances when she'd asked to meet white-robe warriors after their enlistment meeting? His companion responded curtly, none. Yi Yinshin, his expression serious, contemplated the implications. Three men in blue uniforms, bearing the same insignia, stood in a courtyard. Their expressions were serious. One of them, with his hands clasped before him, seemed to be the focus of their attention. A caption identified the man as the lightning genius of the Radiant Demon Squad. The three men in blue watched as Yi Yinshin and the white-haired young man approached. A question arose among them. Was this the one who killed a blood master swordsman? Yi Yinshin and the unidentified young man with white hair continued walking, their footsteps echoing subtly on the stone path, drawing the attention of those around them. Yi Yinshin reflected on the situation, acknowledging that his recent actions had made him a figure of interest. Meanwhile, the unidentified man with dark hair voiced his observations to a companion, noting Yianshin's feat of destroying a blood flame cult branch single-handedly, implying the significant implications of such an accomplishment. The dark-haired man's words highlighted Yianshin's newly elevated status within the desolate fortress, now considered a martial master. The scene shifted to Yianshin, who stood before a group of men in blue uniforms, respectfully acknowledging their presence with a simple "Yes, sir." Yianshin, his face etched with determination, was carried on the shoulders of another man. He was clearly exhausted but resolute. His inner monologue revealed his urgent ambition: "My concept of time is different from theirs. I don't have the luxury of time. If I want to live, I must become as strong as a divine sword captain before I turn 20. I need to advance from white to blue, and surpass black robes like Ma Jin, to become someone capable of leading 17 squads like the Radiant Demon Squad." The image shifted to Yianshin alone, his expression grim, highlighting his unwavering resolve. The final panel showed three figures in blue uniforms, their faces serious, observing Yianshin with a mixture of respect and perhaps a hint of apprehension. A title card appears, introducing Yianshin as the captain of the Purple Robe Divine Sword Squad. Yianshin and an unidentified man stand before a large, ornate door. They appear to be waiting. The unidentified man speaks, mentioning that he heard the other man has one grandchild. The man continues, stating that the blood of a lowly place cannot flow far. Yianshin and the unidentified man exchange a meaningful glance, the tension palpable. A superior of Yianshin's, a man with dark hair, expressed a hope that Yianshin would not bring shame to the Ma clan. While acknowledging that, despite not being from the main family, Yianshin is exceptionally talented and his successor. The dark-haired man and Yianshin walked through large ornate doors, their footsteps echoing as they proceeded down a long corridor. The two continued their journey through the palace, their steps measured and deliberate. They approached another set of doors, the end of their journey seemingly near. Yianshin, quietly observant, followed his superior through the opulent palace halls, their progress marked by the intricate carvings and rich tapestries adorning the walls. A woman with striking lime green hair and pointed ears sat regally on a throne-like seat, her expression unreadable, yet commanding. She was the fortress master. Yianshin's gaze hardened slightly as he considered the scene before him, a weight of unspoken tension hanging heavy in the air. His superior, a man with dark hair and a scar across his face, exchanged a brief, tense glance with him, before bowing deeply, addressing the fortress master with the formal greeting, "Greetings, fortress master." Yianshin, quietly observing his surroundings, muttered to himself, "That man is the former Divine Sword Squad captain?" The fortress master's identity was revealed. He is a powerful figure, a purple robe martial master, stronger even than Captain Ma Jin. The scene shifted to Yianshin's feet, emphasizing his presence before the fortress master. The fortress master addressed Yianshin directly, "You must be the lightning genius from the Radiant Demon Squad." The fortress master, a figure of imposing stature, turned his back to Yianshin, his crimson robe and ornate shoulder pauldrons hinting at his high rank, revealing his identity with a simple statement, "I'm Manhwa, and I used to lead the Divine Sword Squad." He continued, explaining that he had arranged this meeting, stating that his grandson wished to meet a martial master of comparable skill to Yianshin. Yianshin, quietly observant, stood calmly, a slight smile playing on his lips as he listened, his thoughts turning to the fortress master's grandson and the reason for this unexpected meeting. The fortress master, Manhwa, began the meeting by stating that he had heard of Yianshin's recent accomplishments. Yianshin listened intently, his expression unreadable. A close-up on Yianshin's attire revealed a simple yet elegant style. Upon meeting Yianshin in person, the fortress master remarked that the rumors of his abilities did not do him justice. The fortress master's expression shifted to one of genuine surprise and admiration. He expressed his astonishment at Yianshin's accomplishments at such a young age. Yianshin, his back to the viewer, stood before a figure of authority, his posture calm and attentive, his expression unreadable as he listened intently to the ongoing conversation. He formally greeted the fortress master, identifying himself as young Yianshin of the Radiant Demon Squad. The fortress master, initially surprised by the introduction, and the other individuals present reacted with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where Yianshin and another individual stood before the seated fortress master and a woman with striking green hair. The fortress master, Manhwa, reacted with disbelief to Yianshin's introduction, questioning what he was saying. His expression shifting as he processed the name Young Yianshin and the implications of the surname Young. Yianshin's eyes, sharp and intense, reflected his calm demeanor. Manhwa's shock deepened as he stared at Yianshin. Yianshin, maintaining his composure, offered a polite greeting, "Nice to meet you." An observer, unseen, reacted with a silent thought. Yianshin, calm and composed, sat across from the fortress master, Manhwa. Their hands rested lightly together, a stark contrast to the turbulent emotions churning within the fortress master. Manhwa's eyes, wide and intense, betrayed his inner turmoil. His expression was a mixture of shock and disbelief. As words, "my sister's son," escaped his lips, a question hanging heavy in the air. The revelation of Yianshin's identity had sent ripples of surprise through him. A thought bubble appeared above Manhwa's head, containing a single word, "sister." Manhwa's face contorted in shock and disbelief as he stared at Yianshin. His expression was a mixture of surprise and dawning realization. Meanwhile, Yianshin remained calm, his gaze unwavering. The scene shifted to show a wider view of the room, revealing other figures observing the unfolding drama. A second thought bubble appeared, this time above Yianshin, revealing his startling revelation: "Ma Jin is my mother's brother?" Yianshin, maintaining his composure despite the tense atmosphere, addressed the fortress master and the assembled officials. He apologized, explaining that he was uncertain about his clan relations on his mother's side, further revealing that even those from his father's clan, now destroyed, had largely abandoned him. The panel focuses on Yianshin, his expression hinting at a past filled with hardship and isolation. The viewer sees a symbol on his sleeve, hinting at his lineage. The fortress master, Manhwa, visibly shocked by Yianshin's words, demanded clarification. "What did you just say?" His astonishment grew as the implications of Yianshin's statements sunk in. He questioned, "What has been destroyed?" The weight of the revelation hung heavy in the air as Manhwa pieced together the truth. He finally understood. "Did you just say that the young manor has been destroyed?" Observing Manhwa and Yianshin, a silent thought crossed Yianshin's mind. Based on their reactions, it seemed they were unaware of the young manor's destruction. A revelation that would soon shake the very foundations of their world. Manhwa, the fortress master, stood tall and imposing, his expression one of stoic composure. But beneath the surface, a storm of confusion brewed as he listened to Yianshin's words. A young woman with vibrant green hair, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, approached the fortress master and Yianshin, and politely requested a private audience with him. Her request was met with a look of deep concern from the fortress master. Yianshin, her apprehension evident, approached the fortress master. She moved with a quiet determination, and stated that her mother was not a member of his clan, therefore she did not belong there. Yianshin continued, explaining that while she respected the fortress master's accomplishments, she was uncomfortable with further personal conversations. The fortress master's expression hardened. His initial confusion gave way to a look of intense scrutiny. As he listened intently to Yianshin's words, his gaze unwavering. A title card identifies Yianshin as the Radiant Demon Squad's lightning genius. Meanwhile, an unidentified woman with striking green hair observes from a distance. Yianshin, eyes closed, contemplates the recent events. His internal monologue reveals his internal conflict. He cannot bring himself to cooperate with someone he believes to be his grandfather's direct descendant. Another individual, seemingly angered, confronts Yianshin, accusing him of disrespecting the former divine sword captain. The scene ends with Yianshin's profile, his expression unreadable. A narrator's voice cuts in, stating that Yianshin has forgotten he is in the presence of the desolate fortress master. Yinshin, seemingly lost in thought, looks away with a troubled expression. He then defends his inaction by stating that he is not from the desolate fortress's Ma clan. The unnamed accuser, witnessing this, reacts with a look of disbelief and anger. Yinshin smirks, seemingly unfazed by the accuser's anger. Finally, the accuser explodes, shouting, "How dare you?" An unnamed accuser, brimming with anger, demanded a duel with Yinshin, asserting that he was unworthy of being a blood relative, further emphasizing his intention to prove Yinshin's unworthiness. Yinshin, outwardly calm despite his inner turmoil, rejected the challenge, stating that he saw no need to agree. His expression remained stoic, betraying little of his internal conflict. However, he proposed a compromise: he would participate in an exchange of knowledge for learning, clarifying that he felt no need to prove his worth to their clan. An older man, his face etched with concern, observed the unfolding scene. Yinshin, his expression hardening, stood defiantly before his accuser. He clenched his fists, the bronze gauntlets glinting subtly. The accuser's words, "I guess he learned the fist or palm strikes of the Ma clan," were a low mutter, barely audible above the rising tension. "Enough talking," the accuser declared, his patience clearly exhausted. Yinshin remained resolute, his gaze unwavering. Internally, however, a conflict raged. A thought bubble appeared above Yinshin's head. "Yanjiak is an old-time friend who journeyed with me for a long time." The memory brought a flicker of something akin to sadness to his eyes. An older man, observing the scene, explained that the lightning genius was a promising subordinate. He suggested that any conflict between them should be settled as a duel between martial artists. Yinshin, the lightning genius, silently considered this proposal. A slight hesitation visible on his face before he finally nodded in agreement. The accuser, addressing Yinshin directly, stated that this offer was of no benefit to him. However, as a friend of Yanjiak, he offered Yinshin one request regardless of the duel's outcome. Yinshin, surprised, questioned if this offer extended even to that specific request. The words "the fruit of the world tree" appeared on the page, hinting at a powerful artifact. A green-haired elf woman, seemingly unconvinced, responded with a quiet, "That's not possible." She explained that even if Yanjiak made the request, it would be impossible because he had already received a different reward for his contributions as the Divine Sword Squad captain. A detail that seemed to surprise those around her. An older man, seemingly in a position of authority, then offered to teach Yinshin one of his vital energy techniques. The other men present reacted with surprise, one of them questioning, "She'll teach him martial arts?" News of Yinshin's potential training spread, causing a stir. The words, "He'll learn from the fortress master, who's known to be the strongest in the world," echoed through the room. A nearby observer, his expression unreadable, watched Yinshin from behind. Yinshin, however, remained focused on the implications of the offer. The thought, "I can learn the fortress master's martial arts," filled his mind. He considered the potential benefits, weighing them against the risks. Another voice, filled with skepticism, interjected, "To think my mother's clan would take in such a person to be the successor." The weight of this decision settled heavily upon him. A final, resolute thought emerged: "Do it." Yinshin, having accepted the fortress master's training offer, walked through the expansive courtyard. The grounds were vast, with imposing pillars and traditional architecture surrounding him. An unnamed observer watched from a distance. The observer noted the other trainees present, their presence highlighting the unique opportunity afforded to Yinshin. The fortress master's voice echoed, "You guys have the whole place to yourselves, so you can do whatever you want." Yinshin's expression remained resolute, betraying no hint of doubt or apprehension. A close-up revealed the subtle tightening of his grip, suggesting a quiet determination to succeed in his training. Yinshin cracked his knuckles, a determined glint in his eyes. The unnamed observer watched him, a skeptical expression on his face. Two figures, one elderly and one younger, stood together, their expressions unreadable. Yinshin's inner voice declared, "So, I don't need the Ma clan." A slight grimace crossed his lips as he contemplated this decision. The observer extended a hand towards Yinshin, the meaning of the gesture unclear. Yinshin, confident in his recent declaration of independence from the Ma clan, extended a hand, daring anyone to challenge him. "Bring it on," he declared. An unseen assailant, enraged, lunged forward, shouting "Bastard!" The attacker unleashed a flurry of blows, aiming to overwhelm Yinshin. With surprising speed and precision, Yinshin effortlessly deflected each attack, countering with a swift strike that sent his opponent reeling. The sound of a sharp tap echoed as the blow landed. Yinshin, confident in his recent declaration of independence, effortlessly dodged and countered a surprise attack from a hidden assailant. His movements a blur of controlled power as he unleashed a swift kick. The unseen attacker was sent sprawling, their defeat swift and decisive. An observer, unseen but present, watched Yinshin's display of strength. Their thoughts remained unvoiced, but a silent assessment of Yinshin's power was made. The observer, seemingly impressed, internally mused, "I guess he has consumed really good elixirs, seeing as he possesses way more energy than I do." Yinshin's unseen opponent launched a surprise attack, but Yinshin effortlessly countered, sending the attacker sprawling with a swift, precise strike. The impact created a small shockwave, as Yinshin's blade flashed, leaving a trail of light in its wake. His opponent, clearly outmatched, struggled to defend himself, and was ultimately defeated, his weapon shattering upon impact with Yinshin's superior technique. The dust settled, revealing the broken remains of his weapon. The unnamed observer watched, impressed by Yinshin's display of power and skill. The elderly and younger figures remained silent, their reactions still unknown. Yinshin moved with blinding speed, his foot connecting with his opponent's side with a powerful impact, sending the attacker sprawling. The force of the blow sent a shockwave rippling outwards, as Yinshin's opponent staggered, surprised by the raw power of the strike. "Why aren't you unsheathing your sword?" the attacker demanded, clearly disoriented. Yinshin countered swiftly, his movements a blur as he closed the distance, landing another precise blow that sent his opponent reeling. "Because your fist strike techniques are pretty good," Yinshin stated calmly, his expression betraying no hint of exertion. The defeated attacker, now on the ground, glared up at Yinshin, muttering, "You little." Yinshin, in a blur of motion, countered his unseen assailant's attack, sending a powerful kick that shattered the stone beneath his feet, the force of the blow creating a shockwave that rippled outwards. He followed through with a devastating uppercut, a blinding flash of light erupting as his fist connected with his opponent's face, sending the attacker flying backwards, defeated. Yinshin, in a flurry of motion, countered his unseen assailant's attack, sending the attacker sprawling with a powerful blow, the attacker's body tumbling away from Yinshin. The dust settled, revealing Yinshin standing victorious before an elderly figure and a younger figure, who watched from a distance. Yinshin, victorious and composed, stood amidst the remnants of the unseen attacker's assault, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp, reflecting the intensity of the recent battle. The elderly and younger figures watched him with a mixture of awe and concern. A young woman with vibrant green hair observed the scene from a distance, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. An unseen observer, seemingly impressed, murmured, Yinshin, having seemingly defeated his opponent, reflected on his victory, "I just thought of a strong fist strike technique." His hands, still slightly trembling, subtly demonstrated the refined technique he had just employed. Yinshin, victorious but pensive, declared, "By the count of 10, this will come to an end." An observer frowned, his expression conveying disbelief and doubt. Questioning Yinshin's boast, "He'll end this fight in 10 moves? I understand that he's talented, but still." An elderly figure, however, offered a different interpretation, explaining, "No. When he said that, he didn't mean that it would end in 10 moves. Instead, he probably meant that in 10 seconds. The scene shifted to Yinshin, a serene expression on his face, as a blue energy symbol appeared above his head. Yinshin, calm and confident, subtly shifted his posture, a faint glow emanating from his hands. He would create a new martial art, a statement that hung in the air, a testament to his growing mastery. Yianshin, calm and focused, revealed a breakthrough. He had conceived a powerful new fist strike technique and confidently predicted the imminent end of his current fight. By the count of 10, this will come to an end, he stated. A subtle glow emanated from him as he prepared for the final confrontation. Meanwhile, an elderly figure and another man observed Yianshin from a distance, their expressions unreadable. Yianshin, his expression grim, focused intently on his opponent, a steely determination etched onto his face. Meanwhile, an unnamed observer and an elderly figure watched from a distance, their gazes fixed on Yianshin. The observer, questioning Yianshin's strategy, voiced his doubt, in those 10 moves you're talking about. Yianshin, undeterred, declared his resolve, I'll give it my all. With a surge of power, he unleashed a new technique, the fusion fist strike, a brilliant golden energy emanating from his fist. The technique's name, fusion fist strike, appearing as text above him, signifying its completion. Yianshin focused intently, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he channeled his energy, the kanji 4 power glowing brightly on his hands. An unnamed observer watched, a single word escaping his lips, that's good. The observer's internal monologue revealed his surprise. Instead of being riled up by his earlier doubts, Yianshin had calmed himself, focusing his energy. The observer continued his internal assessment, noting the refined nature of Yianshin's energy control, a testament to his rigorous training under his grandfather, a respected figure. Despite the observer's earlier suggestion to use a palm strike, Yianshin remained resolute in his decision to use a fist strike, demonstrating his confidence in his newly mastered technique. The observer, though still slightly skeptical, conceded, although you said you'd use a fist strike, go ahead and use a palm strike instead if you wish. Yianshin, calm and resolute, dismissed the observer's suggestion to use a palm strike. I don't need your advice, he stated, so just do your best. The observer, though slightly skeptical, nodded in acceptance. You'll be able to show me plenty of things, he conceded, a hint of anticipation in his tone. A fierce glint appeared in Yianshin's eyes as he prepared for his final attack. A silent promise of overwhelming power filled the air. With a powerful, earth-shattering impact, Yianshin unleashed his fusion fist strike. The ground cracked under the force of the blow, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. His opponent was sent flying backwards. The full extent of the technique's devastating power becoming terrifyingly clear. Yianshin's fusion fist strike connected, the impact sending a shockwave across the ground. A burst of energy erupting from the point of contact as the observer watched in astonishment. The text energy accumulation discharge appeared above the scene. The observer's eyes widened, a clear expression of disbelief on his face as he muttered, "What's with his strength?" The force of the blow sent the opponent reeling back, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. A trail of energy followed the opponent's retreat, a visual testament to the raw power of Yianshin's attack. The observer's face registered shock and awe as he witnessed the full extent of Yianshin's power. He let out a silent exclamation of surprise. The on-screen text read, "The lighting genius accumulated more energy rather than losing what he had." Yianshin, his expression grim, focused intently on his opponent. He prepared for a second strike, accumulating energy for a devastating second blow. The text read, "Accumulated energy. Second strike." He unleashed a powerful second fusion fist strike, the force of the blow sending his opponent reeling back with a pained cry of Q. The impact of the attack was immense, leaving a trail of energy in its wake. Yianshin unleashed another fusion fist strike, the raw power of his attack leaving a trail of golden energy in its wake. The opponent, his face etched with disbelief, could only watch as the devastating blow impacted. The force of the strike sent him sprawling, defeated and injured. He had been overwhelmed by Yianshin's enhanced strength. From a distance, another man watched, his expression a mixture of shock and concern. He got inspiration for that last attack from the fusion fist strike, he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. The defeated opponent's eyes widened in fear and disbelief as he registered the full extent of Yianshin's power. He had become even stronger than before. Meanwhile, two figures observed the aftermath of the battle from a distance, their faces impassive, yet their eyes betraying a hint of calculation and assessment. Yianshan unleashed another fusion fist strike, the raw power of the attack amplified compared to his previous one. The golden energy surging around his fist as he connected with his opponent. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. The observing man muttered, "Good, show me even more." The opponent, defiant despite his injuries, snarled, "I know you can still do it. You're too arrogant." He lunged forward, attempting a desperate counterattack. But Yianshan effortlessly deflected the blow, his power overwhelming. Yianshan unleashed a second fusion fist strike, the accumulated energy radiating outwards in a blinding flash. The force of the blow sending his opponent reeling backwards. The impact leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Accumulated energy, third strike, the text proclaimed, underscoring the devastating power of the attack. The final blow connected, a searing light engulfing the opponent as Yianshan's power overwhelmed him. The fight concluded with Yianshan standing victorious, his opponent defeated and lying on the ground. The observing man and the two impassive figures watched the aftermath, their expressions unchanged. Yianshan's opponent, groaning in pain, launched a desperate attack, but his strike was met with a resounding arg, as Yianshan effortlessly deflected it. His eyes narrowed, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he prepared his counter. With a burst of speed, Yianshan unleashed a devastating palm strike, the raw power of his enhanced fusion fist leaving his opponent reeling. An observing man, intrigued by the display of power, muttered, "Palm strikes, that's interesting." Yianshan, confident in his victory, delivered a final, decisive blow, ending the fight with a swift, precise strike. A satisfied smirk stretched across his face as he stood over his defeated opponent. Three figures observed from a distance, a young woman with vibrant green hair, and two older men, one with a distinguished white beard and the other with stern features. They watched intently. As Yianshan, his face contorted in concentration, unleashed a powerful palm strike, energy crackling around his hands. His opponent, a man in green robes, sneered, shouting, "Country bumpkin," as he braced himself against the incoming attack, his own energy visibly accumulating. But Yianshan's fourth strike landed with devastating force, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The resulting explosion of energy momentarily obscured the scene, leaving the observing elder man visibly shocked by the sheer power displayed. A young woman with striking lime green hair and pointed ears observed the aftermath of the battle, a serene expression on her face. As Yianshan, his opponent defeated, knelt, breathing heavily, sparks still flickering around him from the force of his fusion fist. The defeated opponent lay on the ground, his body radiating heat from the impact of Yianshan's final blow. He coughed, his face contorted in pain, the extent of his injuries apparent. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce determination, suggesting that despite his defeat, the fight was far from over in his mind. Meanwhile, a man with long dark hair, dressed in formal attire, arrived on horseback, his presence commanding attention. Yianshan, exhausted but victorious, stood over his defeated opponent. His breathing was ragged, sweat beaded on his brow. The lingering effects of his fusion fist technique still visible as a faint aura around him. His opponent, though defeated, glared with unconquerable defiance. Scattered debris marking the intensity of their clash. A small crowd, including a calmly observing woman and several other onlookers, watched from a distance. The defeated man lay on the ground, defeated but defiant. A nearby man, his face etched with surprise, muttered to himself, "A fist art that gets stronger the longer a fight lasts." This observation highlighted the unique nature of Yianshan's technique. An older man, his expression a mixture of disbelief and awe, whispered, "I can't believe." The implication was clear, Yianshan's victory was unexpected and impressive. Yianshan, his body still trembling with exertion, stood tall, his sword sheathed at his side. The aftermath of the battle hung heavy in the air, a testament to his incredible strength and skill. Yianshan, victorious but weary, stood over his fallen opponent. His breath hitched in ragged gasps, a thin sheen of sweat coating his brow. The exertion of his fusion fist technique evident in the tremor of his hands. The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the power unleashed. His reflection in a puddle showed him, his body slightly injured but his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He had created a martial art worthy of being called a famed ultimate technique. The observing man and the older man watched, impressed. "That was a really good fight," the observing man commented. The observing woman, however, remained stoic, her expression unreadable. She mused internally, "To think I'd see someone creating a martial art. A rare feat indeed." Her gaze lingered on Yianshan, a hint of intrigue in her eyes. Following his victory, Yianshan, exhausted but proud, expressed his embarrassment to the observing group, hoping he hadn't wasted their time. But the observers reassured him, stating he was being too humble. The observing woman then inquired about the name of his new technique. Yianshan revealed that he had named his new martial art the Infinite Blossom Fist Strike. The observing woman pondered the name, impressed by the imagery of a fist strike that blooms endlessly. The scene concluded with Yianshan standing before the observing group, his new technique now officially named. An observing woman congratulated Yianshan, praising his creation of an incredible martial art. Yianshan, however, remained humble, stating that he had only managed to work out its framework, and that he was still unsatisfied with the moves, especially his reliance on radiant demon arts when using palm strikes. Despite his self-criticism, an observing man reassured him, pointing out that even with the current limitations, few in white robes could withstand such an attack. The observing man's words brought a subtle smile to his face. Yianshan, though pleased by the compliment, still felt the need for further refinement, acknowledging the rapid pace of his progress. Yianshan, despite his recent triumph, remained dissatisfied. A subtle frown played on his lips. He voiced his assessment to the assembled onlookers: "It's not fast enough yet." The observing woman, the observing man, and the older man listened intently to Yianshan's self-critique. The older man, his expression unreadable, contemplated Yianshan's words. Then, turning to Yianshan, he asked, "What must I do to gain your forgiveness?" An unnamed man, observing from a distance, registered confusion at the exchange. Yianshan's face contorted in frustration as he questioned the speed of his martial art. A silent contemplation followed, his expression unreadable. Yianshan clutched his head in frustration, his face contorted in agony, as the immense pressure of his martial arts training bore down on him. The text clarified that the purple-robed figures are masters from the desolate fortress, incredibly powerful beings. Their power is such that they are considered gods, capable of taking the life of anyone whose energy they detect. The image depicted the terrifying power of these masters. Yet, despite their immense power, an older man, seemingly a master himself, questioned why such a being would lower himself to interact with Yianshan. The older man, clad in a red robe, stood before Yianshan, his expression a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. He wondered aloud if this powerful figure was truly deigning to interact with him. Yianshan's face was a mask of frustration and confusion. The older martial arts master expressed his discomfort with Yianshan's actions, stating, "Seeing you do that really makes me very uncomfortable." Yianshan explained his situation, stating that he couldn't change the past and that his mother's clan was now like strangers to him, further clarifying that he is now a member of the Radiant Demon Squad family. Yianshan's expression remained troubled, reflecting his internal conflict. The older man, seemingly resigned, suggested that they should focus on building a relationship now. Yianshan lamented his lack of time to cultivate his martial arts. He had, however, won a duel against the older man's grandson, and requested that the older man respect his victory as a martial artist. The observing woman and man watched from a distance, as the older man acknowledged Yianshan's win, stating it was time to settle the reward. The observing woman, identified as the Lightning Genius, offered Yianshan one request of his choosing. Yianshan, confident after his recent victory, stood alone, his expression thoughtful. He was considering the implications of his actions. He listened as the older man explained that he would inform his squad leader of Yianshan's availability when the time came to make a request. A proposition that Yianshan found intriguing, though he questioned the nature of this request. Yianshan and the older man descended a flight of stairs, their conversation seemingly concluded. The older man, from behind, called out to Yinshin, revealing he had a mission that could benefit Yinshin. Yinshin's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he considered the implications of the mission offer. The bustling marketplace of Xian unfolded before him, a vibrant scene of commerce and daily life, yet Yinshin's focus remained inward. He walked through the town, his mind preoccupied, passing by various merchants and townsfolk, lost in thought as he weighed the risks and rewards of the proposed mission. Further down the street, a group of individuals, including the older man, could be seen moving purposefully through the crowd. Yinshin, deep in thought, questioned the older man, the plum blossom pill? The older man confirmed, explaining, yes. It's an elixir of the Manhwa sect that's considered a treasure in the Murim. He continued, revealing that the Manhwa sect had lost the pill, leading to numerous sects and martial artists searching for it. Yinshin, understanding the implications, mused to himself, they must all be scrambling for it. The older man then proposed a plan: we'll accompany the Manhwa sect to search for that elixir. The older man, seemingly in deep thought, revealed his true intentions behind the mission offer. He explained that while they claimed to be searching alongside others, their primary goal was to minimize casualties during the search. A strategic maneuver to allow him to engage in real combat during a large-scale conflict. Yinshin listened intently, his expression unreadable, as the older man continued to elaborate on the mission's benefits, affirming that this mission would indeed be advantageous for Yinshin. The older man further emphasized that this mission would provide Yinshin with invaluable opportunities to face renowned martial artists, suggesting that the experience gained through combat would far surpass any training he could receive otherwise. Yinshin, his expression unreadable, walked through the bustling marketplace, a single, long strand of hair escaping his carefully styled topknot. A nearby man sighed, muttering, "What a pity." The words seemed directed at Yinshin, though he gave no outward indication of having heard them. The man continued, his voice laced with sadness, "The desolate fortress is helping the Manhwa sect." Yinshin's eyes narrowed slightly as he caught sight of a figure in the distance. The man's name was spoken, though inaudibly. A group of men, led by the figure Yinshin had noticed, approached. The air crackled with tension. An older man, observing the scene from a distance, tilted his head slightly, a questioning escaping his lips. A group of martial masters from the desolate fortress approached, their leader addressing Yinshin and the others. "You all must be the martial masters from the desolate fortress. We've been waiting for you." Yinshin, along with the older man and others, observed the approaching group, their attention focused on the leader's words and the overall demeanor of the approaching martial artists. Among them, one man recognized the approaching group's affiliation, muttering, "The Manhwa sect." The leader of the approaching group, identified as the Radiant Demon Squad leader, maintained a calm and observant expression. Meanwhile, Yinshin's gaze sharpened, his attention drawn to a specific individual within the Manhwa sect delegation, Sage Cheonju. Yinshin remained alert, his expression conveying a mixture of suspicion and anticipation. The Manhwa panel displays Sage Cheonju, leader of the Plum Blossom Swordsmen and a top martial master. The narration explains that due to Sage Cheonju's high status, Majin, a figure known for his black robes, is also involved in the current mission. Yinshin observes the Manhwa sect delegation, noting a familiar feeling from his past encounter with Majin. Yinshin's internal monologue identifies two figures within the Manhwa sect, a swordswoman and the azure-eyed demonic swordsman. An unnamed man confidently states that he already knows the identities of the Manhwa sect members. Sage Cheonju confirms their prior acquaintance, stating that introductions are unnecessary given their past collaborations. Yinshin, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, whispered to his companion, "Demonic swordsman?" They watched as Sage Cheonju and a group of Manhwa sect disciples arrived. One of the disciples yawning openly, seemingly unconcerned, while others remained alert, their gazes sharp and watchful. The unnamed man, standing amongst the Manhwa sect members, remained stoic, his expression unreadable. An older man observed the scene, his curiosity piqued by the subtle tension in the air. Sage Cheonju, seemingly unfazed, commented on the unexpected presence of Yinshin's disciple. Yianshan, alert and observant, stood with his sword at his side, his gaze sharp and assessing. An unnamed man, his face bearing a scar, watched Yianshan with a mixture of curiosity and appraisal. The unnamed man's thoughts were clear. Yianshan seemed exceptionally skilled. A member of the Manhwa sect delegation, his expression confident, proposed a friendly duel between Yianshan and a disciple of their sect leader. He believed such a duel would be entertaining. The unnamed man, however, suspected Yianshan's intentions were to demonstrate his superiority. Two Manhwa sect members discussed the awkwardness of their key members fighting each other while traveling as a party, leading one to question if they intended to use future generations from their respective groups to determine the hierarchy. Yianshan, observing the Manhwa sect delegation, appeared thoughtful and pensive. Yianshan seemed to contemplate the implications of the Manhwa sect's proposal, his expression suggesting a degree of skepticism. The unnamed man, observing Yianshan's reaction, showed a subtle smirk, hinting at his own assessment of the situation. The unnamed man's expression suggested that he found Yianshan's reaction predictable and perhaps even amusing, as he muttered to himself about Yianshan making him do extra work again. Yianshan, skeptical of the Manhwa sect's methods, confidently declared, "I'll only need 5 moves." An instructor from the Manhwa sect addressed the assembled students, urging them to give their all, promising that they would learn something valuable. Yianshan, however, remained unconvinced, muttering to himself that he wasn't sure what he could learn here, but having heard that the radiant demon arts were based on senses. Yianshan, carrying a backpack and a sword, observed the other students from a distance, his expression thoughtful and somewhat detached. Yianshan, arms behind his head, leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips. He questioned the instructor, "You said you'll only need 5 moves, right?" He then touched his chin thoughtfully. Before apologizing, "Sorry, I wasn't trying to underestimate you. I had a really tough training day, so I unknowingly voiced what I was thinking out loud." He introduced himself, "I'm Yu Hyun of the Manhwa sect." The camera focused on his sword, held at his side. Another man, observing Yu Hyun, whispered to a companion, "Yu Hyun? As Manhwa sect's sword dragon? I heard he's the Manhwa sect leader's best disciple." Whispers spread among the onlookers. "They call him the future of the Manhwa sect," one man remarked. Another added, "There are even rumors saying that he has already started to learn the Violet Dawn sacred art." The unnamed man's expression turned serious. Someone like him is fighting against Yianshan. Yu Hyun, his back to the viewer, adjusted his bag, seemingly unaware of the attention he was receiving. He turned, revealing a calm demeanor as he stood before a group of Manhwa disciples, a subtle tension emanating from his hands. Yu Hyun stood before the Manhwa disciples, his expression calm and composed. He subtly adjusted his posture. Yu Hyun, a disciple of the Manhwa sect, stood before a large gathering of fellow disciples. He announced his presence calmly, introducing himself with quiet confidence. His words were simple, yet they carried an air of authority. Meanwhile, Yianshan, observing from the crowd, subtly questioned the instructor's earlier assertion that only 5 moves were necessary to master a particular technique. Yianshan, a keen observer, subtly registered his skepticism. A Manhwa disciple, surrounded by onlookers, demonstrated the invisible wind strike technique, his body blurring as he moved with incredible speed. The resulting force created a powerful shockwave, sending a ripple of energy outward. Another disciple, observing intently, commented that the Falling Blossoms palm strike technique contained a variety of moves. He then proceeded to demonstrate a swift and precise series of palm strikes. Yianshan unleashed the first strike of the Infinite Blossom, a powerful technique that manifested as a swirling vortex of energy. The vortex slammed into his opponent, sending him flying backward with a surprised expression. The opponent, dazed, could only ask, "What was that force?" Yianshan smirked, pleased with the result of his attack. The force of the blow created a small crater in the ground. Yianshan unleashed the first strike of the Infinite Blossom, a technique of immense power, the initial impact sending a shockwave that rippled outwards. the unnamed man barely registering the attack speed before being struck. The force of the blow throwing him back, dazed and disoriented. Following the initial strike, Yianshin prepared for the second strike, formidable wall, a defensive maneuver. A powerful energy surge enveloped him. The scene opens with an informational text box explaining that the Falling Blossoms palm strike of the Manhwa sect is the inspiration for the third strike of Yianshin's Infinite Blossom Fist Strike. Yianshin, confident and ready, declares, "Let's play a little longer." His expression is one of controlled amusement, suggesting he is far from finished with his opponent. The unnamed man, his face contorted in pain and exertion, grits his teeth and retorts, "I wanted to end this at around 10 moves anyway." He attempts a counterattack, but his foot connects with a powerful energy blast, indicating Yianshin's preemptive strike. Yianshin, anticipating this, unleashes a swift counterattack, his fist glowing with energy. In the background, onlookers observe the unfolding battle, their expressions a mixture of awe and concern. Yianshin unleashed a powerful counterattack, his fist a blur of motion as it connected with the unnamed man's guard, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outwards. The force of the blow visibly impacting the surrounding environment. The unnamed man staggered back, his body racked with pain as he struggled to maintain his footing. His eyes wide with disbelief as Yianshin's overwhelming power became clear. He crashed to the ground, defeated. A crowd watched with bated breath as two figures faced off, tension thick in the air. Yianshin, poised and ready, unleashed a devastating counterattack. The unnamed man crumpled to the ground, defeated and injured. His hands glowed faintly with residual energy. The unnamed man's last attack was not wasted, Yianshin internally mused, "I can use that last attack as my third strike." He decided to name his new technique. The third strike of the Infinite Blossom Fist Strike shall be named Flower Strike. Yianshin, calm and collected, contemplated his newly christened move. Yianshin stood calmly amidst a crowd of onlookers, his hand resting lightly on his sword. The onlookers, a mix of men and women in traditional garb, whispered amongst themselves, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. Their murmurs expressing their astonishment at the swiftness of Yianshin's victory. Wasn't that just his third move? How could a talented disciple of the Manhwa sect have already lost? One of them questioned aloud. Another voice cut through the murmuring crowd, "Who is that young man?" Yianshin turned his back to the crowd, his silhouette framed against the pale sky. The word "sang" was written twice in large characters above his head. He carried the unconscious body of his opponent over his shoulder, his movements betraying no sign of exertion despite the intensity of the recent battle. The defeated man's sword lay discarded on the ground. From a distance, a voice observed, "Looks like the desolate fortress has been raising a dragon. Do you still want to gain even more control over the Murim?" Yianshin, carrying his defeated opponent, stood amidst a group of onlookers. Their expressions ranged from awe to apprehension. One man, his face partially obscured, commented that Yianshin's actions were an exaggeration. Yianshin, however, remained unfazed, calmly stating that the desolate fortress would remain inactive as long as no harm befell the people of the country. Another man scoffed, questioning the genuineness of Yianshin's excuses. A bystander identified Yianshin by name, confirming his identity. Finally, a man with a goatee observed that Yianshin's martial arts display was quite impressive. While observing Yianshin's movements, one of the onlookers noted the similarity of his technique to the Falling Blossoms palm strike, a move associated with the Manhwa sect, though he doubted Yianshin had any prior training in their martial arts. Another onlooker expressed surprise, stating they never imagined another martial art could be so similar. The panel shows the aftermath of a fight. A defeated man lies on the ground, attended to by another. Despite the tension, a member of the Manhwa sect extended an invitation to Yianshin, promising him welcome as a guest should he choose to leave the desolate fortress. One of the onlookers, angered by Yianshin's actions, accused him of crossing a line. Yianshin admitted to acting out of greed and apologized for his actions. Yianshin's face was a mask of grim determination. A voice, smooth and condescending, echoed through the scene, "It couldn't be helped, since there's such brilliant talent here." The voice continued, addressing Yianshan directly, lightning genius. The onlookers, a mix of men and women, observed Yianshan with a blend of anger, skepticism, and grudging admiration. One woman, her expression laced with concern, commented, "Looks like you're having a hard time trying to remain standing." Yianshan, despite his exhaustion, offered a slight, almost imperceptible smile. Yianshan, exhausted but defiant, reflected on his recent display of the infinite blossom fist. He had used up all his core energy. The technique's devastating power came at a steep cost. Its burst discharge consumed immense inner energy. Later, at an inn, Yianshan was addressed by others. They advised him to quickly replenish his center energy core, explaining that insufficient inner energy would necessitate compensating with stamina. Yianshan, still processing this information, questioned the concept of his center energy core. Yianshan, along with two other individuals, sat in a room. One of them explained that Yianshan had been unaware of the function of his center energy core. They continued, emphasizing that this core possesses an efficacy surpassing even the upper dantian, which is said to house the divine in the mind. The individual went on to explain that training this core would help Yianshan cultivate more robust inner energy. Yianshan listened intently, his expression thoughtful. The individual further clarified that a stronger center energy core meant higher efficacy in martial arts, referencing legendary martial masters who could fight for days without tiring. Yianshan acknowledged this, having heard of such masters before. The individual concluded by stating that these masters' stamina was a direct result of training their center energy core, illustrating the point with an image of a man meditating, a glowing core visible on his chest. The instructors explained that the center energy core stabilizes the flow of core energy, allowing for the repeated use of energy-draining skills. Even powerful attacks would rarely disrupt the energy flow. Yianshan listened intently, his expression thoughtful. One of the instructors, Chung Myung, casually mentioned that this was why he could fight the strongest swordsman of the Namgong. Yianshan's gaze dropped, a question forming in his mind. He directly asked how to open his center energy core. An unnamed instructor explained that Yianshan's center energy core will naturally open with consistent training of his lower energy core, further advising him to circulate energy around his upper body for optimal results. Yianshan, still curious, questioned the instructor, prompting a brief exchange. The instructor, slightly surprised by Yianshan's query, responded with a simple "What?" Yianshan's expression shifted to one of confusion and uncertainty as he repeated his question, "Senior." A group of men sat around a table, their conversation turning to a notorious figure known as the Battle Maniac. One of them expressed surprise at the mention of this individual, while a young woman listened with a skeptical expression. Another man, seemingly annoyed, confirmed the identity of the Battle Maniac as the culprit who stole his martial arts manual. The group at the table discussed the Battle Maniac, confirming his identity as a thief operating north of the Yangtze River. One of them revealed that the Battle Maniac had stolen his martial arts manual. A man with a scar on his face, seemingly satisfied, reflected on the success of the plan. One man questioned if a thief had stolen the martial arts manual, while a woman responded that there had been a situation. A man declared that they would destroy all unorthodox factions in Shanxi with any connection to the Battle Maniac, starting immediately. Another man then asked what the Manhwa sect should do in the meantime, and was told that while they drew attention, others would secretly infiltrate and check their location. Finally, a man with dark hair questioned whether they had any justification for destroying the unorthodox faction's signboards. One man, his hair silver and styled in a topknot, smirked at his companion. "Looks like you don't know much about unorthodox martial artists," he stated, his tone condescending. He continued, explaining, "Not only does the empire not recognize their existence, they even dare to collect taxes in their territory." The silver-haired man elaborated on the empire's method for determining whether a group is orthodox or unorthodox, a simple assessment based on whether people willingly offer money to the factions or if their money is stolen at blade point. A third man, his face partially obscured, interjected, "They are vermin who leech off the country. The only reason they're left alone is because we know that a new group will appear even if we destroy the current group." There's no need for any justification when attacking people like them. The discussion turned to strategy. How many factions do we intend to attack? One of the men asked. The silver-haired man responded, we'll attack 6 for starters. I'll take 2. The silver-haired man questioned the dark-haired man, is it because you want to claim credits by yourself? It'll be very dangerous. Undeterred, the dark-haired man confidently replied, I'll be able to take it. The scarred man offered a word of caution, taking on a whole organization by yourself is a different matter altogether. When fighting against a group, there are way too many variables to consider. It can't even be compared to a one-on-one fight. The dark-haired man acknowledged the risk, stating, that's something I'll have to experience myself as well. The silver-haired man, seemingly accepting the dark-haired man's resolve, declared, all right. I'll assign the mission here. The silver-haired man's gaze hardened as he spoke of the Mantis sect in Lianhu, describing their atrocious acts, including the kidnapping of women and children. The dark-haired man, his expression resolute, listened intently as the mission was revealed. A dangerous solo mission, to destroy the Mantis sect alone. The dark-haired man walked away, leaving behind the silver-haired man and the man with a scar. The man with a scar expressed his disbelief at the dark-haired man's decision to undertake the mission alone. He voiced his concerns, suggesting the dark-haired man reconsider. The man with a scar warned about the Mantis sect's strength, emphasizing their considerable numbers and martial arts prowess. He highlighted the sect's reputation, noting that even a single lower-ranked member could defeat an entire alley's worth of opponents in Lianhu. The man with a scar further detailed the Mantis sect's past actions, mentioning their takeover of Lianhu's streets 3 years prior and the abduction of numerous women to serve as maids. The dark-haired man remained resolute. The silver-haired man listened intently as the dark-haired man and the man with the scar discussed the Mantis sect. The silver-haired man observed, his expression one of deep concern. The dark-haired man's determination to act alone was clear. While the man with the scar's warnings about the sect's ruthlessness and manipulative tactics only fueled his resolve. The dark-haired man learned that the Mantis sect uses various weapons, including curved swords, and moves with exceptional speed. Witnesses reported seeing them decapitate 2 people with a single strike. Despite lacking formal martial arts training, their proficiency was undeniable. The dark-haired man pondered this information, his expression thoughtful. He wondered about the extent of the sect's influence and the government's inaction. His concern growing as he considered the number of people captured by the Mantis sect. The dark-haired man learned that the local magistrate is in cahoots with the Mantis sect, ensuring they avoid any trouble. A title card appeared, identifying the location as Lianhu County. The dark-haired man observed the scene, his expression serious. A scene unfolded where several women were being held captive by members of the Mantis sect. One of the women cried out, asking where they were being taken, while the captors laughed cruelly. One of the captives expressed disgust at the smell, while the captors continued to jeer. The dark-haired man's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. 2 Mantis sect members discussed the arrival of the desolate fortress, one noting that it was no surprise given the circumstances. As the dark-haired man approached, questioning if they were government troops, and observing the bound women captives, he further inquired if those bound were criminals. One Mantis sect member, smiling cruelly, held a small knife, and with a swift motion, threw a dart at the ground. The dark-haired man moved with surprising speed, his blade a blur as he deflected an incoming attack. The force of the blow sending a shockwave through the air. Revealing his technique, the radiant demon art swift sword style. With a swift, precise movement, he disarmed his opponent, sending the blade flying through the air with deadly accuracy. The weapon embedding itself into the skull of a Mantis sect member, silencing him instantly. 2 Mantis sect members confronted the dark-haired man, questioning his unusual dagger skills. A child who knows some martial arts. Where did you learn them from? The way you use your dagger is weird. Did you learn to use it properly? They inquired. One of them commented on his speed. He was pretty fast. What's that martial art that you just used? The dark-haired man, seemingly unfazed by their questions, stood calmly amidst a group of Mantis sect members. Drawing his sword with a swift, decisive motion, he dismissed their curiosity. "There's no need to name such trivial tricks." The sheathed sword glinted in the dim light, reflecting the dark-haired man's resolute expression. A Mantis sect member mused, "If I give that sword to the sect leader." A blinding flash of light erupted as the dark-haired man drew his sword. The swift movement leaving the Mantis sect members stunned as he effortlessly dispatched one of their own. Another Mantis sect member stared, speechless, as the dark-haired man's power was revealed. The words "Radiant Demon Art Swift Sword Style" appeared, underscoring the dark-haired man's technique. He moved with impossible speed, his blade a blur as he effortlessly deflected and countered the attacks of multiple Mantis sect members. The dark-haired man moved with lethal grace, his sword a blur of motion as he cut down Mantis sect members. Each swing precise and deadly, leaving his opponents awestruck and defeated. A guttural cry escaped one of the fallen as the dark-haired man continued his assault. His movements a whirlwind of steel, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. He effortlessly dispatched the remaining Mantis sect members, leaving them scattered and terrified, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. The dark-haired man stood amidst the carnage, his expression calm and composed. Several more Mantis sect members were bound and kneeling before him, their faces etched with fear. The dark-haired man sheathed his sword, his victory complete. The bodies of the defeated Mantis sect members lay scattered on the ground, a grim testament to the dark-haired man's skill and power. Several men, their faces etched with worry, exclaimed, "My lady," as the dark-haired man, Neon, stood amongst them, his expression unreadable. Their gratitude was palpable, they repeatedly murmured, "Thank you," their voices filled with relief. One of the men, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, stared off into the distance, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Neon, sensing his unspoken question, calmly asked, "Where's the Mantis sect?" The man, still visibly shaken, simply pointed towards a distant building, a barely audible "oh" escaping his lips. He then indicated the direction with a clear gesture, stating, "They're over there." A dark-haired man, calm and observant, stood in a bustling inn, listening intently as a local man pointed towards a specific direction. The direction indicated was the location of the Mantis sect. The man's words confirmed the information the dark-haired man sought. Meanwhile, the defeated Mantis sect members scattered, pursued relentlessly by Neon. The dark-haired man, having obtained the information he needed, approached the Mantis sect headquarters. His movements swift and silent as he prepared to enter. The dark-haired man burst through the doors of the Mantis sect headquarters, a powerful blast of energy erupting behind him as he entered, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The remaining Mantis sect members scattered in panic. The dark-haired man stood before the Mantis sect, his red robe a stark contrast to the somber expressions of his opponents. A sect member voiced his disbelief, questioning how someone so young could have inflicted such losses. Another member noted the significance of the dark-haired man's attire, a dragon robe reserved exclusively for the emperor. Members of the Mantis sect, observing the dark-haired man from a distance, questioned his motives. "Is he a rebel?" one of them wondered. The dark-haired man, undeterred, issued a warning, "You guys stay out of this." Meanwhile, a Mantis sect leader, appearing from the shadows, approached cautiously. He seemed to be inspecting his staff, muttering to himself about its long absence, out after a long while. Addressing the dark-haired man directly, the leader expressed his disapproval, "You may be trying to do a chivalrous deed, but you chose the wrong place to show up at." The leader then demanded an answer, "What's your name?" The dark-haired man, facing down a group of Mantis sect members, scoffed. "What use is my name to a person who's about to die?" he sneered, his confidence unwavering despite the hostile atmosphere. The Mantis sect members, numerous and armed, surrounded him, their apprehension palpable. Their leader, a stern-faced man in ornate robes, eyed the dark-haired man with suspicion. The leader's lips curled into a cruel smile, revealing sharp teeth. He was clearly unfazed by the dark-haired man's threat. Suddenly, the dark-haired man moved with blinding speed. In a blur of motion, he drew his sword. His blade flashed, a whirlwind of steel slicing through the air. He shouted, "Swift sword," as the attack concluded, leaving several Mantis sect members injured and the rest reeling in shock. The dark-haired man stood victorious, his confidence reinforced. The dark-haired man, his movements a blur, effortlessly evaded an incoming attack. He mused internally, "I can see the trajectory of his attack. I wonder if it is because I have become stronger." With a swift counterattack, he disarmed a Mantis sect member, sending him sprawling to the ground. The dark-haired man's confidence grew with each victory. Another Mantis sect member lunged forward, but the dark-haired man anticipated the move, parrying the blow with ease and swiftly delivering a decisive strike, leaving the Mantis sect member defeated and gasping for breath. The remaining Mantis sect members watched in stunned silence, their fear palpable. The dark-haired man stood, his eyes narrowed, a look of intense focus etched on his face, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he anticipated the incoming attack. 3 Mantis sect members charged, weapons drawn, their battle cries echoing through the air. "Get him," one of them shouted, their movements a blur of steel and fury. But the dark-haired man moved with impossible speed, his blade a silver flash, deflecting and countering each strike with effortless grace. He danced through their attacks, a whirlwind of motion, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. The remaining Mantis sect members found themselves surrounded, their fear palpable. The dark-haired man moved with impossible speed, deflecting blows from multiple Mantis sect members. His blade flashed, a blur of motion, each parry precise and deadly. He felt a surge of confidence, the thrill of combat coursing through him, his movements becoming increasingly fluid and effortless as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents one by one. The Mantis sect members' fear growing with each passing moment. Their attacks became weaker, more desperate, as the dark-haired man's skill overwhelmed them. He moved like a phantom, a whirlwind of steel, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. The last Mantis sect member stared in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. The dark-haired man moved with impossible speed, his twin blades a blur of motion as he deflected and countered the Mantis sect members' attacks, each strike precise and deadly, leaving trails of energy in its wake. His eyes narrowed in focus as he internally observed, "I can see the trajectories of all their attacks." He effortlessly predicted and countered every move, sending the Mantis sect members sprawling with a series of perfectly timed strikes, the force of his blows creating shockwaves that rippled through the air, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. He moved with a terrifying grace and efficiency. The dark-haired man moved with impossible speed, his foot striking the ground with a force that sent tremors through the very air. A blur of motion as he effortlessly dispatched a Mantis sect member with a swift, precise strike. "Strike them," he commanded himself, his eyes locked on his objective. He continued his relentless assault, weaving through the remaining Mantis sect members with supernatural agility. Each movement a deadly dance of precision and power, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. With a final, breathtaking burst of speed, he sliced through the last line of defense, leaving the remaining Mantis sect members scattered and disoriented, their attack completely thwarted. "Go past them, and get to the end," he muttered, his focus unwavering. The dark-haired man launched himself into the fray, a blur of motion amidst the Mantis sect members. His blade a silver streak, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Each swing a testament to his superior skill, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. One Mantis sect member, a seasoned warrior, attempted to counterattack, but the dark-haired man's movements were too swift, too deadly. With a single, decisive strike, he dispatched the warrior, leaving him sprawled on the ground, defeated. The remaining Mantis sect members, witnessing their comrade's swift demise, were filled with terror. The dark-haired man's eyes, narrowed in grim determination, reflected the intensity of the battle he had just won. A high-ranking Mantis sect official, his face contorted in a sneer, issued his orders. "I was told to subdue him in front of his whole sect." The dark-haired man gripped his weapon, a faint glow emanating from its surface, readying himself for the final confrontation. The words "second strike formidable wall" appeared, foreshadowing his devastating technique. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he unleashed a powerful attack, swiftly closing the distance to the Mantis sect official. The impact was immediate and decisive. The dark-haired man moved with lethal precision, his blade a blur as he launched a swift attack against the Mantis sect official. The official's eyes widened in shock as he barely registered the speed of the incoming strike. A wave of energy erupted as the dark-haired man unleashed a devastating blow, his expression hardening as he channeled his power. The resulting shockwave sent the Mantis sect official flying backwards. The dark-haired man stood victorious, his blade sheathed, a calm demeanor replacing his previous intensity. The Mantis sect official, eyes wide with disbelief, sputtered, "You little..." A look of dawning horror on his face as the full impact of the dark-haired man's attack registered, the ground beneath him cracking and crumbling as he was sent flying backwards, his body impacting the ground with a resounding thud. The dark-haired man stood over him, victorious. "Today," he declared, "I will destroy the Mantis sect signboard." The dark-haired man's gaze hardened, a cold determination settling in his eyes. Two Mantis sect officials reacted with shock and anger to the dark-haired man's actions, one of them exclaiming, "That crazy brat." One official urgently ordered another to summon their master swordsman. The dark-haired man, eyes narrowed, questioned if the Blood Flame cult was behind the Mantis sect. He stood defiantly, swords drawn, awaiting their response. The Mantis sect official, enraged, lunged at the dark-haired man, but was swiftly subdued by the dark-haired man, who grabbed him by the throat. A Mantis sect official, his throat constricted, gasped, "That's right. He's probably sleeping in a side building right now." The dark-haired man, skeptical, mused internally, "He's sleeping? If they're really the Blood Master swordsman, then there's no way he wouldn't have detected a fight of this scale." A blur of motion indicated the dark-haired man's swift movement. His sword, a streak of light, arcing through the air, the blade impacting with immense force, the sword's momentum carrying it through a wooden support beam, shattering it completely. The dark-haired man, his expression sharp and focused, held his sword aloft. He was poised and ready. A sudden movement, a blur of motion as he launched himself forward. His attack swift and precise, he engaged the Mantis sect officials with a flurry of strikes, quickly subduing them with his superior swordsmanship. One official lay defeated on the ground, while the dark-haired man continued his assault, disarming the remaining official with a single, well-placed strike. The Blood Master swordsman's location was now known. A voice, laced with surprise, cut through the air. "You're pretty skilled." The dark-haired man stood victorious, his sword still drawn, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. Dust swirled around him, the remnants of his recent battle with the Mantis sect officials. He felt a surge of satisfaction, a quiet confidence settling over him as he considered his next move. The information he had gleaned from the defeated officials had brought him closer to the Blood Master swordsman, his ultimate target. A Mantis sect official questioned the dark-haired man, asking if he was the Blue Robe Warrior. To which the dark-haired man simply replied, "Yes." The official then revealed that if the dark-haired man could slay 5 Blood Master swordsmen, he would receive crucial information. The official's expression showed a hint of apprehension. The dark-haired man listened intently, his expression unreadable. A Mantis sect official informed the dark-haired man that he could be recognized as a Blue Robe Warrior regardless of his age. The official then showed the dark-haired man a sheathed sword, intriguing him further. The dark-haired man examined the sword, his curiosity piqued. A surge of energy emanated from the dark-haired man, a powerful aura surrounding him. His expression hardened, a look of determination settling on his face. The dark-haired man turned to leave, his mind already strategizing his next move. The dark-haired man's foot came down hard, shattering the ground beneath him, a powerful shockwave erupting outward as he prepared for battle. The force of the impact sent debris flying as he braced himself for the coming confrontation. His opponent, a figure in red, launched a swift attack. a clash of steel echoing through the air as their blades met. With a determined glint in his eyes, the dark-haired man declared, "I must end it here now." The dark-haired man, facing his opponent, considered the strategic implications of their location. He mused that prolonging the fight in the heart of the Mantis sect would significantly reduce his chances of victory. A surge of dark energy pulsed from his hand, a sign of his growing power. He gripped his sword, preparing for a decisive strike. Unleashing the Infinite Blossom Fist Strike Vortex, a powerful technique that sent a shockwave towards his opponent. The force of the attack sent his opponent reeling, his sword barely deflecting the blow. The impact left the opponent gasping for air, his face contorted in pain. The opponent in red, his face contorted in agony, could only manage a pained whisper, "Be bastard." His sword, once a symbol of defiance, lay broken on the ground, a testament to the dark-haired man's overwhelming power. The dark-haired man, his eyes unwavering, declared, "I won't be listening to your last words." With a swift, precise movement, he unleashed a devastating blow. A brilliant blue energy slicing through the air, sending the opponent in red flying backward, defeated. The dark-haired man stood over his fallen opponent, his blade still dripping with the remnants of a swift, decisive strike. A cold, unwavering expression etched onto his face. He had won, but the victory felt hollow. The scene around him was one of carnage. Numerous bodies lay scattered across the courtyard, a testament to the brutal efficiency of his attack. A surviving member of the opposing sect gasped, "The sect is done." The dark-haired man turned his gaze to the remaining survivors, his voice a low growl, "Don't try to run away." His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a chilling aura emanating from his body, leaving the remaining members of the sect paralyzed with fear. Their leader, his face etched with sweat and terror, stared at the dark-haired man, his eyes wide with disbelief. The surviving members of the sect bowed their heads in unison, their hands clasped together in a gesture of supplication. Their silent gratitude a testament to the dark-haired man's decisive victory. One of them spoke, "You have sought our revenge for us." Another sect member, overcome with emotion, wept openly, "Thank you so much, sir. You have brought peace to my dead daughter." The dark-haired man remained stoic, his expression unreadable. A weight of unspoken burdens heavy on his shoulders. A bystander observed, "Xian is the Zhongnan sect's territory, though. How did such a thing happen?" A final image showed a man sighing deeply, his face etched with worry and confusion. A bystander, witnessing the aftermath of a battle, questioned the events unfolding. He learned from a nearby individual that the Zhongnan sect was engaged in conflict with the Tyrant Sword tribe. A revelation that filled him with surprise and concern. The image depicted the Zhongnan sect's martial artists locked in fierce combat against the Tyrant Sword tribe. Their movements were swift and precise, a testament to their rigorous training. A desperate struggle for survival against a formidable foe. The dark-haired man, his expression stoic and burdened, reflected on the situation. He understood the reason behind the sect's actions. All martial arts schools under the Zhongnan sect had relocated to Mount Zhongnan. A strategic retreat born from necessity in the face of the impending war. A bystander observes the aftermath of a battle, reflecting on the dire situation facing the Zhongnan sect. If they confront the Tyrant Sword tribe directly, the conflict will cost many lives. The dark-haired man, burdened by the weight of his decision, contemplates the sect's strategic retreat to Mount Zhongnan. He understands that the cost of direct confrontation is too high. A man carries a young child, his face etched with worry, amidst the chaos of the battlefield. The surviving sect members fight desperately for survival against the overwhelming force of the Tyrant Sword tribe. The dark-haired man makes a resolute decision. He must travel to Zhongnan, a journey fraught with peril but necessary for the sect's future. The dark-haired man continues his journey, his mind focused on the strategic implications of his actions. He understands that the 13 Skies, an unorthodox group, rules over the unorthodox faction. He recognizes the necessity of the desolate fortress's interference in the conflict. By eliminating key members of the Tyrant Sword tribe, he can gain a significant advantage and secure the sect's future. The dark-haired man, his face etched with determination, walked through the desolate landscape, the aftermath of a battle heavy in the air. Searching for clues. He muttered to himself, questioning if he had found traces of the battle maniac. The forest path ahead was shrouded in shadow, the air thick with an unspoken tension. A sudden rustle in the undergrowth broke the silence, revealing two figures emerging from the trees, their movements swift and wary. They were members of the Tyrant Sword tribe, their faces grim. One of them reported that the battle maniac was not affiliated with the Mantis sect. The dark-haired man's expression was unreadable, his gaze intense as he considered the implications of the recent events. A Tyrant Sword tribe elder commented on the battle maniac's impressive martial arts skills, highlighting the spectacle of the fight. The elder continued, predicting the dark-haired man's rise to leadership within the Radiant Demon Squad, even suggesting the possibility of him leading the Divine Sword Squad. He further explained that such a development would significantly broaden the sect's knowledge base. A younger member of the Tyrant Sword tribe reflected on the dark-haired man's efficiency, noting that he had defeated his opponent with only 5 moves. The dark-haired man remained pensive, seemingly lost in thought. The dark-haired man, still pensive, was approached by a fellow cultivator. He suggested, "How about becoming friends with me?" The cultivator continued, explaining, "I feel like you would be interested in the Manhwa sect's martial arts too." He added, "Besides, the desolate fortress isn't that far from the Manhwa sect." The dark-haired man responded, "I don't have any matters to attend to at the Manhwa sect." A look of slight apprehension crossed his face. But the cultivator persisted, stating, "I won't refuse to see you if you do come look for me." The cultivator's invitation to the Manhwa sect came with a condition: the dark-haired man must learn a new martial art before each visit. A detail that seemed to surprise him. Later, the dark-haired man, carrying a bag over his shoulder, is seen walking away from an inn. He appears weary, and his aura seems subtly altered. A woman notices this, observing that his energy has shifted slightly. She also notices a wound on his back and offers to help tend to it. Meanwhile, another man, seemingly a superior, inquires about the dark-haired man's mission. The dark-haired man, his expression weary, adjusted his clothing. A subtle shift in his aura was perceptible, hinting at the weight of his recent experiences. Meanwhile, a woman and 2 men looked on in surprise, their expressions a mixture of concern and disbelief. The dark-haired man's face, now clearly visible, showed the strain of a brutal encounter. His eyes held a haunted look. A chaotic scene of destruction was implied, the remnants of a fierce battle scattered around him. A superior, his face grim, listened intently to the dark-haired man's account of the mission, his words painting a picture of intense violence and unexpected challenges. The superior's words confirmed the dark-haired man's prowess, highlighting his exceptional skill and the significance of his recent actions. News of the Blood Flame cult's activities reached the ears of the superior and a woman observing nearby. The superior noted that the cult had made another move, stationing Blood Master swordsmen in unusual locations. A fact deemed highly unusual. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man, known as Lightning Genius, was praised for his recent accomplishments. Despite his success, the superior expressed concern, sensing that problems continued to follow him. However, the dark-haired man's actions had yielded valuable information beneficial to the Murim. The dark-haired man, despite his exhaustion, had a request. He stated his intention to ascend Mount Zhongnan. A declaration that left the superior and the observing woman pensive. A question hung in the air: "You want to go to Mount Zhongnan?" A man, concerned for his nephew's safety, responded, "Yes, I'm worried for my nephew's safety." Others in the room, having just heard the news, replied, "We just heard the news too." However, a warning followed: "However, it is dangerous at Mount Zhongnan right now." A speaker, unseen, explained that the Tyrant Sword tribe is unlike the Bloodflame cult, they are not a typical unorthodox group. A scene depicting a fierce battle unfolded, showcasing a warrior with long dark hair wielding a sword against multiple opponents. 2 individuals discussed the Tyrant Sword tribe, describing them as people driven to extreme lengths to enhance their strength. Another speaker noted that they had not received any missions and that they only needed to perform their assigned tasks. A young man with dark hair and a red vest contemplated this information. Finally, a different individual, with white hair and a purple hat, added that a captain could issue orders for a mission if deemed necessary. A group of people, including a stern-looking man in dark robes, listened intently as another man, his face etched with worry, began to speak. "I'll be honest here. I can't send you to Mount Zhongnan without knowing whether you'll make it back." The young man, addressed, responded with a simple, questioning, "Pardon?" The worried man continued, explaining, "Those who know how talented you are will worry about that. It can't be helped that people want to recruit you. Your blood relations do not help the situation either. There's also that incident where you were invited to the Manhwa sect." The young man listened, his expression unreadable. A subordinate questioned the captain, emphasizing the importance of separating personal and professional matters. The captain retorted, questioning if that was all the trust he had built with the Radiant Demon Squad. The captain's expression hardened, reflecting his inner conflict and determination. He firmly stated his capabilities and requested to be allowed to proceed on his mission alone. His resolve unwavering as he insisted on the mission being recorded as a solo operation. Observing the scene, a bystander remarked that the captain had achieved a decisive victory in the argument. A woman with long brown hair, dressed in green, backhanded a man in a dark blue robe. The impact sent a shockwave rippling outwards. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and a serious expression contemplated something, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. Another man, with dark hair and a stern look, admitted he couldn't refute the previous argument. The same man then challenged the other to withstand a single attack. A close-up on a clenched fist suggested the impending attack. The man with dark hair remained resolute, his gaze unwavering. A young woman with dark hair tied back and a man with striking white hair and blue eyes exchanged worried glances. The woman's expression was one of apprehension. Meanwhile, a scarred man, his face partially obscured, muttered to himself, "Just one attack." Another man, this one in a red robe, addressed the scarred man, issuing a challenge, "If you can parry it or dodge it, I'll let you go." The woman, observing the scene, commented on the standards of the Jianghu, stating that to reach the top, one must be competent. The scarred man, seemingly considering the offer, added a further incentive: "If you are able to handle one of my attacks, I promise to give you a separate reward too." The man in the red robe stood silently, his expression unreadable, awaiting the scarred man's decision. A group of martial artists stood before a grand building, their backs to the viewer, awaiting permission to enter. They expressed their gratitude for the granted access. Meanwhile, inside, a stern-looking man addressed his troops, emphasizing the importance of observing the Radiant Demon Squad captain's techniques. The man highlighted the rarity of this learning opportunity. He questioned whether the desolate fortress's black-robed martial master was on par with the Radiant Demon Squad captain. Man 1, the commanding officer, addressed his troops. "That's right," he stated, instructing them to carefully observe the martial artist. Man 2 approached another man, seemingly seeking permission to observe the martial artist. The narration box revealed that the martial artist's nickname is Hell Slaughterer, reflecting his dominance on the battlefield. A close-up on the martial artist's intense gaze emphasized his power and ruthlessness. The narration box detailed his history, mentioning that he had killed several reputable clan elders who committed hypocritical atrocities. Man 1, observing the martial artist from a distance, reflected on his skill. Even the slightest movement of his hand held great significance. Man 1 explained to Man 2 that single attack could end a life instantly. Unlike the martial artists of the 9 sects, who seek the ultimate principle of swordsmanship, this martial artist's skills were trained purely for combat. Even Yianshan would struggle against him. An older man, observing from afar, commented, "I doubt there is anyone my age who could withstand an attack from a master like him." The martial artist, his expression serious, approached Man 1. He asked for time, and Man 1 granted his request, saying, "Take as long as you need." Man 1 addressed the martial artist, "Since this is a move that a white-robed martial artist can't handle, you need to sharpen your senses as much as you can." The martial artist, his expression serious and determined, listened intently. Man 2, observing the exchange, muttered to himself, "There are less than 30 black-robed martial masters in the desolate fortress." Despite this knowledge, a calm assurance settled over his features. He added, however, "There's no need to be nervous." The martial artist, seemingly unfazed, responded with a quiet hum. His inner thoughts revealed a quiet confidence, "I just need to show what I have learned." A surge of energy emanated from him, a brilliant blue aura swirling around his form as he prepared for his demonstration. The martial artist's eyes glowed with an inner light, his vision sharpened. As he declared, "I can see it." A surge of energy emanated from him. He stood ready, facing his opponent, confidently offering, "I'll let you have the first move." His opponent smirked, a seasoned martial artist ready for the challenge. The martial artist remained focused, his expression unwavering. The martial artist's eyes glowed with an inner light as a surge of energy enveloped him, a powerful aura radiating from his body. The on-screen text read, "A palm strike technique of that level will be able to break through most fortress walls." Simultaneously, a thought flashed through the opponent's mind, "I need to dodge that." The martial artist coiled, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. He launched a lightning-fast strike. The opponent, anticipating the attack, barely managed to evade the full force of the blow, but still felt the impact, his body sent reeling backward. The martial artist, eyes blazing with crimson fury, unleashed a devastating palm strike. His opponent, the slightly injured man, barely managed to dodge the blow, his face etched with fear and surprise. The opponent realized, with dawning horror, that none of his learned mobility arts could save him from this onslaught. A wave of energy, a brilliant blue aura, surrounded the martial artist as he prepared for another attack. His expression hardened, his resolve unwavering. The martial artist's next strike was even faster, a blur of motion that left his opponent no chance to react. Despite his overwhelming defeat, a thought sparked within the martial artist, "However, I can take a single step." A surge of energy enveloped him, a brilliant blue aura coalescing around his body, signaling the activation of a hidden reserve of power. His eyes blazed with newfound determination as he focused his energy, readying himself for one final, decisive strike. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance, his foot connecting with the opponent's chest with a resounding impact. The martial artist, his face contorted in exertion, channeled his remaining strength, unleashing a final, devastating blow. A blinding flash of energy erupted as he struck his opponent, the impact sending the opponent sprawling to the ground, defeated and injured. Nearby onlookers gasped in shock and awe, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and fear. The defeated opponent, his body battered and bruised, lay defeated. His eyes reflected a mixture of pain and resignation. Dust settled on the battlefield, obscuring the scene in a fine layer of particles. A hand reached out, touching the ground, leaving a faint impression. A bystander, observing the aftermath, voiced their astonishment, "What was that mobility art?" The martial artist, exhausted but victorious, stood amidst the dust and debris of the battle, his expression a mixture of weariness and grim satisfaction. He reflected on his victory, a quiet murmur escaping his lips, "I simply walked because I saw a way to survive." A surge of energy, a newfound understanding, illuminated his eyes as he realized the potential of his new technique. The energy crackled around him, a visual representation of his newfound mastery. He named his new technique, the evading swift step. The martial artist, now calm and resolute, stood ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. An official, his face etched with lines of authority and weariness, declared, "I permit the lightning genius to travel to Mount Jongnan." The majestic Mount Jongnan loomed in the distance, its peak shrouded in mist. A tranquil scene unfolded before the martial artist. As he journeyed through a verdant forest, the path ahead still unclear but his resolve firm. He continued his trek, the sounds of nature a calming presence. He was accompanied by two fellow martial artists, who moved with practiced ease through the undergrowth. One of them offered the martial artist a garment. "I'll lend you this," the martial artist stated, the simple act a gesture of support and trust as the journey continued toward Mount Jongnan. The martial artist, his journey to Mount Zhongnan imminent, was carefully dressed in preparation for his travels. His fellow martial artists assisting him in donning a vibrant blue robe over his existing attire. A gesture that left him somewhat perplexed. He voiced his confusion, stating, "I don't understand what this means." A female martial artist explained, "By putting my blue robe on top of your white robe, I am putting my honor on the line to tell others that you're a rising star of the desolate fortress." The weight of this declaration settled upon him, the significance of the symbolic gesture becoming clear. A message appeared before the martial artist: "You now possess the authority to give orders to the other white robe warriors in the desolate fortress." He looked surprised, a single exclamation point escaping his lips. Then, further instructions were given: "If anyone asks you about it, tell them that the Azure demonic swordsman has recognized your abilities." A confident voice reassured him, "It's unlikely anyone will pick a fight with you after that. You can use my name too." Finally, a woman's voice added, "I was also intending to put my robe on you." The martial artist, newly empowered, stood pensively. A thoughtful expression crossed his face, as two fellow martial artists observed him from a distance. They appeared supportive and approving. A description of his new attire appeared on screen: a blue robe on top of a white robe. One of the fellow martial artists commented, "That suits you really well," expressing a hint of envy. The martial artist, however, felt slightly uncomfortable in his new robes. He admitted, "It feels a little out of place." His fellow martial artist reassured him, "I'm sure you'll get used to it soon." The martial artist, his expression soft, offered a quiet thanks, "One Chang." One Chang, in response, gave a questioning "Hmm?" A group of martial artists stood before a stone gate, their attire uniform and their bearing serious. Observing them from a distance, One Chang identified them as members of the Zhongnan sect. One Chang and another martial artist discussed the rumors of the tyrant sword tribe fighting amongst themselves. One Chang expressed disbelief that the Zhongnan sect members were fighting so close to the sect's entrance. One Chang pondered the situation, a thoughtful expression on his face. One Chang and the other martial artist approached a group of Zhongnan sect disciples engaged in a heated argument. One of the disciples called out, asking them to stop. The disciples demanded to know the strangers' identities and reasons for being there. One of the Zhongnan sect disciples tensed, hand instinctively moving towards his sword. Two figures from the desolate fortress approached a group of Zhongnan sect disciples. One announced their affiliation, stating, "As you can see, we're from the desolate fortress." A Zhongnan sect disciple, his expression unreadable, observed them intently. Another individual, identifying himself as Young Yianshan from the Radiant Demon Squad, declared, "I'm from the Radiant Demon Squad. My name is Young Yianshan." A Zhongnan sect disciple, skeptical, questioned the validity of their claims, pointing at the first speaker and indicating doubt with a gesture. The Zhongnan sect disciple voiced his skepticism, asking, "Do you intend to verify your identity with only your clothes?" The desolate fortress disciple, in response to the doubt, reached for a weapon concealed beneath his robes. One Chang, from the desolate fortress, presented a jade pendant as identification, prompting immediate skepticism from the Zhongnan sect disciples. They questioned how two young martial artists could be allowed to travel alone from such a place. Young Yianshan, of the Radiant Demon Squad, shared a similar expression of disbelief as he also displayed his own identification token. The Zhongnan sect disciples, unconvinced, issued a curt command, "Stop." Surrounded by the suspicious disciples, One Chang and Young Yianshan remained wary, their hands subtly near their weapons. One disciple stood apart, observing the tense standoff with a calculating gaze. A Zhongnan sect disciple, his face etched with weariness, sighed, "Unfortunately, our sect is in the middle of a war right now." He continued, expressing his sect's strict policy: "We can't just accept people with identities that we can't verify with certainty." A statement met with immediate skepticism from another disciple, who questioned, "What?" The disciple's suspicion escalated into open hostility as he exclaimed, "People!" The scene shifted, showing One Chang and Young Yianshan surrounded by the increasingly aggressive Zhongnan sect disciples. A tense standoff ensued. One of the disciples, eyes wide with disbelief, finally voiced his astonishment, "You're really from the desolate fortress?" Wen Chang, a young man with a confident smirk, stood amidst a flurry of dust and sparks. His attire bore the insignia of the desolate fortress. A group of Zhongnan sect disciples confronted him and young Yianshan. The disciples, armed with swords, demanded an explanation, their words sharp and accusatory. "What did you just say?" Young Yianshan, observing the scene, silently assessed the situation. His thoughts turned to the ongoing conflict between the tyrant sword tribe and the great 9 sects. He mused that the battle was not going well, and the appearance of individuals claiming affiliation with the desolate fortress was only exacerbating the situation. The pride of the great 9 sects was being damaged. Another disciple, his face etched with concern, voiced his apprehension. He understood why the Zhongnan sect was offended by the newcomer's claims. It was inevitable, given the circumstances. The disciples' suspicion of Wen Chang and young Yianshan intensified as they questioned their origins, their words heavy with doubt. "Young men like you too would actually be from the desolate fortress?" Zhongnan sect disciples confronted Wen Chang and young Yianshan, their suspicion palpable. One disciple voiced their apprehension, stating that the current situation was precarious, and that even if their affiliation with the desolate fortress was genuine, it still posed a significant problem. The disciples questioned how they could possibly trust Wen Chang and young Yianshan enough to allow them entry into the great Zhongnan sect. Another disciple added that the glory days of the desolate fortress were long past. Young Yianshan remained impassive, his expression unreadable, while Wen Chang, calmly defiant, simply stated that this was the reality of the current times. Wen Chang, calmly defiant, held a strange, cylindrical device that crackled with energy. A surge of power emanating from it as he addressed the Zhongnan sect disciples. He stated that to insult martial artists from other groups without reason was unacceptable. Young Yianshan, observing silently, noted Wen Chang's calm demeanor. He thought that the disciples ought to think twice about how they spoke and acted. The Zhongnan sect disciples, their suspicion growing, exchanged worried glances. One disciple's face contorted in anger and disbelief. They dared to threaten Wen Chang and young Yianshan, drawing their swords in a show of force. Wen Chang's eyes narrowed, a smirk playing on his lips as he faced the Zhongnan sect disciples. A surge of energy emanating from him, a clear sign of his readiness for conflict. He moved with blinding speed, his movements a blur as he deflected the incoming attacks of the Zhongnan disciples, each parry sending shockwaves through the ground. The power of his device was undeniable. With a swift, precise movement, Wen Chang's weapon sliced through the air, the force of the blow shattering the ground and sending the Zhongnan disciples sprawling. Young Yianshan watched calmly, assessing the situation. Wen Chang, victorious and confident, stood amidst the aftermath of his battle against the Zhongnan sect disciples. His powerful device lay deactivated nearby, the ground scarred by the force of his attack. The disciples lay scattered, injured, and defeated. Young Yianshan observed the scene with calm detachment, his expression unreadable. He watched as Wen Chang sheathed his sword, a faint blue energy still shimmering around the blade. The air crackled with residual power. A tense silence descended as Wen Chang turned to face a new group of Zhongnan sect disciples, who had just arrived on the scene. "Stop right there," one of them shouted. But Wen Chang remained unmoved, his gaze unwavering. He was ready for whatever challenge lay ahead. Young Yianshan watched from a distance as Wen Chang engaged a group of Zhongnan sect disciples, his movements a blur of motion as he effortlessly dispatched them one by one, each strike precise and deadly. As Wen Chang finished off the last disciple, he noticed more approaching from the forest, readying himself for another confrontation. Young Yianshan remained still, her gaze fixed on Wen Chang, her expression unreadable. Wen Chang and young Yianshan watched, faces etched with concern, as the dust settled after Wen Chang's battle with the Zhongnan sect disciples. A young woman with dark hair, her expression unreadable, stood amidst the chaos. Sarek was written next to her. Young Yianshan's thoughts were revealed in a speech bubble. "She's strong." Another disciple exclaimed, "Senior." A second speech bubble appeared, this time a comparison. She seems to be on par with the desolate fortress's blue-robed martial artists. The young woman, Sarek, turned her head, her expression still inscrutable. Sarek's internal monologue revealed her disdain. This is so absurd. I can't believe Zhongnan sect disciples would act and speak like this. We shall have a longer conversation about this after we return. Defeated Zhongnan sect disciples offered a humble apology to their superior, expressing shame for their actions. Young Yianshan observed the scene, along with another member of the Radiant Demon Squad, their expressions conveying a mixture of apprehension and assessment. Young Yianshan, a member of the Radiant Demon Squad, formally introduced herself, while he and Wenchang, also from the same squad, was identified. Finally, Weiji Mayawa, a member of the Zhongnan sect, identified herself. Young Yianshan smiled serenely, her expression betraying no hint of the turmoil brewing within. Wenchang, still wary from his recent battle, stared at her, a question forming on his lips. Weiji Mayawa, he wondered aloud, his voice laced with disbelief. He had heard whispers of the Zhongnan sect's Cloud Sword Dragon, but to see her in person was astonishing. The caption confirmed his suspicions, she's the Cloud Sword Dragon of the Zhongnan sect. Young Yianshan's gaze held a quiet intensity, her expression unreadable as she observed Wenchang. The titled Cloud Sword Dragon, Weiji Mayawa, appeared, introducing the famed martial artist. Weiji Mayawa, the Cloud Sword Dragon, was shown standing gracefully, a sword resting across her shoulders. She exuded an aura of calm power. A description of her legendary status as a martial master, said to have descended from the heavens due to her exceptional talent, was displayed. Wenchang, along with several Zhongnan sect disciples, stood before Weiji Mayawa. He addressed her formally, expressing his honor in meeting the world-renowned sword dragon, Lady Weiji. Wenchang, still awestruck by Weiji Mayawa's presence, formally apologized for his earlier actions, stating, I have acted rudely by drawing my sword in the Zhongnan sect's territory. My apologies for that, Lady Weiji. His demeanor reflected genuine remorse for his impulsive behavior. Weiji Mayawa, understanding the situation, responded, although you were about to launch a technique, I saw my juniors wanting to attack first. She then addressed the Zhongnan sect disciples, who were poised to attack Wenchang moments before. Weiji Mayawa continued, I would like to apologize on behalf of my juniors. Having diffused the tension, she then guided Wenchang and the Zhongnan sect disciples towards the main location, stating, we have kept our important guests waiting here for too long. I will now bring you to the main sect's location. Wenchang, still shaken from the recent conflict, walked away with young Yianshan. Yianshan stated that he would listen to the details of Wenchang's visit after they reached their destination. As Wenchang, relieved by Yianshan's intervention, expressed his gratitude with a simple Yianshan? Thank you. A close-up on Yianshan's eyes revealed a calm, yet watchful expression. He was clearly assessing the situation and Wenchang's sincerity. They continued walking, passing Zhongnan sect disciples who remained calm and watchful, having accepted Weiji Mayawa's earlier apology. The disciples' demeanor suggested a lingering tension, though they refrained from further confrontation. Wenchang, still apprehensive, looked back at the disciples, his expression reflecting his unease despite the apparent calm. A young girl, running urgently, called out to a man in blue robes. He turned, a look of surprise on his face. As she reached him, her voice laced with urgency. She grabbed his arm. The girl, breathless, cried out, Uncle. The man, Wenchang, looked concerned. Wenchang, slightly startled but composed, responded gently, Hiya, have you been well? Hiya, tears streaming down her face, looked up at Wenchang, her uncle. His hand rested gently on her head, comforting her as she clung to him, clearly distressed. Wenchang's expression was one of concern and worry. An older man with a long white beard and a young woman stood together, their conversation implied but not explicitly shown. The scene shifting to show the sect leader and supreme elder departing to confront the leader of the tyrant sword tribe. The on-screen text read, the sect leader and the supreme elder had to go and deal with the leader of the tyrant sword tribe. The young woman from the previous panel smiled serenely, her expression calm amidst the unfolding events. An elder, addressing someone unseen, explained that due to the presence of guests from the desolate fortress, he had brought along the most senior member of their sect. The elder's face, etched with age and wisdom, was a picture of calm contemplation. He and Wan Chang, a young man with dark hair, introduced himself to the elder, Yoil. Yoil's expression remained unchanged, his gaze steady and perceptive. Wan Chang and another disciple exchanged a look of concern. Yoil stood before them, his presence commanding respect and hinting at a deeper, unspoken understanding. Wan Chang, deeply bowing, addressed Yoil with utmost respect. "I pay my respects to you, Sword Immortal." Wan Chang's gaze was fixed on Yoil, a hint of awe in his eyes. He mused internally, he may even be stronger than my Yanjiak. An elder, observing the scene, inquired, "How old are you?" Yoil, calmly, responded, "I'm 16 years old this year." The elder's expression shifted subtly, a mixture of surprise and contemplation. His reaction was a silent huff. Yoil, turning to the elder, made a request, "Will you take a look at that?" A sweeping vista of a rugged, mountainous landscape filled the panel, the sky a brilliant blue above. Yoil, his back to the viewer, stood before a weathered stone wall, seemingly lost in thought. The only sound the wind whistling past him as he contemplated the task ahead. Yoil turned, his expression serious and contemplative. He appeared calm despite the weight of his decision. Haya, her face etched with concern, questioned the elder's decision to involve an outsider in their sect's affairs. "Elder John, what are you telling an outsider to do?" Another disciple explained, "It is the long-time wish of our sect to restore the lost martial art, Eclipse of the Nine Suns." An elder, his face etched with age and wisdom, stood alongside a young woman, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. He explained that the sect's legendary swordsmanship wasn't originally theirs, it was developed by a guest who had become a close friend of their ancestor. A powerful image depicted the guest's mastery, his movements leaving trails of brilliant, ethereal energy as he performed the Eclipse of the Nine Suns technique. The young woman, Haya, watched with wide, questioning eyes. The elder, his days numbered, expressed his desire to witness the Eclipse of the Nine Suns one last time. He revealed his plan to Haya, acknowledging her unique talent and expressing reluctance to burden her with his final regret. Haya, burdened by the weight of the elder's plan, expressed her confusion, questioning her ability to understand even the basics of swordsmanship, especially given her limited interaction with the subject. As the elder listened intently, his expression unreadable, before instructing her to take a closer look, revealing a figure in the distance, shrouded in mystery. The scene ending with a close-up on the mysterious figure's long, flowing hair. Haya's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on something above. A figure seemingly in a trance, her expression one of intense confusion. She voiced her astonishment, "Wait, he's gone into a transcendent trance?" Her thoughts racing as she connected the dots, he fell into that state after looking at the slashes left on the cliff? The man's eyes glowed with an ethereal light, a radiant aura surrounding him. A confirmation of his state arrived, "Those are sword slashes." A speaker, unseen, declared with certainty that the multiple traces carved into the cliff face were the remnants of sword strikes, unlike any technique performed by a human. A group of Zhongnan sect disciples stood before the cliff, observing the markings with a mixture of awe and apprehension. One disciple identified the marks as those made by Ouyang Qion, the sword ancestor who passed away 50 years prior, a fact that astonished Haya. Another disciple explained that the cliff was the place where Ouyang Qion, once a disciple, was expelled from the tyrant sword tribe. The markings contained the essence of their sword techniques. An elder among the disciples reflected that only someone of the desolate fortress master's caliber could match such skill. Haya, witnessing this exchange, was left speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief at the implications of such a powerful martial master. A Zhongnan sect elder recounted his past, explaining that he was once an orphan dying of starvation in the streets. He was taken in by Ouyang Qion, who carried him on his back and raised him on Mount Zhongnan. Another elder questioned why he was unable to learn Ouyang Qion's sword techniques despite his close relationship with him. The elder responded that his fate with Ouyang Qion ended there, and that was simply how life is. He added that he also lacked the talent to master Ouyang Chion's techniques. The elder clarified that many swordsmen from their sect had attempted to learn Ouyang Chion's techniques. But his techniques could not be learned simply through knowledge, experience, or skill alone. The image showed a powerful, destructive display of Ouyang Chion's swordsmanship. A Zhongnan sect disciple, his expression a mixture of skepticism and apprehension, pondered the challenges ahead. The sheer scale of the cliff face before them emphasized the daunting task of mastering Ouyang Chion's legacy. His furrowed brow and narrowed eyes reflected the difficulty of the undertaking. Inscribed on the cliff face, a cryptic message proclaimed, "Respond appropriately and gain what is deserved." Those who are able to respond appropriately will gain all of this. It depends on how talented one is. Two figures, presumably senior members of the sect, observed from below, their expressions unreadable. Zhongnan sect disciples stood before a crumbling ruin, their gazes fixed on the ground. A silent testament to Ouyang Chion's legacy. One of them read aloud from an inscription, the words speaking of the immense difficulty in mastering the sect founder's techniques. The disciples' unspoken concern shifted to Manhwa, the sect's current hope. Though she outwardly showed little sign of the immense pressure weighing on her young shoulders, Manhwa, feeling the weight of expectation, stood alone, a faint glow emanating from her. A subtle sign of her burgeoning power. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she struggled to contain her emotions. A voice, seemingly emanating from a powerful presence, addressed Manhwa, "Child." The weight of expectation heavy upon her young shoulders. She stood alone, the vast sky mirroring the immensity of the task before her. Nearby, two Zhongnan sect disciples watched with concern, their faces etched with worry as they observed Manhwa's struggle. An elder disciple, his expression grave, questioned, "What did she do?" Another disciple, younger and less experienced, voiced her apprehension, "Don't tell me that she's already attempted to master Ouyang Chion's techniques?" Manhwa, her face etched with determination, gripped the hilt of her sword, its polished surface reflecting the intensity in her eyes. A fierce light blazing within them as she prepared to continue her arduous training. The blade seemed to hum with barely contained power. Manhwa, her expression unreadable, stood before a Zhongnan sect elder and a young man. A faint blue energy pulsed around her, emanating from the sword she held. A clear indication of her mastery over Ouyang Chion's techniques. The elder watched her intently, a mixture of concern and awe in his eyes. Manhwa, having completed a series of precise movements, sheathed her sword. A series of ding sounds echoed as she did so, indicating the completion of a training exercise. The Zhongnan sect disciples looked on, their apprehension easing slightly as they witnessed her progress. A group of Zhongnan sect disciples, including a senior elder with a long white beard, stood on a mountain path, their swords sheathed. A young man in blue robes, his expression serious, stood slightly apart from the group. One of the disciples, a young woman, voiced her concern, "Are you saying the tyrant sword tribe is on Mount Zhongnan?" The elder, his gaze distant and troubled, remained silent, his expression hinting at a grave situation. Addressing the group, the elder instructed, "Guests of the Zhongnan sect, please wait here." Meanwhile, the young man in blue watched the approaching group of Zhongnan sect disciples with a guarded expression. He seemed to be assessing the situation, his eyes sharp and alert. The elder, turning to the young woman, gave a final instruction, "Please look after Haya." A Zhongnan sect disciple received instructions from an elder. The elder, seemingly propelled by an unseen force, moved with surprising speed, carrying Haya with him as they fled the scene. Observing the scene, the disciples expressed concern, noting the similarity to past events where martial masters split up to defend against attacks. Just like what was happening now. A distant view of a mountain stronghold revealed the scale of the impending conflict. Two Zhongnan sect disciples observed the aftermath of Haya and the elder's escape. One expressing concern about the sect's precarious situation, while the other pondered the implications of their inaction. Considering the potential consequences of interfering with the affairs of the 9 great sects, the second disciple cautioned against speaking rashly about the Zhongnan sect. A foot, presumably belonging to one of the escaping individuals, is shown walking away. Several Zhongnan sect disciples stood atop a rocky outcrop, observing the surrounding landscape. One of them, his expression thoughtful, rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Another disciple, his dark hair neatly tied back, spoke, maintaining that he hadn't been rude. But a fellow disciple countered, pointing out that the interpretation of his actions depended on the perspective of the observer. He then added that the desolate fortress was not a place welcoming to martial groups. A third disciple, his face grim, observed that the desolate fortress had many enemies. His words hanging heavy in the air as the scene concluded. A Zhongnan sect disciple, observing a lone figure from a distance, commented that he looked like he could use some help. The figure, seemingly unfazed, showed a neutral expression. Meanwhile, a group of disciples noticed the approaching figures and expressed their concern. Their apprehension grew as they realized the approaching figures possessed an energy stronger than their own. The lone figure's expression shifted slightly as he observed the approaching group. The disciples, sensing a powerful energy emanating from the approaching figures, felt a surge of apprehension. A group of Zhongnan sect disciples, apprehensive, watched from a distance as a contingent of the Tyrant Sword Tribe approached. One of them muttered about passing pavilions on their way, and expressed disbelief at encountering the Tyrant Sword Tribe in this unexpected location. The disciples stood on a rocky outcrop, observing the approaching figures with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Their leader, a stern-faced man, stood with his back to them, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. A young girl, seemingly unconcerned, was comforted by a man, her expression a mixture of apprehension and quiet contemplation. News of the Sword Immortal's death spread amongst the Zhongnan sect disciples. One disciple relayed the information that she had inherited the Sword Immortal's teachings, prompting a furious reaction from a Zhongnan sect disciple who shouted, "How dare you!" as he charged towards the approaching Tyrant Sword Tribe, engaging them in a fierce sword fight. The Zhongnan disciples fought bravely, but were quickly overwhelmed by the superior numbers of the Tyrant Sword Tribe. A lone figure from the Tyrant Sword Tribe, seemingly their leader, calmly observed the unfolding battle. His back turned to the fighting, as he addressed three of his subordinates, confronting them with the question, "Brats from the desolate fortress, what are you doing in one of the 9 great sects?" A Tyrant Sword Tribe member, his face etched with the weariness of battle, contemplates the events that transpired. He reflects on the recent conflict, revealing his understanding of the tribe's strategy, to initiate a fight as a diversion to create an opportunity to harm Haya. The Tyrant Sword Tribe member, his expression hardening, requests assistance from his comrade. His comrade, a sly smile playing on his lips, confidently agrees to help. The 2 Tyrant Sword Tribe members, their faces grim, prepare for the next phase of their plan. The scene shifts to show a lone Zhongnan sect disciple facing a Tyrant Sword Tribe member. The tension is palpable as they stand poised for combat. A Tyrant Sword Tribe member smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes, his heavy boot crushing the earth. A Zhongnan sect disciple launched himself into the air, a blue energy surging around him, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion, his attack striking a foe with the force of a thunderbolt. 2 Zhongnan sect disciples found themselves facing a relentless assault from the Tyrant Sword Tribe. One disciple, his face etched with grim determination, braced himself against the onslaught. The pressure of the attack intensified, forcing him to parry blow after blow with desperate precision. While his comrade, equally strained, moved to support him, their blades a blur of motion against the relentless tide of enemies. A fierce clash of steel echoed across the battlefield as the disciples fought valiantly, but were clearly outnumbered. One disciple, his eyes narrowed in concentration, unleashed a wave of energy, momentarily pushing back the attackers. But the respite was short-lived as the Tyrant Sword Tribe pressed their advantage, their numbers overwhelming the sect's defenses. A Zhongnan sect disciple, his face contorted in pain, is thrown back by a powerful blow, the force of the impact sending him sprawling. He clutches at his chest, his eyes wide with shock, as he struggles to catch his breath amidst the chaos of the battle. A Tyrant Sword Tribe warrior presses his attack. his blade flashing dangerously close to the disciple's neck. The disciple barely manages to deflect the blow, but the impact sends him reeling. Another disciple, seeing his comrade's plight, rushes to his aid, engaging the tyrant sword tribe warrior in a desperate struggle. The fight is fierce and brutal, with both sides exchanging blows with deadly precision. One disciple falls, defeated. A Jiangnan sect disciple, eyes wide with fear, braced himself against the relentless onslaught of the tyrant sword tribe. As a tyrant sword tribe warrior unleashed a devastating double sword attack, the force of the blow sending another disciple reeling back, coughing up blood. A swift counterattack from a Jiangnan sect disciple was met with a brutal parry and a swift riposte from the tyrant sword tribe warrior, sending the disciple sprawling to the ground. A Jiangnan sect disciple, his face contorted in fierce concentration, clashed swords with a tyrant sword tribe warrior. The disciple's movements were precise and powerful. The tyrant sword tribe warrior roared, "Die," as he lunged forward with a brutal attack. But with a blur of motion, the disciple evaded the blow. Utilizing a swift step technique, he countered with a lightning-fast strike, his blade flashing, leaving a trail of light as it sliced through the air. The tyrant sword tribe warrior cried out in pain as the disciple's blade found its mark, ending the fight. A Jiangnan sect disciple, facing two tyrant sword tribe warriors, braced himself. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he prepared for the inevitable clash. The disciple moved with surprising speed, his blade flashing out in a blur. One warrior fell, his chest pierced, uttering a curse, "Shit." The disciple, panting slightly, stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim but resolute. He had defeated a seasoned warrior of the tyrant sword tribe, a testament to his growing skill. "You brat!" A tyrant sword tribe warrior fell to the ground, defeated. Blood stained his clothes as he grimaced in pain. A Jiangnan sect disciple stood over him, his sword dripping with blood. His expression was grim, but his eyes showed a flicker of determination. The disciple sheathed his sword, the swiftness of his movements a testament to his skill. The battle continued around him, a chaotic dance of steel and death. The Jiangnan disciples fought with renewed vigor, their movements more precise and deadly. Despite being overwhelmed, they managed to inflict casualties on the tyrant sword tribe. Several tyrant sword tribe warriors lay dead on the ground, their bodies a testament to the disciples' growing prowess. The battle raged on. The Jiangnan sect disciples continued their assault against the tyrant sword tribe, their movements now more precise and deadly. One disciple, with a swift and decisive strike, defeated a tyrant sword tribe warrior. Another fell, and another, the ground littered with fallen foes. The tide of battle had clearly turned in favor of the Jiangnan sect. Amidst the carnage, a young girl stood with a Jiangnan sect disciple, seemingly unharmed. The disciple, addressing a group of tyrant sword tribe warriors, stated that their earlier actions were overly aggressive and apologized for their rudeness. Two of the tyrant sword tribe warriors, their faces grim, listened intently to the apology. The disciple and the young girl exchanged a look, a silent understanding passing between them. Jiangnan sect disciples, having just defeated the tyrant sword tribe warriors, prepared to depart. A young woman, seemingly a disciple, floated gracefully alongside an elder, their movements light and effortless as they soared through the air, leaving behind the defeated tyrant sword tribe members on the ground. The elder's expression was stern, his gaze fixed ahead. The young woman, however, seemed pensive, a silent question lingering in her mind, her thoughts unspoken as she observed the aftermath of the battle. The image of the fallen tyrant sword tribe warriors was stark. Two bodies lay lifeless on the dusty ground, a grim testament to the conflict that had just concluded. A Jiangnan sect elder, his face etched with age and wisdom, declared, "The Jiangnan sect is in your debt." A younger man, holding a young girl protectively, responded, "I was protecting my own family member." The elder's eyes flickered, a mixture of respect and something akin to sorrow in their depths. The elder's gaze shifted to the young girl, a thought forming in his mind, Manhwa to become a pillar of the Jiangnan sect in the future. He then addressed the man, "The fact that our sect is in your debt still stands." The man, seemingly unfazed, replied, "If that's what you think, then thank you for that." Manhwa's guardian, having just witnessed the rescue of Manhwa, politely asked if he might be permitted to train for a short time in that location. Meanwhile, Manhwa, now safe and in the care of her guardian, was observed by the Zhongnan sect elder. The elder's gaze was thoughtful, his expression conveying a deep sense of gratitude. Manhwa's guardian, sensing the elder's unspoken thanks, reassured him that there was no need for anyone to leave. He explained that he simply wished to avoid losing the train of thought he had achieved. The elder, understanding his need for continued focus, observed that he seemed to have reached a breakthrough in his understanding. A Zhongnan sect elder addressed Manhwa and her guardian, his hand gesturing towards them. While Manhwa's guardian, his expression serious, stood among a group of sect disciples. He looked towards a distant mountain, a thoughtful expression on his face. A moment of quiet reflection before he spoke. "I was able to solidify the realization I achieved thanks to my fight with the tyrant sword tribe." He then drew his sword, the action both deliberate and powerful. A subtle glow emanating from the blade as he looked towards Manhwa, a silent understanding passing between them. Manhwa's guardian drew his sword, a golden light emanating from the blade. The energy swirling around him as he prepared for action, readying himself to face whatever threat might emerge. The Zhongnan sect elder observed the scene, his expression one of intense focus. Manhwa's guardian moved with practiced grace, his movements precise and powerful. A blur of motion as he wielded his sword with deadly efficiency. Manhwa's guardian, still gripping his sword, exhaled sharply, a faint "ha." The blade's reflection catching the light as he subtly shifted his stance. A silent internal monologue revealing his struggle. He couldn't gather core energy as he desired. He resolved to uphold the legacy of the sword ancestor, refusing to let it fall into disrepair. Observing the sword's traces, he mused that they seemed to implore those who saw it to maintain an open mind. A Zhongnan sect elder, witnessing this exchange, offered his insight. The traces left by their founder contained courage, surpassing the boundaries of martial and mystic arts. The Zhongnan sect elder, observing Manhwa's guardian, remarked that the sword's ancestor likely shared the guardian's thoughts, and that a certain understanding had passed to him. He added that the guardian was blessed with both luck and talent. The elder inquired about the sword ancestor's arrival at the Zhongnan sect in his later years. Receiving confirmation from Manhwa's guardian, the elder deduced that the ancestor must have been friends with the sect's martial masters. The elder explained that the Zhongnan sect's sword techniques were distinct and thus unsuitable for the ancestor. Even if he had learned them, their efficiency would have been low. Manhwa, observing the conversation, questioned a point. The Zhongnan sect elder addressed Sword Dragon, stating that the restoration of the eclipse of the 9 suns completely depended on him. Manhwa, observing the conversation, questioned whether the elder could assist her in restoring the sword technique. The elder confirmed he could help, though only a little. Sword Dragon, walking away from a group of onlookers, declared that his training was not yet over. Manhwa watched him go, her expression unreadable. Sword Dragon arrived at a cliff face, his gaze drawn to faint sword marks etched into the stone. A strange experience washed over him as he studied the ancient markings. He described it as an illusion, a convergence of heaven and earth into a single beam of light. The image solidified in his mind as he grasped his sword. A vision of power and potential. Sword Dragon found inspiration in the scene, declaring that everything served as inspiration for his path. Sword Dragon, inspired by the ancient sword marks, focused intently on his movements, his body a blur of motion as he practiced his swordsmanship. A sudden enlightenment washing over him as he understood the core principle, to extend his sword faster than his opponent. The text on the panel clarified that this speed was the key to the effectiveness of martial arts like Taiji and Plum Blossom swordsmanship. A realization dawning on him as he grasped the profound connection between speed and inner energy. "I think I understand now," he thought. He reflected on the difference between ordinary swordsmanship and the top martial arts. Unlike ordinary techniques that rely solely on wielding a single sword, the profound intent contained within the secret techniques of the top martial arts merges inner energy and swordplay, creating an unprecedented harmony unseen in the world. Sword Dragon's movements became fluid and powerful. Manhwa, observing from afar, wore a look of worry and concern. Sword Dragon, in a blur of motion, unleashed a devastating attack, his sword leaving a trail of golden energy. The sheer speed of his strike leaving Manhwa awestruck as he moved with impossible grace. The force of the blow causing a visible shockwave to ripple outwards. Manhwa watched, his expression shifting from awe to concern as he witnessed the raw power Sword Dragon now commanded. A silent worry etched onto his face as he contemplated the potential consequences of such overwhelming strength. Sword Dragon, exhausted but triumphant, muttered a single phrase, "Oh, Sword Ancestor." Sword Dragon, exhausted but triumphant from his recent exertion, stood amidst the lingering aftereffects of his powerful, speed-based attack. The golden energy trails still shimmering in the air. He gripped his sword, its surface glowing faintly. A testament to the raw power he had just unleashed. Manhwa watched him, her expression a mixture of worry and awe. Manhwa approached Sword Dragon, her voice soft as she asked, "Have you decided on the name of this sword technique?" A group of onlookers observed Sword Dragon and Manhwa from a distance, their faces obscured, their thoughts unreadable. Sword Dragon, his gaze distant, responded, "I have decided to name it the Radiant Sword Art." Sword Dragon, exhausted but content, held his sword aloft, the kanji for radiant was visible on its scabbard. A serene expression on his face as he contemplated his new technique. He named it Radiant Sword Art, a title reflecting his hope for a life as enduring and brilliant as the sun and moon. A powerful image of the technique's energy filled the panel. His quiet wish for a lasting legacy echoed in the vast, empty landscape. Sword Dragon sat calmly, reflecting on his time at the Jung'an sect. He was at peace. A profound sense of accomplishment washing over him. He had not only saved his niece but also created a new sword technique, the Radiant Sword Art. His companion, enjoying the golden tea, expressed gratitude for the sect's hospitality. The companion continued, acknowledging Sword Dragon's crucial role in securing their comfortable stay. Sword Dragon's expression shifted subtly, a hint of something unreadable flickering in his eyes. As the scene abruptly changed, showing the companion's sudden, terrified expression as Sword Dragon swiftly seized him. The chapter begins with a contemplative statement, "Everyone has their own stories." Inside a room, a man sits at a table, sipping tea. Another man enters, questioning, "Sir Yianshan?" The man looks up, a surprised expression on his face as he recognizes the voice. That voice is... A door creaks open, revealing a glimpse of someone entering the room. Yianshan, surprised and curious, heard a familiar voice and approached, inquiring about the rest of what had been said earlier regarding the Sword Dragon's ancestral traces. The scene shifted to a nighttime landscape, bathed in moonlight. Yianshan continued, expressing her desire to step out of the Sword Ancestor's shadow, despite the potential repercussions within her sect. She declared her intention to forge her own path, independent in both chivalry and swordsmanship. The other person listened intently. Finally, Yianshan declared her ambition: she would become a founder. Yianshan's face was a mask of quiet determination. She stood before a young man, his dark hair catching the light. He offered words of quiet support, "I'll cheer you on." His expression reflected a mixture of pride and concern for her ambitious plans. Yianshan, though outwardly calm, felt a surge of resolve. The weight of her decision settled upon her. Encouragement was offered to Yianshan, "I'll cheer you on." Yianshan, with a serious expression, contemplated her path. A young woman, possibly Yianshan's companion, listened attentively. Yianshan reflected on a past interaction, recalling, "He said he'd teach me though." She continued her internal monologue, admitting, "I guess I was being too shameless by asking him for help casually." A woman formally requested assistance, "I would like to request for you to help me restore the eclipse of the 9 suns." She added a solemn promise, "I promise that I will not favor till the day I die." The scene shifted to show a man listening intently. A moment of contemplation passed between them. Before the woman anxiously asked, "Will you not help me?" The man, after a brief pause, simply stated, "Let's go." "It won't take long." Yi Yinshin listened intently, a thoughtful expression on her face. She was both amazed and pleased to hear of the plan to restore the eclipse of the 9 suns. Later, Yi Yinshin and an unnamed companion walked through a forest, their journey leading them towards a mysterious, rocky peak under a starlit sky. Yi Yinshin, pleased with his progress, explained, "I will teach you the steps first." His companion, intrigued, questioned, "Did you just say, the steps?" Overwhelmed with disbelief, she exclaimed internally, "I can't believe it." Not only did he find the clues to restore it, he even figured out the steps? Yi Yinshin cautioned, however, "This doesn't mean it'll be completely identical." He continued, "That part will be up to you to restore." His companion, still in awe, mused, "There are people with such talent in the world, huh?" Yi Yinshin, her expression unreadable, questioned herself, "Why is she looking at me like that? Do I need to explain it in simpler terms?" Yi Yinshin continued, explaining, "The steps I'll be teaching you are incomplete, so it is up to you to complete them." He added confidently, "That shouldn't be difficult to do." Yi Yinshin elaborated, "After all, tracing the remnants of the sword path and retracing the actual steps one by one are completely different on completely different levels." A pensive Yi Yinshin, holding her sword, listened intently. The next day arrived. An older man, his face etched with worry, explained to Yi Yinshin that Manhwa had succumbed to her inner demons after hearing his approach. Yi Yinshin, his expression unreadable, questioned the nature of Manhwa's inner demon. The elder continued, suggesting that Manhwa's extraordinary talent had likely overwhelmed her, leading to this state. He emphasized her unparalleled skill in shanxi, unmatched by anyone her age. Those around her consistently praised her as possessing the greatest martial arts talent. Yi Yinshin, his expression thoughtful, sat in contemplation. An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and concern, observed from a distance. As Manhwa, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of her own talent, experienced a profound sense of insignificance, for the first time, her abilities felt meaningless. The scene shifted to show Yi Yinshin, now witnessing Manhwa's raw power firsthand, his internal monologue confirming her exceptional skill level. His thoughts underscored the stark contrast between her abilities and his own, leaving him feeling insignificant in comparison. Yi Yinshin concluded that his own skills were ultimately meaningless compared to Manhwa's superior talent. Elder Zhang pondered, a deep furrow in his brow. His thoughts were heavy with the weight of a profound observation. How grave a mistake have the heavens made? Having exceptional talent alone would have been enough, yet they've also bestowed a heart that craves improvement upon you. Yi Yinshin, standing beside him, responded with a quiet, "I'm embarrassed to hear that." Manhwa appeared, her arrival announced by the words, "Elder Zhang, Yi Yinshin, you both are here." She approached the two, her demeanor humble despite her immense talent. Elder Zhang, observing Manhwa's quiet humility, remarked to Yi Yinshin, "I knew you'd get over it quickly. Hey, sword dragon." Manhwa, her brow furrowed in slight concern, observed Yi Yinshin. She addressed him, "Yi Yinshin, since you already know the steps, you can probably use the sword technique too, can't you?" Yi Yinshin, still somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Yes, that's." Manhwa continued, "Can you learn the eclipse of the 9 suns together with me? If we help each other with the parts we're lacking, you'll definitely be able to grow stronger more rapidly than if you're training by yourself." Yi Yinshin politely declined, stating, "My apologies, but I do not have enough time to practice my own sword techniques as it is." Suddenly, Manhwa's eyes widened in surprise as Elder Zhang and another individual appeared behind Yi Yinshin. Manhwa, still concerned about Yi Yinshin's progress, offered a compromise. "However, since they're of similar styles, I think it'll suffice if we see each other practice our own techniques." Yi Yinshin, though polite, remained hesitant. But Manhwa continued, suggesting a solution, "You can be around when I practice the radiant sword art." Yi Yinshin, surprised by the offer, questioned, "You're allowing me to watch you train?" Manhwa confirmed, adding, "Yes. You can also practice the eclipse of the 9 suns." Manhwa reflected on Yi Yinshin's unexpected generosity, thinking, to think he'd allow me to watch him practice the radiant sword art. Manhwa, addressing an unseen individual, stated, "I think you're the greater martial artist here." The unseen individual responded, "One mustn't be overly generous. That's how the world works." Yianshan, seemingly surprised, questioned, "Pardon?" Yianshan reflected, "I had forgotten this since we were always watching each other train in the Radiant Demon Squad." An unseen speaker explained, "Watching someone else's training might cause them to fight you to the death." Manhwa countered, "But didn't the Radiant Demon Squad leader also show us his martial arts in order to teach us?" Surrounded by a table, Manhwa, Yianshan, and two other figures listened intently as one of them explained, "Additionally, we all trained together." Manhwa continued, emphasizing a crucial point: it's different when the martial art can be shown without any consequence. Neither should the true training of one's personal martial arts be shown, nor should you try to look at the training of others. Yianshan, seemingly troubled, reflected on this unspoken rule within the Murim. It is an unspoken rule in the Murim that no one should watch someone else when they are training. Yianshan's pensive expression suggested a growing understanding of the situation. He quietly added, "That must have caused a misunderstanding." Yianshan, holding his sword, appeared lost in thought. Manhwa, holding a staff, stood poised, a slight frown creasing her brow. As Yianshan, eyes closed, carefully drew his sword, the glint of steel catching the light. And then, with a swift, decisive movement, she lunged forward. Yianshan reacted instantly, his blade a blur as he parried her attack. The clash of steel echoing through the training grounds. The speed of their movements was breathtaking. Unlike the explosive power of the Blossom Fist, which destroys everything in a single strike, Yianshan explained that the Radiant Sword Art is about seamless flow. There is no hesitation when wielding the sword. And everything felt connected to the body through the blade. Yianshan smiled, stating that this mastery is possible because he is the creator of the Radiant Sword Art. The final panel showed a close-up of the Radiant Sword Art symbol, confirming Yianshan's claim. A powerful display of his skill and mastery of the Radiant Sword Art. Manhwa and Yianshan stood facing each other, swords drawn, a silent tension hanging in the air. Manhwa observed Yianshan with a thoughtful expression. She reflected on his progress in mastering the Radiant Sword Art. She noted that despite the technique's apparent simplicity, Yianshan had rapidly mastered it, demonstrating exceptional proficiency in a remarkably short time. Manhwa contemplated the disparity in their progress, despite both having learned the same technique simultaneously. Yianshan, in a blur of motion, executed a swift, precise strike with his sword, a fiery trail blazing in its wake. Manhwa watched Yianshan, her eyes wide with surprise as she noted a sudden shift in his speed. A surge of radiant energy enveloped him, as he moved with an almost impossible swiftness, his movements blurring into a dazzling display of skill with his twin swords. Yianshan's mastery of the Radiant Sword Art had reached a new level, his attacks were faster, more precise, and imbued with an almost ethereal grace. The power of his strikes left trails of shimmering light in their wake. Yianshan, his expression resolute, declared, "I shall mix in the swift sword style." Manhwa, witnessing this, reacted with a surprised gasp, whispering, "It's not me." A close-up revealed a monstrous claw clutching a luminous orb, the magic pearl. The narration clarified, the Amugi that holds the magic pearl is someone else. A sprawling temple complex nestled against a majestic mountain range was shown. Yianshan stood before two figures, their backs to the viewer, seated on ornate chairs. He appeared to be addressing them. Manhwa, one of the seated figures, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion, observed Yianshan's actions. She internally mused on the strange workings of fate. The other figure, seated beside Manhwa, remained impassive, his expression unreadable. Manhwa, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion, reflected on a past event. The child she witnessed during the massacre at the young manor had, unbeknownst to her, restored her husband's sword technique. Yianshan, meanwhile, stood with his sword, his posture conveying determination and focus. His gaze was sharp, unwavering. He appeared lost in thought. Ouyang Xin, the leader of the Zhenghan sect and son of the sword ancestor in Yilshan, addressed Yianshan. He acknowledged Yianshin's restoration of his father's legacy and his ability to clearly teach the techniques. Yangshin expressed his sect's gratitude for Yianshin's accomplishments and inquired about his desires regarding future support from the sect. Yianshin, resolute, requested assistance in the coming conflict against the Sword Tribe. Yangshin considered Yianshin's request. Meanwhile, Manhwa, alone, contemplated the events that had transpired and Yianshin's actions. Manhwa, her expression resolute, launched a swift attack against an unseen opponent, her blade a blur of motion. The speed of her strike leaving only a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. She followed through with a powerful kick, propelling her forward with surprising force. Manhwa, having seemingly dispatched her foe, turned, her breath catching in her throat as she sheathed her sword. A contemplative expression settling on her face as she reflected on recent events and Yianshin's actions. She appeared exhausted but determined. Manhwa stood, her sword sheathed, a thoughtful expression on her face as she prepared to move on. Elder Zhang observed Manhwa, noting her inability to focus. He questioned if her distraction stemmed from Yianshin. But Manhwa denied it, attributing her turmoil to her own heart and a sense of meaninglessness in her life's work. Manhwa clarified that this wasn't jealousy, she had already acknowledged Yianshin's superior skills. The martial arts she had honed her entire life now felt meaningless. Manhwa questioned the elder about the radiant sword art she had witnessed, wondering if her judgment was correct in deeming it inferior to the eclipse of the 9 suns. Elder Zhang confirmed her assessment, stating that the sword art wasn't even comparable to a single star. Despite years of simultaneous training, Manhwa's opponent, unseen but clearly powerful, effortlessly surpassed her. Manhwa reflected on her progress, noting that she found it difficult to believe someone could create such an advanced martial art. Yet, she acknowledged that the same person had progressed much faster in a martial art they had never learned before, compared to her own mastery of the eclipse of the 9 suns. Elder John listened intently to Manhwa's observations, offering a simple in response. Elder Zhang then stated that he understood, confirming that the person Manhwa was referring to had become her new goal. Manhwa appeared pensive, contemplating the fact that this person's genius was on the level of a founder, surpassing the boundaries of age. Elder Zhang explained that it was natural for someone to progress more quickly when training in a martial art they themselves created, applying the same logic to objects in human affairs. Manhwa, lost in thought, confided in Elder Zhang, "It's something beyond my comprehension, something I can't even hope to match." Elder Zhang responded, offering a perspective on the challenges she faced. He noted that sharing a time period with a martial arts founder like him could be a blessing or a curse, depending on her mindset. He then posed a pointed question: "Did you not also inherit the eclipse of the 9 suns?" Manhwa, reflecting on her inheritance, replied, "I did, and I'm forever grateful for that." Elder Zhang continued, explaining that while he wasn't intending to bring this up, there was more to consider. He mentioned a specific acupoint, the Baihui, which communicates with the great nature. A beam of light, intensely bright, shot down from the heavens, its energy overwhelming. The sheer power emanating from it was enough to challenge even the most skilled martial arts masters. Manhwa, witnessing this spectacle, questioned Elder Zhang, "What are you talking about?" Elder Zhang, his expression grave, revealed a somber truth: Yianshin doesn't have much time left to live. He explained that Yianshin's current state is a result of his body receiving an excessive amount of energy from nature. Elder Zhang further elaborated that Yianshin is desperate to leave his mark on the world before his time runs out. Manhwa's face reflected her deep concern. Her eyes, wide and filled with worry, betrayed her unspoken anxieties. Elder Zhang, his expression grave, stood beside her, a stark contrast to the vast, empty expanse of the plains behind them. He had just explained Yianshin's critical condition, and the words hung heavy in the air between them. Despite the severity of the situation, a quiet respect emanated from the elder, a testament to Yianshin's strength and spirit. Manhwa, lost in thought, pondered the gravity of the situation. The weight of responsibility pressed upon her, a silent burden she carried alone. On the Guanzhong plain, a vast army stood poised, ready for action. Amongst them, several figures stood out, their presence commanding attention. A group of figures, led by a stern-faced man with dark hair, moved through a snowy landscape. The man's expression was grim, his gaze fixed ahead. Their heavy footsteps crunching on the frozen ground. Behind them, other figures followed, their faces obscured by shadows. A palpable sense of purpose hanging heavy in the air. One of the figures, a man with a top knot and a determined look, glanced to the side. His gaze lingering on the ornate sword strapped to his back. The sword's intricate carvings hinted at its power and history. A silent testament to the strength of the group. A close-up revealed the leader's face, his expression a mixture of determination and grim resolve. The title card identified him as the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader. Two figures, one with dark hair and the other with a blue headband, stood together, their expressions serious. The dark-haired man seemed thoughtful, while the man with the headband appeared pensive, his gaze distant. The scene suggested a moment of quiet contemplation before an important event. The dark-haired man's face softened into a slight smile, a hint of understanding in his eyes. A wide shot revealed a large group of people standing on a barren landscape, a mountain range in the background. The caption read, "He came despite not having to," suggesting a sense of unexpected loyalty or sacrifice. A close-up showed a foot stepping down forcefully onto the ground, kicking up dust. The Tyrant Sword Tribe leader stumbled, his body momentarily thrown off balance. A sudden gust of wind whipping around him as he braced himself against the harsh, snowy landscape. His eyes narrowed in anticipation as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. A new figure emerged from the distance, their approach marked by a determined stride. The newcomer carrying a sword with a distinct, jeweled hilt. He declared, "I'm the third disciple of the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader." The Tyrant Sword Tribe leader, clad in ornate robes, issued a challenge, his voice echoing with arrogance, "Is there anyone willing to fight me, Waimuyuk?" He grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes, urging a challenger to step forward, "Come out." A young man with dark hair, the third disciple, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The third disciple, however, finally spoke, his voice calm but firm, "I would like to ask for the wish you've given me." His gaze was unwavering, resolute in his intent. The third disciple, heir to the legacy of the esteemed swordmaster, formally requests a wish from the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader. Explaining his position and lineage to emphasize the gravity of his request. The third disciple, having received permission, declares his intention to fight on behalf of the Zhongnan sect. A decision seemingly driven by a desire to leave his mark on the world. The tribe leader grants him permission to proceed. The third disciple expresses his gratitude before the impending duel. The third disciple of the Zhongnan sect stood before the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader and a large assembly, his resolve evident in his posture. He prepared himself for the upcoming duel, his eyes fixed on the horizon. A silent tension hung in the air as onlookers observed the young man's steely determination. Nearby, an elder of the sect watched with a mixture of apprehension and hope, his gaze lingering on the disciple. A martial arts founder, nearing the end of his life, observed the scene from afar, reflecting on the young man's potential. He acknowledged the disciple's impressive skill and maturity, recognizing him as a magnificent young man already. The third disciple of the Zhongnan sect stood before his opponent, a man from Young Manor. His opponent sneered, observing the disciple's attire. The man from Young Manor noted the disciple's clothing, recognizing his affiliation. The man from Young Manor recognized the third disciple and recalled a past encounter. He remembered the disciple's previous claims as nonsense. He regretted not killing the disciple then, now facing him again in this duel. The third disciple, drawing his sword, prepared to face his opponent. The third disciple, a confident smirk playing on his lips, addressed his opponent. "I'm glad you've appeared before me again." The Young Manor member, however, remained unfazed, their expression resolute. "You're wrong if you think this will go the same as the last time." A spectator mused, "I wonder what kind of excuse your grandfather, the former Divine Sword Squad leader, will make to interfere in a life-and-death match." Elder Zhang, along with the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader, observed from a distance as the duel was about to commence. The anticipation hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, a powerful presence emerged from the crowd, causing a ripple of shock and fear to spread among the onlookers. The newcomer's arrival was unexpected, and the tension escalated dramatically as all eyes turned towards this mysterious figure. Dust motes danced in the air as Elder Zhang observed the approaching duel, his expression unreadable. The anticipation hung heavy, a palpable tension building amongst the onlookers as the third disciple and the young manor member prepared for the impending clash. The third disciple gripped his sword, his knuckles white. He glanced at his opponent, the young manor member, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. A silent tension hanging heavy in the air between them. The anticipation was palpable, the duel was about to begin. The young manor member stood firm, his expression unreadable, a subtle shift in his stance betraying a readiness for action. The young manor member, enraged, shouted, "Asshole! You dare get distracted in front of me?" A cruel smile stretched across his face. As the duel between him and the third disciple intensified, their blades clashed in a flurry of sparks. A whirlwind of steel and energy filling the arena. The young manor member's eyes narrowed in focus. The duel continues. The third disciple's movements are precise and powerful. His opponent, the young manor member, struggles to keep up. The third disciple smirks, muttering, "Not too bad." The young manor member's eyes widen as they narrowly avoid a fatal blow. Elder Zhang observes, a thoughtful expression on his face. He comments, "Someone of a noble race I know told me this. You can tell the disposition of another person by the wind that their sword technique produces." The third disciple, having just learned proper sword techniques, reflects, "Now that I have learned proper sword techniques, I can see it." He looks intently at his opponent, a question forming in his mind, what she meant, huh? The young manor member's eyes widened in disbelief as the third disciple's blade flashed before him. The title card Radiant Sword Art appeared, signifying the disciple's advanced technique. And a blinding golden light erupted as the third disciple unleashed a powerful attack. The young manor member barely managed to deflect the blow. But the force of the impact sent him reeling back, coughing up blood. The third disciple's attack continued, leaving the young manor member vulnerable and defeated. Elder Zhang and the tyrant sword tribe leader watched with rapt attention. As the duel between the third disciple and the young manor member reached its climax, the third disciple moved with blinding speed, his radiant sword art leaving a trail of light as he effortlessly outmaneuvered his opponent and delivered a final, decisive blow. The young manor member's sword clattered to the ground as he collapsed, defeated. The third disciple, his expression unreadable, stood calmly amidst the dust and debris of the recent duel. His eyes, however, betrayed a hint of weariness. The intensity of the battle had taken its toll. He picked up the fallen sword, its hilt still warm from the clash of steel. The third disciple declared, "I'll take one of your arms." A subtle smile played on the lips of the defeated young manor member, a mixture of acceptance and grudging respect. The third disciple's victory was met with cheers from his fellow tyrant sword tribe members, their voices filled with pride and admiration. Someone commented on the third disciple's skill with the sword, noting his nickname, Lightning Genius, was quite fitting. Others marveled at the radiant swordsmanship, describing it as mysterious, beautiful, and powerful. The onlookers reacted with disbelief upon hearing that Muyuk had been defeated without a chance to fight back. A grim determination hardened the third disciple's features as he silently vowed to kill everyone present. The third disciple, eyes blazing with cold fury, charged forward, shouting, "Kill them all!" He moved with terrifying speed, leaving a trail of defeated opponents in his wake. Yianshan, surrounded by his fellow warriors, faced a formidable foe. He braced himself. As the sheer number of their opponents became apparent, a vast army stretched across the horizon. And Yianshan's gaze hardened with grim determination. Elder Zhang, witnessing the overwhelming force arrayed against them, felt a surge of apprehension. He muttered to himself, "He's very strong. He's not a martial master I can handle." His fear was palpable. Yianshan, despite the daunting odds, remained resolute, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. Elder Zhang, his face contorted in rage, vowed, "I'll kill you." A question arose in the mind of an observer: is he Wai Muyuk's grandfather? A young man, seemingly unmoved, retorted, if you had taught him well, he wouldn't have died so fast. The young man, his expression grim, stood ready to face the elder. The elder lunged, sword drawn, aiming a blow at the younger man. But the younger man moved with surprising speed, dodging the attack with ease. Elder Zhang's eyes burned with a furious intensity, his face contorted in a mask of rage. He lunged forward, his attack a blur of motion, connecting with his opponent, sending him sprawling with a grunt. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the ground. As Elder Zhang continued his relentless assault, his movements fueled by righteous fury. He was unstoppable, a whirlwind of destruction. Elder Zhang, his face a mask of grim determination, declared, thanks to you, I've secured my share of this battle. He turned and swiftly departed the scene, leaving behind a trail of dust and the lingering tension of the recent conflict. A young man, his features etched with worry, watched Elder Zhang's retreat. His gaze filled with apprehension as the sounds of ongoing battle echoed around him. Elsewhere, amidst the chaos of the group battle, another warrior reflected, since this is a group battle, I need to find someone that I am compatible with. Elder Zhang, having declared victory, stood amidst the remnants of the battle, his gaze sweeping across the fallen foes. He mused that he had found someone capable of handling the situation. A testament to his own strength and foresight. The ground trembled slightly under the weight of the defeated warriors. A chorus of shouts, "Kill him," rose from the remaining young manor members, their anger and hatred palpable. Elder Zhang, however, remained unmoved, his expression calm and resolute. He seemed to be assessing the situation, his thoughts unreadable. A remaining contingent of young manor soldiers advanced, weapons drawn, ready to carry out the vengeful cries of their comrades. But Elder Zhang's hand moved, drawing his sword in a swift, decisive motion, signaling the end of the conflict. A young manor member lunged forward, aiming a powerful blow at Elder Zhang's back. But before the attack could land, a figure materialized, deflecting the blow with effortless grace. It was Yianshan, his eyes narrowed in focus as he intercepted the attack. The title card for Radiant Sword Art appeared. Yianshan's counterattack was swift and decisive, a blur of motion as he parried the incoming strike. With a single, precise movement, he disarmed his opponent, sending the weapon flying. The words "one" appeared in a speech bubble above the scene. The young manor member fell to the ground, defeated. Yianshan stood over him, his expression unreadable. A young manor member lunged forward, weapon raised, shouting "two." Yianshan moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he deflected blows from multiple opponents. His blade flashing as he countered each attack with precise strikes. One after another, the young manor members fell, their attacks proving no match for Yianshan's skill. He effortlessly dispatched 3 more opponents, counting each one aloud, 3. 4. Having swiftly dealt with the remaining threats, Yianshan stood amidst the fallen, a calm expression on his face. He effortlessly dispatched the remaining attacker, leaving them both defeated on the ground. He stood, his expression calm and resolute. Yianshan, having already dispatched several opponents, faced 2 more young manor members. Their blades flashed, a whirlwind of steel. But Yianshan's movements were even faster. With a blur of motion, she effortlessly deflected their attacks and countered with deadly precision, leaving one opponent disarmed and the other defeated. Her eyes, blazing with a cold intensity, reflected the ferocity of her skill. The battle was over. Yianshan moved with a blur of motion, his blade a silver streak against the backdrop of the fight, dispatching 2 more young manor members with swift, precise strikes. His movements were economical, each blow perfectly placed to incapacitate his opponents. Yianshan and another individual walked together, the latter expressing gratitude for Yianshan's role in their recent victory against the tyrant sword tribe. Yianshan's companion reflected on the importance of decisive action in warfare. Yianshan humbly dismissed the praise and was informed of the numerous martial masters within their sect eager to meet them, leading to an offer of grain tea as a gesture of hospitality. Two men in official garb discussed Yi Yinshin's recent victory. One noted the numerous duel requests Yi Yinshin had already received, while the other, seemingly senior, explained that he had already blocked those requests for Yi Yinshin's sake. The senior official smiled, suggesting that discussing sword techniques was a more pressing matter. Yi Yinshin, along with another man, listened intently. Yi Yinshin appeared thoughtful, seemingly lost in contemplation. Yi Yinshin offered to explain the destruction of the young manor to the other man, if he wished to hear it. Yi Yinshin, calm and composed, spoke to his companion. "My brother already knows about it," he stated, then added thoughtfully, "although, I think it would be better to hear about it after this big fight is over." His companion responded, noting that Yi Yinshin seemed unaffected by the recent events. "He doesn't seem to be affected at all, but just in case." Yi Yinshin's expression turned pensive as he looked away. A large group of figures, clad in dark robes and carrying swords, stood assembled. Among them, a man in a distinguished green and gray robe stood out, their faces grim and determined. An older man with a long white beard and stern gaze observed the scene, his expression conveying a sense of foreboding. The camera pans to reveal a vast expanse of land, where a large number of people were gathered, awaiting the events to unfold. The elder man's internal monologue, "This won't be easy." A young woman with dark hair, dressed in a blue robe, spoke, her voice carrying a note of determination, "All the old birds on their small elder council are here. That means this will all be over if we win now." Another man, seemingly a leader, gave instructions, "Manhwa, look after the disciples." Manhwa, her expression serene, is shown in a close-up. Manhwa and Yi Yinshin stand amidst a crowd. Yi Yinshin is the focus, his gaze distant. Elder Zhang speaks to Yi Yinshin, mentioning Sword Dragon. Yi Yinshin, seemingly lost in thought, receives a message of concern from Elder Zhang, who expresses hope for Sword Dragon's safety. Elder Zhang explains that the man before them is the grandfather of Wei Muyuk, a previous opponent of Yi Yinshin. Yi Yinshin, upon hearing this, recognizes the elder as the tyrant sword tribe elder from a past encounter. Elder Zhang recalls the elder's persistent glances towards Yi Yinshin during their previous conflict. Manhwa, her expression thoughtful, observed Yi Yinshin. As Elder Zhang continued to explain the significance of the tyrant sword tribe elder's presence, he outranks even their leader and is considered the leader's right hand on the battlefield. Yi Yinshin, having received this crucial information, expressed his gratitude for the elder's concern. A moment later, Yi Yinshin's sword was drawn, a clear indication of his readiness for whatever may come. His gaze hardened, reflecting his determination to face the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, a group of warriors, alerted to the situation, prepared themselves for battle, their swords gleaming under the bright sky. Yi Yinshin and Elder Zhang stood poised, their swords gleaming under the bright sky, anticipating the arrival of the tyrant sword tribe's forces. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed as a group of tyrant sword tribe warriors burst into view, swords drawn and expressions fierce. Yi Yinshin moved with blinding speed, his blade ablur as he engaged the enemy, dispatching several opponents with swift, precise strikes. The clash of steel filled the air as Yi Yinshin's allies prepared to join the fray. "Enforcement Pavilion, gather. We'll deploy our sword formation here," Yi Yinshin commanded. Yi Yinshin, locked in fierce combat with the tyrant sword tribe warriors, deflected a flurry of blows with practiced ease. His movements a blur of controlled power as he countered each attack with precision, sending several opponents sprawling with a swift kick and a perfectly timed strike. His expression hardened, a grim determination etched on his face as he continued to fight. With a powerful thrust, he sent another warrior flying backwards, the force of the blow sending dust and debris flying into the air. Elder Zhang, his face a mask of grim determination, stood defiantly before Yi Yinshin, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The weight of his unspoken words hung heavy in the air. He declared that Yi Yinshin was the one person he wouldn't let go unpunished this day. Yi Yinshin, unwavering, responded that he would offer the elder's head at Muyuk's grave. The two stood facing each other, a palpable tension building between them. the silent promise of a brutal confrontation hanging in the air. Yi Yinshin questioned the elder's unorthodox methods. Elder Zhang, enraged, confronted Yi Yinshin, accusing him of seeking him out even after his subordinates had fallen to the Zhang'an sect's martial masters, and calling him shameless. Elder Zhang, seething with fury, vowed to carve Yi Yinshin up. He lunged at Yi Yinshin with his sword. But Yi Yinshin met his attack with a swift counter, parrying the blow and sending a shockwave of energy towards Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang unleashed a furious attack upon Yi Yinshin, his movements a blur of lethal intent. But Yi Yinshin, with a calm confidence, met the assault head-on, deflecting the blows with precise movements and counterattacking with swift, deadly strikes. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he anticipated Elder Zhang's every move. The force of their clash sent shockwaves through the air, leaving Elder Zhang reeling from the unexpected power of Yi Yinshin's counter. The aftermath of Yi Yinshin's victory was stark. The ground was scarred with the marks of a fierce battle. Elder Zhang, defeated and reeling, stood before Yi Yinshin, his body bearing the brunt of the clash. Yi Yinshin, despite his victory, reflected on the power of Elder Zhang's movement art. A single clash had nearly overwhelmed him. He noted that he couldn't gather his energy during the exchange. The text on the panel read Young Clan's movement art. His assessment of Elder Zhang was clear, a martial master beyond his current capabilities. The text on the panel read, "He's a martial master whom I can't handle at my current level." Elder Zhang's furious gaze locked onto Yi Yinshin, a silent promise of future conflict hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, Yi Yinshin's swift counterattack had left Elder Zhang vulnerable, and he capitalized on the opening, delivering a decisive blow that ended the fight. Elder Zhang, defeated and breathing heavily, glared at his opponent. He lunged forward, his sword flashing, but Yi Yinshin met his attack with a swift counter, parrying the blow with ease and deflecting the elder's subsequent strikes, before delivering a decisive blow that sent the elder sprawling. Yi Yinshin stood victorious, but a thoughtful expression crossed her face as she observed her fallen opponent. She silently vowed to analyze the techniques of the Rakshasa swordsman. Yi Yinshin, victorious in her duel against Elder Zhang, observed his body language intently, analyzing the way he held his sword, noting the subtle shifts in his grip, and the precise movements of his muscles as he channeled energy into his strikes. Even studying his behavioral habits during burst discharges, she meticulously examined his defensive maneuvers, determined to completely understand his fighting style. "I will figure out everything he does," she resolved. Yi Yinshin, driven by her resolve to understand Elder Zhang's fighting style, engaged several young manor members in combat, easily dispatching them with swift, precise movements, her blade a blur as she effortlessly outmaneuvered their attacks. Elder Zhang, observing from a distance, watched with a mixture of anger and grudging respect as Yi Yinshin's skill surpassed his expectations. His expression hardened as he witnessed his own defeat. Yi Yinshin's eyes blazed with a fierce determination, her gaze unwavering. A young manor member launched a desperate, suicidal attack, but Yi Yinshin effortlessly deflected the blow, countering with a swift, precise strike that sent the attacker sprawling. Elder Zhang watched, his expression a mixture of surprise and grudging admiration as Yi Yinshin's superior skill was on full display, the impact of her strike leaving the attacker incapacitated. Yi Yinshin, with a swift and precise movement, deflected an incoming blow from a young manor member, continuing her assault with an unstoppable flurry of attacks, quickly incapacitating her opponent with a decisive strike. The defeated member fell to the ground. Elder Zhang, observing from a distance, let out a chuckle, impressed by Yi Yinshin's skill. "You do live up to your reputation," he remarked. The battle concluded, leaving a defeated young manor member on the ground, while Elder Zhang stood, his expression a mixture of satisfaction and contemplation. Yi Yinshin, though victorious, appeared weary, her eyes downcast. Yi Yinshin, weary but victorious, collapsed to the ground, her sword lying beside her. Elder Zhang, observing from a distance, raised his sword in a defensive stance. Yi Yinshin, despite her exhaustion, sensed the elder's next move. A surge of energy propelled her upwards, narrowly avoiding the elder's attack. Her eyes glowed with a newfound intensity as she anticipated his next move. I can feel it. I know the move he'll make from that position, she thought. Elder Zhang unleashed a fierce attack against Yinshin, his movements a blur of practiced skill. But Yinshin, despite her exhaustion, anticipated his every move, her eyes sharp and focused, readying her blade to meet his assault. Her expression was one of grim determination. The speed of their exchange was breathtaking, a whirlwind of steel and energy. Yinshin, using her superior agility, deflected Elder Zhang's blows. And with a swift counterattack, she sent him flying backward with a powerful kick. Elder Zhang, his face contorted in a mask of fury, launched a ferocious attack. His movements were a blur of lethal intent. But Yinshin, despite his exhaustion, reacted with impossible speed. With a swift counterattack, he sent the elder flying, a trail of dust and debris marking his trajectory. The impact was brutal, leaving the onlookers stunned and speechless. One young manor member, eyes wide with shock, stared in disbelief, while another, equally astonished, could only register the sheer power of Yinshin's counter. The battle was over. A faint blue aura emanated from Yinshin, a subtle sign of his exertion and the lingering energy of his decisive strike. Yinshin, exhausted but victorious, stood over his fallen opponent, Elder Zhang, who lay sprawled on the ground, sent flying by a swift counterattack. The battle had been fierce, a whirlwind of clashing steel amidst the chaos of warring armies. Yinshin's face, though weary, held a grim determination as he surveyed the scene, his blade still drawn. Elder Zhang, defeated and gasping for breath, lay on the ground. A speech bubble above him identified his attacker as the right-hand man of the tyrant sword tribe leader. Yinshin, his expression grim and determined, stood over the fallen Elder Zhang. His gaze was sharp, reflecting his exhaustion but also the satisfaction of victory. The aftermath of the battle was visible. Several fallen combatants lay scattered across the sandy battlefield. One figure, clad in blue, stood amidst the carnage, his back to the viewer. The blue-clad figure, presumably Yinshin, addressed the tyrant sword tribe leader, declaring his intention to claim something. Yinshin, victorious but weary from his battle with Elder Zhang, glared at his opponent. A single word, sharp as the blade in his hand, escaped his lips: "Your arm." He held his sword aloft, the polished steel gleaming with an ethereal light, a testament to his hard-fought victory. His expression hardened, a grim determination etched onto his face as he prepared for the next challenge. The weight of the battle, and the knowledge of what lay ahead, settled heavily upon him. Meanwhile, a young manor member watched from a distance, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The events unfolding before him were far beyond anything he had ever witnessed. The tyrant sword tribe leader's right-hand man stood defiantly, his gaze fixed on Yinshin. He drew his own blade, the glint of steel mirroring the tension in the air. The clash was imminent. He stood over the fallen Elder Zhang, his face a mask of grim satisfaction. The battle was far from over, but for now, Yinshin had secured a crucial victory. A member of the Zhongnan sect gasped, his eyes wide with shock, as word of Yinshin's actions spread like wildfire. "Guest of the Zhongnan sect," the man exclaimed. The news of the lightning genius of the desolate fortress reaching even those on the battlefield. The shocking revelation that he had beheaded an elder of the tyrant sword tribe sent a wave of disbelief through the onlookers. Yinshin stood victorious amidst the chaos of the battle, his sword still drawn. While two onlookers whispered amongst themselves, questioning if the rumors of the vicious Rakshasa swordsman were true. A group of young manor members reacted with disbelief to the news of Yinshin's victory, questioning how such a young and seemingly insignificant child could have achieved such a feat. The shocking reality of Elder Zhang's death and the demise of the vicious Rakshasa swordsman was confirmed. A woman, possibly a witness to the battle, stood over the fallen swordsman, her expression a mixture of awe and grim determination. The news of the Rakshasa swordsman's death spread like wildfire, causing an uproar among the remaining tyrant sword tribe members. The remaining tyrant sword tribe members, thrown into disarray by the unexpected defeat, engaged in a chaotic and desperate struggle for survival. A Tyrant Sword Tribe member, his face contorted in rage, gripped his staff, surrounded by his fellow warriors. The air crackled with tension. As Yianshin moved with deadly precision through the ranks of the Tyrant Sword Tribe, his blade a blur of motion. His strikes swift and merciless, felling opponent after opponent with brutal efficiency. One warrior fell, then another, and another. The ground quickly becoming littered with the fallen. The remaining warriors watched in horrified disbelief as Yianshin continued his relentless assault. A single figure, seemingly untouched by the carnage, stood amidst the chaos. A voice, filled with awe and disbelief, echoed through the battlefield, "He's gone and done it now." The remaining warriors, demoralized and terrified, scattered in disarray, their once formidable ranks broken by Yianshin's overwhelming power. Yianshin, his movements a blur, drew his sword, the blade shimmering with an ethereal light. He met his opponent's attack head-on, a clash of steel echoing through the battlefield. The force of the impact sent tremors through the ground as the two warriors traded blows. Yianshin's skill and speed proved superior, his blade a whirlwind of destruction. He effortlessly deflected multiple attacks, his movements precise and deadly. Overwhelmed, the Tyrant Sword Tribe warriors began to retreat, their leader shouting orders of retreat as he witnessed the devastating display of Yianshin's power. Tribe leader. Their momentum is no joke. This is dangerous. We must retreat for now and prepare for what's to come. Yianshin, his expression grim, stood amidst the aftermath of battle. The air crackled with the residual energy of his recent victory. A desperate cry pierced the silence, the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader, his voice strained, bellowed for a retreat. A subtle crack appeared on Yianshin's weapon, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. He watched as the remaining Tyrant Sword Tribe warriors, defeated and demoralized, fled the field. A cold satisfaction settled over Yianshin's features as he sheathed his weapon. His victory was complete. Yianshin, his gaze distant, stood alone, the echoes of battle fading into the quiet landscape. The text on the page proclaimed Yianshin's power. He is someone who is too far high up to even look at. A mere glare by him would shake up one's soul. Yianshin, his back to the viewer, watched as a fleeing Tyrant Sword Tribe warrior scrambled away. A grim determination etched on his face. He silently vowed, "I only need 4 years more to defeat you." The Tyrant Sword Tribe leader's desperate cries echoed across the battlefield, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat now!" From a distance, Yianshin calmly observed the rout of the Tyrant Sword Tribe, his victory complete. He simply stated, "Take this." The panel shows a close-up of a hand holding a dark wooden token, intricately carved with golden swirling patterns and a central symbol. The image displays text explaining that the floating cloud token, given by the leader of the Zhenghan sect, will ensure respect from any affiliated group. Yianshin receives the floating cloud token from two individuals, one with blonde hair and the other with dark hair, both appearing to be of high status. One of the individuals assures Yianshin that if he ever needs their help again, even for political matters in the desolate fortress, they will assist him without hesitation. Yianshin expresses his gratitude for receiving the token. Yianshin reflects on the destruction of the Young clan. The two individuals inform Yianshin that he is worthy of knowing the truth behind the Young clan's demise. Yianshin, his expression thoughtful, listened intently as the woman beside him questioned, "The world tree?" She continued, explaining, "It is a divine tree that sustains the world." Further elaborating, she revealed, "All the laws of creation and existence are firmly anchored by the mystical energy of the world tree." The woman then pointed out that the land of the Young clan was exceptionally fertile, because the tree's roots extended far beneath their estate. Finally, she concluded by mentioning a saying about the formidable martial power of the desolate fortress leader, maintained by consuming the world tree's fruits. Yianshin pondered the annihilation of the Young clan. Learning that the Tyrant Sword Tribe and the Bloodflame cult, opposed to the desolate fortress, considered the Young clan's eradication more than justifiable. A letter from the desolate fortress's lord arrived, requesting protection for the Young clan, despite their failure, leaving the county a wasteland. Yianshin, overcome with guilt, confessed his immense remorse for the events surrounding the Young clan's destruction. extending his apologies to the Zhenghan sect and Haya. The scene shifted to a group of Zhenghan sect members, including a young girl, possibly Haya, who appeared to be under their care. The young girl, tears streaming down her face, looked up at a man's hand gently resting on her head. Yinshin, addressing the girl, encouraged her to grow stronger and promised that once she became a martial master, she would be able to visit the desolate fortress herself. Another Zhenghan sect member, observing the interaction, quietly asked Yinshin if he could accompany them next time. Yinshin, with a thoughtful expression, considered the request. Yinshin, guilt-ridden yet resolute in his desire to help Haya, made a proposition. As long as you're not on another mission, he stated, when the time comes, I would like to request to study martial arts with you. An elderly man, observing the scene, offered a thoughtful comment. The rivers have finally come together. How heartening. His expression softened with a quiet joy. For an old man like me who should be thinking about peaceful retirement, he mused, this brings real joy. Yinshin, listening intently, responded with a simple, heartfelt wish. I hope your wishes come true. The scene shifted to Yinshin, gently guiding a younger man in the practice of swordsmanship. The elder's words seemed to have inspired a new path for Yinshin, one of peace and mentorship. Yinshin, peaceful and resolute in his commitment to aiding Haya and guiding others, stood before a group of onlookers. He extended a hand towards the young Haya, offering her the opportunity to train in the martial arts under his tutelage. The gesture was met with a mixture of curiosity and hope from the assembled crowd. In a Shangxi inn, two men engaged in conversation. One, pouring a drink, commented on the decline of the 9 great sects in the desolate fortress, noting that only the Zhenghan sect, having defeated the tyrant sword tribe, retained significant influence in the region. The other man listened intently, his expression thoughtful and somewhat concerned. Yinshin, offering Haya some tea, advises her, since it's your first time in the Murim, let me give you a tip. His advice continues, in the Murim, keeping your mouth shut is the key to survival. Haya, however, is skeptical, retorting, you calling a first-timer? A nearby man, overhearing their conversation, questions, did I say anything wrong? He continues, expressing disbelief, otherwise, how could they have failed to defeat the battle maniac? The man elaborates, I heard even the Radiant Demon Squad's azurite demonic swordsman lost an eye. A blue-robed martial master from the desolate fortress? A man, confident in his assertion, declared, aren't I right? His words were punctuated by a forceful action, a powerful strike that shattered the wooden surface before him, leaving him momentarily stunned by the unexpected result. His expression shifted from smug certainty to bewildered confusion as he grappled with the implications of his actions. Meanwhile, Yinshin calmly sipped tea, observing the scene with a detached air. A woman, her face etched with concern, watched the unfolding events alongside another man, their expressions mirroring a shared apprehension. As the man who had made the initial declaration continued to struggle with the consequences of his actions, the other man, seemingly more composed, urged him to explain further, saying, tell me more about what you just said. Haya, her eyes narrowed in intensity, demanded a full explanation. Two figures, one with a blue headband and the other with long dark hair, stood together. The headband-wearing figure held up a blue cloth, revealing a symbol. The symbol was prominently displayed, its details sharp and clear, causing the dark-haired man to react with a look of alarm. Two men, dressed in simple, dark blue robes, entered a room, their eyes scanning the surroundings. One of them questioned aloud, desolate fortress? The other man nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on a shattered porcelain plate on the floor. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man with dark hair and a purple robe sat at a table, calmly sipping tea amongst several women in red robes. He appeared unfazed by the events unfolding elsewhere. The man in the blue robe, from the earlier scene, stood with a companion, their expressions serious and contemplative. They stood before a group of men, the atmosphere tense. A broken plate lay on the floor, a silent testament to the recent disruption. A single, black boot stood out against the broken pieces of the plate, a stark contrast to the otherwise muted colors of the scene. A tense standoff unfolded between a burly man and a younger swordsman, the latter's gaze unwavering. The burly man, clearly agitated, insisted he had no intention of insulting the desolate fortress. But the swordsman remained unimpressed, his expression hardening. He bluntly stated, "I don't care about that." Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, he demanded to know how the azure-eyed demonic swordsman lost his sight, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. The burly man's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "The blood flame cult is responsible for a recent clash." A narrator's voice described the scene. Several Blood Master swordsmen and one emissary from the Blood Flame cult clashed with the Radiant Demon Squad. Further details emerged. The azure-eyed demonic swordsman had been injured while protecting a family of commoners. A close-up revealed the azure-eyed demonic swordsman's face, his striking blue eyes visible despite his injuries. The burly man's face contorted in a mixture of fear and distress. He gasped, "Heek." Overcome with guilt, the swordsman bowed deeply before the burly man, uttering a sincere apology. I am truly sorry." The azure-eyed swordsman's gaze was distant, his mind still grappling with the events that transpired. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. Meanwhile, the burly man remained prostrate before him, his head bowed low in apology. He mumbled words of remorse, his shoulders shaking slightly. The swordsman, however, remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on some unseen point in the distance. He then issued a curt instruction to the innkeeper, "Just eat. Also, pay the innkeeper for the table." He then calmly sipped his tea, his demeanor betraying no hint of the turmoil within. A younger man, observing the scene, commented, "With that martial prowess at your age, you can afford to act arrogantly, but clearly, a martial master from a prestigious sect carries himself with dignity." The swordsman, seemingly unfazed by the observation, continued to calmly clean his swords. A figure with dark hair, pulled back in a ponytail, is seen in profile. Someone asks, "By any chance, is your nickname the Lightning Genius?" Another person responds, "I see in you the next rising star of Desolate Fortress, following White Qilin and Namgung Shin." A man with dark hair and a red and purple robe smiles slightly. He says, "It's truly an honor." Jin Yil of the Jin clan from Shangxi introduces himself, and young Yianshin from the Radiant Demon Squad of the Desolate Fortress also identifies himself. A man with dark hair and a red robe speaks, "I heard that a rising star from the Desolate Fortress, known for his exceptional martial prowess, has appeared recently." Two women in red robes look at each other and then at the man in the red robe. One of them says, "You must be the one." A group of individuals, including Jin Yul and young Yianshin, engaged in conversation. One of them remarked on the keen hearing of a certain Sir. Jin Yul, the subject of the comment, smiled serenely. Young Yianshin approached Jin Yul, stating that he assumed Jin Yul was heading to Nantian and inquired about the possibility of joining him. He explained that while it was presumptuous to ask on their first meeting, he wished to form friendships with martial masters from the Desolate Fortress. Jin Yul, intrigued, questioned how young Yianshin knew their destination. Young Yianshin explained that since the clash between the Zhengnan sect and the Tyrant Sword tribe, the Radiant Demon Squad and the Manhwa sect had become the hottest topic in the Xian Murim. Jin Yul smiled, a subtle expression that betrayed his sharp awareness of his surroundings. As an unnamed observer noted that even minor martial artists were aware of the attention focused on him. Jin Yul's keen hearing, previously remarked upon, was again highlighted by the panel. His expression remained calm and collected as he prepared to depart after a brief meal. Jin Yul and his companion prepared to leave after a quick meal. Jin Yul, calm and observant, sat at a table, finishing a meal. Young Yianshin accompanied him, also appearing ready to depart. Several onlookers observed the pair. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of a majestic mountain under a clear blue sky. Then to a lush forest, the word tribe appearing twice in the frame. A man, his face partially obscured, appeared tense and focused. He then roared, his expression one of fierce determination, shouting "Tribe!" Finally, the man spoke, a confident smirk on his face. "My roar then was just as mighty as the Shaolin's lion roar martial art." The members of the Tyrant Sword tribe turned their heads in unison, their attention drawn to Jin Yul and young Yianshin. One tribesman chuckled, remarking that they should have witnessed the events firsthand. Others echoed his amusement. A woman from the tribe expressed disbelief, stating that a warrior from Desolate Fortress would not lie. Another tribesman questioned young Yianshan directly, asking if he had truly slain the vicious Rakshasa swordsman. Young Yianshan responded that they had fought the Rakshasa swordsman in turns, explaining that the sword dragon, neutral spirit fist, and cliff swordsman had already weakened him before he delivered the final blow. Young Yianshan, having confirmed the Rakshasa swordsman's death, modestly stated that he merely cleaned up the battlefield, though he acknowledged that the final blow was indeed delivered by his dazzling blade, suggesting a short break for the group. The sound of their footsteps echoed as they moved towards a nearby forest. One member of the group volunteered to search for wild animals, hoping to secure some meat for their meal. As the group continued their journey, Jin Yul and other unnamed individuals observed the surroundings, their expressions a mix of relief and quiet contemplation. Jin Yul, in particular, seemed lost in thought, a subtle smile playing on her lips. While another unnamed individual expressed surprise, their attention caught by something unexpected. Jin Yul, calm and pensive, sat by the water's edge, seemingly lost in thought, as he poured water from a flask. Observing young Yianshan, who had suggested a break after the battle, Jin Yul casually inquired, "Warrior Young, do you perhaps use your left hand?" Young Yianshan, modest as ever, replied, "I wield the sword with my right. I've only trained a little in the left." Jin Yul simply responded, "I see," his expression unreadable, as he subtly observed young Yianshan's movements, noting his right-handed preference. Jin Yul's eyes gleamed with malicious intent as he lunged towards young Yianshan. A swift, calculated attack aimed at exploiting his opponent's revealed weakness in swordsmanship. Young Yianshan, caught off guard by the sudden assault, barely managed to deflect the blow, his expression shifting from calm confidence to startled surprise as he narrowly avoided a fatal injury. The onlookers watched with bated breath as the two skilled swordsmen clashed, the tension palpable in the air as the fight intensified. Jin Yul, with a confident smirk, stood over his fallen opponent, young Yianshan. He had exploited young Yianshan's weakness, leaving him vulnerable, and delivered a decisive blow. Young Yianshan lay defeated near the water's edge. His dark hair fanned out in the water, a stark contrast to the vibrant blue of the stream. Observing the scene from a distance, an onlooker muttered, "Tisk, I figured as much." He surmised that young Yianshan was likely an assassin from the Bloodflame cult. Another individual questioned, "What about his companions? The daughters of an official?" The first observer responded dismissively, "Humph. They've probably crossed over to the afterlife by now." Jin Yul and his companion walked through the forest, the companion's gaze fixed on the path ahead, as the companion stated that they would arrive at their destination in half a day. They arrived at Xi'an, a city nestled amidst mountains and lush greenery, where news of young Yianshan's incredible feat had already spread. An individual, impressed by Yianshan's accomplishment of slaying an elder of the 13 skies, commented on the rarity of such a feat. Jin Yul's companion, upon seeing young Yianshan, remarked on the rumors surrounding his exceptional abilities, confirming that the rumors were indeed true. Another individual expressed concern over young Yianshan's recklessness in confronting an elder of the Tyrant Sword Tribe, but was relieved that the situation hadn't escalated further. A bystander, having witnessed the events, inquired about the details. Jin Yul and her companion continued their discussion, noting the absence of even the squad leader. He had departed on a mission with the Sword Saint and Martial Masters of the Manhwa sect, and the conversation turned to the revelation of the Bloodflame cult as the masterminds behind recent events. They acknowledged the uncertainty surrounding the Bloodflame cult's next move, particularly concerning the Plum Blossom Pill, but anticipated support from the Desolate Fortress arriving soon. The question of Chung Myung's eye remained. Jin Yul's companion revealed that the battle maniac had used flying explosives, a hidden weapon of the Tang clan, during a confrontation with the Blood Master swordsman. The explosives were deployed while the swordsman was engaged, narrowly avoiding civilian casualties, though a civilian house was unfortunately in the line of fire. A wave of intense heat and fire engulfed Jin Yul, the flames licking at his face, forcing him to react instantly. He had no choice but to strike down the explosive device with his sword. The explosive device shattered upon impact, sending fragments scattering across the room. The remaining pieces of the device fell harmlessly to the floor. Jin Yul's companion watched with wide eyes, clearly concerned, while another individual looked on with a mixture of apprehension and surprise. The expressions of those present reflected their shared concern and the gravity of the situation. A massive explosion rocked the town, sending shockwaves through the buildings, leaving behind only scorched earth and the lingering smell of gunpowder. Jin Yul's companion watched, their eyes wide with concern, as the dust settled, revealing the aftermath of the blast. Jin Yul, despite the chaos, let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully disarmed the explosive device, but the tension remained palpable. His companion rushed to his side, concern etched on their face. Other onlookers, still shaken, watched the scene unfold, their faces a mixture of relief and apprehension. Jin Yul, though outwardly calm, felt a lingering unease. The threat, though neutralized, left a bitter taste in his mouth. Jin Yul's companion watched as three figures, swords drawn, charged towards Jin Yul, one of them launching a swift attack. The force of the blow sent the attacker flying backwards. Jin Yul's companion, observing the scene, questioned aloud, "Is that guy the battle maniac?" Jin Yul, assessing the situation, instructed his companion, "Please take care of the others. I'll handle that man myself." The companion, surprised by Jin Yul's confidence, expressed his disbelief with a simple, "What?" Jin Yul engaged the battle maniac, his movements precise and swift. He noted the man's attire, "You're wearing a blue outer robe and white on the inside. You must be the rookie called Lightning Strike." Jin Yul, confident and prepared for battle, drew his sword. His expression was serious, his eyes narrowed. He addressed his opponent, the battle maniac, accusingly. "Having others call you with such a grand title has made you incredibly arrogant. Do you not realize I'm the one who took the azure-eyed demonic swordsman's eye?" Jin Yul's companion watched, surprised and concerned, as he questioned the battle maniac's motives. "What is the actual reason you're here? Haven't you already taken the plum blossom pill?" The battle maniac revealed more about his identity, his voice laced with menace. "The azure-eyed demonic swordsman whom you can't call your martial brother." He extended a hand, a sinister glint in his eyes, as he emphasized his point. His companion's concern deepened. Jin Yul's companion voiced his apprehension. "You're risking the wrath of Manhwa's Sword Saint and the Radiant Demon Squad leader to do that?" A confrontation unfolded between two figures. One, clad in a blue robe, stood calmly, while the other, bandaged and scarred, advanced aggressively. The bandaged man sneered, declaring that the other clearly didn't understand the true meaning of a martial artist's hand. The robed figure responded with a single, sharp word, "Enough." The bandaged man continued, dismissing his opponent as just another fool. The robed man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he drew his sword, a surge of energy illuminating the blade. The name of his technique appeared, Radiant Sword Art. The robed figure, a master of the Radiant Sword Art, launched a swift, powerful attack. The bandaged man, arrogant and dismissive, watched with a sneer. But the force of the blow sent him reeling. The robed figure pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of controlled power. The bandaged man, now clearly surprised, struggled to defend himself. The robed figure's attack culminated in a perfect grasp technique, a move that left the bandaged man momentarily stunned. A perfect grasp technique. The robed figure unleashed the infinite blossom fist strike vortex, a whirlwind of blows that sent the bandaged man reeling. Each strike precise and powerful, a testament to his mastery of the technique. The bandaged man, caught in the vortex, was helpless to defend himself as he was thrown violently to the ground. The robed figure landed gracefully, his foot poised above the fallen bandaged man. The bandaged man, surprised by the speed and precision of the attack, could only watch as his opponent prepared to strike again. He muttered to himself, "The footwork of a noble race?" The robed figure remained silent, his expression unreadable. He responded simply, "No." The robed figure, still calm after his victory, declared that martial art cannot be copied by people. It may have a similar form, but that's a completely new martial art. A young man with dark hair, dressed in blue, listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. The robed figure's words hung in the air, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The young man's gaze remained fixed on the robed figure, his expression unreadable. The robed figure turned to the young man and asked, "Ever wondered what's become of that land?" The young man, startled, simply replied, "What?" The young man recounted a grim tale, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. "We dug up the mountain and burned all their corpses." He stood before a figure, their back turned, seemingly lost in thought. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. His face, etched with the trauma of his actions, revealed a deep-seated weariness. A woman's voice cut through the silence, cheerful and jarring, "Please wake up. Breakfast is ready." Another figure approached, concerned, asking, "Yinshin, are you awake?" A man, his face streaked with tears and blood, whispered, "You're my third son." A close-up reveals a bloodied man, his face partially obscured by blood and disheveled hair. The young man, his eyes wide with a haunted expression, stands amidst a swirling golden light, his sword held aloft. A man with a cruel smile taunts him, "You brat, do you think you can kill me?" The young man's gaze hardens as he thinks, a martial artist. He observes another man, pondering, when do they feel despair? The answer is revealed in text. The first would be when their master, seniors, juniors, or themselves face death. The second would be when they lose the ability to practice martial arts due to their body. The young man, haunted and contemplative, pondered aloud, then, in what kind of situation would martial arts-obsessed warriors suffer a shock on par with those? His opponent, a confident and taunting man, scoffed, "Simply cutting off his limbs isn't enough." The young man, eyes narrowed in determination, unleashed a powerful counterattack. His movements a blur of focused energy as he engaged his opponent in close-quarters combat, overpowering the man with a swift and decisive strike. The robed figure continued to observe the unfolding confrontation. The man, enraged, shouted, "How dare you use a grasp technique against me?" His face contorted in fury as the young man countered his attack, with a swift and powerful maneuver, effortlessly deflecting the man's grasp, sending him sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. Defeated and shocked, the man gasped, How do you know my technique?" The young man, observing the fallen man, calmly replied, "Your technique, huh? Seems like it's better done this way." The young man countered the man's grasp with a superior technique, leaving the man defeated and utterly shocked by the display of skill. The man, enraged, exclaimed, "Not only did you steal my secret martial arts technique in an instant, you even reproduced it with an improved form?" The young man, calm and collected, responded with a single thought, "This is the way to throw demonic martial artists into despair." A subtle smile playing on his lips as he walked away. The robed figure observed, his thoughts turning to the deeper meaning of the young man's actions. To martial artists, their martial art is their life, built up through countless years of dedication. We need to deny that and reveal their own martial art in a superior form, right before their very eyes. The young man stood over the defeated man, his expression calm despite the intensity of the recent battle. He held the man's arm, his grip firm but not unkind. He looked down at the man, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and casually asked, "Should I teach you the steps?" The man, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and disbelief, could only manage a strangled, "What?" The young man smirked, his eyes glinting with a superior understanding. He responded with a dismissive, "As if I'd tell you." The man's face registered pure, unadulterated rage as he sputtered incoherently, his defeat stinging more than the physical pain. With a swift, precise movement, the young man unleashed a powerful strike, a blinding flash of energy erupting from his hand as he effortlessly subdued the man once more. The young man unleashed a swift, brutal attack, his movements a blur of motion, easily overpowering the man's defenses, leaving the man screaming in agony as his body was contorted by the force of the blow. The man's face was a mask of pain and humiliation, his eyes wide with disbelief and fury. The battle concluded with a resounding impact, the air thick with the aftermath of the clash. The young man stood over his defeated opponent, the man, who lay prostrate on the ground. A look of utter defeat and humiliation etched onto his face. The young man's victory was complete. A woman, witnessing the scene, observed the young man with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Her thoughts forming a question: battle maniac? The man, defeated and humiliated, could only utter a final, enraged cry: bastard. With a swift, decisive movement, the young man sent the man sprawling to the ground. The impact echoing in the sudden silence that followed the clash of steel. The woman observed the scene, her eyes narrowed in suspicion as she watched the young man stand over his defeated opponent. The man lay defeated, a small, ornate box falling from his grasp. The intricate floral pattern on it lit a stark contrast to the brutality of the fight that had just concluded. The panel shows the severed head of the maniac, his expression one of shock and disbelief. Next to his head rests a small, ornate box containing the plum blossom pill. The young man, the woman, and another man observe the maniac's head and the pill. The woman's expression is one of suspicion and curiosity. The other man holds the pill, his gaze fixed on it, a thoughtful expression on his face. The young man's expression is unreadable, his gaze intense and unwavering. The scene shifts to show the young man, the woman, the other man, and two additional figures gathered around the maniac's head and the pill. The atmosphere is tense. A man, his face etched with weariness, let out a heavy sigh. He appeared to be contemplating something. And then he was informed that he would soon be able to request a promotion exam to the blue rank. It would be the fastest promotion in history, making him the youngest blue rank member as well. A young man, having heard about the promotion exams before, politely requested a more detailed explanation at a later time. But the man interrupted, stating that something more urgent had arisen. The man carefully opened a small, intricately decorated box, revealing the news that the Manhwa sect had been attacked. The young man lay on the ground, his eyes closed, seemingly unconscious. A group of men in formal attire stood behind him, their expressions serious and concerned. One of them extended a hand, offering a proposition: how about becoming friends with me? The young man remained still, his face showing no reaction. While another scene showed him lying on a bed, surrounded by worried individuals. The narration explained that to protect his elder brother, he had expended all his energy. A final panel displayed an informational text box: the energy core is an organ that contains a trace amount of innate energy from birth. It can get damaged if completely emptied. Some even called those traces of energy innate core energy. If it's just the depletion of internal energy, can't it be replenished? The man wondered aloud, expressing a common belief. I thought this is common, he stated, his tone suggesting a degree of confidence. You're right, the other man replied, confirming the assessment. The disciples who showed similar symptoms have already gotten back on their feet, a fact that offered a glimmer of hope. He can't be treated by ordinary means. The young man's unique training was highlighted. As the sect leader's disciple, he learned the Violet Dawn sacred art, a technique unknown to others. A suggestion was made: could a plum blossom pill be used? The energy from the plum blossom pill could potentially substitute for the Violet Dawn sacred art, but a martial master is needed to absorb and transfer the energy in place of the unconscious Yu Hyun. More importantly, Yu Hyun only has an hour left, which is nowhere near enough time to do that. The man's face showed deep concern. The man's eyes darted around, reflecting his inner turmoil. Another man, seemingly equally worried, appeared beside him. The young man's face was etched with worry, his brow furrowed in concentration. A thought bubble appeared above his head: is the squad leader using the frequency whispering technique? Two older men conversed, one with a stern expression, the other seemingly pensive. Their silence punctuated by a sudden exclamation from the stern man. A younger man, dressed in blue, listened intently as the stern man spoke. The stern man's final words: I'll be counting on you. An older man presented a small, ornate box to the young man, instructing him: yes, swallow it and start right away. This will become your strength too. A narration box appeared, explaining that Lightning Genius had previously absorbed a similar elixir incredibly quickly and perfectly integrated it. The older man observed the young man, impressed by his ability to absorb the elixir even before assistance could be offered. He did it even before I could help him. He continued, explaining that due to Lightning Genius's unique ability, the elixir's energy could be quickly transferred to Yu Hyun within the time limit. Thus, with the Lightning Genius's ability, it'll be possible to quickly dissolve the Plum Blossom Pill's energy and transfer it to Yu Hyun within the time limit. The young man, Yu Hyun, remained silent, his expression unreadable. Finally, he simply stated, "Understood." The young man's fingers delicately held a small, pearly white pill. He carefully brought it to his lips and swallowed the elixir. His expression was one of quiet determination. A wave of warmth spread through him as the pill dissolved. "I understand it now that I have consumed it. The Plum Blossom Pill is a special elixir tailored to a specific way of manipulating internal energy," he realized, the text floating above him clarifying the pill's nature. "For someone like me who hasn't studied the Manhwa sect's internal arts, it would take a whole year to fully settle the Plum Blossom Pill's true energy into my body." The young man reflected, understanding the profound implications of what he had just ingested. The young man, having consumed the Plum Blossom Pill, reflected on the time investment required to master martial arts. He mused that developing his own techniques might be more efficient. But then considered the possibility of using the pill's energy to accelerate Yu Hyun's training. The stern man confirmed that transferring the energy was indeed feasible. The process began, and although the energy transfer wasn't fully optimized, it significantly reduced the time needed for Yu Hyun's advancement. The stern man's expression shifted to one of surprise as he observed the young man's rapid absorption of the pill's energy. He watched, astonished, as the young man's energy flowed into Yu Hyun, completing the transfer. The young man, eyes narrowed in concentration, focused intently on the energy transfer. A thought bubble above him simply read, "Focus." The stern man, guiding the process, instructed him, "Use the Violet Dawn sacred art to absorb all of the Plum Blossom Pill's energy that I am transferring." A surge of energy, bright and powerful, flowed between the two cultivators. The transfer was swift and precise. Leaving the onlookers, a group of stern-faced men, speechless and awestruck by the display of skill. The young man, now visibly drained, slumped slightly as the energy transfer concluded. A faint, ethereal glow surrounded Yu Hyun, indicating the successful absorption of the pill's power. The symbols of feminine energy swirling around him, a testament to the potent energy he now possessed. The stern man placed his hands on Yu Hyun's shoulders, a faint golden light emanating from his palms. The energy of the Plum Blossom Pill flowing smoothly into the younger man's body. Yu Hyun's eyes fluttered closed as he absorbed the potent energy. The transfer complete, Yu Hyun opened his eyes, a newfound strength evident in his gaze. He nodded slightly to the stern man, a silent acknowledgement of success. The stern man observed Yu Hyun closely, his expression unreadable, but a hint of satisfaction played on his lips. He then subtly checked Yu Hyun's pulse. A look of surprise, bordering on alarm, flashed across the stern man's face. The energy transfer had been far more efficient than anticipated. Yu Hyun felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins as the Plum Blossom Pill's power fully integrated into his being. His lost internal energy was not only restored but significantly amplified. The stern man, observing the process, was astonished at the complete and effortless transfer of the pill's energy into Yu Hyun. Not a single ounce was lost. The stern man's surprise deepened as he realized the stern man had transferred all the pill's potent energy without retaining any for himself. The stern man, deeply moved, expressed his gratitude. "You are truly a noble man." Yu Hyun, his expression unreadable, simply stated, "I understood it as a matter of trust." The stern man and the young man watched Yu Hyun, a mixture of awe and respect evident on their faces, as Yu Hyun's calm demeanor belied the immense power he now possessed. A silent understanding passing between them as the energy transfer concluded. The stern man, his voice filled with relief and gratitude, offered a final statement, "Thank you." You have saved the future of Manhwa sect. Two men, faces etched with worry, watched from the sidelines as a formal announcement was made to a large assembly. The speaker declared that Yu Hyun's actions had earned him the respect of the Manhwa sect, and a reward was in order. The speaker emphasized that this was not a material reward, but a token of gratitude. It was decided that the gift would be delivered when Yu Hyun visited the desolate fortress. The stern man, relieved, placed a comforting hand on the young man's head. The young man, now calm and empowered, expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow to Yu Hyun, who responded in kind. The young man, calm and grateful, addressed his leader with a question. Leader, is the mission complete? The stern man, relieved by the implied success, observed the young man with a knowing smile. The scene shifted to Yu Hyun, who stood among his peers, calmly accepting the acknowledgement of his actions. The mission's success was evident in the overall atmosphere of relief and quiet satisfaction. The desolate fortress loomed large, its imposing walls encircling a sprawling city. This was the location of Yu Hyun's recent mission. Yu Hyun sat in quiet contemplation, his eyes closed, a sword resting beside him. He reviewed the events of the mission in his mind. A sense of calm settling over him as he reflected on his success. The weight of responsibility seemed to lift from his shoulders. Yu Hyun, calm and accepting, reflected on his recent mission. Originally, he had planned to seek further martial arts instruction from the desolate fortress master upon his return. But a conversation with another individual altered his plans. She had already provided him with the radiant sword art and the evading swift step, and advised him that there was still much room for improvement in those two techniques. He should focus on mastering them first. Yu Hyun considered how to improve his skills. He pondered how to infuse more power into the radiant sword art, and how to execute the second step of the evading swift step more effectively. His mind raced with possibilities, realizing he also needed to develop new forms for the infinite blossom fist strike. His training would be rigorous. Yu Hyun sat in quiet contemplation, his eyes closed, a serene expression on his face. The scene shifting to show the tranquil surroundings of his training quarters. A soft light illuminating the room as he mused, how frustrating. Inspiration doesn't come immediately. A close-up on his hand, a subtle shift in his expression suggesting a breakthrough. He muttered, ah. As a thought occurred to him, the panel showing the words martial transcending ground. Affirming to himself, yes, that's right. The following panel revealed a man's face, his features sharp and intense. A man, his face etched with a scar, explained that the martial transcending ground functions not as a singular sect, but as a collective of various schools, aimed at unifying diverse martial arts styles into a single, cohesive whole. Elsewhere, Yu Hyun sat in quiet contemplation, his mind racing as he processed this new information. A breakthrough in his understanding of the martial transcending ground's true nature dawned upon him. He rose, his expression resolute, and drew his sword, preparing to leave. A wide shot revealed a sprawling city, the martial transcending ground, a testament to the unity of diverse martial arts. Several martial arts masters, their faces a mixture of awe and curiosity, addressed Yu Hyun. Lightning genius, one of them began. They continued, we heard you achieved an incredible feat. They say even a blue-robed warrior of the desolate fortress can hardly deal with an elder of the 13 skies. And that's not all. They say you even saved the life of Manhwa sect leader's disciple. On just 2 missions, you've connected with several martial masters from the 9 great sects? Jungnan sect and even Manhwa sect too? When I get assigned a mission to Shanxi, I should request for your support. Yu Hyun, having listened to their praise, silently walked away. Yu Hyun, having garnered the respect of numerous martial arts masters, arrived at a grand structure. A dueling arena known as the Martial Transcending Ground. Within, various martial artists engaged in intense sparring matches. A testament to the diverse styles practiced under the Divine Sword Squad. The scene depicted a sprawling arena where 17 distinct martial styles, each comparable to an independent sect, intersected and freely sparred. This was a place for martial artists to test their skills. Yu Hyun observed the scene from above, his expression unreadable. Approaching the martial transcending ground, Yu Hyun was met by another individual. "And you are?" he inquired. The other man, clad in purple robes, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yu Hyun, observing his surroundings, confirmed his location. "Is this the martial transcending ground?" The man in purple responded, "Indeed." A young swordsman in a long, blue robe. He then recognized Yu Hyun's identity. "You must be the lightning genius." Introducing himself, Yu Hyun stated, "I am young Yeonshin of the Radiant Demon Squad." "And you?" The man replied, "I am Do Yeowon from the Command Bureau." Yu Hyun, the lightning genius of the Radiant Demon Squad, stood before Do Yeowon, who remarked that news of Yu Hyun's astounding achievements had already reached the Command Bureau via reports from the desolate fortress. Do Yeowon explained that they were responsible for categorizing such achievements, highlighting their remarkable nature. Pleased by the meeting, Do Yeowon expressed his intention to share something privately with Yu Hyun. Do Yeowon continued, revealing that even a small mission's successful completion would lead to Yu Hyun's official promotion to the rank of Blue Robe. Yu Hyun's eyes narrowed slightly as he processed the information, a single word escaping his lips, "Oh." Do Yeowon, seemingly pleased with himself, offered a premature congratulation. "Let me congratulate you in advance." He then explained that the successor to the Ma clan was currently training nearby. Yu Hyun, intrigued, looked towards the training grounds where the successor was practicing. A glimpse of intense martial arts training was shown, highlighting the successor's skill and power. The scene shifted to a close-up of the successor's powerful strikes, emphasizing the intensity of their training. The Ma clan successor, a young man in a white robe, engaged in intense martial arts combat. His opponent, another martial artist, was clearly outmatched. Do Yeowon, observing from a distance, commented on the successor's impressive progress, noting his recent victories and the resulting stir around the main fortress. She emphasized that it had only been a month since he completed the desolate fortress trial, making his achievements even more remarkable. Yu Hyun listened intently. Yu Hyun, acknowledging her words with a simple "I see," continued to observe the successor's training. The successor, displaying exceptional skill and power, delivered a final, decisive blow, ending the sparring match. The successor stood, his expression grim and focused, his training far from over. Yu Hyun and Do Yeowon observed from a distance as the Ma clan successor stood before two other martial artists, one of whom issued a challenge, a sparring match. The Ma clan successor accepted. Intrigued, Yu Hyun wondered about the challenger's identity. The Ma clan successor, however, recognized his opponent and noted that they had not had the chance to properly exchange names before. Do Yeowon, meanwhile, reflected on the Ma clan successor's recent undefeated streak against other white-robed martial artists on the martial grounds, noting his humility despite his success. The Ma clan successor, eager to learn, requested another opportunity to spar with his opponent. The Ma clan successor reflected on a past encounter, recalling how his opponent had aided him in mastering energy discharge. He wondered if this same technique could enhance his radiant sword art. A flashback sequence showed the past sparring match, highlighting the intensity of their previous exchange. The scene shifted to the present, where a new challenger appeared, his presence causing a stir among the onlookers. The challenger, a man with striking white hair and a blue bandana, addressed the Ma clan successor and his companions, his words carrying a hint of amusement as he questioned the successor's status as a rookie. A bystander reacted with surprise to the challenger's words. The challenger revealed his identity, referring to himself as the Azure-eyed demonic swordsman, though acknowledging his current one-eyed status. The Azure-eyed demonic swordsman, his confidence unwavering, proposed to the Ma clan successor that he handle the upcoming match instead. He stated it would be all right for him to take the successor's place, prompting the successor to question the swordsman's frequent visits to the martial transcending ground. The swordsman explained that neglecting his training would leave him lagging behind in a sect filled with formidable martial artists. A statement that caused the successor to subtly question the swordsman's unusual eye condition. The Azure-eyed demonic swordsman admitted that he needed time to gradually recover his senses, explaining that his vision as a swordsman was impaired. The scene shifted to show the azure-eyed demonic swordsman, along with the Ma clan's successor and two other individuals, standing together. The swordsman's casual demeanor contrasted with the more serious expressions of the others. Yu Hyun, observing from the side, listened intently as Du Yeowan questioned a man about the azure-eyed demonic swordsman. Du Yeowan's inquiry focused on the swordsman's reputed method of evaluating people based on aptitude. The man responded that the swordsman was cold-hearted, a fact easily verifiable in official records. Furthermore, he explained that the swordsman applied a ruthless standard to martial artists, unlike his treatment of commoners, considering both aptitude and character. The man concluded by noting the swordsman's propensity to dismiss individuals outright, even to the point of death for those deemed hypocritical, explaining the origin of his moniker. The image showed several corpses, underscoring the severity of the azure-eyed demonic swordsman's reputation. A young man with striking white hair and pointed ears, bearing the marks of past battles, regarded the conversation with a thoughtful expression. As two individuals discussed the azure-eyed demonic swordsman, one commented that his standards were quite harsh. But the other countered that this was likely due to exceptionally high aptitude among those he judged. Explaining that most martial artists would be reluctant to even approach him, let alone those of lesser skill. However, they noted that he had not treated Hien Wenchang harshly. A subtle detail that added another layer to the enigmatic figure's reputation. The Ma clan's successor launched a swift attack, his movements a blur of motion. But his opponent effortlessly countered, the clash of their skills echoing in the air. A bystander observed, commenting that the Ma clan heir had chosen a formidable, perhaps unsuitable, adversary. Yu Hyun and Du Yeowan watched the unfolding confrontation, their expressions unreadable. The Ma clan's successor, already wounded, braced himself against another blow from his opponent. The impact sending him sprawling to the ground, coughing up blood. His opponent stood over him, victorious. The successor's defeat was swift and decisive, highlighting the vast difference in their skill levels. As dust settled, revealing Yu Hyun and Du Yeowan observing the scene from a distance. Yu Hyun, his one good eye wide, observed the aftermath of the Ma clan successor's defeat. The successor sat defeated and injured, his body slumped in defeat. Du Yeowan stood nearby, equally observant. A close-up on the Ma clan successor's face revealed the extent of his exhaustion and defeat. His opponent, having won the spar, offered a comment, "You've gained some insight from this spar, haven't you?" Later, Yu Hyun and Du Yeowan discussed the match. Yu Hyun remarked, "That guy isn't just some empty-headed fool." Du Yeowan, thoughtful, remained silent, considering Yu Hyun's words. Though Chung Myung lost his sight, his martial prowess has not diminished much, observers noted. Meanwhile, Ma Seon, once viewed as an arrogant young master, has undergone a drastic transformation. A change evident in his demeanor and bearing. Du Yeowan reflected on this, musing that this is the effect of belonging to the desolate fortress and the strength it imbues. The camera pans to a wide shot of the desolate fortress, a towering structure that dominates the landscape. Yu Hyun, ever observant, noticed Ma Seon's presence. A man in a dark robe, possibly a high-ranking official, approached Ma Seon and informed him that the fortress master wished to commemorate his coming of age. The Ma clan successor stood in quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A question forming in his mind as he listened to the news of his coming-of-age ceremony. "You mean, the desolate fortress will host my coming-of-age ceremony?" His expression was one of thoughtful consideration, a slight furrow in his brow. The elder explained, "The fortress master personally arranged it. She acknowledges your talent and potential." The young successor's face remained impassive, his thoughts hidden behind a calm exterior. He responded, "I don't particularly want to do it. With 2 hours, I can analyze and refine dozens of sword techniques." Yu Hyun, observing Ma Seon's interactions, commented to an unseen companion, "It seems she knows you even better than I do." The companion, his face partially obscured, remained silent, a thoughtful expression etched on his features. A detailed image of a bottle labeled Lightning Immortal Treasure Liquor appeared. The accompanying text described it as a rare elixir granting a long life free from disease. Yu Hyun, upon seeing the liquor, pondered its properties, wondering if a single sip could grant a life free of illness and longevity. He further speculated that it might even slow the opening of the Baihui point. A close-up of Yu Hyun's face showed a determined expression. Yu Hyun listened intently as the man explained that only one participant in the upcoming coming-of-age rite would be granted the privilege of drinking the lightning immortal treasure liquor. A tradition previously decided through competition between children vying for the title of White Robe. But this time, the stakes were higher, with several renowned white robes from prominent clans participating, a fact that Yu Hyun was already aware of. A detail he acknowledged with a calm that won't be a problem. An elder, his face etched with disapproval, surveyed the lavish spread before him. He'd scared, his expression conveying his disdain. His gaze lingering on the various dishes. A subtle sigh escaped his lips as he contemplated the upcoming event. A younger man, seated nearby, inquired, "The main house plans to hold the ceremony?" The elder remained silent for a moment, his thoughts unreadable. Before a wide shot revealed a large assembly of people gathered in a courtyard. They stood in formation, awaiting the start of a significant event. Among them, a figure with distinctive green hair stood out, their presence commanding attention. A young woman with vibrant green hair offered a quiet congratulation, gently tapping the head of a young man with dark hair, who seemed somewhat unimpressed. The green-haired woman stated that the lightning genius would not be taking a new name. A translator's note clarified that it was customary for individuals to adopt new names upon coming of age. The scene shifted to a large gathering, where the young man stood among a group of similarly dressed individuals. One man observed that this marked the final step, wondering who would be chosen to partake in his special drink this year. A young man, his dark hair neatly styled, stands out in his vibrant blue robe, adorned with a circular emblem on the shoulder. The emblem is clearly visible, suggesting a symbol of significance. Meanwhile, two other individuals discussed the recent accomplishments of Nam Gunghwa Shin, the White Qilin, noting that even his first major mission highlights the exceptional strength of the great martial clans. The conversation continues, emphasizing the exceeding potential shown by the heirs of the Ma and Shin clans, far surpassing initial expectations. The scene shifts to show two young men, both wearing similar formal attire, their expressions serious and composed. A woman with vibrant green hair carefully handles a small, ornate blue bottle, its golden cap gleaming. She appears to be preparing something. The contents of the bottle are revealed to be a golden liquid, as it is poured into a small cup. This is identified as the lightning immortal treasure liquor. A young man with vibrant green hair and pointed ears, dressed in elegant, gold-trimmed robes, held a small, dark blue cup. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. He announced to the assembled crowd, "This is a gift to you all." The words hung in the air, a challenge veiled in generosity. Adding, "It shall belong to whoever seizes it first." His eyes, sharp and knowing, held a glint of amusement. The young man's words sparked immediate action. One of the onlookers, a figure in dark robes, lunged forward. A burst of energy erupted from him, a powerful wave of light and force that threatened to overwhelm the room. But the force was deflected, leaving the attacker reeling and disoriented. A powerful force slammed into a group of men, sending them sprawling. One cried out in pain, "Ugh!" The force continued its relentless advance, throwing more men off their feet, leaving a trail of stunned bodies in its wake. A man with dark hair, his face grim, moved swiftly through the chaos. He was Suhu. His movements were precise and efficient, a blur of motion as he navigated the battlefield. His eyes focused, determined to reach his goal. Suhu's eyes, narrowed in intense focus, bore into his opponent. He stood poised, ready. Evading a swift strike with a blur of motion, his footwork was impeccable. A breathtaking display of agility as he spun and landed gracefully, leaving his attacker momentarily stunned. Nearby, two onlookers watched in astonishment. One of them muttered, "Oh." Suhu, having effortlessly evaded the attack, moved through the battlefield with practiced ease. The text above him read, "Footwork that brings about harmony with nature." He moved amongst the fallen bodies of his enemies. His movements fluid and precise, a testament to his mastery of martial arts. Suhu, his expression unreadable, stood amidst the chaos. A faint aura shimmered around him, evading a swift, powerful blow with a single, effortless step. As the force of the attack tore through the crowd behind him, he moved with a grace that belied his power. The Ma clan's successor's hat flew off, a testament to the force of the near miss. As Suhu's boots landed silently on the ground, the dust settling around him, Suhu calmly continued his journey, leaving the aftermath of the near catastrophe behind him. A small group of individuals followed him at a distance. The Ma clan successor, still shaken from his near-death experience, glared intensely at the elder Ma clan member. His face was etched with a mixture of anger and disbelief. A silent scream building within him as he struggled to process the events that had just transpired. Meanwhile, Suhu calmly presented a small cup to a mysterious figure, the air thick with unspoken tension. Suhu's expression was unreadable as she offered the cup, a subtle command in her eyes. "Savor it," she stated, her voice soft yet firm. The mysterious figure, accepting the cup, carefully examined its contents before taking a slow sip. The scene shifted to reveal the figure's reaction to the drink, a look of profound understanding dawning on their face. "To be supreme," a voice boomed, echoing the aspirations of all warriors. "All warriors dream of standing where you are now," the voice continued, underscoring the significance of the moment. Suhu, his expression unreadable, addressed the Ma clan successor. "However, the Jianghu is not as you imagine." He continued, posing a question that hung heavy in the air: why do people establish sects, build clans, and form alliances? The Ma clan successor, kneeling before him, felt a tremor of unease as the weight of Suhu's words settled upon her. A subtle shift in the atmosphere signaling a hidden truth about the Jianghu's power dynamics. Suddenly, the Ma clan successor's face contorted in rage. "Aim for the position of the Ma clan's patriarch." Suhu, his gaze unwavering, simply responded, "What are you saying?" The Ma clan successor, seething with barely contained fury, sipped his tea. His expression betrayed a turmoil of emotions, anger, confusion, and a simmering determination. He then issued a challenge, his voice ringing with defiance: "Set a date and duel me. Battle me in a fair contest for the future position of Ma clan's patriarch. Defeat me and officially take my place." The announcement hung heavy in the air, met with stunned silence from the assembled Ma clan members. Their faces reflected a mixture of shock and apprehension. Suhu, observing the scene with a calm, almost unnervingly composed demeanor, watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. His expression remained inscrutable, his thoughts unreadable. A young woman with vibrant green hair and pointed ears watched from a distance, her expression unreadable. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken tension. A hand extended, offering something unseen, accompanied by the urgent instruction: "Don't refuse it." The gravity of the situation was emphasized. The position of clan patriarch and leader of a prestigious martial clan superseded all other considerations. Its value far surpassed even the legendary lightning immortal treasure liquor. A point underscored by the Ma clan successor's indignant outburst, asserting his claim to the position according to the laws of the Jianghu. The Ma clan successor's face hardened, his eyes narrowed in defiance. Another individual, calmly observing, countered that the World Tree's acquisition was beyond the reach of a single clan's prestige, adding, "Besides." The Ma clan successor, his expression resolute, declared, "I do not want to beg others for my life without offering anything in return." Suhu, observing the scene from a distance, questioned, "That's the law of the Jianghu, you say?" The Ma clan successor calmly sipped his tea, seemingly unfazed by Suhu's skepticism. An elder, his face etched with worry and disapproval, watched the unfolding events with growing concern. The Ma clan successor continued to drink his tea, seemingly oblivious to the tension building around him. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted among the onlookers as several individuals collapsed to the ground. The Ma clan successor sat calmly, a small cup in his hands, his expression unreadable. He seemed unperturbed by the skepticism directed his way. A title card for the Manhwa, Sovereign Martial Artist of Jianghu, appeared, showcasing various characters. A close-up on a character's worried eyes, suggesting apprehension about the unfolding events. The Ma clan's successor stood tall, his words echoing the weight of his claim. This is what it means to be a martial artist of the desolate fortress who rules over the world. He clasped his hands together, a gesture of quiet confidence. Finally, addressing the assembled martial heroes, he offered his thanks for honoring tradition and ceremony. The Ma clan's successor stood before his assembled clan, his bearing radiating confidence. A testament to his resolve. Observers noted his quiet strength, a stark contrast to the boisterous celebrations expected. An elder, however, voiced his concern, questioning the successor's decision to stand alone, without relying on his clan's support. Suggesting that such independence hinted at the makings of a great leader, capable of building his own clan someday. Another individual approached the successor, expressing surprise at his rejection of the offer to lead a household. An offer that many considered a great honor. The successor remained silent, his expression unreadable. A close-up on the Ma clan successor's pensive face reveals his thoughtful expression as he considers his future. Beside him, Suhu and another man observe, their expressions unreadable. The successor stands before a group of elders, his posture firm despite the weight of their scrutiny. An elder directly questions him, "You aren't married yet, are you?" The elder continues, expressing concern over the Ma clan's hasty succession plans given the successor's youth and capabilities. "You're the eldest legitimate son of the Ma clan, aren't you? Why is the Ma clan so desperate with regards to succession when you're still healthy and capable?" The successor listens intently, his expression unreadable, as the elder's words hang in the air. The Ma clan successor's face was etched with worry, sweat beading on his brow. As he contemplated a difficult decision. Should the lightning genius, Baek Mirio, learn the truth? He resolved to tell him, a firm resolve hardening his features. The successor, Suhu, and an elder stood together, their expressions unreadable. Baek Mirio, however, appeared lost in thought, questioning where he should even begin. The conversation turned to Senior Baek Mirio. Confirmation that yes, it was indeed him. A flashback revealed a younger Baek Mirio, a small girl, holding hands with a man. The man asked, "Back then, she was just a little girl who was about this tall?" Suhu revealed a piece of the Ma clan successor's past to Baek Mirio. He explained that she was brought from a secretive sect and was destined to become a pillar in the desolate fortress. The conversation shifted to the successor's recent mission at Mount Tian Shan, a battleground swarming with remnants of the demonic cult. Suhu confirmed the perilous nature of the mission site, emphasizing the dangers. Despite completing the mission, the successor sustained a critical injury during a fight with a martial master of the demonic path. A piercing strike to a vital point that damaged internal organs. The Ma clan successor's face contorted in a grimace of shock and disbelief, as Suhu's words painted a grim picture of her past. Since a pivotal incident, the captain, burdened by guilt, had been unable to fully perform his duties. A fact even his often bickering Heavenly Squad captain chose to ignore. Suhu and the successor stood facing each other in a courtyard, surrounded by other figures. The scene emphasizing their isolation amidst a larger group. Suhu's final, pointed question hung in the air, "Do you understand now?" The Ma clan successor, her expression etched with a newfound understanding, softly whispered, "Yes, I understand." Suhu responded curtly, "Good. Then that's settled." The successor, now addressed as Lightning Genius by Suhu, was informed of a reward for completing the customary ceremony. "Lightning Genius, now that you've completed the customary ceremony, you're granted a 1-month break." The Ma clan successor, despite his relief at receiving a month's rest, voiced his preference to immediately embark on another mission. A sentiment met with a serious expression from Suhu, who explained the current operation. A purge targeting the Blood Flame cult's resources. Suhu's words hung heavy in the air, leaving the successor visibly concerned as he learned of the scope of the operation. "A purge," he exclaimed, while recounting his recent battle against another cult apostle. A formidable opponent whose red hair had turned completely black, surpassing even the Blood Master swordsman in power. News of a mysterious figure's disappearance near Mount Pingding in Hunan Province, within the Shaolin Temple's territory, spread, prompting a discussion about the Shaolin Temple's extensive influence. One individual questioned how a location so far from Mount Song, the temple's actual location, could be considered Shaolin territory. Another explained that Shaolin, as the top orthodox sect, has numerous affiliated sects across the Central Plains, extending its influence far beyond its main temple. Hunan Province, therefore, falls under Shaolin's considerable sway. The Ma clan successor, upon hearing this, pondered the potential martial arts inspiration that could be gleaned from Shaolin. A sweeping vista revealed a multitude of Shaolin monks, their bodies poised in various martial arts stances, their movements suggesting intense discipline and power. Meanwhile, within a richly appointed study, the Ma clan successor stood before Suhu, his expression thoughtful as he listened intently. A circular text box appeared, declaring, "First Radiant Demon Unit." The Ma clan successor's gaze hardened, his expression turning serious as he contemplated the information he had just received. The Ma clan successor stood before a man with a confident smirk, the air thick with unspoken tension. The man spoke, his words carrying a subtle undercurrent of challenge. "Everyone is like you. They enjoy building merit or wandering the Murim." The successor listened intently, his expression unreadable. A moment of contemplation passed before he clasped his hands, a sign of quiet resolve. He then declared, "Understood. Then, I'll take my leave." With a final bow, the successor departed, his steps measured and purposeful. The Ma clan successor, resolute in his purpose, reflected on his next move. "If I do it just one more time," he mused, a vision of advancement filling his mind, "I'll be promoted to blue robe." The image of a towering pagoda, bathed in the golden hues of sunset, served as a powerful symbol of his ambition. He rode swiftly, at the head of a large contingent of cavalry. The Radiant Demon Squad, a force of considerable size, moving with purpose and efficiency. The Ma clan successor's gaze hardened as he took in the sheer number of his troops. "I've never seen such numbers in a mission before." The Radiant Demon Squad, a formidable cavalry unit led by the Ma clan successor, rode across the vast expanse of land. Their powerful presence undeniable. An observer noted, "This is a formidable party." Reaching Xinyue County, the squad prepared to rest. The Ma clan successor and his men dismounted their steeds, their faces betraying a mixture of weariness and anticipation. One soldier murmured, "So this is Xinyue County?" His words trailed off as he took in the sights, a quiet disappointment coloring his expression. "It's not what I expected." The Ma clan successor, weary but resolute, stood alone, his expression a mask of quiet contemplation. His thoughts drifting to the recent events. His men, gathered around him, spoke of the Jiang Manor's destruction, remarking that without the Manor's oppressive presence, life felt almost heavenly, even shocking their boss. The soldiers also noted the newfound freedom of income from the forest lands, previously monopolized by the Jiang Manor. A grim smile touched the successor's lips as he mused that the Blood Flame cult had, in a twisted way, done them a favor. The Ma clan successor, still reflecting on the Jiang Manor's downfall, is questioned about his future plans. He responds that, with the Jiang bloodline continuing, it is his duty to manage the remaining estate. A decision that reveals his thoughtful consideration of responsibility and loyalty. The profits from the woodlands are discussed. The Ma clan successor insists that this money must not fall into the wrong hands. His expression hardens as he emphasizes his determination to prevent the underworld from acquiring the funds. Meanwhile, a group of his soldiers relaxes, one of them drinking alcohol. The Ma clan successor stood before a group of Jiang estate officials, a request hanging in the air. They demanded an explanation regarding the young manor lands. Meanwhile, within the estate, a tense atmosphere brewed amongst the Jiang family members. One man nervously gulped down alcohol. The Ma clan successor and his attendant observed the scene, their expressions unreadable. A question arose amongst the Jiang officials: "Who is this brat? The Ma clan successor's blue robe, emblazoned with the clan symbol, was prominently displayed as he stood with an elder. They surveyed the Jiang estate, its emptiness striking. The successor muttered, "Desolate." Another elder whispered, "He's from the desolate fortress," his voice laced with suspicion. Several men, one nursing a drink, watched the Ma clan successor with wary eyes. Tension hung heavy in the air. One man, his face etched with anger, glared intensely at the successor. Another man, visibly agitated, clenched his fist, his gaze fixed on the successor. The situation was clearly escalating. The Ma clan successor approached the Jiang estate, noting the unusual commotion. "It's noisy. Is there something going on here?" he mused, his apprehension growing. A group of Jiang clan members, their faces grim, stood ready, swords drawn. The air crackled with tension. One of them, a young man with dark hair, moved forward, his eyes narrowed. He was clearly prepared for conflict. An elder Jiang clan member confronted the successor. "Do you speak by swinging an axe?" he challenged, his voice laced with suspicion. The Ma clan successor remained calm, his expression unreadable. He subtly adjusted his grip on his sword. The tension escalated as the successor and the elder stood facing each other, a silent standoff punctuated only by the sounds of the Jiang clan's restless movements. The elder, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and regret, cried out, "Wait. I made a mistake." Despite the elder's plea, the Ma clan successor remained resolute. "Even if I let the others go, I cannot spare him." The successor's gaze sharpened as they assessed the situation. That throw just now was clearly done with the intention to kill. Yet it was executed as fluidly as flowing water. Surely, countless commoners have fallen victim to that man. The elder, now visibly shaken, muttered to himself, "Someone has insulted the desolate fortress without knowing there." Before the elder could finish his thought, the Ma clan successor launched a swift attack, their movements a blur of motion, a strike that sent the elder reeling back with a pained cry of "Heek." The Ma clan successor stood over the defeated elder, his foot on the elder's chest. "This is your final chance," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. He demanded, "Tell me more about what you said regarding the young manor." The Ma clan successor's question hung heavy in the air as several of the elder's subordinates looked on in fear and confusion. The Ma clan successor addressed a large group of his clan members, calmly explaining the events that had transpired. "That's what happened," he stated, his tone unwavering. His words seemed to settle the unrest among his followers. News of the young manor's destruction spread like wildfire. A storm of blood was said to have swept through the marketplace after the manor was wiped out. Yet amidst the chaos, the manor's head steward displayed remarkable resourcefulness. He established a merchant group and expanded it with astonishing skill, using the woodland and assets from the destroyed young manor as its foundation. This shrewd move, however, attracted unwanted attention, as underworld martial artists naturally targeted the burgeoning merchant group. It is said that the Xinhua white martial sect leveraged their considerable wealth to influence the local magistrate, allowing them to raid and dismantle the merchant group entirely. A scene of violence and chaos ensued. A single, decisive blow landed, signifying the end of the merchant group's brief but impactful existence. The Ma clan successor's face contorted in fury, his eyes blazing as he spat out the words, "Rotten bastards." The elder, defeated and injured, could only offer a shaky, barely audible response. A single word that hung heavy in the air. The Ma clan successor's gaze hardened as he processed the elder's confession. The magistrate had known about the young manor's plight and done nothing. His anger simmered, a cold fury replacing the initial outburst. He then turned his attention to the matter at hand, his clan's land. A mysterious figure, offering aid, spoke, "This is a matter concerning your clan's land. If you say the word, I'll gladly help." The Ma clan successor stood amidst his loyal followers, their faces grim and determined. He felt a surge of cautious optimism, tempered by lingering anger. A quiet strength emanating from him as he considered the mysterious figure's offer of aid. "I appreciate the sentiment," he mused, his gaze distant. But a shadow of doubt clouded his features. He questioned his ability to act alone against the magistrate. The scene shifted to show a conversation between the successor and a concerned subordinate. The subordinate's words hanging heavy in the air, "But can I, by myself, punish the magistrate?" The successor's expression hardened. As the mysterious figure responded, his voice low and ominous, "No. It's only possible if you become a member of the underworld." The successor's eyes narrowed, considering the implications. A decision looming before him. He declared, "Once I return, I'll investigate the magistrate myself." The focus shifted to a group of weary warriors, their faces etched with exhaustion. The mysterious figure, concerned for the Ma clan's successor's safety, offered assistance against the underworld sect, suggesting that taking them on alone would be too dangerous. But the successor, resolute in his decision, refused the offer, stating simply, "No." An elder, witnessing the successor's determination, expressed his concern, stating that he would accompany him. Questioning the wisdom of letting such a young martial artist face such danger alone. He warned that the reputation of the desolate fortress would suffer. The Ma clan successor, however, remained firm, asserting that his actions were not merely about justice. And the elder, acknowledging the successor's resolve, conceded that his actions, while risky, were necessary because others feared the consequences of confronting the underworld gang. The Ma clan successor's face was a mask of grim determination. He remained unwavering in his resolve to confront the underworld sect, despite the recent offers of aid. A narrative voice mused that while he and Wenchang might seem like a figure of legend, perhaps he was a true hero, a great figure worthy of the stories told about him. Shortly afterward, the Ma clan successor and the elder arrived at the Xinyue white martial sect. The elder, noting the sect's proximity, commented on its convenient location. Wondering aloud if the sect had taken over a local noble's manor. Upon closer inspection, they discovered the manor's gate was severely damaged, shattered by some immense force. The Ma clan successor, accompanied by the elder, arrived at the Xinyue white martial sect. A powerful, swift strike from the successor's blade shattered the stone before them, leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. The successor stood calmly, his expression unreadable. He sheathed his sword, the movement precise and controlled. The elder, observing the scene, offered a subtle nod of approval. "Ho!" he murmured, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. A group of Xinyue white martial sect disciples emerged, their expressions wary. "You guys were waiting for us?" the successor asked, his tone neutral. The disciples exchanged glances. One of them spoke, "Did you overhear our conversation at the inn?" A Xinyue white martial sect disciple scoffed at the Ma clan successor and his elder companion, sneering, "Fools without fear. You came here with just the two of you?" The Ma clan successor responded calmly, "Fine, I'll turn your corpses into fertilizer for the woodlands." He and the elder turned to leave the Xinyue white martial sect. A disciple whispered to another, "It's said that small and mid-sized sects are often out of touch with recent news, and the ones that hesitate to provoke the desolate fortress are actually the larger sects." Another disciple, noticing their approach, shouted, "What are you all doing?" The disciple's command, "Kill them," was immediately followed by the Ma clan successor drawing his sword and engaging multiple disciples in swift combat. The Ma clan successor met the Xinyue white martial sect disciples' attack head-on, deflecting blows with practiced ease. Their blades clashed in a flurry of motion, sparks flying as the successor moved with lethal precision. The disciples, initially confident, found themselves struggling to keep up with the successor's speed and skill. One by one, they fell. A final, desperate strike from the successor sent one disciple sprawling, his weapon clattering to the ground. The successor, despite the intensity of the fight, maintained a calm demeanor, their movements economical and efficient. A final blow sent the last disciple flying, ending the confrontation. Another collapsing under the force of a well-aimed strike. The elder watched, his gaze assessing the young successor's skill. The Ma clan successor effortlessly deflected the attacks of several Xinyue white martial sect disciples. His movements precise and powerful, leaving his opponents stunned and disoriented. An elder watched from a distance, his gaze sharp and observant as he assessed the young successor's skill. The Ma clan successor, with a calm demeanor, swiftly dispatched the remaining disciples, his actions decisive and efficient, ending the confrontation with a final, swift strike. An elder watched, his eyes narrowed, as the Ma clan successor moved with terrifying speed. The successor deflected blows with effortless grace, countering each attack with precise, deadly strikes. The Xinhua white martial sect disciples, initially confident, found themselves overwhelmed, their attacks falling short against the successor's superior skill. One by one, they fell, their bodies crumpling to the ground. The elder's expression shifted from observation to a dawning realization as he witnessed the raw power and precision of the Ma clan successor's movements. He shouted, "W8!" But his warning came too late. The successor, unyielding in their assault, continued their relentless attack, sending another disciple sprawling with a swift, decisive blow. The fight concluded with the final Xinhua white martial sect disciple defeated and lying unconscious on the ground. The Ma clan successor moved with lethal precision, his blade a blur as he deflected incoming attacks, continuing his relentless assault, each strike finding its mark with deadly accuracy, leaving several Xinhua white martial sect disciples incapacitated in his wake. The elder watched, his concern growing with each passing moment. The Ma clan successor stood amidst the fallen, his expression calm and resolute. A faint aura of power still emanated from him. A group of Xinhua white martial sect disciples, their faces contorted in fear, charged towards him, swords drawn. Their attack was desperate, but ultimately futile. The Ma clan successor effortlessly dispatched the remaining Xinhua white martial sect disciples, their bodies collapsing one after another, each blow precise and deadly, leaving a trail of blood and unconscious forms across the stone floor. The elder watched, his concern deepening with each fallen disciple. The successor sheathed his sword, his movements calm and controlled, even amidst the carnage. He turned to the elder, a hint of challenge in his eyes. "I'm already too late," he stated, his voice low and steady. The elder's apprehension grew as he saw several figures approaching from the distance. They were clearly powerful martial artists, their presence radiating authority and strength. Their arrival signaled a significant escalation of the conflict, leaving the elder to contemplate the dire implications of the successor's actions. An elder of the Xinhua white martial sect stumbled upon a horrifying scene. The courtyard was littered with the bodies of his fellow disciples, all unconscious or dead. "What on earth happened here?" he muttered, his voice laced with disbelief. Meanwhile, the Ma clan successor, calmly surveying the aftermath of his victory, was approached by two sect members. They questioned him, "Aren't you a child of the young manor? What are you doing here?" The elder, increasingly agitated, confronted the Ma clan successor and his companions, his anger growing with each passing moment. His face contorted in fury. Recognizing the young man, he exclaimed, "Portress! You're there?" Another sect member rushed towards the Ma clan successor, shouting, "Young master!" The impact of the collision sent the man sprawling, leaving the Ma clan successor visibly surprised. "Chief Administrator," he questioned, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. An elder, his face etched with surprise and disbelief, addressed the Ma clan successor. "So you have really become a martial artist of Desolate Fortress? And that long blue robe. This truly feels like a dream." Another elder, his expression grave, approached the pair. He stated, "I heard things haven't been going well for you." The Ma clan successor responded simply, "It's because I was weak." Observing the Ma clan successor, one of the elders commented on the noticeable shift in his energy. "The energy he's emanating now is quite different from before. It's refined and grounded." The elder continued, emphasizing the improbability of such a transformation without formal training. A change like that is nearly impossible without formal martial arts training. "Did you join an orthodox sect?" The Ma clan successor, a hint of pride in his voice, revealed, "Yes, by great fortune, I became an outer sect disciple of Shaolin at my age." The Ma clan successor's expression turned pensive as he contemplated his recent experiences. One of the Xinhua white martial sect disciples declared that the Ma clan successor was now his master. the Ma clan's successor, introducing himself as Wen Zhang. An elder, seemingly impressed by Wen Zhang's display of power, clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. Young Yianshan, from the desolate fortress, approached Wen Zhang, addressing him as Master Wen Zhang. The elder, observing the aftermath of the battle, commented on the astonishing techniques displayed by the young master, highlighting the overwhelming defeat of the Xinyu white martial sect disciples. Wen Zhang, the Ma clan successor, introduced himself with a confident smile. "I am called Gakyong." Young Yianshan, his disciple, reacted with a surprised exclamation. Gakyung's identity was further revealed. He is one of the 18 arhats of the Great Shaolin Temple and a master of Shaolin fist strike techniques. The defeated Xinyu white martial sect disciples lay unconscious at his feet. An elder from the Shaolin Temple approached young Yianshan, questioning if he had any prior connection to their temple. Young Yianshan replied that this was his first time meeting Shaolin martial masters. The elder of the Xinyu white martial sect observed Gakyung, commenting on his physique, noting its unusual refinement. He surmised that Gakyung's physique was honed through rigorous training in muscle transformation arts. Gakyung remained impassive, his expression unreadable. A flashback revealed the Shaolin's 72 supreme arts, emphasizing the foundational role of muscle transformation techniques in their mastery. The elder, reflecting on this, stated that he did not suspect Gakyung of stealing Shaolin techniques, deeming it impossible. The Ma clan successor's face, partially obscured by shadow, is shown in close-up. His expression is calm and enigmatic, hinting at the depth of his Shaolin training. He turns slightly, revealing the elder standing behind him. The elder observes the successor with a mixture of curiosity and concern, and comments on the successor's skills, noting that while impressive from a worldly perspective, they seem excessive to someone who has dedicated their life to martial arts and the Dharma in the mountains. The panel shows the unconscious Xinyu white martial sect disciples lying on the ground, highlighting the scale of the successor's actions. The elder expresses worry about the successor's potential to become a top martial master, given his seemingly effortless power. The elder's concern deepens, his expression shifting to one of contemplation as he considers the implications of the successor's abilities. The scene opens with a defeated martial artist lying on the ground, his body bruised and bloodied. While several onlookers, including the Ma clan successor and the elder, observe from a distance. The elder asks the successor what he meant by his previous statement. And the successor proposes a challenge, a duel to decide who gets a favor. The elder clenches his fist, considering the proposal, and then accepts, offering a meridian purification pill as a prize. A secret pill produced by his clan. The elder explained that the prize for the duel would be a meridian purification pill, a rare and valuable medicine produced at the temple's medicine hall, causing the Ma clan successor to internally question the elder's decision to offer such a valuable prize before the duel even began. The successor's expression remained calm and resolute, his gaze unwavering as he considered the elder's offer. The successor then declared that given the elder's generosity in offering such a gift, he would give his all in the upcoming duel. The elder chuckled, expressing gratitude for the successor's acceptance of his meddling. The elder, addressing the Ma clan successor, offered a final piece of advice: just in case something happens, you may need to take that medicine sooner than expected. The successor, his expression unreadable, listened intently as the elder continued to speak, his hand gesturing subtly near his mouth. His gaze unwavering, the successor finally posed a simple question: "What is your request?" A subtle smile played on the elder's lips as he prepared to reveal his true intentions. With a raised finger, the elder stated his unusual request: "Listen to 1 hour of my Dharma lecture." The successor's eyebrows rose slightly in surprise. The elder's seemingly innocuous request was met with a moment of silent contemplation before a burst of laughter from the elder. "Did you think I was going to ask you to shave your head and join the temple as an official disciple? Ha ha ha." The Ma clan successor, skeptical, questioned the fairness of the Shaolin temple's actions, observing the elder's seemingly casual demeanor as he prepared something. A sudden burst of energy erupted from the elder as he moved, surprising the successor. The successor's expression turned serious as he assessed the elder's power. realizing the vast difference in their internal energy levels. He acknowledged that in a direct confrontation, he would be no match for the elder. The Ma clan successor, facing the elder, thought, however, if it's regarding our physiques, then I may stand a chance. He braced himself for a physical confrontation. The elder launched a swift attack, sending the successor sprawling with a powerful blow. Despite the blow, the successor managed to regain his footing. But the elder's superior speed and strength were evident. The Ma clan successor, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension, shielded his face from the elder's overwhelming power. As the elder's attack landed with bone-jarring force, the impact sent the successor reeling backward. A blur of motion as the elder's superior combat skills effortlessly countered every desperate attempt at defense, each blow landing with precise, devastating accuracy. The successor's body was thrown across the ground, his face contorted in pain and exertion as he struggled to maintain his footing. But the elder's relentless assault continued, leaving the successor battered and bruised, yet still defiant. The Ma clan successor lunged at the elder, a desperate attack fueled by defiance. But the elder effortlessly sidestepped the blow, his expression hardening as he prepared his counter. The elder unleashed the Shaolin 5 fist strikes, Dragon Fist, a devastating technique, sending the Ma clan successor flying with a powerful impact, the force of the blow leaving him breathless and defeated. The elder stood over his defeated opponent, the Ma clan successor, his expression unreadable, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed the scene. The successor, though defeated, remained defiant, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The elder's victory was swift and decisive, a testament to his mastery of the Shaolin 5 fist strikes, Dragon Fist. He let out a soft "ho" as he assessed the situation. The dust settled, revealing the successor still standing in the exact same position as when the match began. His resilience was undeniable. The elder, observing the successor's unwavering stance, questioned him, "Are you done?" The successor's face was a mask of grim determination, his eyes fixed on the elder. The fight, though seemingly over, was far from concluded. The Ma clan successor, despite his defeat, remained defiant. His expression was one of grim determination. The Ma clan successor, eyes wide with defiance, lunged at the elder. His attack met with a swift counter. The elder's foot connected with the successor's chest, sending him sprawling across the ground. The fight was over. The Ma clan successor lunged forward, aiming a powerful blow at the elder. But the elder remained unfazed, his expression calm and watchful. The successor's attack landed, but the elder barely flinched. With a swift counterattack, the elder delivered a decisive blow, sending the successor flying back. The force of the impact caused a shockwave that rippled across the ground. The elder's superior skill and internal energy proved too much for the successor, his attack had been ineffective. Thanks to the movement art, attacks that lack internal energy don't deal significant damage to me, the elder thought. The Ma clan successor, confident in his abilities, declared, "I don't need to worry about my opponent's attacks and can focus entirely on striking." He launched a series of powerful attacks. But the elder remained unfazed, calmly observing, "In terms of experience and depth of martial arts, he doesn't compare to me." The successor's attack landed, but the elder's defense was impenetrable. A close-up showed a slight scratch on the successor's arm. A moment of anticipation hung in the air as the elder prepared his counter. He muttered to himself, "A new move is coming to me." With blinding speed, the elder unleashed a devastating counterattack. A golden energy surged from his fist, striking the Ma clan successor with immense force. The impact sent the successor flying. The Ma clan successor launched a final, desperate attack on the elder, his movements a blur of motion. But the elder watched calmly, his expression unreadable. He wondered if the attack was based on the Shaolin 5 fist strikes. The elder noted that while similar in essence, the successor's technique was refined to a higher level. The successor's eyes glowed with fierce determination as he unleashed his full power. But the elder remained unmoved. With a single, swift counterstrike, he effortlessly defeated the Ma clan successor, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. The elder stood amidst the unconscious Xinyue white martial sect disciples, the aftermath of his swift victory over the Ma clan successor evident in the scattered dust and debris. His gaze fixed on the fallen successor. A thought crossed his mind: the successor's mastery of energy emission techniques had grown significantly. He wondered aloud, how is such a thing even possible? The answer came to him in a flash of insight: the successor was in the process of creating an entirely new martial art. The elder watched as the successor's body lay still, a testament to the power of the elder's single, decisive strike. The scene was silent, save for the faint sounds of the disciples' shallow breaths. The elder's victory was complete. The elder stood over his fallen opponent, a contemplative expression on his face. He observed the Ma clan successor's unconscious form, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he noted the successor's unexpected strength. Furthermore, his physique already surpasses even that of the little divine monk, the elder mused, acknowledging the young man's progress. The elder's assessment was interrupted by a sudden, powerful surge of energy from the Ma clan successor. The young man, despite his unconscious state, unleashed a final, desperate attack. A raw display of his newly refined energy emission techniques. The elder effortlessly deflected the blow, leaving the Ma clan successor completely spent and vulnerable. The battle was over. The elder's gaze softened as he looked down at the unconscious successor, a mixture of respect and weariness in his eyes. The elder and the Ma clan successor clashed in a final, explosive confrontation. The successor, fueled by a desperate surge of energy, launched a powerful attack. But the elder, with practiced ease, evaded the blow, countering swiftly with a precise strike that sent the successor reeling, leaving him breathless and defeated. The elder watched the fallen successor, a slight weariness in his eyes. A smirk played on the elder's lips as he contemplated his victory. He offered the unconscious Ma clan successor a meridian purification pill. The elder, his expression contemplative yet tinged with weariness, stood amidst the aftermath of his victory. A faint smile played on his lips. The Ma clan successor lay unconscious before him, the disciples of the Xinyue white martial sect also rendered immobile. The elder's gaze swept across the scene. His victory was complete, but a sense of profound weariness settled upon him. The weight of his actions, the cost of the battle, weighed heavily on his mind. Nearby, two figures reacted with starkly different emotions to the events that had transpired. One, a look of utter defeat etched upon his face. The other, a disciple, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he whispered, "Those who know Yinshin know the truth." A hushed discussion ensued, revealing the immense power of young Yinshin, even amongst the elite Radiant Demon Squad. His strength was described as monstrous. A man, his face etched with worry and beads of sweat trickling down his temples, stared blankly ahead. A single exclamation point punctuating his silent shock. Something extraordinary had occurred. The narrative shifted to reveal a scene of two handmaidens carrying buckets, their movements suggesting they were leaving a bathhouse. A man with dark hair, seemingly relaxed in a bath, was the subject of their previous actions. They had been secretly spying on him after their work. Two men, one with a concerned expression, discussed the handmaidens' actions, commenting on their boldness and fearlessness, a testament to their origins in the desolate fortress. As for what happened next, one of the onlookers, a man in a purple robe, expressed his disinterest in the events that followed the elder's victory, remarking that others usually found the story fascinating. The other man, dressed in white and blue, responded by stating that he would listen to the elder's doctrine, indicating a willingness to learn from the elder's experience. The elder erupted into laughter, a sound that echoed through the training grounds, his amusement directed at the Ma clan successor. He commented on the successor's sincerity, suggesting that he would have been a wonderful disciple, but admitted that even he couldn't have defeated the successor. The successor, however, confessed his fear during the fight, revealing that the elder's basic techniques were gradually being broken through, one by one, culminating in his defeat. The successor accepted his defeat with a clenched fist. The elder, amused and insightful, proposed an exchange of ideas. "If you will listen to my doctrine," he offered, "then I, too, will listen to what you have to say whenever the chance arises." The Ma clan's successor, though defeated, remained thoughtful, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He simply replied, "Very well." Later, the elder continued his discourse, quoting Bodhidharma, the first grandmaster and the founder of Zen Buddhism in the Central Plains, once said. "Zen," he explained, "transcends words and letters, its essence lies beyond scriptures." The Ma clan successor listened intently, his expression contemplative. A new world has opened to the Ma clan successor. He reflects on his past, marked by a sword and endless bloodshed. Alongside a terminal fate, the will to survive had engulfed him. The Ma clan successor, now surrounded by the chaos of battle, contemplates his grim reality. Even Zen teachings haven't magically erased the dread of his terminal condition. Despite this, the Ma clan successor finds a new understanding. He believes he now understands the essence embedded in the martial arts of Buddhism. The elder, his face etched with weariness, reclined, his eyes closed in contemplation. A full moon hanging serenely in the night sky above a tranquil forest. The scene was peaceful, a stark contrast to the recent turmoil. The Ma clan successor's voice echoed in his mind, "Destroy evil and uphold the righteous," he mused. "It's not just an abstract doctrine. It's a tangible, spiritual force, a power capable of annihilating the corrupt energy amassed by cults like the Blood Flame sect." The elder's eyes snapped open, a new understanding dawned on him. The so-called mysterious arts of the immortals were merely different labels for the same fundamental power. The elder, his face etched with concern, addressed the Ma clan successor and the Xinyue white martial sect disciples. He gestured emphatically, his point seemingly urgent. Whispering to the successor, his words conveying a sense of gravity. The successor listened intently, a thoughtful expression on their face. A silent exchange of understanding passing between them. The text above them read, "What could possibly be wrong with that? For the sake of this world's people, it must be done." The successor nodded in agreement, affirming their resolve with the words, "If there's an opportunity, I must open the path of deliverance." The elder and the disciples watched, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Suddenly, a figure leaped from a nearby rooftop, moving with surprising speed, landing gracefully before the group. The impact sent a small cloud of dust billowing around him as he prepared for action. The elder confronted the Ma clan successor, questioning his late-night activities. The successor, however, remained resolute, acknowledging the presence of the Xinyue white martial sect disciples and Shaolin monks. His gaze hardened, reflecting his determination in the face of the unexpected encounter. A Shaolin monk confirmed the presence of his brethren, adding to the growing tension. The Ma clan successor, acknowledging the precarious situation, stated that he lacked the time for pleasantries due to being surrounded. A group of Xinyue white martial sect disciples stood behind him, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and observation. The Ma clan successor's eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling upon his features. As the elder's words hung heavy in the air, "Surrounded, you say?" The elder's face was etched with worry, his gaze fixed on the successor as he grimly confirmed, "It seems the Hao faction really did betray us." A stark command filled the air, "Escape and survive." The successor, his back to the viewer, subtly adjusted his grip on the sword at his back. While issuing final instructions to his remaining forces, "If you happen to fall out of formation, rendezvous at the Heavenly Sword clan of the Pingding Mountain." The Xinyue white martial sect disciples listened intently as the elder relayed the dire news. From his tone, it was clear that the situation was far more grave than initially believed. The weight of betrayal pressing heavily on their shoulders. The disciples exchanged worried glances, their faces reflecting the gravity of the elder's words. Meanwhile, a Shaolin monk observed the scene with a neutral expression, his eyes carefully assessing the emotional state of the Xinyue disciples and the elder's demeanor. He noted the lack of composure in the elder's voice, finding it unusual for someone of his experience. A subtle detail that hinted at the depth of the crisis. The Ma clan's successor, despite the urgency of the situation, remained outwardly calm. However, beneath the surface, a storm of strategic thought raged as he quickly assessed the battlefield and the compromised position of his forces. Planning a swift and decisive retreat to regroup and formulate a counter-strategy. The Ma clan's successor, his expression calm despite the gravity of the situation, observed the elder and the Xinhua white martial sect disciples. He noted their concern as they prepared for a strategic retreat, a plan already forming in his mind. A necessary response to the recent betrayal. Meanwhile, the Shaolin monks, ever observant, continued to analyze the unfolding events from a distance. The Ma clan successor's eyes narrowed, his calm facade momentarily faltering as he witnessed the aftermath of the conflict. A mysterious woman with dark hair and striking red eyes appeared, offering a chilling greeting, "Hi there." The Ma clan's successor, along with several Xinhua white martial sect disciples and an elder, stood in a tense formation. Their faces reflected a mixture of worry and apprehension as they awaited further instructions. The mysterious woman's calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to their anxiety. A young disciple, his eyes wide with concern, whispered to the Ma clan successor, conveying the gravity of the situation. The betrayal was undeniable. The mysterious woman's gaze remained fixed on the approaching Shaolin monks, her expression unreadable. A man's voice, tinged with apprehension, recounted a curious fact: as members of the Blood Flame cult grow stronger, their hair shifts from red to black. A detail that immediately identified the subject of their discussion, the seventh apostle. The revelation of the seventh apostle's identity sent a ripple of shock through the assembled Xinhua white martial sect disciples. A powerful warrior known for exceptional martial prowess and a vicious temperament. The image of the seventh apostle, poised and dangerous, filled the panel, emphasizing her lethal grace. A close-up on her face revealed a predatory smirk, her red eyes gleaming with barely contained malice. Someone addressed the Ma clan's successor, referring to him as the lightning genius and the future of the desolate fortress. A close-up of the seventh apostle's lips revealed a subtle, knowing smile. She then commented that he looks quite pretty. The Ma clan successor, apprehensive, gripped the hilt of his sword. The elder, his face etched with worry, challenged the seventh apostle, urging her to look at him. The seventh apostle's eyes, glowing with a malevolent red light, met the elder's gaze. The Ma clan successor stood, his expression one of apprehension as he registered the gravity of the situation. A subtle shift in his posture betraying his unease. The elder, beside him, remained vigilant. As several Xinhua white martial sect disciples swiftly moved across the rooftops. Their movements precise and silent, taking up strategic positions to observe the unfolding events below. The air crackled with anticipation. From a distance, the seventh apostle approached, her confident stride suggesting a complete mastery of the situation. The mysterious woman's eyes, blazing with an ominous red light, bore into the Ma clan's successor and the elder. Her gaze held a chilling confidence, hinting at malicious intent. She revealed herself as a powerful figure, capable of influencing both the present and future of the Radiant Demon Squad. A cruel smile played on her lips as she declared her presence. The Ma clan's successor, apprehensive and wary, reacted instantly, drawing his weapon. A surge of fiery energy erupted from the blade as he prepared to defend against the threat. A blinding flash of light and energy erupted as the Ma clan successor and the mysterious woman clashed. The force of their confrontation sent shockwaves through the air. The impact of the clash sent the Ma clan successor reeling, his body momentarily thrown off balance by the sheer power of his opponent. Recovering quickly, the Ma clan successor retaliated, his blade leaving a trail of pink energy as he countered the mysterious woman's attack. The fight was far from over. The Ma clan successor's hand held a dagger, its blade glowing with an ethereal purple light. The light intensified, radiating outwards in a burst of vibrant energy. The successor pointed the dagger towards the elder, a look of grim determination on his face. The elder watched, his eyes wide with surprise as he questioned, "What is this?" The successor responded, "It just dissolved the blood art of the seventh apostle." He then recited a Buddhist scripture, "May the three poisons be eradicated forever and may the six roots always remain pure." The elder, eyes wide with surprise, stared at the Ma clan successor. He muttered to himself, a Shaolin martial incantation? His astonishment deepened as he processed the implications of what he had just witnessed. Buddhist martial arts? Meanwhile, the mysterious woman, her expression unreadable, observed from a distance, flanked by several imposing figures. The Ma clan successor calmly tossed a dagger aside. It was imbued with the power to dispel the blood arts of the flame cult. She stood amidst a group of Xinhua white martial sect disciples, her composure unwavering. The dagger lay discarded on the ground. The Ma clan successor's expression hardened slightly. He thought, their blood arts are easy to counter. The mysterious woman stood calmly amidst her followers, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She addressed the Ma clan successor, her words dripping with condescension, "You're kind of cute. Easy to counter?" She continued her assessment, "Judging by your skills, your techniques seem to be on the level of basic Shaolin martial arts. You're just somewhat resistant to the blood arts. However, that is nowhere near enough to surpass the true difference in martial level." A cruel smile twisting her lips as she delivered the final blow, "You're still much weaker than me." With a burst of energy, she unleashed a powerful attack, leaving the Ma clan successor momentarily stunned. The mysterious woman, having just unleashed a devastating blow, is shown falling backwards, her momentum carrying her through the air. While the Ma clan successor, despite his injuries, manages to parry her attack with his blade, the force of the impact sending shockwaves outwards and leaving him momentarily stunned but still holding his ground. The clash of their powers is palpable. The mysterious woman, the radiant demon squad captain, smirks condescendingly as she addresses an unseen observer, her words dripping with disdain, "I guess you really bet everything on a rookie like the lightning genius." The unseen observer, likely an elder, is shown from the shoulders up, his face partially obscured, but his expression clearly one of anger and frustration. The mysterious woman, unfazed by the elder's silent fury, sharply commands, "Shut up." The Ma clan successor, despite his injuries, managed to parry the mysterious woman's brutal blood art attack, sending the woman sprawling backward and leaving her momentarily stunned as she landed heavily on the ground. The mysterious woman, unfazed, quickly recovered and launched herself towards the remaining Ma clan members. The Ma clan successor, despite his injuries, stood defiant against the mysterious woman's relentless assault. He braced himself, parrying a blow with his sword, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. But he held firm, his resolve unwavering despite the ferocity of the attack. A testament to his exceptional skill and indomitable spirit. The clash of steel echoed through the air. His eyes, narrowed in concentration, reflected the intensity of the battle. He was clearly exhausted, but his determination remained unshaken. The mysterious woman pressed her advantage, her movements swift and precise. She launched another attack. The Ma clan successor, already wounded, parried another blow from the mysterious woman, his movements strained but determined. The elder, observing from a distance, urged his men, "We must seal her hands." Meanwhile, another group of fighters attacked the successor, shouting, "Get his head." The mysterious woman, unfazed, continued her assault, her blade a blur of motion, forcing the successor into a desperate defense, his own blade clashing against hers in a shower of sparks. The battle raged, with the elder's grim assessment echoing through the chaos. "Captain is restrained by the seventh apostle. There are more blood master swordsmen than blue robes." The Ma clan successor, severely wounded, struggled against his attackers. His movements were labored, his breath ragged. But he summoned the strength for one final desperate attack, unleashing a powerful blossom fist strike. A wave of fiery energy erupting from his fist as he aimed for the mysterious woman. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The attack, however, fell short of its intended target. The Ma clan successor's face was etched with frustration and self-doubt. "When I tried to seize the apostle's dagger, I couldn't execute my martial art as I had intended," he thought. Was it because the incantation hasn't yet been fully visualized, he wondered, his gaze hardening with determination. The Ma clan successor, still recovering from his injuries, launched a powerful attack. But the force of his blow was insufficient. He realized, with a pained cough, that his incomplete visualization of the martial arts intricacies hampered his full potential. Still not enough, he thought. Right now, I don't have the power to take control of the situation in the realm of true martial masters. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman observed, her expression unchanged. A nearby elder watched, silently assessing the situation. The woman's inner thoughts were revealed. That role belongs to the black-robe warriors of the desolate fortress. She continued her assessment, concluding, unless Ma Jin kills the seventh apostle, this won't be resolved easily. The elder, witnessing the ongoing struggle, unleashed a burst of energy. A sudden, powerful intervention that caught the attention of both combatants. The Ma clan's successor watched the elder's actions with a serious expression. The elder, observing the Ma clan's successor, remarked that monks who delve deeply into the truths and incantations of martial arts often don't gain fame in the martial world. And noted that he could not sense any strong energy from him. The successor, however, roared a command to his men, "Kill the old monk first." The successor's men, spurred on by his words, screamed "Kill him," as they charged towards the elder. The elder reacted with a powerful burst of energy, sending the successor's men sprawling. The mysterious woman watched from a distance, observing the unfolding events. The final panel showed the words "Radiant Sword Art" as the elder's attack connected. The Ma clan's successor, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief, launched a desperate attack on the elder. His expression was one of pure, unadulterated fury. But the mysterious woman, ever watchful, observed the unfolding conflict with a calm, assessing gaze. Her expression remained unreadable, betraying nothing of her thoughts. As the elder, with a grim set to his jaw, deflected the blow with a swift, precise movement, the energy of the clash rippled outwards. A searing wave of energy emanating from the elder's blade. He uttered a single word, barely audible above the clash of steel: "Foolish." The elder's counterattack was swift and brutal. He moved with surprising speed and power for someone of his age, his movements precise and deadly. A blinding flash of light accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound as his blade tore through the air. The Ma clan's successor's attack was met with overwhelming force. The Ma clan's successor, despite his grievous injuries, launched a final desperate attack. His blade flashed, a desperate arc of steel aimed at the elder's heart. But the elder, though weary from the battle, effortlessly deflected the blow. The force of the parry sent the successor sprawling, leaving him vulnerable. The elder, his expression grim, made a swift, decisive counterattack, ending the fight. The elder, observing the fallen successor, mused internally, "I have known that he's extraordinary ever since he fought Gakyung, but how can someone as young as him use such martial arts?" The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Two figures, mounted on horseback, rode away from the lake, their journey taking them along a winding path through a verdant landscape. The air was still and peaceful. One rider, his face partially obscured, appeared to be deep in thought, a furrow in his brow. A grim determination etched onto his features. He seemed to be wrestling with some internal conflict. A sudden, violent clash interrupted the tranquility. A sword flashed, followed by a grunt of exertion. The Ma clan's successor, despite his grievous wounds, glared intensely. His expression was one of grim determination. A wave of blood-flame cultists attacked, their swords flashing. The scene was chaotic, a flurry of steel and desperate struggle. The successor's words, "So, the blood-flame cult has truly gone all in," echoed the gravity of the situation. The elder's radiant demon squad, a force of elite warriors, responded swiftly and decisively. Their movements were a blur of motion as they engaged the enemy. The elder, his face grim, issued a curt command: "For now, escape this place alive." The battle raged, a whirlwind of clashing steel and desperate maneuvers. The radiant demon squad fought with skill and determination, pushing back the blood-flame cultists. One of the squad members shouted, "We'll meet again at the Heavenly Sword Clan," as they created an opening for their retreat. The successor, weakened and bleeding, watched them go. The radiant demon squad, having just witnessed the defeat of the Ma clan's successor, now faced the task of crossing a wide river. The elder, atop his horse, surveyed the tranquil waters, his gaze settling on the calm surface. The mysterious woman, also mounted, spoke, stating the obvious necessity of crossing the river. Her expression was serious, reflecting the gravity of their situation. The elder's expression mirrored hers. A solution presented itself in the distance. A large, ornate flower-viewing boat drifted serenely on the water. The mysterious woman suggested using it, confirming their need to cross the river. The elder, silently agreeing, nodded. He then proceeded towards the boat, leaving the riverbank behind. The journey across the water commenced. The elder, atop a small wooden dock, surveyed the scene with his squad. He gestured towards a nearby river, and then towards the Ma clan successor, who watched them from a distance, his expression unreadable. The successor's gaze was fixed on the elder. As the elder's words echoed in his mind, "Come over here." A flower-viewing boat, elegantly designed, appeared on the river, drifting serenely towards them. The boat offered a means of escape, a way to cross the river safely. The elder's plan was clear. The boat, a symbol of peaceful passage, contrasted sharply with the recent battle's intensity. The elder and his squad prepared to board. The Ma clan successor, his body ravaged by battle, watched silently as the elder made preparations for their departure. His gaze held a mixture of defeat and resignation. The elder's plan was simple: escape across the river by boat. Awaiting them was a large vessel, already loaded with his loyal squad. Two figures stood out among the assembled warriors. They appeared relaxed, their expressions hinting at confidence and skill. One of the elder's men observed the group, noting their appearance and martial arts training. "Are they children from reputable clans?" he wondered aloud. "Looks like they've all undergone proper martial arts training," he concluded, assessing their potential value to the elder's future plans. As the boat prepared to depart, another of the elder's men commented on the situation. "It seems the old monk is in need of travel companions," he remarked, observing the elder and the successor. The mysterious woman, observing the aftermath of the battle from a distance, mused aloud, "Martial artists." She continued her internal monologue, questioning, "Which sect are they from?" Meanwhile, the elder, accompanied by a subordinate, explained to the mysterious woman, "He is devoted to his ascetic training, so he cannot return your greeting at this time. We ask for your understanding." The mysterious woman responded, "This is entertaining. Things were getting a bit dull. Will you be boarding the boat?" The elder, gesturing towards the vessel, added, "As you can see, it can easily hold a few horses." A final shot shows the interior of the boat, suggesting the elder's escape plan is underway. The elder's escape plan hinged on a large boat moored on the riverbank, its hull partially submerged, gently rocking in the current. Aboard the vessel, the elder's squad gathered, their faces grim but resolute, having successfully executed their retreat. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman, intrigued by the martial artist sect, engaged in conversation with a young man. The young man, Hudam, introduced himself as a rising talent from the Martial Alliance. The mysterious woman, already aware of his reputation, referred to him by his moniker, Swordflower. Hudam, his gaze intense, confirmed his affiliation with the Martial Alliance. The narration box revealed that the Elders group, along with the Bloodflame cult and Tyrant Sword tribe, are part of the 13 Skies. The boat, now shown in full, was identified as a gathering of young elites from unorthodox sects. Hudam, a rising talent from the Martial Alliance, recognized the man in blue as a martial artist from the desolate fortress, and questioned him about the urgency to cross the river. The man in blue explained that a group from the Bloodflame cult was running rampant nearby, and they fled while listening to the monk's teachings. Hudam, engaged in conversation with the mysterious woman, expressed his surprise, stating, "So, the desolate fortress is involved with the 13 Skies?" The mysterious woman, intrigued, responded, "Now this is getting interesting." She continued, explaining that the blood-sucking demons feared the escape of those like Hudam, a Shaolin martial monk unexpectedly caught up in the conflict. Observing the elder and his group's escape by boat, the mysterious woman smirked, commenting, it's perfect timing. As the boat carrying the elder and his men sailed away, the elder uttered a prayer, Umatba. The mysterious woman, observing the elder and his men from a distance, commented on their composure, stating, "You don't seem very frightened." The elder and his men, having successfully escaped by boat, looked back at the scene they had left behind. Their faces etched with relief and a hint of apprehension. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, proposed, "Shall we spill a little blood to start?" With a swift, decisive movement, she launched a powerful attack. The force of the blow sending the Ma clan's successor reeling back. The mysterious woman launched a swift, brutal attack on the Ma clan's successor, her movements a blur of deadly precision. The force of her strike sending him sprawling across the deck of the ship. As Hu Dam watched in stunned silence, the elder and his men already making their escape. The mysterious woman, her face a mask of cold satisfaction, uttered a chilling remark, "They think so little of human life." The Ma clan's successor, mortally wounded, lay defeated, his eyes reflecting a mixture of disbelief and resignation. As the dust settled, the full extent of the mysterious woman's power became clear. She had effortlessly dispatched the Ma clan's successor with a single, devastating blow, showcasing her mastery of the radiant sword art. The Ma clan's successor, mortally wounded, fell to the ground. His eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the mysterious woman stand over him, victorious. Hu Dam, nearby, could only watch in shock and apprehension. The elder and his men, witnessing the brutal display, fled in terror. Their faces reflected a mixture of relief and fear. The mysterious woman, her expression cold and ruthless, muttered, "Messing around." Her gaze lingered on the fallen successor, a chilling satisfaction evident in her eyes. Meanwhile, Hu Dam and the fleeing Ma clan members whispered amongst themselves, questioning the mysterious woman's incredible skill. How can someone like him use such a sword strike? Hu Dam's eyes widened in shock as he processed the horrifying truth. The woman before him was the treasured daughter of the Sung Manor's martial alliance. The Ma clan's successor, mortally wounded, looked up at her with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. The mysterious woman stood over the fallen successor, her sword still dripping with blood. The elder and his men watched, paralyzed with fear, as she calmly sheathed her weapon. A swift, brutal end to a long-standing conflict. The woman's movements were precise and efficient, a testament to her superior skill. Turning to the elder and his remaining men, the mysterious woman spoke, her tone cold and devoid of emotion. "You're the ones who tried to kill us," she stated, "so you should be worried about retaliation from the desolate fortress." The elder, his face etched with fear and resignation, nodded slowly. "We'll head north for now," he replied, "then decide what to do with you when the time comes." The elder, having escaped the chaos with his men, ordered them to row the boat, their faces etched with apprehension. While Hu Dam, still reeling from the events, questioned the others, his voice laced with disbelief, "Do you truly not realize who she is?" A young man with dark hair, his expression unreadable, turned to look at them. His hand resting on the hilt of his sword, a subtle hint of menace in his posture. He then declared, his voice calm yet commanding, "I am the lightning genius of the Radiant Demon Squad." The revelation caused a visible shock among the elder's men, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and awe. Hu Dam's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the revelation. The words, "the lightning genius of the desolate fortress," echoed in his mind. His apprehension intensified as the implications sunk in. That person, the one before him, was the top young talent of the desolate fortress? A gasp escaped his lips as the full weight of the situation crashed down upon him. The one who cut down an elder of the tyrant sword tribe.